Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-read human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI explanation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter turned Bellatrix black against Voldemort? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Sent back with a plan already in motion, Harry crosses paths with Bellatrix before her fall. Through lies, strategy, and unexpected connection, he turns Voldemort's most loyal follower into his greatest weakness, changing the war from the shadows. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry awoke a half an hour late the next morning, and after rushing to get ready for the day, he made his way down to the Great Hall for breakfast. As he was walking into the hall, he saw Bellatrix leaving with her group of Slytherin friends, presumably heading to her first class of the day. He tried to catch her eye, but it seemed that she was too engaged in the conversation that she was having with Evan Rosier to notice him as she continued to walk without any form of acknowledgement. With a shrug, Harry took a seat at the Ravenclaw table next to a group of young first years. Not thinking twice about Bellatrix's lack of saying hi, he assumed that everything was fine and she just hadn't seen him. He poured himself a glass of juice, and reached for a muffin, ripping it apart with his hands and nibbling the top of it. He took a few bites before putting the muffin down onto the plate in front of him, and taking a large gulp of his juice. "Excuse me," one of the first years said timidly, making Harry put his glass down and look over to the group. They all nervously looked at each other, as if deciding who was going to talk to Harry now that they had his attention, before one girl slid closer to Harry, apparently the bravest of the bunch. "Yes?" Harry asked with a comforting smile, seeing how scared they were to talk to him. Not only was he a seventh year that knew more magic than they also did not know if he was nice or mean, making them especially tentative to reach out to him as a result. He remembered when he himself was a first year, and other than Percy, he too was hesitant to speak to anyone older than him, just the same as the Ravenclaws seemed to be. "I'm Harry, what can I do for you? Do you know where the potions classroom is?" The girl that slid down questioned uncertainly, confused about where she and her friends needed to go. She was a small witch with black hair, tanned skin and a strong jaw, whom looked remarkably familiar to Harry, though he couldn't place the face since she was so young. Harry smiled at the girl, recalling the many times he had trouble finding his way around the castle during his own first few months there. The castle of Hogwarts was a near-sentient place, with its hallways changing on a whim but usually easily enough to spot, and the rooms themselves moving every so often, making it exceedingly difficult to learn the floor plan in the first year of attendance. "You remember how to get to the main stairs, right?" Harry asked, and upon seeing her nod, he continued, "You simply walk down to the bottom level, known as the dungeons, and then head down the hall that will be on your left. It'll be the second door on your right, about 50 feet from the stairs." The girl nodded enthusiastically while Harry talked, making an effort to remember every detail that he relayed to her. "Thank you," she replied happily once he was finished, sliding back over to her friends with the news. "Did you find out, Hestia?" Another Ravenclaw questioned, asking whether the girl was able to get the directions they needed. Hestia, Harry thought to himself, Hestia Jones, the Order of the Phoenix member. He continued to watch her for a few select moments, noticing how she did indeed look like a younger Hestia Jones, before the group of younglings went running off, presumably to their first ever potions class. Briefly, he wondered how he had missed her at the welcoming feast the previous night, but then remembered that his attention hadn't been brought back to the sorting until the letter M had already been reached, a few letters past J for Jones. With a large grin on his face at seeing another person he knew, Harry plated himself a spoonful of eggs and a lump of potatoes, and dug into his food quickly, realizing that he was running a bit late for class himself. Finishing his breakfast, Harry raced off to his first class, herbology. He arrived just before the bell rang, saving himself from detention, before taking his spot next to Bertram Aubrey. The class was rather uneventful, but Harry was grateful for that as it allowed him to ease back into the swing of school. Unlike the previous year, where he had been paired off with Alice Prince, mother of Neville Longbottom, for assignments, this time he had been paired up with an unusual Gryffindor wizard named Tilden Toots, who literally had 3 green thumbs as a result of an unfortunate potion accident the previous year. Harry had no details about what had happened and had no idea if magic couldn't fix him or if the boy had decided to keep them because he thought they were cool, but if Harry was to wager a guess, he'd bet that it was unfixable, as he recalled Mr. Weasley pointing out a man that had horns on his head due to a charm going awry back in his own time, which proved to him that magic couldn't always fix things. However, in spite of Tilden's regrettable misfortune, Harry quickly learned that Tilden was quite good in herbology, the best in the year in fact, which gave him hope that he could slack off a bit to focus on other subjects and still manage a passing grade. As he was walking back to the castle from the greenhouses after the class was finished, Harry saw Bellatrix speaking with a group of Slytherins. He discreetly waved to her, a quick gesture with his hand, but again she did not respond, making Harry's heart sink, now knowing for certain that she was indeed ignoring him. "Is she mad at me?" he asked himself quietly as he passed a group of second years and entered the Ravenclaw common room. Shaking his head, he pushed the thought to the back of his mind and trudged up to his bedroom, wanting to take a nap before his afternoon class. That night, Harry made his way down to Hagrid's hut, having been invited by the half-giant to enjoy a cup of tea. They talked about a wide variety of topics while the kettle boiled, each liking the other's company, a fact that made Harry especially happy since it had been Hagrid who had become his first friend and introduced him into the wizarding world. Hagrid asked about Harry's summer, with Harry questioning the half-giant about his summer in return. While Harry had been forthcoming with his summer happenings, he had received very few answers in response to his own questions, as Hagrid's summer activities were mostly order things, which made the half-giant blusteringly change topics whenever it came up. Eventually, after having a few hard pieces of cake and a couple of cups of sugary tea, Harry made his way back to the castle for the night, where he found his roommates already in bed, apparently tired from their first day of classes. He silently sat in his bed, looking longingly out of the window next to his nightstand, giving out a large sigh as he tried to figure out how he could rectify the situation he found himself in with regards to Bellatrix. The weekend passed rather quickly, with Bellatrix still not talking to Harry or even acknowledging his presence. Whenever the pair would see each other, she'd just pass him by, keeping her attention firmly on the Slytherins that were around her at the time. When Monday morning came, Harry headed off to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom for the first time of the year, a class he usually shared with the Slytherins. As such, he gulped down the ball in his throat as he walked into the room, a nervousness to him that was attributed to seeing Bellatrix. Surprisingly, the classroom was nearly filled already when he arrived, with only a few seats in the front and back of the room left open. Harry stood at the door and scanned the room. Derek Jordan sat in the back along with Xenophilius, and upon noticing that there was an open seat between them, Harry quickly occupied it, pulling out the chair and sitting down. "Hey," Derek said, stifling a yawn with his hand as he moved to the side to give Harry more room. He had stayed up late the previous night catching up with his friends from other houses, having gone the entire summer without talking to them. "Hey," Harry replied, placing his bag down next to him and moving his gaze back over the room, trying to figure out why the room was so full. There seemed to be Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors in the room, a curiosity that Harry was excited about since he had thought it would only be Slytherins and Ravenclaws in the class as it was last year. His gaze saw Bellatrix sitting with Evan Rosier and Rabaston Lestrange in the middle row of desks, though she did not turn to him as she normally would. While disappointed, he didn't allow it to get to him, instead focusing on the class ahead of him. At the front of the room, Professor Regula Moonshine sat at her desk, apparently reading the Daily Prophet and doing the word puzzle while she waited for the class to start. "Where were you last night?" Derek asked casually, making Harry turn his attention to the boy. When he had walked into the room the previous night, Harry was nowhere to be seen, clearly having been out well past the time they were supposed to be out of the halls. "I had to meet with the headmaster," Harry lied, not daring to tell Derek that he had fallen asleep while reading for Transfiguration in his trunk. After all, he couldn't just say that he was in a secret room, reading books that hadn't been written yet, could he? "Hello class," Regula Moonshine smiled, getting to her feet and walking around her desk. She was an attractive, skinny witch, short and lean, with long brown hair and pale green eyes. She was rather pleasant looking and very easy on the eyes, as many of the older boys knew. "How is everyone doing?" All of your summers were good, yes. Seeing the nods, her smile increased, happy that her students enjoyed themselves. I'm glad to see that you are all okay. Same to you, Professor, a Hufflepuff that Harry did not know said cheerfully, apparently much more awake in the morning than everyone else. Harry knew that most of the students loved the professor, as she was not only nice, but intelligent, knowledgeable, and willing to listen to the students' input, an uncommon trait in Hogwarts professors. Students had heard about what she did with Xenophilius' beliefs the year prior, allowing him to lecture on something he genuinely believed in, and they appreciated her for it, regardless of the fact that many thought Xenophilius was loony and his beliefs stupid. Ah, yes, I barely stayed okay, but that is neither here nor there. Let's just say that I am thankful for being safe, she said, moving her gaze over to Harry, who gave a slight nod, understanding the meaning of her words. Suddenly, as she leaned against her desk with her arms crossed in front of her, her weight caused the front leg of the desk to splinter, making the desk collapse slightly. As a result, Moonshine slid off of the desk and onto the floor, landing on her wrist with a sickening crunch. Professor! Many of the students yelled, jumping to their feet and rushing to her side. They all crowded around her, each staring down at her with wide eyes, everyone wanting to make sure that she was okay and wasn't hurt. Are you okay? Milton Curd questioned on bended knee, looking at her with a concerned expression on his face. His gaze drifted over to her right side, which took the brunt of the impact against the floor. My bloody luck can't get any worse, Moonshine cursed under her breath, looking down at her right wrist. It was clearly injured, and by the looks of it, broken. Upon seeing her wrist, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to overcome the pain that was emanating from her hand. I'm fine, students, she said, opening her eyes and gazing back up to the students who had circled around her, giving them a small, comforting smile. I'm just incredibly clumsy lately. She reached for her wand, and then realized that it was her wand hand that was broken, which would make it especially difficult to do the magic that she needed to perform. Can one of you help me? What do you need? Frank Longbottom questioned, grabbing his wand and readying himself to perform a spell. While healing spells were not his strong suit, as he was best with defensive charms, he was adequately knowledgeable in them to perform them should he need it. Plus, he reasoned humbly, it was in his opinion that he was the most powerful student in the room, save perhaps for Harry and Bellatrix, the latter of whom was not seemingly making a move to help like the rest. Just tap my wrist and say, "Apisky." Moonshine informed him, knowing that the spell was easy enough to complete by the young, albeit talented, wizard. It should make it as good as new. Wouldn't the mending spell work better? A girl that Harry didn't know questioned, stepping forward and into the circle. From his spot on the outside of the circle, Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard the name of the suggested spell, remembering how it was the same spell that Gilderoy Lockhart had used in his second year to incompetently debone his entire arm after breaking it during a Quidditch game. Right you are, Wainscot, Moonshine agreed, silently admitting that healing spells were not her strength, either. While she was informed enough to lecture the students about them generally, she was not a healer or a Medawitch, and as such, her knowledge was relatively limited in comparison to a genuine healer. Would you like to do it? Sure, the Hufflepuff witch known as Wainscot nodded, grabbing her wand and bending down. She gently picked up Moonshine's hand, and placed it in her lap, before bringing her brown wand up to the injured wrist. She then softly tapped the wrist, saying, "Amendo." Instantly, Moonshine felt a hot and cold sensation run through her hand and the wrist popped back into place, restoring itself to what it was before the accident. While it still hurt Moonshine quite a bit, it was no longer broken and the pain would wear off in time just as a normal bruise would. You're going to be a great healer in the future, Ms. Wainscot. Moonshine smiled, getting back to her feet and tenderly rubbing her wrist. Thank you, Emma. My pleasure, Professor, Emma Wainscot grinned, as everyone started to return to their seats. Emma sat in the middle of the room, next to a few other Hufflepuffs that Harry didn't know, directly behind Rabaston Lestrange. Moonshine turned and faced her desk, shaking her head as she saw the reason for her fall. I've been awfully unlucky lately. Why just the other day I tripped while walking down the stairs on the 3rd floor and nearly broke my neck. Luckily Professor Slughorn was there to break my fall, or else I think we'd be having this class in St. Mungo's. She relayed to them with a laugh, all the while gripping her wand. Reparo, she chanted quietly, making the desk spring back into a fully repaired state at once, one that hopefully wouldn't collapse again. Now that I'm done embarrassing myself for the day, shall we begin? I don't think I've ever seen that before, Xenophilius whispered to Harry, who just nodded in response, silently agreeing with Xenophilius' statement. It was true, Harry had never seen such a thing take place before, as if a curse had been levied down upon the teacher and made everything bad happen, regardless of how slim the probability of it happening was. After all, how unlucky did someone have to be in order for the desk that they were leaning on to collapse while they leaned against it? It wasn't like she was heavy or overweight, either. She was an in-shape, skinny witch, who appeared to be lighter than many of the 7th-year girls in the class. Moonshine turned her attention away from the desk, standing at the front of the class and allowing all of the students to return to their seats and quiet down after the excitement. As you can see, I've combined the two 7th-year NEWT level defense against the dark arts classes into one. Moonshine explained the reason why all 4 houses were in the same class, a rarity in Hogwarts. It's still small enough that everyone can get the teaching they need, but large enough that we can hopefully get some real dialogue going during our sessions. She paused to gather her thoughts, thinking about how she wanted to go about what she was going to say next. So what should we study this term? Curses, spells, jinxes, perhaps. Because this year is so smart, we went over a lot more than we should have last term. We breezed through most of the 6th-year curriculum and were even able to get to some 7th-year things. As such, we have a few weeks to go over whatever it is that you want, and hopefully learn things that you think are useful, rather than boring ourselves by just reading from a book. The students all looked around at each other, breaking out into interested whispers and large smiles. What about the history of curses? A Gryffindor said first, raising her hand into the air, expressing her desire to learn about the most dangerous of all magic. She felt that the history of curses would be a brilliant subject to learn about since they all could potentially face many curses from the Death Eaters once they left Hogwarts. We can do that, Moonshine agreed, seeing the relevance and importance of such a lecture. I suspect you'll want to hear about the genesis of the Unforgivables, and a few of the more dangerous ones, is that right? Seeing the class nod, Moonshine resigned herself to teaching about the curses. Very well, we'll spend the first part of this half of the school year learning about the creation of curses. Is there anything else? More nonverbal spell work? Evan Rosier questioned loudly, making Harry reflexively turn his attention to the boy's desk, but his eyes predictably drifted over to Bellatrix next to the boy instead. She did not meet his gaze, though Harry knew she could feel his stare as she blankly looked down at her opened book. That is also doable, Moonshine nodded in the affirmative, personally believing that many of the students could use the extra time to enhance their nonverbal skills as most of them were subpar at the craft. And how about I add a topic? Historical duels between the dark arts and those using defense techniques, perhaps something like the epic duel between our headmaster and the dark wizard Grindelwald. Yes, many of the students grinned, excited at that topic, having never heard about the duel before. The meager information that they had heard about it was that it was described by eyewitnesses as the greatest duel ever, a description that they hoped would prove true. Good, and after we are done with those subjects, we will move into the topic of this year. Undoing dark charm effects and healing curses, jinxes, hexes, and beast attacks. Moonshine recited, informing the students about everything they would learn in the coming classes. I don't have a lecture planned today, so if you want, I can open the floor up to all of you to ask me questions regarding your nonverbal spell work, and I can critique wherever it is that you are having problems. Soon enough, the class ended, and Harry started to pack up his things. He put his book in his bag, scooped up his parchment and ink bottle, and pocketed his wand. Harry, a female voice said from behind him as he got to his feet and threw his bag over his shoulder. He turned around to see who it was, and was surprised to see Professor Moonshine, who was standing a few steps away from him. Do you think you can come to my office before dinner Thursday evening? She questioned him, looking back at him curiously. Ah, sure, Harry nodded, wondering what it was the witch wanted to talk to him about, inwardly hoping that he wasn't in trouble for anything. She smiled and nodded her head, before walking back to the front of the room to prepare for her next class. With a cocked brow, Harry made his way up to the door, intending on going to the Great Hall for lunch. Bellatrix silently walked by him with her group of Slytherin friends without so much as a look, earning a sigh from him as he waited for Xenophilius and Derek Jordan to get their things together. Once his friends met him in the hallway, he headed down to the Great Hall and took a seat at the Ravenclaw table, which was situated next to the Gryffindors. The poor Hufflepuffs, meanwhile, sat scrunched in the center between the Gryffindors on one side and the Slytherins on the opposite. He quietly made a plate of food, keeping his eyes firmly on his friends, unlike what they usually did, where his gaze would move around the hall to watch the students of Hogwarts. "I didn't know Bellatrix Black was made head girl," Gaspard Shingleton said conversationally, watching as Bellatrix left the Great Hall, her gold badge pinned visibly on her robes. Harry's stomach jumped at the mention of Bellatrix, and he looked down at his sandwich, a bit sick. "I thought it would be Alice, or maybe even Emma. She is the smartest witch in our year," Bertram replied knowingly, having sat next to the witch during the OWLs, where she breezed through most of the exams, especially charms. "She may be a snob, she may hate every one of our mates save for Derek and Xenophilius because of our blood, may be able to curse us all into next week, may not actually talk to people outside of Slytherins, and may not be well liked by anyone, but when it comes to her grades, she's qualified enough," he added with a wry grin, aware of how that exactly sounded. "Speaking of smartest, you know who got the most OWLs last year?" Greta suddenly said, changing the subject away from Bellatrix. "Apparently James Potter did. I wish I had the talent to not do any work like he does and still get good grades." "He's lazy," Harry questioned, a bit saddened to hear that Snape's description of his father seemed to be true in that regard. While Harry himself had been quite lazy in his own time, it was not a quality that he admired in anyone, let alone his father, whom he had looked up to since the day he learned about his wizarding heritage and it was revealed to him that all of the stories the Dursleys had told him about his parents were untrue. "He's pretty brilliant, but he and his mate Sirius do absolutely no work it seems like, but I don't know if I'd call him lazy," Greta answered honestly, shrugging a little, not really willing to go so far as to call him lazy. "It's actually pretty weird when you think about it, because they spent nearly every day from second year on in the library until everyone else started to study for the OWLs at the beginning of last year and they just disappeared." Harry cocked an eyebrow at what Greta had said, immediately realizing what she meant by it and why the duo had disappeared. She didn't know it, but James and Sirius were not in the library to study for their classes whenever they were seen there. Instead, they were there to gather information in their pursuit of becoming animagi. Presumably, once they finally did become animagi or were ready to try the transformation, James in the form of a stag and Sirius in the form of a black dog, they had no need to spend time in the library anymore and resultantly never went there. As such, while everyone else construed that as them working hard for class during their early years of school, they were actually working on something entirely different. "You remember when I hit them both with those dung bombs?" Bertram grinned, remembering to the time when he threw a few dung bombs at the two Gryffindors during his 5th year. The bombs had hit James in the shoulder, and created a hallway stained by a terrible smell with both Sirius and James standing at the epicenter. "Didn't they engorge your skull for that?" Derek replied with a cocked eyebrow, recalling that incident vividly. The smell had lingered in the hallway for weeks after that, with many students deciding to eschew it and risk being late to class by walking completely out of the way to get around it. "And you had to spend like a week in the hospital wing." "Ah," Bertram sighed in embarrassment, looking down at his food, his grin fading from his face all the while. While Sirius and James had received detention for it, Bertram still had spent many a night trying to get the pair back for that, but he had yet to come up with a suitable plan of revenge and was now beginning to doubt that he ever would since he was running out of time. After all, it was his last year in Hogwarts. "What about you and Mary, how did you two do?" Gaspard questioned Greta, ignoring Bertram for the time being. While they had been friends since their first year, Bertram was an idiot in his mind, a lovable one, but an idiot nonetheless. Greta shrugged indifferently, seemingly not as concerned with her results as most people were. Going into the exams, she had only wanted to do well in the subjects that would help her future career. She didn't care what she received outside of those. "Not bad, not great, but not bad. I did very well in charms and good in potions, which is all I was really hoping for. Mary did okay, too," she said, referencing her good friend Mary McDonald, a 6th-year Gryffindor. Wait, you're a sixth year? Bertram questioned, seemingly surprised by that fact. He had thought she was a seventh year like the rest of them, what with her hanging out with Harry and Xenophilius and being the girlfriend of Milton, another seventh year, albeit a Hufflepuff. I completely forgot that about you. But weren't you in our apparition class last year? Her birthday falls after September 1st, so she is our age but below our year. And since she would be eligible to take her apparition test the first Hogsmeade weekend after school starts this year, but before the class is offered again, she was allowed to take the class, along with everyone else that falls into that category. Xenophilius answered, as he stared up at the ceiling, seemingly counting the clouds that were in the sky. He thought he saw a cloud that was shaped like a blibbering humdinger, but it disappeared before he could get a better look. Greta said, looking over to Xenophilius, thoroughly shocked by his lucidity. The reason he gave for her being in the apparition class the previous year was exactly correct, as her birthday was in late September, just after the cutoff, and as a result of that, she was older than most of the other sixth years. Thank you, Zeno. The Raxperts are gone, Zeno grinned, his gaze moving from the clouds to Greta sitting across from him. It was my pleasure. What about some other scores, do you know them? Harry asked, wanting to see if she knew how his mother did. While he had always assumed that his mother was quite the student, he wanted some tangible proof on the matter. He wanted to know how bright of a witch she was to see if his beliefs about her met with the reality. I only know the ones that did well, since people don't admit when they did poorly, Greta said, thinking about it, trying to remember what she had heard through the gossip on the Hogwarts Express. Severus Snape did well, came in right behind James, same with Sirius. Lily Evans. Harry inquired specifically, hoping he wouldn't come off as too direct. He knew that Greta had seen him talking to Lily a few times, so he hoped that she figured he was just asking because they were friends, which was more than a reasonable belief. She did very, very well, behind the aforementioned boys, but very well. Greta replied, earning a smile from Harry. I heard that she got 8 OWLs. I'm not definitively sure about that, but that's what Mary told me and they're pretty good friends. The table drifted off into various conversations after that, but Harry's mind lingered on the OWLs and Greta taking them the previous year. He was proud of his mother and his father, as well as Sirius, for the grades that they received, even if the guys had gotten a reputation for being lazy. He reasoned that the laziness perception was probably an offshoot of their arrogance and all the time they had spent becoming animagi, a notably difficult art to master, one that he presumed wasn't accomplishable by people that were lazy and had a lack of resolve. Still, something didn't seem right to him when it came to Greta being in sixth year, though he couldn't quite place it. He had known all along that she was in her sixth year, as the pair had met because her friend Mary McDonald had been hexed by Rodolphus Lestrange and his gang, but the fact that she took her OWL exams the previous year had entirely slipped his mind up until that point. Wait a minute, Harry said slowly, recalling the day by the lake where Snape had been hung in the air by his father. His voice drew Greta's attention, as she stared back at him, cocking an eyebrow, looking at him expectantly. You were sitting with us around the lake when an OWL exam was happening, you know, that day when Severus Snape and James Potter had their spat. That was Care of Magical Creatures, I didn't take that OWL. Greta replied, turning her attention back to a group of sixth-year girls, leaving Harry to his thoughts. Care of Magical Creatures. Harry whispered slowly, visions of Snape's memory coming into his mind. That doesn't make any sense, he thought to himself, I swear that was the defense against the dark arts exam when I saw it. Shaking his head in utter bewilderment, he returned to his lunch, deciding to think about the topic later. Before Harry knew it, it was the next Wednesday, which found him walking up the stairway to Dumbledore's office. He had gotten very little done in regards to Dumbledore's notes since his return to Hogwarts, being too busy with his schoolwork to do very much. Additionally, Bellatrix had continued to ignore him, which somewhat saddened and depressed him, distracting him enough that he could not focus on the notes for the time being. When he arrived at the top landing, he saw that the wooden door in front of him was closed, so he waited patiently until it opened, assuming that the headmaster was meeting with someone before him. He could hear muffled voices behind the door, but from his spot on the opposite side, he could not make out who they belonged to or how many there were. And that should be all. Dumbledore smiled to the two young people that were sitting in front of him, One was a male with short brown hair and brown eyes, while the other was a female with black hair and violet eyes. They both had 2 golden badges that were engraved with a large H over the Hogwarts coat of arms fastened to the outside of their black school robes, signifying their status as the head boy and the head girl of the school. Stitched over the left B, east of their robes was a stylized emblem of Hogwarts in the colors of their respective houses, Slytherin for the female and Gryffindor for the male. "See you next week, Headmaster," Frank Longbottom nodded, getting to his feet and heading towards the exit. He opened the door and looked back at Bellatrix, expecting her to be there, but walked out alone when he saw that she was waiting behind, seemingly needing to talk to the headmaster. "Headmaster," Bellatrix started, hanging back, allowing Frank to leave by himself. She looked down at the aged wizard with her violet gaze, a blank expression on her face. "I have a question for you." "Yes, Ms. Black," Dumbledore inquired, gazing up at the young witch through his half-moon spectacles. He waited patiently for her to speak what she wanted to say, already anticipating why she was there. Bellatrix stared at the headmaster for a few silent moments, before opening her mouth and talking in a low tone. "Why did you make me head girl?" she asked cautiously, wanting to know the answer to the question that had plagued her since she first received her badge with her Hogwarts letter a month prior. "You were one of the people at the top of your class," Dumbledore answered obviously, knowing how skilled and intelligent the witch standing in front of him was. While her scores in all classes were good, her most promising course was Charms, where she had earned an outstanding in her OWL exam. "You deserve recognition for that. But being head girl isn't solely based on grades," Bellatrix acknowledged, noting the other traits that came into the decision of making someone head boy or girl, such as leadership, helpfulness, character, and participation. "And there are countless of other witches who are near my grades and have been a lot more active in the Hogwarts clubs over the years. Plus, with my reputation." Dumbledore inwardly praised Bellatrix's modesty, knowing that it was a big step for her to admit what she admitted. "I believe in you, Ms. Black," Dumbledore said, looking at her through his half-moon spectacles, his blue eyes twinkling. "And I believe that my choice was the correct one, and hopefully, you'll see that in the future." "But why?" Bellatrix prodded, trying to get him to reveal more information, trying to get him to say what she needed to hear. "You know why," Dumbledore reaffirmed her patiently, wanting to impart to her that she already knew the answer to her questions. "You know why." "No, I don't," Bellatrix replied, shaking her head in the negative, though she wasn't angered by his answer. Instead, she was confused by it, not understanding why the older wizard believed her to know the answer for herself. "If I did, I wouldn't have asked. If you didn't know why, you wouldn't have to ask because the question of why you were made head girl would never cross your mind. Instead you'd just ignorantly accept it without question, assumedly reveling in the prestige that it brought." Dumbledore responded easily, seeing the internal struggle that the girl was having. He didn't know what brought it up, but he understood that he couldn't answer her questions as thoroughly as she wanted him to. She had to do that on her own. "You asking why I made you head girl is proof positive that you do indeed know why, Ms. Black," he finished, privately hoping that his gamble would pay off. Biting her lip, she gave Dumbledore a perplexed nod before heading to the door, hearing voices talking behind it. She opened it with a twist of the brass knob and met Frank and Harry, the pair engrossed in a conversation about something or other. "Are you going to the dueling club meeting next weekend?" Frank questioned interestedly, wondering if Harry would be at the club. "Yes, so long as you are. I want a rematch." Harry grinned at the other wizard, appreciating the competitiveness between them. While he didn't know much about Frank, he did know that the wizard loved his future son immensely, and if Frank was anything like Neville, he knew that Frank was a good man. Just as good as he was a wizard, which was saying something, considering Harry knew Frank to be one of the best wizards in the year. "You got it," Frank smiled back with a nod of his head, expecting it to be as exciting as their last duel was. Just then, Bellatrix took a step out of the doorway, and Harry flipped his eyes over to her, but she looked away nearly instantly, ignoring him and his gaze. Without saying a word, she walked between Frank and Harry, and made her way down the stairs, leaving Harry to frown as he watched her go. "Bye Harry," Frank said, not noticing Harry's expression as he followed Bellatrix down, presumably heading back to the Gryffindor common room, while Bellatrix went to the Slytherin one down in the dungeons. "See you, Harry whispered, turning and entering the office, closing the door behind him. He sighed deeply, and the brief frown that had crossed his face moments prior disappeared, not wanting to seem sad or disappointed in front of the headmaster. "Hello, Professor," Harry said, taking the seat across from the Great Wizard, a sight that he had grown accustomed to over the course of their relationship. "Hello there, Harry," Dumbledore smiled, getting up from his chair and walking over to the cabinet on the opposite side of his office. He opened the wooden door and reached for a bottle, before pouring himself a glass of an unknown, amber-colored liquid. He offered some to Harry, but the boy politely declined with a quick shake of his head. "How are you classes going so far?" Dumbledore questioned interestedly, like a grandfather would a grandson, as he returned to his seat with his filled glass in hand. "Great," Harry answered, furrowing his brows in thought, going over the subjects in his mind. "I'm going to enjoy this year. It'll be difficult, yes, but a good kind of difficult. Potions will be good, charms a bit tough, and transfiguration is hard as usual, but defense against the dark arts and herbology are both fine." "I'm glad to hear that." Dumbledore flashed a smile, enjoying the younger wizard's enthusiasm and zest for life. "Professor Telemus relayed to me last year that you did not know what you wanted to do after Hogwarts. Have you made a decision since that time?" "Not yet." Harry shook his head in the negative, biting his lip nervously. "I wanted to be an Auror so badly this time last year, at least I thought I did, but I'm not sure that's for me. I don't want to fight if I don't have to, even if I think the Aurors are doing the right thing. The classes you have chosen leave a lot of options open, which is good, so whatever you do end up choosing, you'll have a great opportunity to pursue it." Dumbledore replied, earning a nod from Harry in response. "Perhaps being Auror isn't for you, but maybe teaching is or hit wizarding or curse breaking, all of which will certainly fit your skill set, I feel. I remember when I was your age I had yet to choose a career path, as well. I knew I wanted to do something in Transfiguration, but it wasn't until a few years after leaving Hogwarts that I joined with the alchemist Nicholas Flamel and became an alchemist myself. I learned a lot in those years between leaving Hogwarts and joining with Nicholas. I grew as a wizard, made some mistakes, had a few heartbreaks, but found myself, which gives me confidence that you can do the same." Harry stayed silent for a moment, thinking about all that Dumbledore had relayed to him before he perked up. "Speaking about Professor Telemus, sir, she knows my secret," Harry said, a hint of worry in his voice, though not so much so that it seemed that he was overcome with fear. "I didn't bother thinking about it last year because nothing came of it, but I just remembered it now and I thought you should know." "I do know," Dumbledore replied, using his hand to stem any response from Harry. "As a seer, she somehow knew the second she laid eyes on you that something wasn't right, that you weren't from this time. She came to me, not long after she first saw you, explaining her concerns. I relieved her of them by telling her that your real name was Harry Potter, that you had my trust and that I knew your story, but she does not know anything more than that, at least from me, so do not fret. And even if she did, she is trustworthy and would not divulge your secret very easily." "Oh, okay, good," Harry sighed in relief, trusting Dumbledore's actions on the matter. While he still wasn't sure how he felt about Telemus knowing his secret, he had no reasons to doubt her as she had always been helpful and kind to him since his entrance into her Ravenclaw house, offering him an ear to talk to whenever he needed one and advice when he was first learning how to apparate. "Yes," Dumbledore nodded, hoping to ease any of Harry's concerns. Then, he too went silent for a moment, briefly thinking of a question he wanted to ask the younger wizard. "Harry, may I ask you something about your time in the future?" "Certainly," Harry said, cocking an eyebrow, wondering what the headmaster wanted to know. Dumbledore had asked about the future the week before, and Harry had revealed to him the prophecy that connected Voldemort and Harry, the one that intertwined the respective fates of the pair. "Did you ever have a defense against the dark arts professor more than once?" he inquired, having a gnawing feeling that he already knew the answer. This was the first summer in many years that he did not have to hire a new defense against the dark arts professor, a fact that did not go unnoticed by him. It was like clockwork to him. He would hire a professor, and by that same time the summer after, he'd be hiring a new one following an accident, an incident, or some other odd occurrence that had befallen the previously hired professor. Harry furrowed his brows in thought, trying to recall all of his teachers over the course of his schooling at Hogwarts. "Now that you mention it, no, I didn't." Harry answered, inwardly naming every defense teacher that he had had in his own time. I had Quirrell the first year, Lockhart the second, Lupin the third, Crouch the fourth, and then, well, let's just say not a very pleasant woman was teaching me during the 5th year. And now Professor Moonshine, who is one of the best teachers I've ever had. That's what I figured, Dumbledore whispered, bringing his hands into a steeple position in front of his face, as if a great wave of thoughts had overcome his mind. It seems that the jinx that Tom Riddle placed on the position has been broken. What, sir? Harry questioned with eyes wide in confusion and shock. He couldn't help but wonder how exactly someone went about placing a jinx on something intangible like a teaching job. To him, it seemed unbelievable, a thing beyond magic capability. Tom Riddle placed a jinx on the defense against the dark arts position. Tom Riddle was twice denied the post of defense against the dark arts, once by my predecessor Armando Dippet, Dumbledore answered, telling Harry his thoughts as he gestured to the portrait of a sleeping wizard behind him, the wizard who was known as Armando Dippet. And then once by me 2 decades ago, years after he was denied the first time. Subsequent to my denial of him, Hogwarts has not been able to keep a defense against the dark arts professor for more than a year at a time, with many professors having suspiciously coincidental endings. Until this year, Harry questioned, though it was more of a statement as he already knew the answer. Professor Moonshine had come back to Hogwarts. She had taught for the 2nd year in a row, which wouldn't have happened had the jinx been working. Precisely, said Dumbledore, agreeing with Harry's inquiry. It came as a great, and much appreciated, surprise to him when he did not receive an owl from Professor Moonshine during the summer in regards to her inability to teach like he normally would when it came to the position, and he was even further delighted when he saw her arrive at the castle a week prior to the welcoming feast in an effort to prepare for the coming year. I saved Professor Moonshine, Harry murmured softly, wondering if his actions played a part in the apparent break of the jinx. If I hadn't been there, she would have probably been killed. Yes, I heard, Dumbledore nodded, knowing that Harry's intervention was most certainly the cause of Moonshine being able to return to the position. In Diagon Alley, if I'm not so mistaken, a fact that makes this curiosity quite interesting in my opinion. Harry looked down at the floor, a gloomy feeling starting to well inside of him, as the memory of Greta taking the OWLs jumped to the forefront of his mind and he immediately realized what that had meant. Why did he want the post? Harry inquired in an attempt to change the subject and get his mind off of the dreadful realization, wondering what Voldemort would need with a teaching position when all he ever wanted to do was take over the wizarding world and destroy Muggles and Muggleborns alike. Did he actually want it? Oh, yes, he certainly wanted it, but he wanted it for other reasons outside of teaching, though that was certainly a part that interested him as well. Dumbledore answered, aware that there were certain qualities to the post that intrigued even dark souls like Voldemort. Tom Riddle had a band of friends, and I call them that for want of a better term since he had no emotional connection to them, while in Hogwarts, who all became the first Death Eaters. This gang included Lestrange, Knott, Mulciber, Rosier, Avery, names that I'm sure you recognize. They all traveled with Tom to the Hog's Head, in addition to Antonin Dolohov and Hector Pyrites who were a few years younger than them, to wish him luck in his pursuit to become a member of the Hogwarts faculty. Luckily, my brother Aberforth is the barman there, allowing me to learn about his true intentions much more easily, which played a part, however minimal, in my decision to decline his offer. What other reasons? Harry asked, in a curious tone, wanting to know why else the most evil wizard in all of history would want to spend his time inside the halls of a school. To him, Hogwarts was all that was good and nice in the world, a place of innocence, of light and peace, which was far from the darkness that Voldemort represented. I have ideas, Dumbledore said, breaking his hands from the steeple position and reaching over to his glass, where he brought it up to his mouth and took a large gulp to finish it off. He looked at Harry as he placed the glass back down on his desk, a blank expression on his face. But no more than that. I see, Harry whispered understandingly, realizing he wouldn't get everything just yet. He was disappointed, certainly, but he was willing to accept Dumbledore not being forthright for the time being since the topic of conversation wasn't that big of a concern. Plus, he knew he was not in the mood to argue, being too preoccupied with thinking about both Bellatrix and what he had learned about Professor Moonshine just moments before. The room went silent for a second, the mood clearly changing, though it was not tense. I believe he wanted the privilege to enter the castle in order to delve into its secrets, Dumbledore suddenly said, deciding to inform Harry on his thoughts. Having seen the boy's countenance, even with Harry trying to mask it, there was something not quite happy about it. Additionally, I believe he wanted to find an heirloom of the Founders in order to use it as a Horcrux. And finally, I believe he wanted to taint the minds of the students, giving himself more support for his eventual war. What heirloom was he looking for? Harry inquired with a raised eyebrow, trying to decipher how much knowledge Dumbledore had on the subject. He was aware of a few items that the Dumbledore of his time believed to have been made into Horcruxes, but he had no idea when the Great Wizard had found that information out, or indeed, whether the Dumbledore that was in front of him had even begun to gather the information yet. While he waited for Dumbledore to answer, he also made a note to himself to finally figure out what exactly a Horcrux was, as he had yet to truly understand what the object did for Voldemort and why the Dark Wizard would commit himself to creating so many. He knew that it would probably seem absurd to the outside world that he was trying to discuss Horcruxes with the headmaster without understanding them exactly himself, when he could probably just ask the Great Wizard about them, but he didn't want to broach the subject of Dumbledore's notes unless Dumbledore himself spoke about them, so instead, he bit down on his questions, knowing that he would find out his answers in due time. One from Gryffindor, perhaps, Dumbledore replied with a slight shrug of his aged shoulders. But the only heirloom known is that hat, he said, pointing to the sorting hat that was placed on the shelf next to the desk. And his sword, Harry added knowingly, having personal experience with the legendary sword. It was a short sword that was encrusted with egg-sized rubies in the handle and adorned with the name Godric Gryffindor that was engraved into the silver blade. Beg your pardon? Dumbledore questioned in surprise, his eyes zooming to Harry. Gryffindor's sword, Harry repeated, motioning with his head over to the shelf that held the sorting hat. It's in the hat. I'm surprised you know that, Dumbledore admitted, looking over to the ragged, patched wizard's hat that could be seen in the office of the headmaster for the last 1,000 years. I myself found out about that little trick just recently. Of course, I've never actually seen the sword and didn't know if it was true or not until you just proved to me that it is, but alas, there are still countless of mysteries that Hogwarts has that even a headmaster cannot find. Perhaps I am not a true Gryffindor and won't be until the time comes where I am, if ever. He suggested, as he got to his feet and trekked over to the shelf that housed the hat, before gingerly running a hand over its brim. They say the sword was made by the Goblin King Ragnik, the greatest silversmith of the time, and being goblin-made, imbibes only that which makes it stronger. Harry opened his mouth to describe the sword to Dumbledore, having held it in his own hands once before, but opted against it for the time being, just as he had his questions about Horcruxes moments prior. Why does he use the heirlooms of the Founders to create his Horcruxes? Pure arrogance, Dumbledore said without hesitation, his gaze still set on the hat, which silently watched on. He is the most arrogant wizard this world has ever seen. Likewise, he is also one of the most talented wizards this world has ever seen, but he is so woefully ignorant on some forms of magic, and his use of the Founder heirlooms just proves that point. He is only sentimental about things that relate to him, that show his grandness, his splendor, not things that other people care about. Truthfully, in his deluded mind, the Founders' heirlooms are the only things worthy of his presence, hence his rancid use of them. As unwise as he is talented, as blind as he is aware, he is incapable of understanding the power of love and sacrifice. Even Grindelwald wasn't nearly as arrogant, or as ignorant as Voldemort is, which is saying something, in light of Gellert having a considerable ego himself. I see, Harry whispered, surprised by Dumbledore's candor. He had never expected the headmaster to answer the question so frankly, but now that he had, Harry couldn't help but take it as a sign that the relationship between the two was evolving into one of mutual respect and trust. He was also surprised that Dumbledore mentioned Grindelwald's first name, which reminded him about something he learned from Dumbledore's notes. The pair had been friends at some point in their lives. While he wanted to delve deeper into that friendship, Harry knew it wasn't the right moment, so stayed silent on the issue, once more holding his tongue. I believe Argos the Arrogant may have given him a fight for the title of most arrogant wizard, Albus. A former headmaster called from his portrait, making many of the other portraits that were listening to the conversation laugh out in agreement. Dumbledore gave a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, appreciating the joke but not finding it as funny as the older portraits had. Perhaps, Dumbledore mused finally, understanding that while Argos the Arrogant was quite egotistical himself, as his epithet suggested, he also hid a secret that not many were aware about and even fewer actually realized how important it was to Dumbledore's own life. It was Argos that had crept into a bedroom in the secret of night, under the cover of darkness, and killed Antioch Peverell and won the allegiance of the Elder Wand, a wand of great power that would one day become Dumbledore's. Tom has an abnormal attachment to things, to objects, not to people, so he is attached to trophies that make him feel even more important. I believe he is attached to this castle, just as you and I are, however warped that attachment is. His twisted sense of entitlement forces him to use the heirlooms because nothing else is worthy in his opinion. What did Voldemort do after he left Hogwarts? Harry questioned him, realizing that there were decades of Voldemort's life, from his time as head boy Tom Riddle to the Dark Lord Voldemort that Harry was ignorant about. Did he just study dark magic or did he actually have a job for a time? He was always studying dark magic, but he did have a job, Dumbledore answered darkly, knowing that a day never went by where Tom Riddle didn't dive deeper and deeper into dark magic, didn't delve further and further into the blackest of the black arts. He positioned himself in a situation that would allow him to secure the objects that he desired. Did he work in the Office of Magical Artifacts at the Ministry or something? Harry replied, assuming that would be a good way to find the objects. No, Dumbledore shook his head in the negative, knowing that the real answer would surprise Harry greatly. He was a procurer at Borgin and Burke's. Harry blinked at that revelation. He worked at Borgin and Burke's. He asked, slowly, disbelieving that Voldemort would be willing to work at such a menial job. Had Dumbledore not admitted that Voldemort was one of the most arrogant wizards to ever exist, yet he takes a job not only working under someone, but a job with such little prestige. Something didn't seem right to Harry about the situation with what he knew about Voldemort. Oh yes, Dumbledore smiled, turning back around to face Harry. Quite successfully, I might add. As a young, handsome, talented wizard, Tom Riddle used his charm to acquire magical artifacts from people at the best bargain possible for the shop. It was during his time working there that I believe he found the locket of Slytherin and the cup of Hufflepuff. And what? He stole them from Borgin? Harry asked, presuming that a killer like Voldemort would have no compunctions about stealing. After all, on the totem of evil, murder was a few pegs worse than thievery, and if one was willing to kill, that same person was probably more than okay with nicking objects. More like stole them both from a wealthy witch named Hepzibah Smith, Dumbledore said, as he poured himself another drink of the honey-colored liquid from the cabinet across the office, filling his glass up once more. Again, he offered some to Harry just as he had previously, but the younger wizard politely declined. He framed her house elf for her murder, too. Obviously, he never got caught for that murder. Harry sighed, wondering how Tom Riddle got away with so many of his crimes, ones that seemed to happen all of his life, before, during, and after Hogwarts. And he's used these items as his Horcruxes? He asked, still trying to see how much information this Dumbledore possessed already. He had a vague idea that the items were indeed used as Horcruxes, but he wished to hear it from Dumbledore personally, rather than rely on the notes given to him by his Dumbledore for fear that he was misinterpreting everything that he read. Without seeing them, I don't know for certain, but I think it's a reasonably accurate guess that he did. Dumbledore nodded, holding his glass in his hands as he stared out of the window and over the Hogwarts grounds, a relaxed quality about him. Especially taking into consideration the information that you gave me the last time we spoke. I didn't know whether he did or didn't before that time, but now I'm fairly certain of it. What kind of powers do the locket and cup possess? Harry inquired, aware of the great powers and abilities that the four founders had themselves. He wondered if the heirlooms had any powers for themselves, as he had felt the cold metal of Gryffindor's sword, had felt its strength in his hands, but didn't know about any abilities that the sword had, if it had any at all, outside of just being a sharp, durable sword that was able to kill a basilisk. They say they have all different kinds of magic, both items, but I couldn't tell you. Dumbledore whispered ignorantly, having barely read about them except for a few brief, fleeting paragraphs to assure him that Gryffindor did not leave any other heirloom for Tom Riddle to seek out. However, being that it was a goblet or a cup for Hufflepuff, I'd wager that it would never be empty once it has been filled with liquid. As Dumbledore turned his gaze away from the window and walked back around his desk with his glass in his hand, Harry looked down at his pocket watch and noticed the time. "I guess I should get going," he whispered, rising to his feet, knowing that he still had to do homework before bed, as well as the fact that Dumbledore probably had some work to do himself. "I'll see you next week, Professor." "Bye, Harry," Dumbledore replied, regaining his seat behind his large oak desk. Fawkes cooed behind him, apparently saying goodbye to the younger wizard just as his master had. "Before I go," Harry started, recalling something that he had meant to say earlier, turning around to face the headmaster. "I think I misspoke last week. Voldemort actually has 5 Horcruxes by now, not 4. One of the Horcruxes, the diary, was apparently one that I destroyed on my own during my second year, which I mistakenly wrote off as having already happened because it's in my past." 5, Dumbledore noted, committing the number to memory. "I shall remember that. Thank you for relaying it to me, Harry," he said, as he sloshed his drink around in his glass, a pensive expression on his face. With a nod goodbye, Harry left the office, walking down the stairwell, through the halls and into the Ravenclaw common room. Quickly, he hurried to his room, needing to talk to Remus as soon as he could. Noticing that Gaspard was the only one there and that the boy had his curtains drawn on his bed for privacy, Harry jumped into his trunk, closed the top and rushed over to the journal that held Remus' personality. With his mind still lingering on the consequences of saving Professor Moonshine, he wanted to find out what else his appearance in Hogwarts had changed, if anything at all. He knew there was one potential change that he had found on his own, but in order to be sure, he had to find out from someone who was there and had witnessed it firsthand. "Remus," Harry wrote quickly, his quill gliding swiftly along the blank paper as words formed from the ink. "Do you remember Snape's worst memory? The one that I called both you and Sirius to ask about? Where my father hung Snape in the air. And Snape called my mother a—" He wrote, unable to bring himself to write the word mudblood, not daring to disrespect his mother, Hermione, or any other Muggle born with the slur. He hated the term and wished that it never existed, believing it to be a crutch for lesser wizards and witches to use when they had nothing else against someone. "Yes, did that just happen?" Remus wrote back almost immediately, before the letters were absorbed back into the pages as suddenly as they had come. "No, it happened last year." Harry promptly returned in loopy cursive, filling Remus in on knowledge he didn't have. "I have a question regarding that incident, though. What exam did that happen after?" "Defense against the dark arts. I remember because there were questions on the test about werewolves, and I made a joke that the werewolf was sitting in my seat." The journal wrote back, again lingering just long enough for Harry to read before disappearing, leaving a blank page once more. "It wasn't care of magical creatures." Harry questioned Remus more directly, making sure his hypothesis was correct. He remembered the memory that he had witnessed in the pensieve inside Snape's office during his 5th year, and the events that he had witnessed transpire with his own eyes were different, changed from what Snape's memory had told him. "No," the black ink replied in familiar cursive. "We didn't learn about werewolves in care of magical creatures until 7th year back then." "Thanks, Remus," Harry wrote, closing the journal, having received all the answers that he needed. He gave out a deep sigh as he looked down at the cover of the journal, before pushing it to the side and moving his gaze upwards. Harry stared straight at the far wall of his trunk's library, his mind racing, trying to go over everything that he had learned over the previous few days. The realization that he was changing the future immensely was beginning to dawn on him, like a cold wave of water being splashed suddenly in his face. He had never expected that even things that had nothing to do with him would be different, morphed from what they had originally been. While he had always known that things would change due to his presence, he had no idea they would be so drastic and happen so quickly, and he just hoped that he hadn't altered the past so much that it affected things that he knew to be, which would make all of his knowledge of the future obsolete and endanger countless of lives. If I changed a simple thing as the day an exam was taken just by being here, what have I done by revealing Bellatrix's future to her? He questioned to himself, horror-stricken by the possibilities, knowing that he may have made a mistake that could affect everyone, not just himself. What have I done? Harry awoke the next morning after everyone had already left the room for their classes. After readying himself for the day, he walked through the halls and down the stairs, before arriving in his Transfiguration classroom, deciding to skip breakfast, not feeling very hungry. Taking his usual seat, he stifled a yawn as he waited for the class to begin. McGonagall sat at the desk at the front of the room, seemingly preparing for that day's lecture. She had pieces of parchment littered across the top of the wooden desk, notes that she wanted to be sure to mention to her students. Harry aimlessly stared off, his mind wandering over a variety of things that had nothing to do with transfiguration. McGonagall rose to her feet when she saw the time, walking to the head of the class so all could see her. Since we are now finished with our review, I want to explain what we will be doing for the rest of the time here. For the first part of this year, as I told you all last year, we will be working on conjuration, a particularly difficult branch of transfiguration. She lectured with her voice stern and wise. It takes concentration and energy, so don't fear if you have trouble with it, you just need to work at it harder and it will come. For the second part, we will be working on human transfiguration, where I expect you to be able to transfigure a classmate into an animal of my choosing. She paused for a brief moment, allowing the students to think about what she had told them, before continuing on with the lecture. Conjuration, as the name suggests, conjures an item from thin air. The size and characteristics of the item depends upon your concentration, your skill, and your willpower. The more powerful and skilled a person is, the longer the conjured items will last. However, no matter how powerful a person is, a conjured item will not last forever, and usually disappears after only a few hours. Harry's thoughts drifted off to the various conjurations he had witnessed in his life. During his time at the Burrow, he watched as Mrs. Weasley seemingly conjured a sauce from thin air, though he didn't know how that was possible under the laws of magic that he knew them as. He had also seen Professor Dumbledore conjure things a few times, such as the massive amount of sleeping bags in his 3rd year, as well as the 2 plushy chairs during his 5th year when he was being tried by the Wizengamot. Finally, he had also witnessed Lord Voldemort conjuring a silver metal shield during his duel with Dumbledore, a feat that Harry had seen numerous times while watching the duel in his pensieve. If you open your books up to page 30, you'll see a spell that I want you to complete by the end of today's lesson. McGonagall said, drawing Harry's attention back to the class. The spell will allow you to conjure this cage. She whipped her wand and a cage just large enough to hold a parrot appeared on her desk, made of a dull black metal and adorned with tiny engravings of birds on its base. Harry opened his book and then looked over to the cage. He knew he could do it, after all, he had conjured something larger and far more intricate while practicing during the summer. Even still, he wanted to get it perfect, so he read over the spell's details, and went over the movements in his mind. Without his wand in his hand, he mimicked the movements, using his finger as the tip of his wand. After a few more tries, he felt ready to try, so he grabbed his wand and waited until McGonagall called him up. While he sat there, his mind drifted off to what he had learned the previous night, that he was changing the future. He didn't know why, but he was worried about that fact, more so than he had been since arriving over a year prior. He was worried that it would hurt him, perhaps make it so he never existed in the first place, though he didn't know or understand exactly how it would work. He knew that he wanted to discuss it with Dumbledore when Wednesday came in an effort to ease his concerns, his fears, and hopefully find a way to prevent any catastrophes. Eventually, his name was read out, and after shaking the negative thoughts from his head, he walked himself to the front of the class, where he conjured a near-perfect birdcage, albeit a tad smaller than the original. Overall, as McGonagall informed him, it was a passing attempt, one that showed that his skill in transfiguration was evolving. The class finished soon afterwards, and he returned to his room to study for the next day. Before dinner later that night, Harry arrived outside of Moonshine's office as she had requested of him, a nervous energy about him. He had no idea why she wanted to meet with him, though he hoped he wasn't in trouble for anything. He neared the door and gave it 2 quick knocks, announcing his presence to the witch inside. He heard some footsteps coming from behind the door before it was opened, revealing the older witch. "Hello ma'am," Harry said, his eyes meeting the witch's. She was wearing comfortable dark blue robes, lined with silver buttons, which hung loosely on her body. "Harry," she cooed, opening her door wider and allowing him inside her office. "How are you?" she questioned interestedly, hoping that one of her favorite students was doing well. "Not bad," Harry said, taking his first steps into the room, his gaze instinctively moving about. She closed the door and turned around to see him, running a hand over her forehead as he waited patiently for her to speak. "I bet you're wondering why you're here," Moonshine said upon noticing his demeanor, a smirk curling around the edge of her mouth. "Don't worry, you're not in trouble." A little, Harry shrugged, not allowing her to see that he had indeed been worried that he was in trouble. He should have realized that he couldn't be in trouble, he knew, since after all, he hadn't done anything bad up until that point. He watched interestedly as she walked back around her desk, and pushed in her high-backed chair, standing behind it as Harry raised an eyebrow up to her. "I wanted to thank you for your help in Diagon Alley," Moonshine said sincerely, staring right at Harry, showing him that she meant it. She reached behind her desk to a shelf that was fastened to the wall and grabbed a box wrapped in brown paper that looked like a Muggle package. "Thank you," she said honestly, handing the box over to the younger wizard to open. "You didn't have to do this, Professor," Harry smiled, grateful for Moonshine's kindness. He unwrapped the paper and found a large box of the most expensive and delicious fudge that Honeydukes had to offer. "Thank you, it looks delicious." "You're quite welcome," Moonshine smiled, appreciating his gratitude, though she knew she owed him much more than what a simple box of chocolate could offer. "You handled yourself well in the alley. Can I take it that you have actual experience fighting dark wizards?" "Ah," Harry grinned, knowing that she wouldn't believe the real story if he told it to her. "Yeah, you could say that. I should have known." Moonshine nodded in understanding, cognizant that real-life practice was even better than book reading in many cases. "Thinking about it, you can clearly see it in your dueling technique. That's not a dueling form that is taught through books, it's real-world experience bleeding into your technique." "I suppose that's true," Harry nodded, knowing that he had yet to read any books about dueling and simply went on gut instinct. "Do you like teaching here, Professor?" "Oh yes, very much so," said Moonshine, a broad smile appearing on her pretty face as she thought about the joy that teaching younger people brought to her. It had always been her dream since she graduated from Hogwarts a half of a decade prior to come back and teach, and she was proud of herself for accomplishing that dream. "It's in my blood." Harry questioned with a raised eyebrow, intrigued by what she had meant. "My father was a teacher here a long time ago," replied Moonshine, illuminating her background for Harry as she took a seat in her chair. "He taught potions for exactly 2 years before resigning and focusing on developing the potion that made him relatively famous, the one that suppresses a hag's desire for human flesh. Professor Slughorn took over for him when he left, and obviously, has not relinquished the post since." Then, seeing Harry still standing, she gestured to the chair in front of her desk. "Come, sit." Harry nodded, accepting the offer, crossing the room and taking a seat in the wooden chair. "Thank you," he said, as his gaze moved around the office once again, looking at all of the knickknacks and interesting items that it had to offer. His attention was drawn to a portrait that was hanging off on the side wall, which was of a hag that had pale yellowish skin, green eyes, long white hair, and warts on both her forehead and the bridge of her nose. Overall, she was someone that was not easy to look at, and not someone that Harry would want to meet without a wand at the ready. Noticing Harry's gaze, she smiled, turning her attention to the hag portrait as well. "That's my mother," she said, revealing to him her most personal secret. While she didn't necessarily hide it, she very rarely informed anyone about her heritage, but she figured Harry would be trustworthy because of his last name and she owed him for saving her life. Harry's head snapped to Moonshine, who was smiling right back at him. "That means, you're half hag." "Yes," Moonshine replied softly with a slight nod of her head. "What, expected half of my face to be green and covered in warts?" "No," Harry exclaimed in the negative, not wanting her to think that he was in any way discriminatory. After all, he considered Hagrid, who was a half-giant himself, a dear friend, and never once questioned the man's heritage. "I was just surprised. I mean, you look great, and," Harry blushed, realizing how that came out. He meant exactly how it sounded, but he didn't mean to actually say it. She was a very attractive witch in his mind, and he knew most of the older students agreed with him. "Thank you, Harry," Moonshine grinned easily, trying to ease his visible awkwardness. She was flattered with his compliment even if it was a bit uncouth, and she was sympathetic to where it was coming from. She was just in her mid-20s and in the prime of her life, unlike many of the other professors, who were entering her already in their middle ages and beyond. "No problem, ma'am," Harry coughed, not daring to meet her gaze. He stared at the floor for a few moments, and then kept his eyes firmly on the shelf behind the professor as he heard her voice, trying not to meet her gaze out of embarrassment. "There is a reason why my father sacrificed most of his left thigh for his potion," Moonshine said in a wistful tone, making Harry wonder whether the professor had a good relationship with her father or not. "Once he mastered it, and my mother was able to suppress her more harmful desires, they had me, very late in life in Muggle terms, but middle-aged in wizarding ones." "I had no idea," Harry whispered, still a bit shocked at the revelation of her being half-hag. He had obviously previously heard of people being half-giant, and had even heard a rumor that Flitwick had goblin ancestry somewhere deep down in his family tree, but he never knew that hags could produce children with wizards before then. It was a fact that, while he wasn't shocked, he was a bit surprised. "Yes, well, luckily for me, I take after my father, who was quite handsome in his own right," Moonshine said with a laugh, appreciating the fact that she did not have the normal qualities and appearance associated with hags. "The only haggish tendencies I have are an unusual ability to wield earthen magic more easily and a taste for liver and onions." She finished with a smile, making light of her heritage's normal appetite for raw meat, which was a secondary delicacy after children. "Earthen magic, ma'am?" Harry inquired with a raised eyebrow, wondering what that was. He had never heard of the term before, not even in one of Hermione's useful, or in Ron's opinion, useless lectures back in his own time. "Yeah, spells that relate to stone, dirt, and everything in between," Moonshine informed him, aware that not many magical folk learned about it due to its limited abilities. "It's nothing special, wizards and witches can do it, it's just a matter that it comes more naturally to hags." "I never knew that," Harry muttered, intending to look into it further when he was done meeting with her. To him, it sounded very useful, especially in a battle against a Death Eater that took place outside. "Yes, well, it's not all that powerful, rudimentary really, hence most wizards and witches do not waste their time with it. It used to be a subject here at Hogwarts, but it was discontinued years ago as far as I know," Moonshine replied, knowing that earthen magic was very limited unless certain circumstances were met. "Hags aren't all that powerful, or magically, in truth. Isn't their magic limited?" Harry inquired with a raised eyebrow, remembering something about the beings from his first year. He knew that hags were the reason, along with vampires, that centaurs and merpeople refused being status by the Ministry, willing to take the status of beast in order to avoid being classified with hags due to the race's vicious nature. "Oh yes, they are not nearly as powerful as witches and wizards or goblins or elves, and only have limited magic within them like trolls," Moonshine explained with a nod. "But luckily, I again take after my father in that regard." "Interesting," Harry whispered, not knowing much about hags except for a few things that he had learned from Quirrell his first year. "Not that I'm ashamed of it, but I trust you not to mention my hag heritage, Harry," Moonshine stated, hoping to keep it as much of a secret as she could. "Your secret is safe with me," Harry nodded, understanding how damaging it could be to her career if it was announced to the world. He recalled how many parents called for Hagrid to be fired during his 4th year when his heritage was revealed, and he doubted a professor being half-hag would be accepted any more than a half-giant caretaker. "Can I ask you something, Professor?" "Certainly," Moonshine nodded, gesturing for Harry to continue. "What is the difference between Aurors and Hit Wizards?" Harry questioned, recalling how Dumbledore had suggested Harry could become a Hit Wizard, rather than an Auror, the previous night in his office. Harry had always assumed that the two were one in the same, just a different name used for the same position. Aurors investigate dark wizards, while Hit Wizards go after known criminals, Moonshine replied with a raised eyebrow, inwardly wondering if that was his intended career path. "Think of it as a totem. Magic squads investigate everyday disturbances or citations, Aurors search for dark wizards, and Hit Wizards go after criminals." Harry bit his lip in thought. Hit Wizarding didn't interest him either. While going after criminals was certainly a noble career, it still was a bit too tough for him to get behind. It wasn't that he didn't want to do something that would apply his defense skills, it was that he knew he was in for a long fight against Voldemort and he didn't want to have his entire life be about fighting. He wanted to be happy, to enjoy using magic, not be reminded of the dark arts every time he picked up a wand. That wasn't to say that he wouldn't defend anyone that needed help, for he would, it was just a matter that he didn't want to be paid to do it. You're bringing me back a few years by asking that question, Moonshine sighed wistfully, thinking back to her life before taking up the defense against the dark arts teaching position. You were an Auror? Harry asked, now knowing why she was qualified to teach defense against the dark arts in Dumbledore's eyes. A hit wizard, Moonshine corrected, recalling how she forewent becoming an Auror, even though she was qualified enough for it. Aurors went through concealment and disguise training, while hit wizards did not and instead focused more on capturing and dueling techniques, which interested her more. That's actually who helped me back to my home after the attack in Diagon Alley, an old hit wizard friend. Harry thought back to that day in Diagon Alley, and remembered how a man had helped her disapparate, which he had assumed at the time was her significant other, not a hit wizard comrade. Why did you give it up? Harry inquired with furrowed brows, curious as to why she would give up the position during such a time like the one they found themselves in, with criminals and Death Eaters rampant around the country. Moonshine shifted uncomfortably in her seat, as if Harry had encroached upon a private subject. I wanted to teach more than anything and I was only a hit wizard for 4 years, so I held no great passion for it, she finally answered, though Harry could tell it wasn't the entire answer and that she was withholding more information than what she had revealed. Think of hit wizards as a blunt instrument that comes in and helps end a situation that has already escalated, compared to an Auror who acts with pinpoint precision to prevent a situation and diffuse it before it reaches dangerous levels. Harry and Moonshine spent the next 20 minutes or so talking about nothing in particular, with both learning more about the other. Before long, Harry was preparing to leave, the box of fudge tucked protectively underneath his left arm. Thanks again, Professor, this is great. Thank you, Harry, Moonshine smiled, rising to her feet and walking with Harry to the door. If you need any help or just need to talk, feel free to ask. Will do, Harry nodded in the affirmative, knowing that he would take that up sometime, though he would never reveal his secret to her, especially after the learning what he learned the day prior. Good night, he said, and then opened the door and stepped out into the hall. Bye Harry, Moonshine waved as the door closed. She gathered a few pieces of parchment from her desk before walking across to the portrait of a troll, which opened up as she approached and revealed a small tunnel that led to her quarters. Immediately upon her entering the tunnel, the portrait closed back up, hiding the entrance from view once more. The next day, a lazy Friday evening, found Harry sitting in his bed, reading for his Transfiguration class. While many of his NEWT-level classes were difficult, the most challenging of all was Transfiguration, which was especially detailed and forced a person to take every quality and characteristic seriously. As such, he spent the majority of his free time reading about the various spells and transfigurations that he was expected to know, trying to prepare as best as he could so when McGonagall called his name, he'd be able to perform to a satisfactory level. When he was finished with the page that he was on, he flipped to the next page in his book and continued on reading until a voice drew his attention away from the book. Finally, a spot is open on the team. Derek Jordan sighed as he walked into the room he shared with his schoolmates, dropping his bag on the floor next to his bed. I've been waiting 2 years for a spot to open up. Keeper, right? Gaspard questioned, remembering how the girl that used to play had graduated the year before. They weren't known to be a very good team, having only won 1 game the year before, but Ravenclaws had high hopes that this year would be different, as they always did after a miserable season. Yes, Derek nodded enthusiastically, a broad smile appearing on his face. Tryouts are in 2 weeks. Think any of you could help me practice? Throw quaffles at you, you mean? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Sure, I'll help, he said, sizing Derek up with his eyes. Certain body types fit the positions of Quidditch, and to him, Derek was a nearly perfect fit for the keeper position, being tall and lean, allowing him to fly fast, but also have enough length on his arms in order to block the quaffle more efficiently. Me too, Bertram nodded in agreement, willing to help out his friend, as well. I'll do anything to get out of doing this work, he said, gesturing to the 3 wide-open books that he had in his lap. Great, let me get changed and I'll go sign out the practice set. Derek clapped, rushing to his drawer to get his athletic clothes. He quickly threw on his clothes, and then grabbed his broom from under his bed and started getting it ready for flight, making sure everything was in working condition. He meant now. Harry mouthed silently to Bertram, who shrugged with a smile. Sighing, Harry closed his books and jumped off his bed to get ready, starting to get excited at the thought of riding a broom again. Plus, he figured, it would be a good distraction to get his mind off of Bellatrix and the changes to the world that he was making, which still concerned him a great deal. About 20 minutes later, Derek, Harry, Bertram, and the Hufflepuff Milton Curd were all walking down the dirt path that led to the Quidditch pitch, brooms in hand. Additionally, Derek held a red leather quaffle tightly in his right hand, cradled near his stomach, like one would carry a baby. As they neared the pitch, they saw a small group of Gryffindors already using it, flying around with one hand on their brooms and the other holding their wands. As the group would near each other, they would each send a spell at one another, trying to blast the opposite person off of the broom until only one person was left, who would be declared the winner. It was an incredibly dangerous but exciting game called Broomditch that wasn't played very often by normal people. Darn, Derek muttered disappointedly, upon seeing the pitch occupied. Maybe we can share, Milton asked hopefully, not seeing why each group couldn't take half of the pitch. Let me do the talking, everyone, Bertram grinned, stepping forward, having a relationship with the group that was using the pitch. Oi, Potter, he called out into the air, hoping that James would hear him. Harry's eyes bulged and he immediately looked up to the sky, having not seen that it was indeed his father and his friends before Bertram notified him. Aubrey. James Potter smirked, changing directions and flying down to the group. Behind him, Remus, Sirius and a boy that Harry did not know all flew towards the group as well, but were not nearly as fluid as James had been. Even further behind them, Peter Pettigrew was flying down to the ground, more wobbly on a broom than a first year. While James was the best flyer, Remus and Sirius were good enough, the fifth boy that Harry didn't know was skilled as well, and Peter was shaky, clearly not enjoying himself all that much. Think we can use the half of the pitch, Derek here needs some practice. Bertram said, slapping Derek on the back, making the boy drop the quaffle to the ground. So I see, James replied with a hint of skepticism in his tone, watching as Derek bent down to pick up the dropped quaffle. Then, a mischievous smile took shape on his handsome face, thinking of something that would entertain him for the day. How about we play you instead? There is nothing like actual game experience, am I right? Come on, what say you? You have 5 members, Milton said, looking behind James to the 4 that stayed hovering a few feet away, watching the exchange interestedly. Peter doesn't count, he can't fly, Sirius barked with a loud laugh, as he came around and wrapped his arm around the smaller Peter Pettigrew. You're not the best either, Sirius, Remus remarked, defending his friend and earning a glare from Sirius. While he enjoyed both James and Sirius' sense of humor, he didn't like how they sometimes ragged on Peter, even though he knew that both cared deeply about the less talented wizard and would protect him from anyone and anything. Fine with me, Derek nodded, knowing that James was one of the best chasers at Hogwarts and it would be great practice for him. He mounted his broom, tossed the quaffle over to Bertram and flew in the direction of the far goalpost, intending on using the extra time to prepare himself. I actually have to leave, so the numbers issue is a moot point, the boy that Harry didn't know said, jumping off his broom and putting it over shoulder. I'll see you guys later, he said, walking up the path that led to the castle in the distance. Bye, Remus called out, as the others silently waved. Sirius, man the goal, Remus, Peter, you're with me. James shouted, rising high into the air, ready to play. First to 10 points wins. Harry, Bertram, and Milton all mounted their brooms, passing the quaffle back and forth as they levitated into the air, loosening up a bit. Harry, do you want to take the center position? Bertram questioned, having previously seen how fast of a flyer Harry was the few times they had flown together the year prior. He was probably the only one that would be able to keep up with James, who was an extraordinary flyer in his own right. With a nod from Harry, they all got in position, and Harry stared across the pitch at his opposite on the other team, his own father. A nervous excitement overcame, realizing that he was going to be able to fly with his father for the first time in his life. While it wouldn't be what would normally be expected of a father and son flight, it was still thrilling for Harry to experience something that many wizards took for granted. He had seen his father play Quidditch the year previous during one of the games that he had attended, and was quite impressed with James's skill, though Harry knew he could fly better. Shall we? He heard James yell out, and looking between Milton and Bertram, Harry flew off with the quaffle in hand, zooming across the pitch, starting the match in full. James and Remus came flying towards him, while Peter held back, apparently being employed as an extra line of defense. As James neared Harry, Harry ducked under the wizard's move for the quaffle, spinning expertly and tossing the quaffle over to the open Milton. Milton flew into the other team's zone, before passing it across pitch to Bertram, who was wide open. As it arced in the air, Remus flew towards it, outtracing both Bertram and Harry, before scooping it up and zooming away from his goal. Remus quickly chucked the quaffle forward, allowing James the opportunity to dive down and get it as it plummeted to the ground. Before James could reach it, however, Harry speeded downwards and grabbed the quaffle, keeping it in the other team's zone. He swiftly tossed it to Bertram, who zagged around the much slower Peter, and threw it towards the left hoop. Sirius batted it away with his hand, and then flew down to grab it as it slowly fell to the ground. He tossed it over to James, who circled back and scanned the pitch, trying to figure out the best way to score. Seeing an opening, he zoomed forward, leaning over his broom to make it go faster. He entered Harry's team's zone, but as he neared the goal posts, he was cut off by Harry, who stole the ball from his hand and tossed it over to Bertram. "Nice one," Derek called out, surprised by Harry's flying ability as James was the best flyer in Hogwarts at the time. It seemed like Harry was a near equal. He was a bit faster than James was, but not nearly as elegant on the broom. Bertram quickly passed the quaffle over to Milton, who immediately chucked it towards the goal. It flew just a foot out of reach for Sirius and soared through the hoop, scoring the first goal of the game. Grumblingly, Sirius quickly scooped up the falling quaffle, and threw it over to Remus, who tossed it to James. James flew with it in his hands, dodging both Milton and Bertram, and throwing the quaffle towards the goalposts. Derek easily grabbed the quaffle in midair with a smile, and then tossed it over to Harry. Harry flew down the pitch, faking passes and feigning shots to draw the defenders, before he zipped towards the goal, tossing it into the hoop on the far right, scoring another point for his team. Catching it as it fell to the ground, James angrily took the quaffle, flew between Milton and Bertram, and just as he was about to throw it towards the goal, he tossed it over to the wide-open Remus, who easily scored. Derek flipped the quaffle to Harry, who flew down the pitch with it and, after a few clever passes, scored once more for his team. Back and forth the teams flew, scoring and stealing the quaffle, each team staying within range of the other for a time, but Harry's team predominantly controlling the lead. Eventually, the game was finished with Harry's team winning by a score of 10-6. While Remus, Peter, and Milton returned to the castle, Harry, James, Sirius and Bertram all stayed behind, tossing quaffles at Derek. Derek was, Harry saw, a relatively decent keeper, but nowhere near the standards of Oliver Wood. He was a mediocre flyer, but his athleticism, limberness and long arms made up for it, as those physical traits allowed him to reach many quaffles that would be unreachable by shorter keepers. Harry had no idea if he would make the team, but the chances of him earning a spot certainly weren't bad. "You were pretty good, Dumbledore," James said, his breathing a bit heavy as they both flew down to the ground once they were finished. "You didn't play chaser at your other school, though, I can tell." "How?" Harry questioned as he landed, looking over to his father with a raised eyebrow, wondering how the boy had deciphered that. "You're sloppy with the quaffle," James answered, landing next to Harry and hoisting his broom over his shoulder as they started walking up the path. "You're slow in your quaffle transfer from one hand to the other. And your arm strength isn't very good." "Is that so?" Harry replied with an amused smirk, knowing that all of those traits that James had mentioned were what made for a great chaser. "Yes," James nodded in the positive, confident that his assessment of Harry's Quidditch skills was correct. "But you're too good of a flyer to not have played Quidditch. And from the looks of you, tall and thin, I'm guessing you weren't a beater. And with your flying ability, you probably weren't a keeper, either, which leaves only the seeker spot." "Very intuitive of you," Harry said with a smile, impressed with his father's deductive reasoning. He knew his father was smart, but this was the first time he had seen his father's wit in person, and if he was honest, it was quite remarkable. "I was a seeker, you're right. Bad luck you were sorted into Ravenclaw then. They're the only ones that didn't need a seeker either last year or this," James noted, having personally selected the new Gryffindor seeker the year prior as captain of the Gryffindor team. "If I was meant to play Quidditch while at Hogwarts, I would have been sorted into a team where I could have played," Harry replied easily, knowing it was true. Back in his own time, he got to play 4 solid years of Quidditch, and it would have been 5 if Quidditch hadn't been cancelled due to the Triwizard Cup, which was more than many other kids could say they had played. I'm okay with it. Lucky for Gryffindor then, James murmured quietly, desiring nothing more than a Gryffindor win in the Quidditch Cup, save perhaps for a date with Lily Evans. Our seeker isn't nearly as good as you would be. I'd fear for our chances at the Quidditch Cup if you were on Ravenclaw, who would be pretty strong with you on the team. Once they were up at the castle, they all parted ways, with the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws heading to their respective towers. Think you'll make the team? Harry questioned Derek once they arrived back in their room a few minutes later, wanting to gauge how confident the boy was in his abilities. Harry hoped that Derek would indeed make the team, since he knew how much the wizard loved Quidditch. After all, it was basically all he talked about. I hope so, Derek whispered, tucking his broom underneath his 4-poster bed for storage. I guess we'll see. That weekend, Harry walked down to the dueling club meeting, with Xenophilius, interested to see what it was about. They were some of the first to arrive, so they stood to the side of the platform that was in the center of the Great Hall, whispering amongst themselves. There were a slew of younger students in the hall, 3rd and 4th years, all talking animatedly with their friends, clearly excited at the idea of a dueling club, having never experienced it before. As Harry's gaze moved around the hall, he noticed there weren't very many older students, barely any 6th years of which to speak and even fewer 7th years, which Harry found as strange. Additionally, there were a few teachers spread throughout the audience, mingling with their students and talking amongst members of their house. Hi Harry, Frank Longbottom said in his thick northern accent as he walked up to the Ravenclaw, his arms crossed in front of him as he surveyed the room. Hey Frank, Harry replied, turning around to face the other wizard. How've you been? He questioned, having not spoken to the boy other than a few hellos since that night in front of Dumbledore's office. Not bad, Frank sighed with a frown, turning his attention back to Harry. They were alike in body build and of near equal height, each being around 6 feet, with Harry being just a tad shorter of the pair. What about you? Do you know what we're actually supposed to do here? Not really, said Harry with a shake of his head, having no more information than anyone else. While he had tendered his acceptance of dueling captain to Moonshine the year before, she had not given them any knowledge of what those duties would actually include. Are you going to be captain? I'm going to try, yeah, what about you? Frank questioned back, hoping that he wouldn't be the only one from the dueling tournament to be a dueling captain. Same, Harry agreed, before noticing that someone was missing from Frank's side. Where is Alice? He asked, having grown accustomed to always seeing Alice and Frank together, like 2 inseparable complements. It was sweet to him to know that no matter what they did or where they went, the pair were always together, which made it even more heart-wrenching to know that, in the future, they would be in St. Mungo's together, after suffering the same fate at Death Eater's hands. She didn't feel like coming, Frank shrugged, turning his gaze to Professor Moonshine, who had just arrived and was walking up to them. Gentlemen, Moonshine started, stopping a few feet in front of them. I'm glad to see you both here. I was wondering if you guys would like to show the younger students how a duel works. Moonshine questioned, looking back and forth between Harry and Frank. You know, a rematch from your duel last year, so to speak. Sure, Harry nodded enthusiastically, excited at the prospect of getting a little atonement from his defeat. He knew this time he was prepared, less arrogant, and more focused on his skills, compared to last time where he was nonchalant and allowed himself to be distracted while dueling. More than willing, Frank grinned, wanting the challenge that Harry presented him. While his father had trained him, other than a few duels with Death Eaters the previous summer, he had yet to really be able to stretch his skills, and he longed for the chance to see what he could do against a relatively even opponent. Moonshine smiled appreciatively, before hopping up onto the platform that was centered in the Great Hall. Welcome to the first meeting of the dueling club, Moonshine bellowed, spinning around on the platform so she could get a view of everyone that was there. We are all not only here to better protect ourselves and learn to defend ourselves in case of danger, but also to have fun and enjoy our time together. To that end, I will appoint a captain for each house's dueling club, and give them a guided plan to teach you, which will allow you to learn in a more relaxed atmosphere. After 15 or 20 minutes of lecture, we will then have a duel for all to see, Only older students will be allowed to partake in this duel, I'm sorry to say, to anyone younger than 5th year. There was a loud groan from the students, presumably the 3rd and 4th years, that were disappointed at the announcement. Now, don't be like that. We have a special treat today, Moonshine's voice called out with a chuckle. Our 2 dueling finalists of last year's tournament have graciously agreed to give us a show in order to provide a few pointers to our newcomers. There was an excited round of applause, and Harry and Frank both stepped up onto the platform, a sense of familiarity between them. Harry had been disappointed with himself when he felt defeat at the hands of Frank the year before, and worked tirelessly during the summer on his magic in order to be as strong as he could. He had learned many jinxes, many hexes, and even a few curses, plus a plethora of charms and transfiguration spells in order to be prepared for any duel that he should have against a Death Eater. Additionally, he had worked on his own spell, the Sleepy Charm, mastering it to the point that he knew it would offer an ace up his sleeve as no one else in the world, save Edgar and Bellatrix, knew about the spell. Harry and Frank are also going to be the captains for Ravenclaw and Gryffindor respectively, while Hufflepuff and Slytherin's captain size will be filled within a few meetings. Moonshine lectured, hoping one of the older students in the Hufflepuff and Slytherin houses would step forward. The point of this club is to learn and master general dueling techniques that will help regardless of the context they are being used, whether you are fighting off an attack or entering a dueling tournament after you graduate from Hogwarts. Now, without further ado, let's watch a duel. Notice their technique, their mannerisms while they duel, as that will translate, regardless of how skillful you are with a wand or how many spells you know. Should we use American rules or European? Frank questioned Moonshine lowly, curious as to what rules she wanted them to use during the duel. What's the difference? Harry asked, not knowing there were different rules for the various dueling confederations that were scattered around the world. American rules allow you to move side to side, whereas European you can only move forward or backwards except for a few steps, Moonshine explained to Harry in a quiet voice. Use American rules, and as for the spells, the same rules as the tournament. You must abide by the laws of the Ministry of Magic, no intent to severely injure, and if you are knocked unconscious, disarmed, or thrown from the platform, you lose. Then, looking at each dueler, she said, "Duelers bow." Both Frank and Harry gave a respectful bow to one another, dropping their heads and bending at the waist. At the ready, go. She finished, before jumping off of the platform to watch the duel, having been entertained by the last meeting between the pair. Harry stared at Frank, wanting the man to make his first move. As if on cue, Frank launched a spell at Harry that sailed swiftly through the air, before being batted down to the ground by Harry with a well-placed shield. Back and forth spells zoomed from the wizard's wands, a flashing of blues, purples, and yellows, a plethora of jinxes and hexes and charms being said by each. Just as Harry was about to send a hex at Frank, the other wizard sent a blast of brown light at Harry, whom had to dodge to the left in order to avoid the attack. In retaliation, from his spot on the platform, Harry pointed his wand down at Frank's feet, spoke the necessary incantation, and transfigured the wizard's shoes into stone, nearly knocking him over as a result. Immediately following, Harry sent the disarming jinx and a stunner Frank's way, hoping for an early victory. Acting quickly, Frank summoned a shield to protect himself from the 2 spells that zoomed his way, before working on fixing his shoes. The 2 spells ricocheted off of his shield, making the energy shimmer like a ripple in a pond, leaving him defenseless for the time being as he tried to transfigure his formerly leather shoes from stone back into leather. Seeing a chance for attack, Harry sent another stunner Frank's way, and followed it immediately up with a body-binding jinx. Knowing that he would be unable to summon another shield in time, Frank transfigured his shoes back into their normal texture and then quickly dove to the ground to avoid the spells, rolling onto his back to watch as the 2 spells flew over him and into the wall in the distance. From the ground, he shot a disarming jinx at Harry, using that as cover in order to rise from the platform. Harry summoned the shield charm, negating the jinx, and then took a step back, allowing Frank the time he needed to get back to his feet. Rising from the platform, Frank smiled and wiped the sweat off his brow, enjoying the battle that Harry was giving him. "That was nice," he said, trying to catch his breath. "What was that, the stiffening charm?" "Something like that," Harry grinned, not wanting to reveal his secrets. "Do you guys want to stop?" Moonshine quickly questioned, doubting they would want that, but offering the chance. She saw their heavy breathing, both boys clearly tired from the impressive action already. "Not unless we have to," Frank said, keeping his gaze on Harry, who nodded in agreement. Then, without warning, Frank sent out a spell that Harry did not know. The spell was a cannonball-looking burst of energy that sailed through the air at an incredible rate of speed. Not being able to identify the spell, and being incapable of distinguishing its properties, Harry swiftly conjured a small, circular, archaic iron shield and held it tightly in his arms, knowing that the spell may go through a magical shield, but certainly not a physical one. He peeked over the edge of the shield, and seeing the spell zooming towards him, he braced himself for impact, intending to use all of his strength to stand his ground. Frank's spell smashed against the shield, eliciting a loud gong sound, and pushed Harry backwards due to the amount of force it applied. Again and again, Frank sent the spell at Harry, pushing him further and further back each time the spell made contact with the shield, like a battering ram would push a wooden door. Finally, Frank put a great deal more energy into one last spell, which knocked Harry off of his feet and down to the platform, the shield disappearing in thin air as if it evaporated. Frank whipped his wand downwards at Harry, making Harry roll over as another spell came zipping down at him, scorching the part of the platform where he was just laying. Frank continued his assault, moving closer and closer to the downed wizard, forcing Harry to roll back and forth over the platform, dodging each new attack that came. After another 2 or 3 times, Harry was finally able to get back feet and summon the shield charm to protect himself from another attack that flew his way. Harry parried the attack, and sent it straight back at Frank, who dodged out of the way expertly, unperturbed by his failure. Frank backed away from Harry, creating more space between the pair as he tried to catch his breath. Once again, he had put a lot of energy into that attack, expecting it to have worked since it was a very difficult spell to perform. He knew that, if it was anyone else in Hogwarts, even the other noted wizards and witches around their year like Bellatrix and Sirius Black or James Potter or Barty Crouch Jr. or Severus Snape, it would have probably worked, but Harry was different. Harry was a very skilled duelist, more so than anyone else their age. The other aforementioned students may have been smarter than Harry or more skilled than him in using magic, but none of them were better duelists, though Frank knew not where Harry had learned such skills. Harry grinned at his opponent, enjoying the rush of excitement that dueling Frank brought to him. With his eyes entirely on Frank's wand hand, studying it to make sure Frank wasn't preparing for an advance against him, he contemplated a plan of attack, trying to think of a spell that would end the duel. He knew that normal tactics wouldn't work because they would be easily blocked. His next attack would have to be something new, something that would confuse Frank and overcome his defenses. As he stood there, watching Frank catch his breath, a small smile came to his face, knowing exactly what spell he was going to use. Enervate, Harry thought to himself, motioning with his wand. He had found out during the summer that his sleepy charm, the spell he had invented months prior, only worked properly when performed nonverbally, though he had no idea if it was just him that couldn't do it or the spell had a defect that prevented it from working when spoken, or at least a lot less effective. Regardless, he watched as the orange spell zipped out of his wand and flew towards Frank, who was unable to dodge or summon a shield to protect himself due to the speed at which it came. As a result, the spell hit Frank straight in the chest, though showed no visible signs of damage. On the inside, however, Frank immediately felt it. He yawned and yawned as a great tiredness suddenly crept into his body. "What was that?" Frank sleepily asked, his mind trying to stay awake as the haze of lethargy stole over him. His eyes kept closing, before he would jerk awake, the effects of the spell doubling the tiredness that he had already felt. "What did you do to me?" Frank yawned once more, feeling his energy being zapped away quickly, as if he was running a Muggle marathon while standing in place. Harry grinned as he watched Frank stumble across the platform in an effort to regain his strength, too tired to walk straight. He knew that the spell wasn't nearly complete and would need a lot of tweaking and enhancing, but he was happy that he accomplished what he had set out to do months ago, invent his own spell. Hermione would be so proud of me, he thought to himself with a grin, knowing that his dear friend from his own time had invented the jinx that was placed on the Dumbledore's army parchment during their 5th year, a jinx that wrote the word, sneak, in boils on a person's forehead should they have gone against Dumbledore's army. "What spell is that?" James Potter said as he watched the duel, pushing himself off of the wall and taking a few steps forward to get a better view. He could see the potential in a spell that disoriented someone as much as Frank seemed to be, one that could potentially help him should he find himself in a duel with an equal opponent one day. Seeing his chance to finish the duel as Frank was still befuddled by what was happening to him, Harry swiped his wand horizontally to the platform and Frank's legs came out from under him, where he was slightly tossed a few feet into the air. Harry then immediately whipped his wand downwards like an axe, and Frank was thrown back down to the platform with a great deal of invisible force, as if a giant had batted him down from the air. With one final thrust of his wand, Harry sent Frank flying off of the platform, landing with a thud and skidding a few feet across the ground. Harry watched Frank stir, before getting back to his feet, half asleep but otherwise okay. "What a duel," Moonshine said loudly, hopping up onto the platform so everyone could see her. "Let's give a round of applause for our duelists," she yelled, gesturing for Harry next of her, who gave a small wave to the crowd. Harry then jumped down off of the platform, weaving his way through the crowd, some of them patting him on the back and telling him good job as he walked, until he reached Frank, who was still a bit dazed. "Well done," Frank nodded to Harry in his thick northern accent, stifling a yawn with his hand. His energy felt completely zapped from him, feeling like he had stayed up late the previous night. "Renervate," Harry recited, pointing his wand at Frank's chest, invigorating Frank so he wasn't so sleepy. Almost immediately, Frank felt a change, as if the great fog of lethargy was stripped from him. He felt back to normal, though still tired from the usage of his magic. "Better?" he questioned, knowing that it would strengthen him somewhat and end any further tiredness caused by the sleepy charm. "Thanks," Frank nodded appreciatively, glad to feeling relatively normal. He was tired, certainly, but not nearly what he felt when Harry's spell was in full effect. "No problem," Harry replied easily, not wanting Frank to think anything of it. A piece of chocolate or an invigoration draft would have worked too. "How did you get so much better than me?" Frank sighed, noticing the considerable skill that Harry had attained over the course of the summer. Before, Harry had been very skilled, but left himself open to attack. This time, however, his magic was greatly enhanced. "I guess I slacked off during the summer. Don't expect me to be so easy next time," he whispered with a smile, the flame of competition mulling inside of him. "I practiced a lot," Harry murmured, recalling the countless of days during the summer where he would just sit by the window overlooking Diagon Alley and just read a spell book. A few moments passed, before Moonshine began to lecture, informing the students of certain techniques that would help prevent injury. The lecture went over the basics, all of which were not too complicated that the younger students that were there couldn't understand the theory behind it. She mainly focused on the position of the wand in order to best protect oneself, with certain positions being quicker and easier to conjure a shield to block any curses. Soon enough, the club ended, and everyone dispersed, many students mentioning how they would not be returning unless they got chosen to duel. Harry walked up to the Ravenclaw with Xenophilius, walking through the throng of students that were gossiping and talking as they slowly made their way to wherever they were headed. "Frank is going to want another rematch," Xenophilius remarked once they arrived in the privacy of their room. Harry looked over to his friend, and after a moment, he gave him a smile, but said nothing. The Monday after the weekend, Harry sat in his charms classroom, watching as Professor Flitwick began his lecture about the most difficult charms the subject had to offer. "Wards," said Flitwick, gesturing to the book in front of him with his wand, "are defensive spells based around inanimate objects. While they aren't per se a magical practice, common linguistics call these defensive spells wards, instead of shields, which are based around a physical body." Many of the students moved their gazes over to one another, each confused by what the professor had meant. "Wards don't actually exist, you mean? Well, if you look in a charm spell book, you won't find the word ward anywhere in there, is what I mean." Flitwick answered with a smile, knowing that it was just an argument over semantics. Wards are often used to protect encampments or places, buildings, like Hogwarts itself. The founders of Hogwarts were all brilliant when it came to wards, each of them, so the school is surrounded by wards that envelope all the environs in and around the castle. The most famous of wards, of course, are the anti-apparition charm and the anti-disapparition jinx, which prevent the apparition and disapparition to end from a place, respectively. Harry skimmed through his book as listened to the conversation, disinterestedly reading some spells that he knew they would be going over during the year. As he turned a few more pages, his eyes fell upon a couple of interesting charms that he made sure to take note of, before Flitwick's voice brought him out of his stupor. Today, we are going to go over a particularly effective ward called the Anti-Hex Charm, which protects a plot of land from most hexes being cast towards the wards placed on an enchanted plot and deflects most hexes away. It is the most powerful version of the hex deflection spells that you performed in defense against the dark arts during your 4th year. Flitwick informed his students, having first-hand experience of the protection that the anti-hex charm afforded. The incantation is Salvio Hexia, and the wand movement is similar to the shield charm. The rest of the class opened their books to read about the charm, while Harry found the page a few from what he had been reading already. After silently reading for a minute or two, the students grabbed their wands and began practicing it. Eventually, there was a chorus of Salvio Hexias filling the room, each student trying to master the charm as quickly as they could. Flitwick walked around the room, critiquing the wand technique of the students, moving their arms and placing them in the exact position they needed to be if he saw that they were doing it incorrectly. Salvio Hexia, said Gaspard Shingleton, which elicited a wave of energy that crossed the room, making everyone that was touched by it shiver. He looked over to Flitwick for a nod of approval, but the diminutive professor shook his head, apparently dissatisfied with the result. Wards are not my strength, it seems, murmured a Hufflepuff, as everyone around her began to get the same response to their incantations. The class continued their efforts for the next 20 minutes, with the closest person coming to a triumphant try being Gaspard, who had yet to replicate the same near success that he had performed his first try. That is all for today, class, said Flitwick, clapping his small hands together after noticing the time. Be prepared for the coming months, as we will be going over the repelling charm, the unplottable charm, amongst other very difficult wards. The students all gave out a sigh of relief, exhausted from an entire session of performing the anti-hex charm. They all gathered their things, some conversing with their friends, while the others silently packed their bags, too tired to do anything else. Harry tossed his charms book into his backpack, and capped his bottle of ink and put it in one of his bag's pockets. He gestured for Xenophilius to wait for a moment as he pocketed his wand and moved towards the door. Mr. Dumbledore, Phileas Flitwick called out, hoping to get the younger wizard's attention before he left. Do you mind if we talk for a few moments? Sure, Harry agreed, waving for Xenophilius to go on as he stayed in class. He wondered what the diminutive professor had to talk to him about, as he had completed the spell he was meant to perform acceptably and wasn't behind in his work as far as he knew. What's up? I was wondering what you planned on doing after Hogwarts. He questioned, taking a seat in his chair. He could just barely be seen above his desk, with only his neck and head being above the wood. Specifically, I was wondering if you have ever given any thought about becoming a professional duelist. No, sir, I haven't actually thought about that, Harry replied, intrigued by the prospect. While he didn't want to fight with magic like he would have to do being an Auror, dueling was not a fight, instead it was a competition, it was for fun, not life or death, a subtle but tremendous difference in his mind. Admittedly, I don't know your situation, so I don't know what you're looking for out of a profession, but being a duelist can be a profitable career for some people in the fact that you can make a lot of galleons in winnings on the circuit. It comes with great fame, it's a great way to hone your skills, and quite honestly, it's the most fun you will ever have in your life. Flitwick informed him, knowing from experience that a life could be had solely by competing in dueling competitions and tournaments. Harry thought about everything Flitwick had said. While the money and fame wasn't really interesting to him, the other perks of the occupation certainly intrigued him enough to think about it further. I've never actually realized that before. That's surprising, Flitwick replied, having assumed that someone would have mentioned it to Harry. I've seen your duels, and you have an uncanny natural ability when it comes to practical magic. While your magical theory may need some work and is often subpar in the assignments that you have handed in, no offense, your practical portions are at the top of the charts. As such, a dueling career would be very, very successful and prosperous for you, I think. I'll keep that in mind, Harry said, biting his lip, knowing that whatever he decided to do in life would be made after Voldemort's defeat. I'll look into it. Can I talk to you about it later? Certainly, Flitwick agreed with a nod of his head. Feel free to question me whenever you want. Bye Harry, the little wizard said, returning to his work. Bye Professor, Harry replied, walking out of the classroom. He stifled a yawn as he walked through the halls, intending on going to his room and taking a long nap to rest up like the rest of the students that had been in that charms class. Wednesday night came, and with it, Harry found himself walking into Dumbledore's office and taking a seat in the familiar chair in front of the Great Wizard's desk. They made idle conversation as Dumbledore tinkered with an instrument, before the aged wizard got up from his desk and placed the instrument back in the cabinet from which it came. After closing the cabinet, Dumbledore walked around his desk and regained his seat, giving Harry a small smile as their gazes met. "Sir," said Harry, slowly, furrowing his brows, wanting to get something off of his chest. "I've noticed recently just how much I'm changing the future. Even things that have nothing to do with me have changed. I'm wondering, what happens if I change the future so much that I never come back in time in the first place?" "I'm not sure that's possible," Dumbledore replied quickly, wanting to squash any thoughts that Harry might have on the matter. "Whatever you change, will be the world. Don't think of yourself as going back in time, think of yourself as skipping into a new timeline. You're already here, another version of you does not need to come back to make sure you're here in the first place. Whatever happens, happens, but you're here in mind, body, and most importantly, spirit. You're here. That's it. That's all there is to it." Harry opened and closed his mouth a number of times, not knowing if he should feel relieved about what he had heard or not. "So I'll be safe. I won't fade out of existence." Dumbledore looked over at Harry, silently weighing what the wizard had said in an effort to best answer the question. "No, of course not, Harry. It doesn't do to dwell on such things, just live your life." He finally settled on, hoping that would suffice Harry. "I am, aren't I? Merlin." Harry sighed, though he seemed to be more disappointed than he was sad. He knew he would fight against Voldemort as long as he could, and he hoped that he would be successful before anything happened to him. "No," Dumbledore said in a calm but stern tone of voice, making sure Harry understood every word that he said. "While I can't say for sure, no one can, I wouldn't assume that is what is going to happen. In fact, I'd wager that it won't happen. I'm almost sure of it, but I feel it necessary to say that I don't know what will happen for a fact." "And if I change the future?" Harry questioned, wondering what the Great Wizard thought about it. "Then you change the future." Dumbledore shrugged almost disinterestedly, as if he didn't care one way or the other. "I'm not going to prevent you from living your life, if that's what you're asking. Live it, Harry, live it however you want. All I will ever ask, is for you to give these people a chance to live their own lives just the same and not hold them to the crimes that you believe they will commit." "Okay," Harry replied, looking down at the desk in front of him. Dumbledore bit his lip, trying to think of a way to get off of the subject. "How is your research coming along? Have you completed it?" he questioned, wondering how the younger wizard was progressing in his studies of the notes that were left to him by his future counterpart. "Not yet, I've been rather busy," Harry answered disappointedly, hoping that he would have enough time to get back to work soon. Dumbledore nodded, and began talking to Harry about nothing in particular, hoping to get the younger wizard's thoughts off of things that he had no business thinking about. They spent the next hour discussing whatever came to their mind, laughing whenever appropriate. Dumbledore could tell, not through legilimency but through human experience, that Harry wasn't in the best of moods, though the boy tried to hide it. He could tell that there was also something else, underneath his fears of the future that was causing his despair, though he did not know what that was and dared not ask unless the boy brought it up himself. Eventually Harry left Dumbledore's office feeling a bit better about his future than he had before entering. He walked through the halls of Hogwarts, slowly making his way back up to the Ravenclaw common room, intent on getting a good night's sleep. As he was passing the library, which was located below the Ravenclaw tower, he saw Bellatrix walking in the opposite hall, and he quickly hastened his pace, wanting to catch up with her to say something. "Bellatrix!" Harry called out, his voice echoing off of the cold stone walls. Bellatrix stopped where she was, but did not turn around, continuing to look forward instead, recognizing the voice immediately. "I understand if you don't want to talk to me, if you don't want to see me anymore, I get that. That doesn't make me happy, but I can understand it and I'll respect that. But, there's something that, it's just that, you can't reveal what I told you." "You can't." I don't know what it will do if you do talk to people about it. It may affect me in ways I can't imagine, or it may not, I'm not sure. But to be safe, please, I know it's a lot to ask, but please, keep my secret. Harry pleaded, watching her back for a few seconds. She did not move immediately, but then, just as silently as she once stood, she continued to walk, not giving Harry a response. Harry made his way out of the Great Hall after lunch the next day, heading up to his room to study for defense against the dark arts, where he had been assigned to read about the unforgivables for the next class. Dumbledore. A familiar voice called out, making Harry pause where he was standing and look around to see where the voice was coming from. What spell was it that you used against Longbottom during your duel the other day? James Potter questioned as he walked up to Harry, having followed him out of the Great Hall. I mean the one that made him stumble and whatnot. Harry gave a smirk at what his father had asked, having many people inquire about the spell over the past few days. He never answered those people, though, instead deciding to keep his spell a secret for the time being. One that I invented, Harry whispered, wondering if this was going to be his chance to finally befriend his father. The one that the Remus in the journal had suggested would come eventually when he first arrived back in time. While they had been on speaking terms for a while, he always hoped that a true friendship would blossom sooner or later, and he hoped this was the opportunity for that to happen. He turned back around and continued walking up to the Ravenclaw common room, James walking right next to him all the while. Can you teach it to me? Is it a charm? James asked, and then added lowly, because I hate the dark arts. It's a charm, yes, Harry repeated with a nod, not at all surprised by what his father had told him. He remembered how Sirius informed him once that one of the reasons that James disliked Snape was because of the boy's penchant for the dark arts, which James had hated with a passion. And I can teach it to you, sure. Go on, James prodded, gesturing for Harry to continue. He hoped that he would be able to learn it as soon as possible, believing it to be useful in a wide variety of areas. You mean right now? Right here? Harry asked, surprised, stopping in the middle of the hallway as many other Ravenclaws were walking around him and up to the common room. Why not? James shrugged, not seeing the harm, as Remus and Sirius came up behind them, joining the duo. Harry moved his gaze over Sirius and Remus, trying to stop the smile that was appearing on his face. Okay, he said, turning his attention back to his father, who fixed his glasses while he waited for Harry to continue. It's called the sleepy charm, and it makes people tired and weaker. The more tired they are naturally, the more it affects them. Nice, Sirius muttered, knowing that it would be used wisely, and broadly, against the Slytherins. Hitting a Slytherin with one of those spells would make it that much easier to hex them, he knew, as they would be too tired to even cast a simple shield charm to protect themselves. You saw the wand movements, right? Harry questioned them, and after seeing James's nod, he finished by saying, the incantation is, enervate. It takes a while to get it, so don't feel bad if it doesn't work at first. It works best as a nonverbal. James took out his wand and practiced the wand movements a couple of times, before looking up to Harry to get a reaffirming nod. Thanks, Dumbledore, he said smiling, slapping Harry on the back. We're playing Quidditch tomorrow afternoon. How about you get those Ravenclaw mates of yours to form a team and play us, what do you say? Consider it repayment for the spell. Harry blinked at the offer, having never expected it. Ah, sure, Harry said, trying not to be too enthusiastic, though inwardly giddy at the prospect of playing Quidditch with his father again. I'll ask if they want to play later. Okay, see you, James replied, turning around and walking off towards what Harry knew to be the Gryffindor Tower. He toyed with his wand a few more times as he walked before pocketing it, apparently satisfied with his understanding of the wand movements. Later, Dumbledore, Sirius nodded to Harry, while Remus waved, each heading down the hall as James did moments prior. With large smile on his face, Harry turned and headed into the Ravenclaw common room, excited at the developing friendship that he and his father had. While they weren't quite friends yet, he knew they were close. He went up to his bedroom, grabbed his Defense Against the Dark Arts book, and hopped into his bed, intending on reading in the comfort of his blankets. With his book held up on his legs, he began reading the chapter that was assigned for the next class, hoping to get it done as soon as he could in order to work on Dumbledore's notes. After nearly 2 hours of reading, Harry finished his assignment and jumped down into his trunk, knowing that he had to spend the rest of the night in there in order to catch up on his work. The next morning, Harry sat in his chair in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Professor Moonshine, meanwhile, was at her desk, staring at the students as they all took their seats. "Hello class, as a brush-up before today's lecture, we should all remember that the dark charms incorporate the funny but irritating jinxes, the hurtful but ineffective hexes, and the worst of all forms of magic, the dangerous and powerful curses." Moonshine lectured, rising to her feet and walking to the front of the room where everyone could see her. "Today, we will be starting off our lessons of the history of curses by discussing the most evil of all curses, the one that spreads fear throughout the wizarding community, the killing curse. The worst of them all," a student exclaimed, earning a nod from the professor. Nearly every student in the room had seen the horrors of the curse for themselves, having witnessed either someone kill with or be killed by the green light during the troubling times they grew up in, each affected by the war against Voldemort one way or another. The killing curse, Moonshine started slowly, planning on going into more depth about the history of the curse than many books on the subject did. She and the rest of the Defense Against the Dark Arts department had painstakingly researched the curse over the past week, spending countless of hours perusing the restricted section for the information that they needed. Was invented by North African wizards in the early Middle Ages, around the year 600 or so, which is also known as the Dark Ages. Some say it was invented in order to fight against the Byzantine wizards that started to encroach into Africa, but we don't know the exact reason it was created. It could have been a flight of fancy for some dark, evil wizard for all we know. What we do know, however, is that it was and still is an extremely powerful spell that destroyed entire armies in single nights. It wasn't invented in Britain. Rabaston Lestrange said, surprised by that revelation. He had thought that since it was so prevalent in the British wizarding world around them, it was the creation of a British wizard, not a wizard from someplace else. "Oh, no," Moonshine shook her head in the negative. "Most spells that we use today weren't. In fact, I'd estimate that you only have 2 or 3 spells in your entire arsenal that were actually created in Great Britain or Ireland. Admittedly, Britain has had its fair share, a tremendous amount in actuality, of great wizards and magical evolutions and inventions, but not everything magical comes from here. Then why do we know about it?" A female Gryffindor questioned, wondering why the spell was even known by them in the first place. "How come it didn't stay in North Africa?" "I'll get to that," Moonshine smirked, admiring the curiosity of the class. She had anticipated many of their questions when planning her lecture, and knew that she would answer nearly every one during the lecture itself. It was a relatively unknown spell, a secret for many centuries, and only entered the British wizarding lexicon after the Norman invasion by William the Conqueror. William employed many Norman wizards, all of whom learned of the technique from the Moorish dark wizards south of them on the Iberian Peninsula, in exchange for land grants or other valuables. It's one of the very reasons why William was able to win. The curse was impossible to block, but the English wizards did not know that at the time, since the masses had never heard of it or seen it before then. Who knew that all they had to do was pick up a Muggle shield that was made of metal, and they may have been protected from the curse, and maybe even stopped the invasion as a result. Harry's ears perked up at the mention of William the Conqueror. He recalled how Bellatrix had mentioned the king's name when talking about the Malfoy estate, and briefly wondered if what Bellatrix and Moonshine had said were related to one another. His eyes drifted over to Bellatrix, who was lazily sitting in her chair in the center of the room, not looking like she was paying much attention. Shaking his head, he cleared his mind and turned his attention back to the professor, who was now answering more questions from the students. "Wizards and Muggles fought together to stop the invasion?" Evan Rosier asked, a sneer appearing on his face as if the very thought of Muggles and wizards interacting disgusted him. "Oh yes," Moonshine nodded, educated to the fact that the world was a very different place before the Statute of Secrecy was adopted and wizards and Muggles had to live in separate worlds as a result. After all, the Norman invasion is probably the most well-known out of the few all-out battles that involved both Muggles and magical folk. William the Conqueror and Harold Godwinson both employed wizards, or mages as they were called in that context, spilling a lot of magical blood for a thoroughly unmagical war. While the Muggles fought with spears and swords, and shields and armor at the Battle of Hastings, on the opposite side of the battlefield, hidden from Muggle view, the wizards and witches fought with wands. Moonshine sighed, as if she was disappointed with what she was lecturing. Overall, the Norman invasion played a quintessential part the development of today's wizarding world, at least in this country, I mean. Without it, I'm not certain we would have many of the practices that we do today. When you said all they had to do was pick up a Muggle shield, what do you mean by that? Derek asked confusedly, having always known the curse to be impossible to stop. Once it came at you, you were dead. I thought you couldn't block the killing curse. Moonshine shifted where she stood, a bit uncomfortable talking about actually executing the killing curse. It was not something she wanted to teach, as she knew that, potentially, some of her students would find the need to actually use it in their lifetime due to the war against Voldemort. What she didn't know as clearly was which side they would be fighting on. The killing curse is impossible to block by magical shields, and I mean anything formed of. And by magic. If you use the shield charm, it'll pass right through it as if you never summoned the shield in the first place. What about shield that is conjured, like what Mr. Dumbledore did in his duel against Mr. Longbottom not a week ago? It'll pass right through it, plus that conjuring spell isn't very common as it is. It's the only known spell that has that ability, as many spells would be blocked by a conjured shield. However, the killing curse can be blocked by natural objects of requisite thickness and is so unconnected to your body that it constitutes a separate article. What I mean by that is a solid metal shield, held away from you. It can block it, most likely, though obviously it depends on the circumstances. A papier-mâché shield on the other hand would be incinerated and you'd be dead. And it has to be unconnected to your body, as let's say you wore metal armor like a Muggle knight. It is connected to your body enough that it'll just act as an extension to it and you will die if you are touched by the curse. Why doesn't a conjured shield work? A student in the center of the room asked, not really understanding why a shield couldn't do what it was supposed to do in shielding someone from danger. She could somewhat understand why a magical shield made of energy didn't protect someone, but not why a conjured shield, made of the requisite thickness, couldn't protect someone. That's the design of the spell. Moonshine shrugged, being like the rest of the wizards and witches the world that were incapable of ascertaining how the killing curse did exactly what it did. It's a very, very, very evil spell. There are other spells that kill in application, but none of them were outright designed to destroy the person who stood in its way. Spells that are still known and used today, I mean. It's right there in the etymology of the curse, Avada Kedavra, which loosely translated means, to be destroyed now. It is, quite simply, the most evil and powerful curse there is. It goes against nature itself. Luckily, it takes a lot of power, concentration and emotion to perform, which prevents its broad usage, in addition to its immediate sentence to Azkaban, which also acts as a deterrent. How does the killing curse actually work? Questioned the Hufflepuff Emma Wainscott, wondering why people couldn't be healed from the curse. As a future healer she was most interested in why, with all the healing spells in the world, the damage couldn't be undone and the death, healed. I mean, how do you actually die? Does it separate your soul from your body or something? It's a powerful curse, and there is no reason for the death. You're alive and then you're not. Moonshine shrugged once more, wanting to instill in them that their questions were unanswerable, that no one but the ancient math magician that invented the spell had the answers they sought. The effect of the curse is death, nothing else. Like the effect of the entrail expelling curse is that your entrails are expelled from your body, or like the babbling curse makes you babble endlessly, there are no causes for these curses, they just do as they are said to do, like magic does. Eventually the class ended and Wednesday night came, which found Harry sitting in front of the desk of Albus Dumbledore once more, a common occurrence since his return to Hogwarts for his 7th year. He had spent the entire day reading Dumbledore's notes in preparation for the meeting, not wanting to disappoint the older wizard in not being able to answer his questions as he had the previous week. He wanted to be organized, to be ready to answer any question or comment Dumbledore had for him, should the older wizard have a question regarding the future. So there he sat in the familiar seat, talking quietly with the headmaster, waiting patiently for the questions to come. "How is your research coming along?" Dumbledore sure enough inquired late in the night, as their tongues started to tire and the conversation began to run dry. "Have you found the time to read anything?" Harry gulped down as he stared at the headmaster, suddenly nervous about what he had to ask Dumbledore. "Yes, I have, thankfully. It's going good," Harry replied, not really knowing what to say in order to find out what he needed to find out. He knew it was a tender subject, and he didn't know whether Dumbledore would answer him or not, which made him hesitant to ask the question in the first place. "Sir, I've been going over your notes and books for a while now, but I still don't understand something." "What is that?" Dumbledore inquired, keeping his gaze on Harry interestedly. "What a Horcrux actually is," Harry answered, finally admitting to the Great Wizard that he was ignorant about how Voldemort's Horcruxes helped him and what purpose they actually served. He knew they dealt with murder and death, though he couldn't quite figure out their place in Voldemort's schemes. "I've looked and looked, but there is nothing on the matter in the library. Admittedly, I haven't gotten through every single one of your books, page for page, but I feel like not knowing it is making me fall behind a bit." Against my beliefs, Dumbledore started, getting to his feet and walking over to a bookshelf that was behind his desk. He reached down to the bottom shelf and picked up a large tome with a cover as black as the night sky, before coming back over to his desk and retaking his seat. "I am going to answer that question. You see, once I became headmaster, I took the only book that mentioned Horcrux out of the library, for fear of where it may lead. Do you have this tome in the books I gave to you in your own time?" he asked, allowing Harry to take a peek at it from his seat. "I think I do, actually," Harry nodded, remembering having seen the cover once before. He had tossed it to the side upon seeing it since it felt evil and dark to him, and had only briefly thumbed through its pages, reading it preliminarily, having intended on studying it last along with a few other of the more unsavory books that Dumbledore had bequeathed him. However, in that thumbing over the months, he had never once seen the book go into any depth on the subject of Horcruxes. Instead, he had only seen tiny blurbs that alluded to death and murder but nothing more. "Page 178 will answer your questions," Dumbledore informed him, knowing the exact page that the author went into a deep discussion about the nature of Horcruxes. The technique for splitting one's soul had been in practice as far back as ancient Greece, but it had been the great wizard Herpo the Foul that had infused that soul bit into an object and created the first Horcrux 2,500 years ago. "Thank you," Harry said, handing the book back to Dumbledore, who placed it onto his desk and pushed it off to the side. "Do you have any other questions regarding your research?" Dumbledore inquired, assuming that there were other things that Harry needed help with, as well. "Just one," Harry replied, remembering the rune that he had Derek translate for him months prior. While he knew what it meant, he did not know what it was referring to and why it was in the book in the first place, though he presumed that it was something important. "I came about a scribble in the margins of a Beetle the Bard story entitled The Tale of the Three Brothers." Dumbledore squinted at Harry underneath his half-moon spectacles, instinctively shifting in his chair, as if Harry had said something wrong. "I know it very well," Dumbledore whispered, his voice carrying around the office. "Not one of my more favorite tales anymore, but I remember it fondly." "This scribble was in ancient runes," Harry stated, before he was interrupted by Dumbledore. "Right, just as the original version of the tale was written," Dumbledore noted, having personally translated an original copy of the tales written by Beetle into English one summer when he was still a student in Hogwarts. "And when I translated it, I came up with kill inanimate, but when my friend Derek, who is good in ancient runes, translated it, he came up with deadly objects at first and then changed it to deadly relics." Harry informed the headmaster, hoping the great wizard could answer his question and explain to him what the rune meant. He said that it had a more holy connotation than objects allowed. "This was in the tale of the three brothers, you say?" Dumbledore asked, and after seeing Harry's nod, he grabbed a piece of parchment and a quill and began to draw a large ancient rune in the center of the page. "Did it look like this?" he questioned, flipping the piece of parchment over and allowing Harry to see the rune that he drew. "Yes, exactly that," Harry agreed with an enthusiastic nod, recognizing it from the book. It was the exact replica of the rune that Harry had showed Derek to translate the previous Christmas break after he had read every tale in the book more than once in an effort to truly understand their meanings. "It means Deathly Hallows," Dumbledore whispered, staring down at the rune, having long since grown accustomed to its appearance. "But Deadly Relics or Relics of Death are quite good translations, so give Derek my regards," he replied, and then adding with a grin, he said, "Kill inanimate, not so much, though. True wisdom is not knowing everything, but rather knowing when to reach out for help." Harry grinned back, admitting to the fact that he was absolutely awful in the subject of ancient runes, having only preliminary knowledge of it from when Hermione had discussed it in his own time. In fact, He knew he was awful in most subjects, which was why he dedicated so much time to the ones that he did excel at and only took 5 NEWTs. Wise words, Dumbledore agreed with a nod, appreciating the wisdom behind what Harry had said. While many people didn't ask for help, he knew that asking for help was very important in everyday life, as no one, not even him in all of his admitted wisdom and cleverness, knew every facet of magic, a fact that was overlooked by the Dark Lord and would one day lead to his demise. Humility is a forgotten magic in its own right. Harry stayed silent, allowing Dumbledore the last word on the subject. "What does Deathly Hallows mean?" he inquired, not recognizing the term from anything he had ever heard before. "Do you recall the details of the tale?" Dumbledore questioned, raising a curious eyebrow, wanting to know if Harry knew about the 3 brothers and their gifts from death. "The tale of the 3 brothers, you mean?" "Yeah," Harry nodded in the affirmative. "I read it over Christmas break last year. Do you remember the items given to the 3 brothers by death?" Dumbledore questioned quietly, trying to prod Harry along, hoping that the boy could figure it out on his own. Many people came to him for answers, for knowledge, but he preferred to give them the knowledge they needed in order to ascertain the answer for themselves, rather than answer the question himself, feeling that it was much more beneficial to them if they did the work on their own. He recalled an old Muggle proverb which he held closely to his heart that summed up his feelings on the matter nicely. "Give a man a fish, he feeds for a day, but teach a man to fish, he feeds for a lifetime." "Yes," Harry replied confusedly, wondering if the conversation was going the way he thought it was. "Those objects, the wand, the stone, and the cloak, are the Deathly Hallows." Dumbledore lectured him, having plotted out the history of the Deathly Hallows along with Gellert Grindelwald as a youth. While he knew the entire lineage of the Elder Wand, the wand that he himself possessed, he only knew the history of the Resurrection Stone and the Invisibility Cloak up until the early 1600s, when they were lost and all knowledge of them were untraceable as a result. "And they are real. Death's gifts. They're real?" Harry asked in a surprised tone, disbelieving that a being known as Death actually existed, let alone one that showed himself to mere mortals. After all, if conjuring a bridge and crossing a river was something that was so great as to beat death, then how come more wizards didn't come forward and say that death approached them, since what the 3 brothers had done was relatively minor? How many wizards or witches had escaped death by extinguishing flames that engulfed their homes, or dissipated from danger or something similar? Too many to count, Harry presumed, a fact that made him skeptical that death actually came to the 3 brothers. Nearly every wizarding nation on Earth has legendary items that have great magical powers, Harry. Dumbledore informed him, referencing all of the great magical items that nations took great pride in and showed off to the world. Like the Irish's Cauldron of Plenty, which never ran out of food after it was filled, or Germany's Goblet of Panacea, which could heal almost any wound with a drink, both, and countless of others, are legendary objects of their respective countries. In Britain, the legendary objects are those of the Deathly Hallows. "And the 3 brothers?" Harry asked, wondering who they were and how they fit into all of this, outside of what the tale said of them. "The Peverell brothers, I believe." Dumbledore recited knowingly, aware of Ignotus Peverell's tombstone in the graveyard of Godric's Hollow, the hometown of all of the Peverells. The stone slab that marked the grave was ancient, dating back to the 1200s, and would be easily overlooked if not for the symbol of the Deathly Hallows that was ingrained into the rock for all to see but only a few to understand. "Look up the Peverell brothers, and next time, we'll discuss this in more depth." "Very well," Harry agreed in exasperation, rising to his feet and preparing to leave the office. He knew when Dumbledore was telling him to figure something out for himself in an effort to make him a better, more knowledgeable wizard, but it still annoyed him that he could never just get a straight answer. "I'll see you later, Professor." "Bye, Harry," Dumbledore grinned, watching as the boy waved and exited the room, closing the door behind him as he went. Shaking his head, he got up from his seat and walked over to the fireplace, before taking a handful of powder, tossing it into the flames and stepping into the green fire, disappearing in a flash. The next day, Harry spent his free morning in the confines of his trunk, deciding to research all of the various questions that were rampant in his mind: Horcruxes, the Peverell brothers, and the Deathly Hallows. In front of him rested the book that Dumbledore had showed him the night prior, open to the specific page that the Great Wizard had pointed out to him. Entitled, Magic Most Evil, It was a dusty and evil book that emanated magic that Harry did not know existed, magic that was so dark that he doubted only but a few dark wizards had both the foolishness and the courage to perform the spells in the book. Harry moved his finger down page 178, trying to find the paragraph that detailed the Horcruxes. He found it at the bottom, where there was a blurb that carried onto the next page. It was a small, and unless one was looking specifically for it, it was easily missed. A Horcrux is a receptacle for a piece of soul that is split from the body of a dark wizard, which is used in an effort to attain immortality. As long as the receptacle is not irreparably harmed and the piece of soul stays contained, the dark wizard's soul is tethered to earth and does not move on after death, allowing the wizard continued life, even after his body is destroyed. He read out loud, his stomach growing queasier with each passing word, disgusted by the process that the book outlined in creating a Horcrux. That's how he survived the killing curse rebounding on him, he murmured, finally understanding how Voldemort had survived that fateful Halloween night. Very few people ever realized that it wasn't just a wonder how Harry survived the killing curse, but also how Voldemort himself survived its rebound upon him. A normal person would have died and stayed dead after getting hit with such a curse. Having gotten the information he needed, Harry closed the book and pushed it off to the side, a bit disgusted by the process that a wizard had to go through in order to create a Horcrux. His stomach was churning and he was doing all that he could to keep from belching, unable to understand how someone could be so evil to commit the atrocity of splitting a soul and creating a Horcrux. It went against nature itself, as a soul was supposed to stay intact, whole, not be maimed and tortured like Voldemort had done to his own soul. Shaking his head to clear away the thoughts, he got up and walked over to the bookshelf on his right, running a finger over the spines of a few of the older volumes that were taken from Grimmauld Place. Finding an ancient genealogy tome that the Blacks had used to keep their blood pure, he swiftly picked it off of the shelf and carried it back to the table in the center of the chamber, intent on finding out who exactly the Peverells were. He searched the chapter index and scrolled through the chapters, hoping that he could find a reference to the Peverell name. Upon reaching chapter 14, he saw that the title of the chapter was Extinct Male Lineage, and assuming that the Peverells were not still around since he had never heard of them before the previous night, he flipped to the chapter and began reading. The Peverells, he found out, were an ancient family of wizards that first appeared in the 11th century, their origins before that time being unknown. The name died out quickly, with the last known Peverell being Ignotus Peverell, who died in 1292 at the age of 79, leaving one son. That son died years later, leaving his lone daughter as an heir. He turned back a page and saw that Ignotus was one of a set of triplets born in 1212, with his two older brothers being Antioch and Cadmus, Antioch being born first, each of whom had a single daughter to carry on their lineage. Antioch and Cadmus' date of deaths were not listed, though Harry assumed that they had died earlier than Ignotus as their entries were much briefer than their younger brothers. Harry doubted that the Peverell brothers that Dumbledore had alluded to were brothers other than the Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus. There was only a 200 or so year window that the Peverell brothers could come from, between the 1100s when the name first appeared and the late 1300s when the name died out with Ignotus' son. So with the mystery of who the Peverell brothers were solved for the time being, he briefly wondered just what made them special, what made them important. He still doubted very much that the story of the tale of the three brothers was true, but since he had no idea how old Antioch and Cadmus were at the time of their death, he couldn't even guess as to how much time they had in their life to accomplish anything of great importance, actions that would warrant having a story written about them. Were they that great that they could die young and still be known years later? Or was their history inflated due to a lack of real information about them, with relatively minor accomplishments being transformed into much greater deeds over time? With a confused sigh, he closed the book and moved on to his next quest, knowing that he wouldn't come up with an answer on his own as to what the Peverells did. He then spent the next half hour searching for a book that would have some information about the Deathly Hallows. He looked in Athelstan Prince's Treasures and Trinkets, the complete guide to enchanting curios, who simply mentioned them as myth but did not say anything else about them, although it did go into much depth about Hufflepuff's cup. Next, he searched in a book that told of the genealogies of wizarding families in the Middle Ages, but again, he did not come up with anything that related to the Peverells, let alone mention the Deathly Hallows. Finally, he turned to another book about famous wizards of the Middle Ages, hoping to find the names of the Peverells there, as he presumed they had to have been known as great wizards in order to accomplish what they apparently accomplished in beating death. That search too came up fruitless, leaving him perplexed on where he could find more information. As such, after noticing the time, he closed his book and readied himself for class, realizing he only had about 15 minutes before his afternoon class was to start. He headed over to the ladder and climbed upwards, throwing off the lid of his trunk as he reached the top. As Harry jumped out of his trunk, he noticed that a house elf that he did not know was staring right back at him with green eyes shaped like pears, which were wide in surprise at Harry's sudden appearance. "Beg your pardon, sir, didn't see you here, apologies." The elf bowed respectively, having not expected Harry to be in the room since he could not sense him within his trunk. "Why are you sorry?" Harry replied, confusedly, wondering why the house elf was apologizing. "It's not a problem, really." "Thank you, sir," the elf said, his voice squeaky and timid. "I'm Harry, Harry Dumbledore." Harry introduced himself, reaching his hand out for the elf to shake. Tentatively, the elf reached out his own small hand and shook Harry's own, at first slowly and then gradually more enthusiastically than most wizards would. "I knows, sir, I's known you since you first arrived at Hogwarts," he replied, turning his attention away from his work and over to Harry, who towered above him. Harry was as tall to him as Hagrid was tall to most humans. "You have?" Harry questioned with a cocked eyebrow, wondering how the elf knew him when they had never met as far as he knew. "Oh yes, sir," said the elf in the affirmative, nodding his head all the while. "I has been cleaning your room every day when you all are in class." "That's you," Harry replied in a surprised tone, astonished that he had never seen the elf before. Then again, he reasoned, elves took great pride in not being seen or heard while they did their duties, except for Dobby, who loved being around people and being free, unlike most of his brethren. "Thank you. I didn't catch your name." "Bustle, sir," the elf bowed deeply, as if he was a herald introducing a king. "Your name is Bustle," Harry repeated, raising a curious eyebrow, thinking it a strange name. He had never before heard of a house elf name like that. He had heard of Winky, Creature, and of course, Dobby, but never one such as Bustle. "Yes, sir," the house elf nodded proudly, his long ears flapping through the air all the while. "Okay then, Bustle," Harry smiled, laughing slightly at the elf's antics. The elf seemed nice and happy, rather than taking himself too seriously, which was refreshing to Harry. "It's nice to meet you." "You're a good wizard, sir," Bustle replied in a jolly tone, knowing that many wizards wouldn't have thought what Harry said, let alone actually say it out loud. "Bustle likes you." "Thank you, Bustle, I like you too," Harry grinned, appreciating the elf's honesty. "So when did you come to Hogwarts?" Harry asked conversationally, taking a liking to the elf because he reminded him a lot of Dobby. "When Bustle's master freed him before she died," Bustle replied, looking at Harry with his pear-like eyes, still clearly saddened by his loss. "That was 10 years ago, if Bustle remembers correctly." Bustle returned to his cleaning, gesturing towards the windows where a bottle of water levitated into the air and sprayed its contents onto the glass. "Bustle likes Hogwarts, but misses his master." "I'm sorry to hear that." Harry frowned as a great wave of empathy stole over him, aware of the pain that loss brought to a person, whether it is man or elf. He remembered how he felt immediately after Sirius' death. It was as if an icy hand had gripped his heart and squeezed tightly down on it. With time, that feeling dissipated, but the frightening sense of regret still lingered on inside of him and steered his life daily. "She was a good person to you then?" "The best, sir," Bustle said, turning around and nodding his head vigorously. "She let Bustle see his family every Sunday and whenever else he wanted." "And you can't do that now?" Harry questioned with a raised eyebrow, unbelieving that someone as noble as Dumbledore wouldn't allow the elf to leave one day a week if the elf so desired. "Oh, no, sir," Bustle shook his head back and forth, not wanting Harry to think that he wasn't allowed. "Bustle can, because Master Dumbledore is a good wizard, too, just like you and Bustle's old master." "Who was she?" Harry asked interestedly, not knowing how many witches that had a house elf actually treated them with respect and dignity. From his experience, only the rich pure-blooded families had house elves, and all of them seemed to treat their helpers like dirt, like lesser beings than wizarding kind. It was uplifting to him to find out that there were good people out there, People who took care of those around them, rather than look at elves with disdain like the Malfoys did Dobby. Licorice Black, sir, Bustle said, finally going back to his cleaning in full. He snapped his fingers and 3 cleaning rags appeared, swiping away the dust from the top part of the beds, as he manually folded laundry in the center of the room. Harry shook his head at the mention of the Blacks, inwardly wondering about his luck in having a former house elf of the family be the one to clean his room, and then stared at Bustle, watching the miniature elf work for a few moments before he reached down and grabbed his bag. "It was nice meeting you, Bustle, I'll see you later. Feel free to say hi whenever you want," he suggested, throwing the bag over his shoulder and making his way over to the door. "Will do, sir," Bustle replied, facing Harry and giving him a large smile. "Bustle is glad to meet such a good wizard, sir." Harry grinned and waved, leaving the room, skipping down the stairs 2 by 2 and entering the common room. "Who is Licorice Black?" he questioned to himself as he walked out of the common room and down to his potions classroom, where he had a double session with the Gryffindors. It was Friday night that found him eating dinner in the Great Hall, talking animatedly with Derek, who was nervous about the coming Quidditch tryouts that were to take place the next day. Harry tried to assure his friend that he had a great chance of making the team, trying to ease his nerves, but Derek wouldn't hear it and ran out of hall without touching his food, apparently too queasy to eat. When Harry himself was finished with his food, he grabbed his bag from the ground, excused himself from the table and walked up to the library, hoping to get a bit of work done in an effort to keep his mind off of the black-haired teenager that continued to plague his thoughts. Bellatrix continued to ignore Harry, never once replying to him whether or not she would keep his secret as he had requested. He had only seen her in class, where she had turned her attention away from him when he raised an eyebrow her way. He wondered if he had done the right thing, showing her what she was to become if she continued on the path that she had started with her blood purity madness, showing her what her future had in store. He hoped that he did do the right thing, but he dared not question her about it further until she was ready to talk to him about it, if she ever was. After all, unless handled properly, he could create the very monster he was hoping to prevent. As he arrived at his destination, his thoughts drifted over to Greta, whose birthday was soon coming, as summer turned into autumn. He knew that he had to get her a gift, so with that in mind, he briefly went over gift ideas in his mind, trying to think about one that was friendly, but not something that was expensive or serious. He walked through the stacks of magical books, searching for one that related to the Deathly Hallows as he thought about Greta's present. Eventually, he found a biography of Beetle the Bard and picked out. He brought it back to his table and decided to think about Greta's present later as he cracked open the Beetle biography and started to read, hoping to find some semblance of where Beetle had heard about the Deathly Hallows. Stifling a yawn, Harry exited the library, having spent the entire night in there. He started walking towards the Ravenclaw common room, not expecting to see anyone as it was late, but suddenly heard someone walking near him. As he turned around the corner, there right in front of him on the far side of the hall was Bellatrix, apparently on her rounds as head girl. In the darkness, she had yet to see him as she was walking down the same hallway, heading straight towards him. When she neared, their eyes met, and surprisingly, she did not look away this time as she had been doing for the past couple of weeks, ever since Harry revealed his secret to her. "Hi," he said as he came to a stop in the middle of the hall, not knowing if she wanted to speak with him or not. Bellatrix continued on towards him, silently, before she slowed her pace, seemingly deciding something. They stared at each other briefly, their eyes lingering for a moment or two, before she took a couple more steps closer. "Hi," she said in response, coming to a halt a few feet away from Harry, releasing the tension that had been mounting in Harry's chest. Harry released the breath he was holding and raised an eyebrow, happy that she stopped ignoring him and finally responded to him. "How are you?" he asked amiably, curious as to how she had been for the past few weeks. "I'm okay, I guess, and you?" Bellatrix replied weakly, her tone not filled with the same energy that Harry had come to know. "Is something wrong? Listen, I'm sorry, I shouldn't, I'm sorry." Harry gushed, shrugging his shoulders while he struggled to find words, not really knowing what to say or how to say it. He didn't exactly know why she had reacted the way she had reacted, what specifically set the course of her actions or even if he had to apologize to her in the first place, but he figured it was best that she knew he was sorry for whatever it was that he had done. "It's not you," Bellatrix whispered as she stared down at the floor, before looking up and meeting his gaze. "Let's just forget it, okay?" "That's fine," Harry agreed, happy that she was back to talking to him again, but knowing that she would still need more space to decompress after all that she saw. It was a lot, he knew, perhaps too much, which made it hard to understand for someone that didn't live it for themselves. "I want to talk to you, but not necessarily about it. Are you coming back from the library or something?" Bellatrix questioned, as she gestured for Harry to walk with her, which he willingly did. They made their way down the hall, turning a corner and heading towards the east wing of the school, where Bellatrix was assigned for her nightly rounds. "Yeah," Harry nodded in the affirmative. "I was reading about something the other day and I wanted to see if the library had any books on the subject," he replied, hiding the fact that he was looking for information about the Peverell brothers and their connection to the Deathly Hallows. Bellatrix cocked an eyebrow, wondering why the secrecy. "What was it?" "Nothing," Harry smiled mysteriously, not daring to tell her about his quest to find out about the Peverells. "Don't make me legilimens it out," Bellatrix grinned back, jokingly threatening him. Then, seeing that he had his bag, she cocked an eyebrow, recognizing how lightly it sat upon his shoulder. "That doesn't seem heavy enough to be carrying books." "That's because it's not," Harry replied, taking his bag off of his shoulder and unzipping it to reveal an invisibility cloak. "That's not what I think it is it?" Bellatrix asked, as she tentatively reached out and ran a hand over the fabric, which felt a lot like silk in her palm. Gently, her forefinger and thumb glided along its edge, noticing that it moved like water, which was much different than how a normal cloak would move. "An invisibility cloak," Harry said as he watched her toy with it, remembering how Ron had reacted when he first saw the cloak for himself. It wasn't much different than Bellatrix. "I use it to get into the restricted section in the library sometimes." "You have one of those?" Bellatrix shrieked in surprise as she pulled her hand back like the cloak was about to bite her. She knew that invisibility cloaks were very rare and expensive, so rare in fact that she had never seen one for herself. As such, it came as a great shock to her to gaze at one thrown so unceremoniously in a bag. "Yup," Harry laughed, as he pushed his cloak back in his bag and zipped it up, hiding it from sight. Then, looking down at his pocket watch, he realized that he only had about 20 minutes to get back to the Ravenclaw common room. "I should get going, it's almost curfew." "So what?" Bellatrix snickered loudly, rolling her eyes at Harry's seeming lack of adventure. "You're with me, you won't get in trouble." "I didn't realize the head girl had that kind of power," Harry noted, having never heard about a perk like that. The head girl had the right to use the prefect bathroom, to be out after hours, dock house points, and be in some restricted areas that other students couldn't, but he had no idea that they could also delegate their powers, as well. "They didn't before right now," Bellatrix replied with a smirk, knowing that Harry would probably indeed get in trouble if someone else found him out with her, except for maybe Frank, who was on the opposite side of the castle, doing his own head boy duties. "Still, I should go, I don't want either one of us in trouble." Harry muttered as he began to turn around. He stopped, though, when Bellatrix reached out and grabbed his hand, turning him back around to face her. "Stay with me," she said, taking a step closer to him, now just a foot or so away. She stared back up at him, daring him to leave with her gaze, though Harry had no intention of turning away. They stood face to face for a moment, each not backing up from the other. Harry looked down into her violet eyes, his hand still in hers, and gulped down the ball that was in his throat. Instinctively, they both started moving closer and closer to one another, as if drawn by some cosmic force. And then, before he knew it, he felt his face moving towards hers as his free hand moved up to cup the right side of her face. With his eyes closed, he brought his lips up to hers, and they began to key, at first softly and then progressively more passionately. Their lips explored each other's, their hot breath rushing against the other's cheek. "I'm not going to become one of your goody-goodies like you know," Bellatrix gasped, pulling away from him for a brief moment. "I would never ask you to," Harry replied, backing her up against the wall and key. Dotting her once more, she passionately returned the key, hungrily tasting his lips. "Just don't become the woman who haunted my dreams," he said, closing his eyes once more and continuing to key her. After a few more moments of passion, she pulled away and straightened her robes, giving him a small smile as she started to walk down the hall as if nothing had happened. Harry followed next to her, silently watching as she went about her duties, apparently taking her status as head girl seriously, waiting for her to say something. "I guess you can ask the question I know you're dying to ask," Bellatrix whispered, giving him a sideways glance as they slowly rounded a corner into another hallway. There was a tense atmosphere between them, something that had never existed before Harry told her the truth, or more accurately, before they had Ed. Harry looked over to her, biting his lip in apprehension, uncertain on what to do. "You sure?" he asked, recalling how she didn't want to discuss it just moments prior. "I thought you didn't want to talk about it. I'd rather get it out of the way, if I'm being honest," Bellatrix whispered, not wanting to push off the awkward conversations any longer. She had a lot of questions for him, and she assumed he had a lot of questions for her, ones that she didn't know if she'd be able to answer. "Why did you start talking to me again? Why did you stop in the first place? Was it everything that I showed you or something specific?" Harry asked in a rush, wanting to know why she had ignored him all this time. "It wasn't because I used the Cruciatus on you, was it?" he asked, fearfully, knowing that using such a curse on someone could be devastating to the inherent trust between the pair. "It wasn't the Cruciatus or even really the fact that you're a time traveler," Bellatrix said with a shake of her head, having long since accepted that using the unforgivables were sometimes forgivable, even if they were used against her. "Although, I'm still not quite sure I get that just yet. Believing it and getting it are two very different things, I reckon." "Understandable," Harry admitted, seeing how fantastical the story was. Traveling back in time a day is almost unbelievable, let alone 21 years. "It wasn't even the fact that you showed my own future, apparently doing horrible things that deserved a life imprisonment in Azkaban, things that I have no idea about why or where or how they happened," Bellatrix said, her voice rising in tone as she grew nearer and nearer to telling him the reason why she had ignored him. "Or that I was a Death Eater." "Then what?" Harry inquired with a confused look on his face. He didn't know what else there was for her to ignore him as she had named most of the things he expected her to say. "It was the fact that you knew me," Bellatrix answered simply. "The fact that I was older when you first met me, that the first time I met you wasn't the first time you met me. It kind of pulls the carpet right out from under you. It was the fact that everything I know, or knew about you, probably wasn't true." Harry furrowed his brow in thought, trying to figure out what she meant by that exactly. Did she mean that she wanted him to admit that he was a time traveler the first day he saw her? Surely, she couldn't be saying that, could she? "And what changed?" he asked quickly, wanting to know what caused her to start talking to him again. "Honestly," Bellatrix said, looking over to him with a small smile playing on her pink lips. "I promised myself that I wouldn't do this until I knew it was right for me, but I've never felt anything like this for a boy, and there was no point in fighting it. That doesn't mean I'm not confused and more than a tad angry at you, because I am, but ignoring you wasn't helping me." "It wasn't helping me, either." Harry smiled, a great happiness rising inside of him at the knowledge that Bellatrix had feelings for him, however minuscule. While it was true that he had feelings for Cho and they had shared a key under the mistletoe, he never knew whether Cho actually liked him for him or only liked him because of his name and the fact that he could talk about Cedric's death. This, however, was different. Bellatrix was different. She didn't know about his fame, nor did she care for him to regale her with tales of danger. Instead, she liked him because they had a connection, one based on being able to make the other laugh and smile. "I have lots of questions for you," Bellatrix whispered as numerous thoughts popped into her mind, wonderings that had been plaguing her mind since he first revealed to her the truth about his time traveling. "Ask away," Harry nodded, being willing to answer whatever it is she wanted to ask since she herself answered his questions just moments ago. "And, just so you know, the only thing that was a lie was my name and my parentage, that's it. Everything else, everything, was the truth, I promise you." Bellatrix stopped walking as she heard footsteps coming from down the hall, a pensive expression on her face as she tried to think about who it could be. "Not here," she finally shook her head, before grabbing his hand and rushing him the opposite way from the footsteps, and then up to the 7th floor. She quickly walked back and forth in front of the troll tapestry, following Harry's lead from 2 weeks prior. When the wooden door appeared on the wall with a pop, they both walked over to it and headed inside, Harry wondering what exactly she asked for. "What the?" Bellatrix questioned with wide, confused eyes, as she looked around the room, surprised by what met her. "What is this place? What did you ask for?" Harry asked, his gaze moving around the room, trying to figure out what had happened. The room of requirement was very different from anything he had ever experienced before, being much larger and more detailed than his last few uses of the room had been. "That we needed a place to hide and talk," Bellatrix said, looking over at Harry, who stood a few feet away from her. Upon seeing his face, she raised a questioning eyebrow, wondering what he knew. "What is it? You have to be specific," Harry informed her, shaking his head disappointedly. "You have to really think about what you want, because if you give generalities like this, you don't get what you want, apparently." "Still," Bellatrix whispered, as she took a few steps forward and grabbed a book off of a pile of books that was next to the doorway. She looked down at the book in her hands, noticing that it seemed to be hundreds of years old, much older than most books in the library were, and then tossed it off to the side. "What is this place?" "Don't know," Harry replied with a shrug, interested in what they had stumbled upon. The room was the size of a large cathedral, with high arching windows that were sending shafts of moonlight down upon a city of towering walls. These walls, which were as tall as most ceilings, were composed of objects of varying ages and uses, ranging from old tea kettles to dark arts books, from instruments made from the finest silver to clothes patched together from dirtied rags. There were thousands and thousands of books, which were all seemingly banned, damaged, broken down furniture that were missing legs, and robes gnawed by the passage of time. There were winged catapults and fanged frisbees, chipped bottles of congealed potions and corked bottles of shimmering substances, tapestries whose colors had been faded with age, as well as rusting swords, blood-stained axes, and mountains of hats, jewels, and cloaks. They moved further into the room, walking through the thin alleys that were created between the towers of objects, noticing that the room was filled with a random assortment of things from history, ranging in age from medieval times to relatively recent times. They went deeper into the reaches of the treasure trove, passing an enormous stuffed troll, broken cupboards, and cages filled with skeletons that had 5 legs, remnants of a long-since dead animals. "This place has a lot of junk," Bellatrix said, sneering at the sight of the skeletons, disgusted at the thought of the dead animal. She moved forward towards a chest of riches, and picked up a large silver ring that was missing its stone. She dared not put it on her finger, not knowing what it could or would do to her if she did, but she stared at it interestedly, admiring its beauty. Harry's eyes ran over the pile of jewels in front of which Bellatrix was standing, wondering who would leave such precious objects and abandon them like they appeared to have been. The pile had countless of chipped gems, cracked jewelry, and what seemed to be a dusty gold crown and a tarnished silver tiara sitting on top of the pile, each encrusted with what used to be fine jewels. Regardless of their banged-up nature, all of the jewelry and precious metals had incredible value even in the magical world, as wizarding folk could not conjure them without each disappearing within hours. "I guess other people needing a place to hide, too," Harry said, realizing just what the room was, both the hiding place and the lost and found of Hogwarts. "I wonder how many old books are in this place," she whispered, seeing pillars upon pillars of books in the distance, like a Muggle skyline of the tallest, most wonderful skyscrapers the world had to offer. "Thousands," Harry shrugged, unable to even guess the count more specifically than a vague number. After all, Hogwarts had been around for 1,000 years, with thousands of students roaming about the halls each decade, and if each left just a single book, it would be too numerous to count, and that was just a conservative estimate in Harry's opinion. "Do you want to talk?" "Ah, sure," Bellatrix replied, prying her eyes away from the room and back to Harry. She headed back towards the entrance of the room, gesturing for Harry to follow her, walking through the alley of junk until they reached the door. They exited the room, the door disappearing as soon as they left and the wall turning back to a blank face of stone as if nothing had been there in the first place. Trying again, Bellatrix walked back and forth in front of the troll tapestry, all the while thinking about the same room they had when Harry had first summoned the room, the one with the couches, chairs, coffee table, and fireplace. Sure enough, after her third pass, a door popped up on the stone wall once more, granting them access to the hidden room. The chamber was basically the same as when Harry had created it, except perhaps decorated with darker tones to more suit Bellatrix's preferences. The walls were blank and colored in a deep green, the floors made of a dark mahogany wood and the couches were of black leather, though they looked just as comfortable as cloth couches would. Overall, Harry noted, the room gave him great insight into Bellatrix's tastes, and he immediately saw that she liked earthly tones, rather than the bright colors that others preferred, ones that brightened the mood of many. "So you were saying before," Harry said, starting the conversation as he got comfortable in one of the couches. He sat across from her, keeping his distance, not really knowing what to expect about what she was going to say. While he didn't think he was about to hear something bad, he was cognizant of the fact that she had admitted that she was angry at him, leaving a decent possibility of him being yelled at. "It wasn't the Cruciatus curse that you used on me, or even what I did in your memories that made me ignore you." Bellatrix started, slipping her shoes off and bringing her legs up onto the couch, sitting with them crossed in front of her. "It was actually the fact that you knew me, it made me question things." Harry looked down at her shoes on the floor in front of her, leather loafers, and gave a small smile at them, glad that she felt comfortable enough to do that. "Like what?" he questioned, drawing his attention back to her face. "Neither here nor there anymore," Bellatrix whispered, shaking her head, not admitting to him what had made her question. "It was just a lot to take in, and I was kind of thinking about it, and if I would have said hello to you or even notice your existence, it would have been like a distraction." "I'm glad you told me this," Harry replied, not prodding into the questions that she was asking herself any further, knowing that they were probably deeply personal issues. If she wanted to tell him, he knew that she would eventually, and as such, he didn't need to badger her about it. "I've missed you." Bellatrix gazed at the fire for a moment, before looking up at him, her brows furrowed. "Can I ask you something?" "Certainly," Harry nodded, allowing her to ask whatever it was that was on her mind. There was very little he would hide about himself from her, having already revealed to her his deepest, darkest secrets. "Why did you decide to show them to me, the memories I mean?" she questioned in a voice that Harry couldn't quite place. "I felt that you needed to see them if we were going to try and, I don't know, explore whatever it is that we're feeling for each other." Harry answered honestly, feeling that it was best to be blunt with her, rather than hide anything. "I didn't want to get close to you and have this lie hidden inside of me." Bellatrix stayed silent for a few moments, seemingly accepting that answer. "So do you know everything that is going to happen?" she finally questioned softly. "What happens to me? What happens to my family? What happens in the war?" "Not the war, no," Harry shook his head in the negative, not knowing what actually did happen during Voldemort's first rise to power. He had never researched it during his own time, and the adults that had lived through it were hesitant to discuss it with anyone, let alone someone as young as he was. "But I thought you said you beat the Dark Lord, that you defeated him." Bellatrix said, more of a statement than a question. If he had defeated the Dark Lord as a baby, then how could he come back years later? She had no idea how one could escape death like Voldemort had seemed to accomplish, and from her understanding of magic, it was impossible. Once someone was dead, they were dead for good. "I did," Harry nodded in agreement. "But he came back. He just announced his return to the public a month before I came back in time. He had been hiding from the ministry before that." "How is that possible? I thought you said you killed him as a baby," she asked in a perplexed tone, confused by what had happened between Harry and the Dark Lord in the past, or from her point of view, the future. "No, he lived on as something, not a ghost, but not a spirit," Harry answered, furrowing his brow in an effort to best explain what happened. He didn't want to tell her about Horcruxes, so he tried to stay as vague as he could be in his answer. "I'm not really sure what he was, all I know is that he lived on. That last memory, the one with those globes, the Dark Lord was alive at that time." Bellatrix inquired, trying to see if she had the correct story. "Why did he not just come and get what they were trying to get himself?" "Voldemort was in hiding," Harry answered, ignoring that she was going to say I. "Stop saying his name," Bellatrix hissed, her eyes shifting about, as if Voldemort was going to appear. "Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself," Harry replied dryly, paraphrasing the mantra that Dumbledore had lectured to him all those years ago when he sat in his bed in the infirmary ward at the end of his first year after having stopped Voldemort from procuring the Philosopher's Stone. I do not fear Voldemort. I detest him, I think he is a coward, I'm disgusted by him, and I pity him, but I do not fear him. Whatever, go on. Bellatrix gestured with her hands as she rolled her eyes. Harry grinned at her reluctance to say the name, not taking it as anything but fear of the Dark Wizard, rather than respect for him. He was in hiding, people didn't know he was back and they were attributing everything to Sirius, so why would he show himself and ruin the willful ignorance of the Ministry? What does Sirius have to do with this again? Bellatrix questioned, raising an eyebrow, not remembering why Sirius was lumped in with the Death Eaters. She had grown up with him, seeing him at least once a week when they were children, and he was nothing like the rest of the Blacks. He liked Muggle clothes and Muggle technology, a far cry from the purist mentality of the rest of the family and even further away from the ideology for the Death Eaters. He was known as Voldemort's most powerful Death Eater, his most dangerous servant at the time. Harry answered with a slight scowl, disliking how his godfather was ever portrayed as anything but the noble and reckless good wizard that he was. It was all bollocks, of course. He was framed for a crime that he did not commit and sentenced to life in Azkaban, but he escaped after 13 years or so. Of course, as fate would have it, through a series of events, Voldemort came back about 2 years later, and because the Ministry couldn't find him, they attributed all of the evil that Voldemort was doing to Sirius instead. He was an easy scapegoat for them. So it seems, Bellatrix whispered, trying to figure out the story from the bits and pieces that Harry supplied her. The connection that you had, the one that you needed occlumency to sever, it was to the Dark Lord, wasn't it? Perceptive, Harry said, not going into any more detail, not really knowing anything more about it himself. While Dumbledore had said he had ideas on the matter, he had yet to voice them to Harry, which left Harry just as ignorant as Bellatrix. Voldemort was who I was trying to keep out, yes. Bellatrix flinched at the name again, but did not voice her displeasure this time. You say you don't fear him, but if not the Dark Lord, then what do you fear? Dementors, Harry answered simply, knowing that if we're to come across a boggart, it would take the form of a Dementor. That explains the unnatural ability to summon a Patronus that you have, Bellatrix noted, realizing that he probably learned how to summon a Patronus in the first place in order to be able to overcome his biggest fear. After all, if there was a spell that could stop your biggest fear, who wouldn't learn it as quickly as they could? I still have yet to see your corporeal Patronus, you know, Harry murmured, wondering what her Patronus would look like. The last he witnessed of her technique, her Patronus was nothing more than an incorporeal shield of silver mist that looked like dust in the air, one that would be easily overpowered by the effects of a Dementor. You'll be waiting a long time then because I don't have one, Bellatrix answered with a shrug. I've tried many times, all I can get is a misty shield. Maybe you need the real thing attacking you in order to get it corporeal, Harry informed her, believing that to be the case, recalling that he himself only first summoned a corporeal Patronus when his life was in danger and he had the confidence of already knowing he could do it. I'm sure it'll come. Bellatrix nodded skeptically, not really believing that she ever would be able to produce a corporeal Patronus, but not revealing her concerns. What about the Death Eaters? What about them? Harry asked, wondering what she wanted to specifically know. He had a general idea of the identity of many of the Death Eaters, but he had limited knowledge to their actions and what they exactly did. I know who most of them are, and I know what some of them have done, but not much. I see, Bellatrix nodded in understanding, biting her lip. And who are they? She asked, more to see what Harry knew than for her personal knowledge, having a few friends and acquaintances who were loyal Death Eaters, each of them old family friends that had known since childhood. Most of your friends, Harry replied, frowning in apprehension. He didn't like the direction the conversation was going, where it treaded on talking about Bellatrix's deeds as a Death Eater, something he did not want to discuss. Let's not talk about that. Now I know why you hate Rodolphus, Bellatrix muttered with a small smile, recalling the dislike each one had with the other before Rodolphus was expelled from Hogwarts. The expulsion hadn't really affected Rodolphus all that much, as his father had gotten him another wand that same day and he had joined the Death Eaters immediately. Sure, while Rabaston had to take on the public face of the family outside of his father since Rodolphus had been disgraced, practically, it did not change anything in the wizard's life. That, and he's Justin Burke, Harry replied, making Bellatrix snort in laughter. They both went silent for a moment, Bellatrix thinking of something else to ask and Harry waiting for her to voice her inquiry. "That scar that you had on your forehead in the memories," Bellatrix started, watching as Harry instinctively reached to it on the left side of his forehead. "Do you still have it? Where did you get it from?" Harry jumped from his couch and stood in front of Bellatrix, before taking the witch's hand and bringing it up to his forehead. Gently, he ran her fingers over the small, jagged lightning bolt-like scar that was hidden by Dumbledore's magic, allowing her to feel it for herself. He flinched at the contact, but it did not hurt him as it usually would, the sensation having dulled since he traveled back in time. "Yes, I still have it. It's from the curse that Voldemort used on me as a child, the one that rebounded onto him and defeated him." "Which was?" Bellatrix prodded, trying to learn as much as she could. She had the basic idea of Harry's past. The Dark Lord had attacked him for some reason, and somehow, as a baby, he was able to defeat the Dark Wizard for a time, until Voldemort returned years later. "The killing curse," Harry answered, to the great surprise of Bellatrix, who stared back at him with a shocked look on her face. Understanding the implications of what he had said, he survived the killing curse. She had no idea how such a thing was possible, having always been told that the killing curse was entirely unblockable, except for hiding behind a physical object. Hadn't Professor Moonshine said that not a week prior in her defense against the dark arts class? They spent the next half an hour talking, Harry answering whatever questions Bellatrix had, and Bellatrix trying to learn more about the future. While Harry did not reveal much outside of her own future, and even that was at a minimum, Bellatrix seemed okay with the answers she received, accepting that Harry couldn't and wouldn't tell her everything. As 11 o'clock came, they exited out of the room of requirement to bid goodnight and go their separate ways for the rest of the evening. "I have one last question," Bellatrix said, earning Harry's attention as he looked back at her with his blue and green eyes. "Why am I don't know, so different in your time?" "I don't want to talk about that, Bellatrix," Harry whispered, knowing that it was a touchy subject that could elicit negative emotions. "I don't want to offend you or make you mad." "You won't, I promise." Bellatrix affirmed him, knowing that she would be able to control her emotions and not take offense to whatever he said. Truthfully, she wanted to understand why she ranted when she was being thrown into Azkaban, rather than use her cunning to escape the punishment that came on her. "Are you sure?" Harry questioned slowly, wanting her to be absolutely certain that she desired to hear the answer for herself. "Yes," Bellatrix reassured him with a simple nod. She was confident that she could handle anything he told her, even if it was offensive in most other contexts. "I think you're a completely different person," Harry thought to himself with a small smile, noting the various differences he had noticed between the Bellatrix he knew from his own time and the one that was standing in front of him. "Well," Harry started slowly, trying to choose the words that would get his point across without offending her. "You once bragged to me that you were trained in the dark arts by Voldemort himself, which I think may have twisted your mind a bit. Add in your already, and I'm being honest here, considerable madness, plus the years wasting away in Azkaban, and boom, a crazy Bellatrix." Bellatrix stayed silent for a moment, going over everything that he had said, before looking up at Harry and twisting her face into a playful scowl. "Think I'm mad, do you?" Bellatrix growled, pulling her wand out from her robes and holding it tightly in her right hand, pointing it towards him in a threatening manner. "Ah," Harry murmured, shifting his eyes back and forth, looking for a place to go and hide. "Yes," he said, quickly turning around and running down the dark hall, letting out a loud laugh as Bellatrix sent a jinx his way. Eventually, they were standing at the main stairway, each knowing that the other was going the opposite way. "You were right in showing me those memories, you just didn't do it with any tact. At all," Bellatrix informed him, understanding why he opened up to her about the future, but wishing he would have prepared her a bit more for it than he had. "Did it the wrong way." Harry grinned, agreeing that she was probably correct in the assessment of how he went about it. He knew that he was impulsive and he often flew by the seat of his pants, each of which were traits that he had been trying to stop since the night of Sirius' death 2 years prior, but had yet to full master his brash nature. "I'll try it differently the next time I go back in time." "Please do," Bellatrix murmured, taking a few steps down the stairs. "Good night, Dumbledore," she whispered, before turning around and making her way down to the dungeons below. "Sweet dreams, Black," Harry said softly, watching her go. He gave a small smile, as he stared at the spot she just occupied, before throwing on his invisibility cloak and heading to his room. The weekend came, and with it, the tryouts for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. While Harry wasn't trying out himself, he went down with Xenophilius to watch the rest of the Ravenclaws try their hand at making the team. Taking his seat in the Ravenclaw section of the bleachers, he saw that there were numerous people trying out for the keeper position, much more than he had anticipated. Wizard after wizard, witch after witch took their try, some good and others lacking, before Derek flew into the ring, having been called forth by the Ravenclaw captain, a fifth-year witch that Harry didn't know. In order to show his skills and have a chance to make the team, Derek was to save 5 quaffle throws as best as he could, with the person with the highest amount of saves earning his or her spot on the team. The Ravenclaw chasers flew around in the air as they prepared to pepper Derek with shots, each with a look of complete concentration in their eyes, seemingly wanting to make the people work in order to earn their spot. They tossed it back and forth in an effort to distract Derek, before, with one mighty toss, the chaser in the middle suddenly threw the quaffle at the hoop on the right. Derek flew upwards and knocked the quaffle down with the tail end of his broom, blocking the first shot. The quaffle was returned to the chasers, who again started to toss it amongst themselves, feigning shots every so often in an attempt to trick Derek. After another 2 or 3 tosses amongst each other, the quaffle found its way to a chaser that was floating high above, who swooped down towards the goalposts and threw the quaffle at the hoop in the middle. Derek flew quickly towards it and caught the quaffle just before it entered the hoop, saving a goal and saving his chances at making the team. Just as the 2 previous throws, the next 2 quaffle tosses were stopped by Derek, albeit more easily, leaving the last throw to decide. The chasers circled back around to their spots in front of the hoop, the one to the left holding the quaffle in her hands. They again tossed it between them all, feigning shots, before the quaffle was released towards the right hoop. The last throw came at Derek with great speed, nearly passing him by as he misread its path, but luckily, with his long arms he was just able to tip the quaffle away from the hoop. As a result of his action, the quaffle veered widely off course and missed the goal by a couple of feet, making Derek 5 for 5 in saves. With a large smile, Derek proudly flew down onto the pitch to watch the other players, knowing that he had a great chance to make the team. Once every applicant had their try, it came down to 3 people, each of whom had saved the quaffle 5 times, a third-year girl, a 6-year boy, and Derek. The team kept throwing glances at all of the applicants as they talked about each one, filling each with nerves that didn't seem to go away. After a lengthy discussion between the team and the captain, Derek was announced as the new keeper, with the third-year girl being his sub. Derek made sure to give his regards to the other 2, before he released a loud yell of triumph, thrilled to have had finally made the team. A few hours later, Harry was walking into his room, having spent most of the day in the library, studying for his potions assignment. The room was rowdy when he entered it, as guffaws of laughter erupted over a joke that Derek had apparently said to Gaspard. Everyone was there, all sitting on their bed, watching Derek anxiously, a large pile of glass bottles stacked up next to the boy's bed. "Is he drunk?" Harry asked curiously, taking off his top robe and sitting on his bed, as well, wondering what was up. He watched Derek for a few minutes and couldn't help but smile, seeing the glaze that was over the wizard's eyes. "Seems like it," Bertram nodded in agreement, also noticing the familiar look of someone who was drunk. He reached into the box that was on his lap, and tossed a bean from Bertie Bott's into the air and caught it in his mouth, before chomping down on it. "A little too much celebrating, methinks. I think we have the best room in all of Hogwarts," Derek said, staring at everyone in the room, meeting their gaze. They all raised eyebrows, wondering where he was going with it, all the while wearing amused expressions on their faces. No, I mean it." "Okay, Derek," Gaspard said in an easy tone, allowing Derek to continue. "And why is that?" "We are all good at something different," Derek drawled, his eyes halfway closed and his words slurred. "I'm good at ancient runes, you're the best boy in our year in charms, Harry is bloody brilliant in defense against the dark arts, Xenophilius knows more about the history of magic than everyone in Hogwarts but the headmaster, and Bertram." Everyone looked over at Bertram, who was still stuffing his face with Bertie Bott's beans, apparently unaware that they were looking at him. "Well, on second thought, what are you good at, Bertram?" Bertram murmured with a mouthful of beans, swallowing them down in one gulp. He face twisted in disgust as he tasted an ill-flavored bean, presumably vomit-flavored, as that was the only one that made people disgusted as much as Bertram seemed to be. "I'd be good at potions if I remembered to stir the cauldron like is needed," Bertram laughed at himself, knowing that it was true. He would be a skilled potion maker, if not for his inattentive nature. "Stir the cauldron," Gaspard whispered, looking down at the floor, a thought overcoming him. He briefly wondered why no one had invented a self-stirring cauldron as of yet, a cauldron that would do the stirring for a potion maker, rather than the witch or wizard having to it themselves. He figured there were plenty of wizarding folk who would be helped by such an object, as not everyone was a potions master, or even a mediocre potion maker. "I remember that," Derek called out with a large grin forming on his face, recalling the incident that happened a few years prior. "Don't you, Gas?" When Bertram blew up his cauldron in second year because he didn't stir properly and Slughorn yelled at him for days. "What?" Gaspard replied, looking up, shaking the thoughts out of his mind for the time being. He knew he was onto something there, perhaps something that would make his career, but he needed to research it a little more as he didn't know if it was even possible. "Oh, yes, I do," nearly killed himself because of that. He finished, which erupted a round of laughter and a confused Harry. Seeing the look of confusion on Harry's face, Bertram himself relayed to Harry the story about a mishap in potions that Bertram had during their second year. Apparently, while preparing some potion that called for 20 clockwise stirs, Bertram both overstirred it and stirred in the wrong direction at times, which made the potion explode in his face. He wasn't hurt, except for the singing of his eyebrows, but he had to live with being laughed at for about a year or two after the incident. It was an event that made him dislike potions enough to not take the NEWT level course, even if it hurt his future career prospects. "You know, I envy you guys," Derek continued, looking towards Gaspard, Harry, and Bertram's side of the room. "I wish I was a half-blood, you guys have it the best." "You know who doesn't seem to think so," Gaspard replied, making Harry snort quietly, knowing the irony of the statement. While Voldemort spewed his ideologies about blood purity, he himself was but a half-blood. "I mean it," Derek said, wishing that he himself was a half-blood, so he wasn't lumped in with Death Eaters whenever someone mentioned purebloods. Additionally, he was aware of the benefits that being a half-blood granted, things that many other witches and wizards overlooked. Xenophilius knows about it, maybe, but when purebloods go out into the Muggle world, we're totally lost. I have no idea how to use a pizza oven, yet I love Muggle pizza. I have no idea how a toaster works, let alone more complicated things like a television. I don't know how to drive, and I have no idea what a carburetor does, and the only reason I know about the word is because I heard a mechanical mention it as I walked by a garage one day during the summer." Quote, "Pizza is good," Bertram grinned, rummaging through the Bertie Bott's box in his lap in order to find one that tasted like pizza, though he did not know if one existed. Not for nothing, but not many people know what a carburetor does, to be honest, Harry laughed, he himself being just as clueless as Derek when it came to the many items found within a car. "And you mean a mechanic, not mechanical." "That's exactly my point." Derek grinned, seeing how he barely even knew the words of the Muggle world. "And Muggleborns, I have nothing against them and they are just as much of wizards as we are, but they are at a somewhat disadvantage when they first enter the wizarding world, just as purebloods are when they enter the Muggle world. But half-bloods, they have it all. They know about the Muggle world most likely, know how to use technology, and they get to learn about the wizarding world from the day that they're born most of the time. All the most powerful wizards in the world should be half-bloods since they have the best of both worlds." The rest of the night passed with similar conversations from Derek, with the boy expressing his many opinions. Harry found out that he was well liked by Derek, apparently having grown to be somewhat idolized in magic ever since he beat the boy in the Ravenclaw dueling tournament the year before. Additionally, Harry had also learned that the boy had met a Muggle girl in London over the summer and still communicated with her through the Muggle post, and he was trying to learn as much as he could about the Muggle world in order to ask her out on a date. Harry offered his help to Derek in his effort to teach him about the Muggle world, though Derek had passed out before Harry received an answer. On Wednesday afternoon, before Harry was to be in Dumbledore's office, Harry and Bellatrix met in the room of requirement, each knowing that they still had a lot to talk about, having not discussed all of it the previous time they were together. Harry didn't know what Bellatrix was exactly. Was she his girlfriend or something less? Were they supposed to talk to each other whenever they saw one another, or was a simple hi and a wave okay? Was he supposed to ask her out on a date, or would they just hang out like normal? Harry summoned the den that they had used the previous 2 times, and each took a seat on one of the couches, sitting a few feet away from each other. For a couple of seconds they stayed silent, each just looking at the other, before Bellatrix spoke up to cut the tension that had been building. "Something tells me you're going to make this really awkward, so I'll save us both from that." Bellatrix started with a smile, knowing the boy across from her had very few social skills of which to speak. While she wasn't much better, speaking her mind more than she should and saying things she shouldn't, she knew that her skills were enough to compensate for his given the situation. "Oh, thank Merlin." Harry gave out a breath of relief, knowing that he would indeed screw things up if he were the one to do the talking. It wasn't that he was afraid to speak to her about it, it was more than he didn't know what to say and didn't want to embarrass himself by saying something stupid as a result. "I just don't want anyone to know about this, not yet, okay?" Bellatrix asked, staring at Harry with her violet eyes, inwardly hoping that he would agree. "Just continue what we have been doing, saying hi when we see each other, talking when we're alone, coming here for privacy. It'll be simpler and better that way." "Okay." Harry nodded, not seeing the harm in waiting until she was ready. After all, he himself didn't know how deeply he felt for her, and really didn't want to take it a step further only to realize his feelings were quite shallow. Plus, he liked what they did and enjoyed his time with her as it was. "I guess that's fine. You do like me, though, right? Because I once at a girl during my 5th year that I thought liked me, but now I'm not so sure that she did, and I'd rather avoid that happening a second time. I don't like anyone, remember?" Bellatrix grinned, which Harry understood to mean that she did indeed like him, but she just couldn't admit it out loud. "I wouldn't have at you unless, you know." "Good." Harry smiled, accepting her admission and not needing her to say any more. It wasn't like he wanted her to admit her undying love for him, all he wanted was the comfort of knowing that he wasn't alone, that it wasn't unrequited interest. "Now that we have that done, can we change topics?" Bellatrix asked, bringing her legs up and crossing them in front of her on the couch, relaxing a bit. "I still have a load of questions for you." "Shoot," Harry said, wondering what else she wanted to know. "When I was teaching you occlumency," Bellatrix whispered, thinking back to the sessions a year prior, when she invaded Harry's thoughts in order to better him at the mental art. "I saw a few people in your mind, the ones that would spur on an emotional response for you." "I remember." "Yes," Harry agreed, knowing exactly who she was referencing by those people. "I take it that redhead and that bushy-haired girl were your friends from the future?" Bellatrix questioned curiously, not believing it to be a leap of intelligence to decipher that they were his friends from the future. "Was the redhead a Weasley?" she asked, knowing there wasn't a red-headed witch or wizard in all of Britain that wasn't connected to the Weasley family somehow. "Yes," Harry nodded with a smile, remembering his friends fondly. "He was Ron and she Hermione. I miss them dearly." "I knew it," Bellatrix exclaimed, giving a loud laugh, appreciating her wit. Harry looked down at his pocket watch, and saw that it was almost time to get to Dumbledore's office, the time having passed much quicker than he planned. He had thought they would have a good amount of time to talk, but now he realized that it was not to be. "You remember when Moonshine asked us last year what our animagus form would be if we could choose? And you said that you would want to be a spider?" he asked, looking back up to Bellatrix from his pocket watch. Vaguely, Bellatrix replied, though she remembered that class session clearly as it was the first time she had met Harry. Ron was deathly afraid of spiders. Harry sighed with a forlorn look in his eyes. "Your answer made me miss him so much. I had only been in the past for about a week, maybe a week and a half before then. I was pretty lonely." Bellatrix bit her lip in silence, not really knowing what to say to him in response. "We should get going," Harry whispered, getting to his feet, saving Bellatrix from her awkwardness. Bellatrix agreed, jumped up from the couch, collected her things and walked over to the door. "You know, I'm surprised you trusted me with your secret," started Bellatrix as they exited into the 7th-floor hallway. "I mean, it's not like we know each other that much. I haven't been very open about myself." "I know you plenty well," Harry said, almost affronted by her assertion. I know how your voice comes out as if you are bored, but when you're joking around and actually having some fun you inflect emotion into it. I know your sense of humor usually is sarcastic with a touch of arrogance, but you sometimes deadpan. I know that you have the biggest sweet tooth I've ever seen and can never pass up a piece of pumpkin cake, and that you prefer your butterbeer warm, even when it's hot outside. Should I go on? Watching me in the Great Hall, are you? Bellatrix questioned, seeing how those things that he mentioned were qualities a person could learn from observation. Like I was the only one. Harry questioned back, keeping his eyes on her as she headed towards the hallway that led to the staircases, the opposite way he was going. Oh, and Dumbledore. Bellatrix called over her shoulder, looking back at the wizard. I know your best friend is probably your owl, though I don't know its name, and if not the owl, then Edgar Bones. I know that you hate shepherd's pie. I know you're a bleeding heart, willing to help and befriend anyone that is in need. I know your favorite bean from Bertie Bott's is white chocolate. Should I go on? Harry stared at her, a neutral expression on his face as he weighed everything that she had said. Black. Yes, she replied with a raised eyebrow, waiting for him to say what he wanted to say. Her name is Hedwig. Harry smiled, earning a grin and a nod from the witch before she left. Harry couldn't hide the smile from his face as he continued on towards Dumbledore's office, knowing that he had a lot to talk about with the headmaster. The stairway was already down when Harry arrived, so he quickly walked up the stairs and entered the office. Hello, sir, he said, giving a small knock on the door to earn the attention of the office's occupant. Hello, Harry, Dumbledore said cheerfully, pushing his work aside to focus on the younger wizard. I'm glad to see you. Same to you, sir, Harry replied while taking his usual seat in front of the large oak desk. The pair made some small talk for a bit, asking each other about their previous week, with Harry informing Dumbledore about the difficulties of his NEWTs. I researched everything that you told me to look at, the Peverells, the Deathly Hallows, especially Horcruxes. He said, once the pair had gone silent for a moment. So you finally understand what a Horcrux does, Dumbledore murmured, not as a question but more of a statement. And what a Horcrux actually is. It keeps you alive even if your mortal form dies, Harry affirmed, knowing it was the most evil way to use magic that one could fathom. The Horcrux isn't the piece of soul, but rather the object itself. And from your notes, it seems to me that you believed Voldemort was, or is more like, rather blasé about his Horcruxes. That sounds like Tom, Dumbledore acknowledged, seeing the telltale qualities of Tom Riddle in what Harry had said. The arrogance, the inability to respect what he deems useless, both traits that Voldemort had. Always willing to overlook what other people might know, just because he thinks no one is as clever as he is. Plus, with the sheer amount of times he has divided his soul. Has there been anyone that has ever done what he has done? Harry interrupted tentatively, hoping against hope that no one before Voldemort had been as evil as to create as many Horcruxes as Voldemort had. Maim their soul to such an extent? Dumbledore asked, earning a nod from Harry. I don't believe there has been. Splitting a soul once is dangerous, but splitting a soul 5 times. It certainly explains why he has lost the patience and intelligence he possessed as a student in Hogwarts, and why he has devolved into a near monstrous appearance. And to think, he has intentions of creating one more Horcrux. Harry looked up at what Dumbledore had said with a look of knowing horror on his face, images of Voldemort's snake-like face popping into his mind, his Arlet eyes, his slits for nose, his bone-colored skin, all of which converged to create the gruesome appearance of an almost bipedal snake. So he does look like a snake now then. Snake. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, assuming that was the form he took in Harry's time. He has blurred features, as if he has been burned beyond recognition. And his eyes are now deep red, with no white of which to speak. Does he have a nose? Harry asked rhetorically, wondering just how scarred and ugly this Voldemort was in comparison to the one he knew. Last I knew, Dumbledore shrugged, having not seen Voldemort's face in a while. Whenever they confronted one another, which was sporadic and not very often, Voldemort always appeared with his hood up, preventing Dumbledore from seeing his face in full. What about the Peverells? Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus, Harry answered knowingly, recalling the triplets he had learned about during the previous week. They were born in the year 1212 in the village of Godric's Hollow. Very good, Dumbledore nodded in approval, impressed with Harry's researching ability. Ignotus' headstone in the graveyard of Godric's Hollow actually says his date of birth was July 12, 1214, but from what I know, he and his brothers were actually born on July 14, 1212. The headstone says he also died a year younger than history says, so perhaps it was a joke or just a really, really bad stone carver. Harry chuckled at Dumbledore's comment, inwardly wondering himself whether it was bad craftsmanship or if the history books just had it wrong. They were triplets. Maybe. Dumbledore frowned, knowing that information from that many years ago was oftentimes unreliable. A few genealogy books say so, but you never know. They each could have been born a year apart from each other for all we know. Dumbledore looked off out the window into the distance, before he looked down at the wand on his desk, staring at it pensively. And the Deathly Hallows? I haven't learned anything about them, Harry answered, shaking his head in the negative, having still not found what he needed about the Deathly Hallows, like how they were made, what inspired their creation, or whether they were indeed crafted by Death himself. Okay, Dumbledore nodded, furrowing his brow in thought. Unbeknownst to many in the wizarding community, Dumbledore was aware that the history of the Deathly Hallows was so intertwined with the lives of the Peverell brothers that talking about one was impossible without knowing about the other. Then how about we pause this conversation about the Peverells until you do? Very well, Harry replied, rising to his feet, knowing that was his cue to leave. Over the time he spent with the headmaster, he realized that Dumbledore had a way to kick people out of his office without actually telling them to leave, making it quite exasperating when you went to him for answers that he refused to give. Goodbye, sir. Bye, Harry, Dumbledore said, watching as the younger wizard left. When summer finally turned to autumn, Harry and a small group of Ravenclaws joined Greta in Hogsmeade to celebrate her birthday. Harry had sent her a box of candies, a small present, but one that showed that he had thought about her. After a lengthy lunch in the Three Broomsticks, they dispersed, with Greta walking off with her boyfriend, Milton Curd, to what appeared to be Madame Puddifoot's tea shop. Harry couldn't help but grimace at the idea of the shop, with its tacky and frilly decorations and its all-too-sweet atmosphere. He was supremely glad that Bellatrix didn't force him there and instead wanted to keep what they had a secret. After that, the cold of the fall started to come, preventing the students from leaving the castle very often. However, there were a few nice days interspersed throughout the weeks, which oftentimes allowed the students to sit out in the various quads and courtyards found throughout Hogwarts to enjoy the sunlight. It was a warm October Saturday that found Harry sitting with Bertram, Xenophilius, and Greta, staring up at the Ravenclaw Quidditch team as they flew high above the Quidditch pitch as they played their first match of the season against the Slytherin team. They all cheered and yelled, hoping that the Ravenclaws would pull out a victory against the green and silver team. Harry kept his eyes on Derek as he was assaulted by the Slytherin chasers, all of whom seemed to be testing his skills every few minutes. One of the chasers for the Slytherin team had managed to score the only goal in the game so far, allowing the Slytherins to take the early 10-0 lead. The score went back and forth for the next few minutes, with each team's chasers scoring on the opposing keepers. Derek was playing well, but the Ravenclaw team was a bit overmatched by the bigger, stronger, faster and intensely more physical Slytherins. In the end, the match was over pretty quickly, with Regulus Black, the Slytherin Seeker, catching the snitch not 20 minutes into the game. The final score was 190-30, which erupted a round of applause from the Slytherins and a few jeers from the Ravenclaws, who were upset at the physical style of play that the Slytherins employed. Overall, however, Harry knew that the Slytherins were just flat out better than the Ravenclaws and, if given the opportunity to play, would probably have even beaten his own Gryffindor team. The Slytherins in this time each earned a spot on the team due to their skill, unlike what happened with Draco Malfoy, who had his father buy him a spot on the team via Nimbus 2001's. As the Ravenclaws filed out of the stadium, they gave one last look to their team before the 7 players disappeared into their changing room, all with disappointed looks on their faces. Later that night, Harry and Xenophilius snuck out of the common room and went down to the kitchens, both craving a late-night snack. It was well past the time they were supposed to be in the common room that found them making their way back up to the Ravenclaw Tower, each hurrying through the hall in muted silence, hoping not to get caught out of bed. Dumbledore. A voice cut through the darkness, making Harry and Xenophilius stop right where they were. Harry immediately recognized the voice, and knowing that he had his invisibility cloak to protect him, he gestured for Xenophilius to go. Go, there's no point in both of us getting in trouble. You sure? Xenophilius whispered, before earning a nod from Harry. He jetted off into the darkness of the hallway, heading up to the Ravenclaw common room, leaving Harry behind as per the boy's request. Hello Black, Harry grinned as Bellatrix showed herself and walked towards him, meeting her violet gaze with his own blue and green one. Shouldn't you be in your room? Bellatrix questioned with an amused expression on her pretty face, not surprised to find him out since she knew it was a common occurrence for him. You're lucky it was me and not McGonagall who found you. She's on duty tonight, Harry asked in a worried tone, biting his lip, knowing full well that he would receive a terrible detention from the Transfiguration professor should she catch him out of bed after hours. Then, adding with a wry grin, he said, I think I'd prefer her, actually. Very funny, Bellatrix said, sticking her tongue out at him. Yeah, she's on duty. There are like 5 teachers awake, though. Her eyes flicked down to his bag, trying to see if he had his invisibility cloak. You have your cloak. Use it. Okay, Harry smiled, as she nodded and turned to walk down the hall to resume her duties. He grabbed her wrist before she took a step and pulled her body towards him, dotting her on the cheek when she was close enough for him to reach. He then cupped the opposite side of her head, his left thumb nestled over her right ear, and turned her face towards him, where he at her once more on the lips. Good night, he said, pulling away from the key, and walking away, a content expression on his face all the while. With a hop to his step, Harry hurried towards the Ravenclaw common room, knowing that if he was caught, he'd certainly get detention. Smoothly, he rounded corner after corner, before rushing down the hallway that led to the main stairwell. Hey, what does that say on the map? Harry heard a voice say echoing off of the walls, and he immediately recognized it as Sirius. It was younger, yes, but it still had the same mischievous tone that he knew the Sirius of his time had. 2 Potters. Who is Harry Potter? What map are they talking about? Harry whispered to himself, before his eyes went wide with fear. They're talking about the Marauders map. They must have just started it. That means, they see me as Harry Potter on it. He quickly ran down the hall and threw on his invisibility cloak, searching for a place to hide. His eyes shifted about, desperately trying to figure out what to do. However, short on time, he heard their footsteps coming closer and he was forced to duck behind a suit of armor, hoping that would suffice. It says he should be around here, James Potter said, raising his wand in the hallway, where it was alit with an eerie white glow, searching for the person that was represented by the dot on the map. I don't see anyone, do you? No, Remus replied, looking from the map to the spot where Harry was crouched, though he could not make anyone out. To him, there seemed to be nothing there except for the suit of armor, a lifeless suit of armor that had been there since Remus had first entered the school. There's no one there. He should be right there, James said again, staring at the spot Harry should be, just behind the armor. Maybe he has an invisibility cloak like you, James, Peter exclaimed, feeling the air where he thought Harry was, flaring his hands wildly as if he was trying to capture a lightning bug. As Peter swung his hands around, Harry wiggled and ducked, making sure to avoid the boy's reach as much as possible. Stop, you prat. Are you a wizard or are you a muggle? Sirius questioned mockingly, looking at Peter like he had 3 heads. Accio, cloak, Accio. When nothing came to him, he shrugged his shoulders and looked over at James, wondering what the other boy thought. I guess the map is wrong, I'll have to fix it. I guess, James whispered, though he seemed skeptical. He knew Sirius had created the map so it would never lie, so it would show everybody in Hogwarts at the time, which was why he doubted it could be tricked as quickly and easily as it seemed to be. I don't know of any other spells that would make someone that invisible, do you? A bedazzling hex would leave an outline, and even a disillusionment charm would not be powerful enough to make someone so invisible like that. Nope, Sirius shrugged once more, pocketing his wand and putting his hands behind his head. Let's go, I'm hungry. I'll figure out what's wrong with it in the morning. Yeah, let's go down to the kitchens, James agreed with a nod, turning around and following Sirius down the hall into the stairwell. He gave the suit of armor one last look before vanishing behind the corner, allowing Harry to let out a deep breath in an effort to relieve his tension. Harry waited a few minutes after they disappeared until he revealed himself and crept out of his hiding place. As he ripped the cloak off of his body, his eyes were wide in confusion as they stared down at the fabric, wondering just what it was that prevented the summoning charm from working. It should have, he whispered, knowing that he wanted to figure out how it was possible. But first, he knew, he couldn't let himself be seen as Harry Potter on the Marauder's map again, so to that end he rushed back to his room, hoping that the Remus journal would have answers for him. He arrived in his room, and gave out a sigh of relief when he saw everyone else was either asleep or had their curtains drawn for privacy. "Did you get in trouble?" Xenophilius said, peeking his head out of his curtains to see his friend. "No," Harry shook his head, feigning worry, not wanting Xenophilius to know that Bellatrix had no intention of getting him in trouble in the first place. "She let me off the hook. Thanks for what you did." Xenophilius smiled, happy to have a friend like Harry, one who was as good and loyal as Harry was. He hadn't very many friends as it was, with his other roommates only tolerating him, but even the Ravenclaws viewing him as strange. It wasn't until Harry came and befriended him did he feel more welcome, especially around his other close friend, Edgar Bones. "You're a good friend. Don't worry about it," Harry replied happily, he himself caring a great deal about Xenophilius. With a nod good night, Xenophilius closed his curtains back up, giving Harry the privacy he needed in order to enter his trunk. Popping open the library lid, Harry jumped down into the chamber, landing on the floor with a thud. Quickly, he headed over to the table in the center of the room, which had a leather journal in the center of it. "Remus, I need to know how I can change my name on the Marauder's map. I can't believe I forgot about that. I was almost caught tonight." He wrote swiftly, hoping for a speedy response. "The Marauder's map. Oh, Merlin, let me think. The map never lies, Harry, this will be difficult." Black ink appeared on the paper, before disappearing with a flash. Nearly a minute later, black ink appeared once more, individual letters at first before forming into a sentence. "I think you might have to befuddle the map, sort of like how Barty Crouch Jr. befuddled the Triwizard Cup. Befuddle it to show your name as it is now, because you will be shown no matter what. The Confundus charm," Harry replied in loopy cursive, wanting to make sure that was what Remus meant by befuddling the map. "That should work. I don't believe the befuddlement jinx will prove powerful enough," Remus replied, and as the ink disappeared, a brand new sentence formed on the paper. "Remember, do not hold anything back, the charm will need to be especially powerful in order to confuse the map, and even then I don't think it'll work. It's worth a try, though. Luckily, I have my map to test it out on," Harry noted, recognizing that he could practice on his own map before trying it on the original. "Where can I get their map?" "It's their 6th year, correct?" the ink replied, telling Harry what he needed to know. Sirius kept it in his bedside table most of the time. Harry nodded his head, having previously assumed that he would have to break into the Gryffindor common room, and closed the journal and went back up into his room, pulling his version of the Marauder's map out as he closed the curtains around his bed for privacy. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he whispered quietly, activating the true magic of the map, one that showed nearly every part of the castle and all of the occupants inside. Dots with names started to appear on the map, inside the lines that showed the entire castle of Hogwarts. Sure enough, he saw his name appear as Harry Potter, which made him draw a breath for a second. He couldn't believe that he had forgotten about the map, an object that he had used many times over the last 4 years. He took out his wand and pointed the tip down at the yellowed parchment, hoping that he could manage the charm that was needed to confuse the map into showing him as a different name. He silently thought of the effect that he desired, and then waved his wand over the map and put all of his energy into the spell, muttering, "Confundo." He saw the map's writing flash for a second and he quickly pointed his wand at it once more, saying, "Harry Dumbledore." Again, the writing flashed, and he looked down at his dot, "Harry Dumbledore." He gave a sigh of relief, stifling a yawn as he realized how much energy the spell had taken out of him. If that's what it took out of me for a measly map, how much power did Barty Crouch Jr. have to put into his spell to confuse the Triwizard Cup? He questioned himself, realizing that Barty probably struggled befuddling the powerful object to accept a 4th champion. At mid-morning the next day, Harry waited outside of the Gryffindor common room underneath his cloak, listening for someone to say the password to open the portal hidden behind the portrait. He knew that the 6th-year Gryffindors had a double potions with the Hufflepuffs in the morning, which he figured would give him clear access to the room shared by Sirius and his father for more than the time that was needed in order to get the map. Soon enough, a third-year girl came up to the fat lady, making Harry inch closer to her to better hear what she was going to say. "Wartywarts," she called, which made the fat lady swing open and reveal the doorway into the common room. Harry stepped forward and made to enter, but paused, not knowing if he should. When the portrait closed back up, he nodded, and said, "Wartywarts." With a lurch and a confused look on her face, the fat lady swung open, revealing the porthole entrance into the Gryffindor common room once more. He snuck into the common room, past a group of Gryffindors that did not seem to notice the portrait swing open, and ran up to the dormitories as quietly and quickly as he could. He found the sixth-year room, and swiftly rushed to the bedside table that Remus had pointed out. He reached down and tried to open it, but found it jammed shut as if by magic. Taking out his wand, he whispered, "Alohomora," and then tried to open it once more. Again, the drawer did not open, making Harry curse under his breath, not knowing when any occupant of the room would come back. He kneeled there for a few more minutes, trying to think of a spell to use. Finally, a charm popped into his mind, one that he had first seen in Tom Riddle's memory during his second year, but had finally learned while he was studying for the Triwizard Tournament during his fourth year, 2 years after first seeing the spell. "Aperio," Harry said once more, this time using a more powerful spell than the common one. There was a flash of sudden flaming light, which filled the entire room before. Sure enough, the drawer popped open with a great deal of force, revealing a trove of goodies from Zonko's, but no map. He closed the table drawer back up, and went to the next bedside tables in the room, with all eliciting the same result. He bent down and tried the last table, only to find that it too was without the map. "It's not here," Harry growled, before closing and locking the drawer back up and rushing out of the room, intending on not being caught. With his cloak hanging over him, preventing him from being seen, he skipped down the steps 2 by 2 until he reached the common room, and quietly tiptoed out of the room, making sure as to not be heard by the group of Gryffindors that were sitting at a table by the window. Once he was in the hallway, he jumped into an empty classroom and took off his invisibility cloak, revealing himself to the world. Throwing it into his bag, he immediately left the room and headed towards his own room in the Ravenclaw Tower, intending on talking to Remus about the map not being in the bedside table. He arrived in his room soon later, and after entering his trunk, he was at the journal. Where could it be, Remus? Harry wrote hurriedly, not wanting to go another night with his real name on the Marauder's map. He had no idea how many times his father and friends used it during the week, and he was worried that if they were to use it nightly, he would surely be seen eventually. "It is their 6th year, correct?" Remus wrote back nearly instantly, asking the same question he had asked Harry the night before. Sirius sometimes kept it in his pocket, the back one if I recall, in order to be able to work on it whenever he was bored in class. Harry quickly climbed up the ladder and jumped out of his trunk. He closed the lid and opened up another lock, before grabbing a piece of parchment off of the top and closing the trunk back up. He pointed his wand down at the parchment, solemnly swore that he was up to no good, and swiftly ran his eyes over the map, trying to find Sirius. He searched and searched but could not find Sirius as classes had just been let out and there was a mass of students in the hallways as a result. He did, however, find his father walking from the potions classroom and into the courtyard, apparently intending on enjoying the abnormally warm day outside. Assuming that Sirius would eventually find his way to James, Harry threw the map back into the trunk and rushed off, aiming on changing their version of the Marauder's map as soon as possible. Harry made his way through the halls of Hogwarts. Heading directly towards the courtyard he had seen his father in on the Marauder's map, hoping that Sirius would be close by. Sure enough, he found an entire group of people in the courtyard, most surprisingly being Bellatrix, who was lazily sitting with a bunch of Slytherins underneath a tree, with Severus Snape standing and pointing his wand up to the sky. Harry's eyes drifted upwards to where Snape was pointing, and saw his father hanging from his ankles, nearly 20 feet above the ground. "Not so tough without black here, are you, Potter?" Severus Snape smiled, staring straight at the upside-down teenager. "You sure you want to do this, Snivellus?" James replied in a scowl, anger rising inside of him. He had tried to ignore Snape, had tried to swallow his disgust of the boy, but even with that, Snape felt the need to start something with him. As he was hanging, he reached into his pocket and grabbed a shiny object that Harry could not decipher, before staring at Snape, giving him one last chance to release him. "If you think you've seen the worst that I can do, just wait, you'll be sorry." Bellatrix saw Harry standing and watching what was happening, and gave him a slight shrug, as if apologizing for not helping or, more likely knowing her and the deal they had with each other, telling him she didn't mind whatever it was that he decided on doing. Seeing that, and unperturbed by her not doing anything about it due to the aforementioned deal, Harry moved forward and announced his presence. "I have no quarrel with you, Snape, but if you don't put him down right now, I'm going to take out my wand." Harry looked over Snape's shoulder, and saw the other Slytherins stirring, making him smile in amusement. "And your friends will not be able to help you, I assure you of that." "This has nothing to do with you," Snape growled threateningly, angry that Harry dared to intrude. "Go away. Consider me standing in for Black then," Harry answered nonchalantly, unwilling to step aside and allow his father be hurt. "Like I said, I have no quarrel with you, and if I see him doing the same to you, I will step in on your behalf as well. I promise you that." Just then, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew ran out into the courtyard, their wands out, seemingly having been alerted of James's predicament by someone. Harry noted that Remus looked hesitant and Pettigrew scared, while Sirius was the most bombastic with a look of what seemed to be glee on his face. "Speak of the devil," Harry said, seeing the other Slytherins jump to their feet and take out their wands as well. Standing in between the Gryffindors and the Slytherins, Harry knew he had to pick a side, so he too took out his wand and stood next to Sirius, a little ahead of the younger boy in an effort to take the lead. "I'm fairly certain we're all getting detention if we get caught," Harry muttered neutrally, his eyes on Severus, hoping the boy would see reason and let up. 4 against 5, I like those odds. "Call it a draw," Bellatrix shrugged, putting her wand away and dropping her guard. She knew that many would follow her lead and let up as they feared her more than they feared Snape. "Release him, Severus, Dumbledore has a point." "What?" Snape snapped, looking at Bellatrix with wide, confused eyes. He had Potter right where he wanted him, defenseless and embarrassed, and to turn back now was not an option in his mind. "I don't feel like getting detention, I'm head girl," Bellatrix ordered a tad angrily, staring at Snape, daring him to go against her. "Put him down and do this another day, when his friends aren't around." Snape looked back and forth between Bellatrix, Harry, and James, before, with a loud growl, he allowed James to unceremoniously fall to the ground in a heap. "Lucky you, Potter," he said with his lip curled upwards, turning and walking out of the courtyard, many of the Slytherins following closely behind him. "Dumbledore won't be here to save you next time," Bellatrix said with a smirk, keeping up the pretense, which earned a smile from Harry. She too turned and walked away, grabbing her bag on the way out of the courtyard. James got back to his feet and pocketed a small mirror that he had been holding in his hands, the shiny object that Harry had seen him pull out of his pocket. "I guess I owe you another Quidditch game," James laughed, wiping off the dirt from his robes, wanting to show his appreciation of Harry's actions. "Don't mention it," Harry replied, walking away, knowing that he couldn't get the map at that time and would need to try again later. He silently walked through the halls trying to distance himself from the map, knowing that, like Sirius seemingly had before him, his dot, and by proxy his name, would get lost in the throng of Hogwarts students. He knew that he would be safe in the Ravenclaw common room, as he doubted the group had found the entrance to the room yet, which meant that it wouldn't be plotted on the map. He figured that Peter had followed various students as a rat, which allowed them to learn of the various locations of the house common rooms. Like the Ravenclaw Tower and the Slytherin dungeons, Harry himself did not know where the Hufflepuff common room was and had never looked for it on the Marauders map. As such, he rushed swiftly towards his room, wanting to be protected until he could find another time to steal the map. As he neared a hallway, he quickly zigged down it, knowing that there was a secret entrance behind the portrait of a bookshelf, having found it when he adventured around Hogwarts during the previous summer. He touched the book that would open the portal, and looked down each end of the hall, before jumping through, the bookshelf returning to its place soon after. He appeared on the landing of the 5th level in the Ravenclaw boys' dormitory. He ran down the stairs until he reached his own floor, and then entered his room, giving out a sigh of relief. He jumped into his bed and closed the curtains around him, giving him the needed privacy in order to check out the map. He looked down and saw the group of 4 dots walking to the Gryffindor common room. He knew that his best opportunity would to do it early the next morning, though he knew he risked Sirius keeping it in his room as he had done that day. However, if that was the case, he'd slip back into the Gryffindor common room just as he had previously and grab the map from the bedside table. The next morning, Harry once again waited near the fat lady portrait, making sure to stay hidden. Suddenly, the portrait swung open, and a few Gryffindors came out, though not Sirius, the person for whom he was waiting. A few minutes passed before the portrait opened once more, and a flock of Gryffindors barreled out of the common room in a rush, but again, no Sirius. Finally, after 20 more minutes, and a few more Gryffindors, a small group of 6th years exited, including Sirius. Harry tailed Sirius for a few halls, until he saw his chance to act. Defendo, he thought to himself silently, slashing his wand in Sirius' direction. As he expected would happen, the back pocket of Sirius' black slacks tore itself open, allowing the folded-up piece of parchment to fall unnoticeably to the ground. "Accio, map," he said quietly, catching the map as it flew into his hands, trying to hurry before Sirius knew what had happened. Thinking about the effect that he wanted, he whispered, "Confundo," and ran his wand over the parchment. "Harry Dumbledore," he whispered again. As he pointed the tip of his wand down onto the parchment, hoping that it would work. He quickly looked up and saw that Sirius had reached back to feel his pocket, presumably having felt the weight of the parchment fall out. Quickly, he said the password and looked at his dot on the map, and gave out a sigh of relief when he saw that it read Harry Dumbledore. "Hey, Sirius," he called out loudly, pocketing his wand after clearing the map. Sirius turned around and when he saw that it was Harry, he gave a wave and a smile. "Dumbledore, how are things?" he questioned, wanting to know how Harry had been doing. "I saw you drop this old piece of parchment," Harry said, running over to Sirius with the map in his hand. "I guess it must have fallen out of your pocket." "My pocket ripped, it seems," Sirius muttered, shrugging his shoulders as he accepted the map from Harry. "Thanks, I would have hated to lose this. Isn't it just an old piece of parchment?" Harry lied, trying to sell to Sirius the fact that he didn't know how important the map was. "What? Oh, yeah, I thought this was something else." Sirius laughed, hoping that he didn't ruin the cover of the map. "I should get going, thanks again, Harry." "No problem." Harry nodded, turning around as a large grin appeared on his face. With a sigh of relief, Harry walked down to the kitchens, feeling a bit peckish and knowing that he had missed breakfast. He had class in a few minutes, but he knew he had just enough time to grab a muffin and maybe a glass of juice. Later that night, Harry met Bellatrix on her rounds, before they both entered the room of requirement. Once they were in the privacy of the room, Harry plopped down onto one of the couches, took off his black robe and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, loosening up his collar. He reached into his bag and grabbed his Transfiguration book, intending on getting some work done while they hung out. However, as he started to read, he noticed he could not concentrate, his mind drifting off to various other thoughts that were unrelated to Transfiguration. "Something on your mind?" Bellatrix asked quietly, seeing Harry's furrowed brows as he tried to read. "Lots," Harry nodded with a sigh, looking up to meet her gaze. Bellatrix cocked an eyebrow, wondering what had his attention. "Like what?" "Thank you for helping with the Slytherins the other day, by the way," Harry said, happy that she had showed her affection for him by helping both him and his father. "I didn't feel like getting detention," Bellatrix shrugged it off, not wanting him to read too much into it. "Either way, thank you," Harry smiled, not really caring why she did it, only that she did indeed do it. He wasn't angry that she didn't help his father in that situation, instead allowing Snape to do whatever he wanted with James. The pair had come to the agreement that, while Bellatrix would not take part in it, Snape and James would have their little spat since they both deserved whatever it was the other gave. While Harry was initially tentative on it, he had witnessed a duel break out between Snape and his father the day after they came to the agreement, and saw firsthand that both boys got in shots at the other and it wasn't as one-sided as Harry had been led to believe via Snape's memories. What he did not tolerate, she knew, was her actively bullying with the other Slytherins, an action that she did not take part in just for that reason. While they had a lot to change, and Harry knew that Bellatrix wasn't completely devoid of her former ways and that she had yet to truly make the choice to be with him and drop her darker characteristics, for the time being it worked and he was happy, she would have to make that choice sooner or later, decide on the Life she was going to live eventually, but the time was not then. So, what else is on your mind? Bellatrix prodded, not letting him off the hook so quickly. She knew that giving her his thanks could not be the only thing on his mind, and something else was gnawing at his thoughts. Who is Licorice Black? He asked distractedly, as he began to read his Transfiguration homework, hoping that talking about his thoughts would allow him to concentrate a bit more. He or she? IRAY. Bellatrix questioned back, straightening some parchment and uncorking a bottle of ink, readying herself to write an essay. What? Harry questioned confusedly, not understanding the question. I have no idea, she died a few years ago. Licorice, Bellatrix nodded in the affirmative, realizing that was who Harry meant. I met her a few times, but I barely remember her. She was a private person, even most blacks didn't understand why. She was like my first cousin twice removed or something, I don't know, she was my grandfather's cousin. She died when I was 5 or 6, I can't really remember. Why do you think she was so private? Harry inquired interestedly, intrigued by the proposition of another black treating people well, as Bustle seemed to imply that she did. If that was the case, then surely there was some hope with Bellatrix, as she would then have 2 cousins and, maybe if Alfred Black giving serious money showed anything, an uncle as well, who were good. Blood purity, Bellatrix shrugged, not really knowing, barely remembering her as it was, let alone great detail about her personal life. She probably didn't hate Muggles or Muggleborns, but wanted to still be part of the family. Gotcha. Harry nodded in understanding, seeing how it would be smart to distance herself and not allow members of the family to see her true feelings if that was the case. It was difficult for anyone to sever their ties with the family, so picking and choosing when to see them seemed reasonable to Harry if Licorice truly was a nice person, but cared about her family too much to disavow them entirely. And what about the IRY question? Licorice Black was an ancestor of mine from like the 1700s. Bellatrix answered, her mind drifting off to the family tree that was hanging in Grimmauld Place. Licorice was named after him. He married some witch named Magenta Tripe or something like that, and 200 years later, I am able to tell you about him. Interesting, Harry whispered, seeing how Licorice and Licorice sounded the same when spoken out loud. Why do you ask, anyway? Bellatrix inquired, not really understanding how he had heard about the name Licorice. I met a house elf, Harry began slowly, furrowing his brows as he thought back to his first conversation with Bustle, the elf that cleaned his room in the Ravenclaw Tower. His name is Bustle, and he said that his former master was Licorice Black, before she freed him and he came to work at Hogwarts. A house elf now. Bellatrix sighed, rolling her eyes in a mixture of amusement and astonishment. She had grown up in a family that looked down on the helping creatures, beheading them when they were too old to do their job and hanging their head on the wall afterwards, as if a trophy of a hunted beast. Is there nothing that you won't become friends with? Voldemort, Harry answered quickly, then adding with a smile, and Dementors. Duly noted, Bellatrix mumbled in exasperation at Harry's joke, ignoring the fact that he spoke the Dark Lord's name. What else? You wouldn't happen to know who the Peverells are, do you? Harry asked, not believing she would since he himself had no idea about them prior to talking to Dumbledore. I recognize the name, but other than that, no, Bellatrix said, dipping her quill into the bottle of ink and starting her essay. I saw it in a book in the library a year or 2 ago, why? Harry smiled at his luck, thrilled that Bellatrix would be able to help him in his endeavor to learn more about the brothers and their Deathly Hallows. Can you get me that book? Sure. Bellatrix nodded, willing to help him out, whatever he needed. Anything else? Would you like me to do your homework for you, as well? Bellatrix questioned, rolling her eyes once more, this time in feigned annoyance. Or take your Transfiguration exam. Harry gave out a laugh at her antics, making Bellatrix throw a pillow at him, which hit him square in the face. The weeks passed with Harry meeting with Dumbledore every Wednesday, Bellatrix every few days in the Room of Requirement, and the Dueling Club every Saturday. Halloween came quickly, and after the big feast, Harry and Bellatrix met up outside on the 7th floor at midnight. Instead of entering the Room of Requirement, however, Harry and Bellatrix walked briskly towards the stairs, whispering to each other to pass the time. Harry took her hand and led her through the halls of Hogwarts, making sure not to be seen by anyone. After a few twisting corners, and a couple flights of stairs, they arrived in an empty storage room that held a lone, majestic object in the center of it. "Is this what you wanted me to see?" Bellatrix questioned, staring puzzlingly at the large mirror that was about 20 feet ahead of her. "What is this thing?" "It's the mirror of her eyes," Harry explained with a swooping gesture towards the mirror, walking further into the room until he was just 5 feet away from it. He was off to the side, unable to see his reflection, but close enough to read the writing at the top of the mirror. "Come, stand in front of it," Harry suggested, wanting to know what she saw, wanting to see what she desired. "What do you see?" Bellatrix took the necessary steps forward, closing the distance between herself and the mirror. She stood next to Harry directly in front of the mirror, staring straight at her reflection. With her long straight black hair, her violet eyes, and her pointed features, she looked exactly as she would in a normal mirror. "Nothing," Bellatrix said, raising a confused eyebrow at what she was supposed to see. Harry asked, surprised, a bit taken aback by her answer. He recalled how Ron had muttered instantly about all of the accolades that the mirror accomplished for him, like Quidditch captain and head boy, all things that made him better than his brothers in his opinion. Bellatrix's eyes flicked over to Harry, hoping he would inform her about why they were there. "I just see myself in your reflection." Harry blinked at what she had said, completely drawing a blank as to explain what she was seeing. "Nothing else." "Nothing else," Bellatrix agreed with a nod, still confused as to what she was supposed to be seeing, as to what made the mirror special and different than other ones. Was it like the mirror that Harry had charmed to show his true appearance or something entirely different? "Why, what am I supposed to see?" "Your heart's desire," Harry answered quietly, knowing through experience that the mirror showed what a person really wanted in the world. Harry took a step to the left to be directly in front of it, and looked at his reflection, wondering if anything had changed from the previous opportunity he had to see his desire. Like last time, it was him, older and more powerful than ever with Voldemort gone from the world, having been defeated in battle. However, unlike last time, there was also tall female standing next to him, her features hard to distinguish but their fingers interlocked in clearly defined love. His eyes instinctively moved over to Bellatrix, who confusedly looked back at him, not really knowing what he was seeing. "I see Voldemort gone from this world, that's my heart's desire." Bellatrix bit her lip, repeating what Harry had said just moments before. She continued to look at the mirror, still seeing her and Harry standing in front of it instead of the desires that it was supposed to show. If you read the scrawl across the top, it says, "I show not your face but your heart's desire," backwards. Harry pointed to the top of the mirror, where tiny letters were engraved in the metal. "So it does," Bellatrix whispered, taking a step closer to read the writing. "Why don't I see anything?" she questioned to herself, confused by why it didn't work for her. "Maybe you're just the happiest person in the world, so you just see yourself," Harry suggested, remembering when Dumbledore told him that the mirror would not work for people who didn't want anything. "I guess," Bellatrix replied, inwardly wondering why she didn't feel exceptionally happy if that was the case. Next to her, she saw Harry's questioning glance, so she turned to him and gave him a smile, not wanting the mood to go south. "I could go for some more pumpkin cake," she said, grabbing his hand and rushing out of the room, heading to the kitchens below. Promptly at 8 o'clock the next Wednesday, Harry arrived in Dumbledore's office, and after the exchange of pleasantries, both sat across from one another, silently sipping on the drinks that Dumbledore had poured moments prior. Harry had yet to find out more detailed information about the Deathly Hallows, so the topic of conversation usually lingered on everyday things, rather than the notes that Harry had received from the Dumbledore in his own time. Harry had pushed off his research of the Deathly Hallows for the time being until the Christmas break, where he knew he would have more than enough time to search out whatever he needed and he wouldn't be burdened by his difficult NEWT assignments. "What should we talk about tonight, Harry?" Dumbledore questioned as he placed his glass back down on his desk, giving the younger wizard a large smile. "Can you teach me some magic?" Harry asked excitedly, hoping to learn something from the great wizard. "When you first invited me to come to your office, you said that you would." "Like what?" Dumbledore inquired, wondering what the boy wanted to learn from him. "Well," Harry thought to himself, as a plethora of options ran through his mind. He knew that Dumbledore was, without a doubt, the greatest wizard in Europe, if not the entire world, so he understood the honor it would present to be taught by Dumbledore personally. One time, I saw you use a great spell. It wasn't a spell you would use normally, it was during a confrontation. Go on, Dumbledore prodded, needing more information in order to guess what spell it was that Harry was speaking about. There was a flash of silver, and some dust, and everyone you were fighting was knocked out. Harry replied, recalling the spell that Dumbledore had used when Fudge and Umbridge confronted the Great Wizard during Harry's 5th year. But it wasn't a stunner, no, because you said that they wouldn't know they were knocked out, they would assume that they just fell to the floor and would wake up naturally after only a few moments. With what little information you've given me, I think you're referencing the benumbing hex, Dumbledore answered after a short time, believing that to be the spell Harry wanted to learn. If not, he knew, it was still a useful spell, one that Harry could use regardless. Yes, I can teach you that. Awesome, Harry grinned, putting his glass on the table and straightened up in his seat. Ready to start right away. It's an old spell, and it does exactly what you think it does. It drops people into unconsciousness for a few simple seconds. Dumbledore explained, informing the younger wizard as to the spell's strength. What it lacks in pure punch like the stunning charm, it makes up for in versatility. It allows for an easy escape from a situation not in your best favor, and is especially useful when you are outnumbered a great deal. What's the catch? Harry questioned, seeing the power that the spell had. If there wasn't a catch, he presumed that the spell would be more widely known, since he had learned that most magic that lasted through the ages were the ones that people found most useful and lacked adverse effects. Ah, how astute of you, Dumbledore nodded in appreciation of Harry's wit. The people have to be in the immediate proximity and path of your wand, so you can't use this spell to fight off a wizard 20 feet behind you. They need to be close and visible. I tend to find that anyone past the 10 feet mark is too far. Additionally, it is easily blocked. It's a powerful spell given the right circumstances, but a stunner is more useful in many ways. How do I do it? Harry asked excitedly, wanting to have such a spell in his arsenal. I trust you not to use this lightly, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, earning a vigorous nod from Harry. The incantation is vehement, and the wand movement is a strong thrust towards the ground, as if using a hammer. Can I try it? Harry inquired as he grabbed his wand from his robes and readied himself to experiment with the spell. Not here, Dumbledore shook his head with a jovial laugh. I'd rather not have to fix my office afterwards. Dumbledore smiled, knowing that it would probably upturn his desk and knock over his trinkets if cast. Practice it alone a few times, try to learn how to steer the silver flashes. Okay, Harry nodded disappointedly, but understanding that destroying precious objects and trinkets was not the wisest of practices. He was extremely sorry for having done just that in his rage after Sirius' death, throwing a tantrum and wrecking part of Dumbledore's office just because he couldn't control his own anger, something he had been working on since that incident. Dumbledore gazed out of the window for a brief moment, having thought he saw something, but then turned his attention back to Harry, shaking his head all the while. What else? You once sent a Patronus to Hagrid, and he immediately came to where we were, Harry started, thinking back to the time he witnessed it in his 4th year. I was wondering if you did something or if you just. I have created a way to use the Patronus for communication, yes, Dumbledore informed him with a nod. It speaks in your own voice. Harry grinned, having known that there was something special with the Patronus that Dumbledore had sent. Can you teach me how? What it comes down to is that you just think of the message you want to send while casting the Patronus and the person you want it to go to and then banish it to that person, Dumbledore said, imparting the ease in which the talking Patronus was created. It's dark proof, because no matter what a person does, they cannot both mimic a person's voice and the person's Patronus. Some people may have similar Patronuses, but they will not be able to speak in that person's voice, even if they are under Polyjuice Potion, because it's mental, not physical, similarly to the way a vibe is. Banishment, ingenious, Harry laughed, seeing how it was easier than he thought it would be. Not as ingenious as vanishing, Dumbledore smiled, letting Harry in on some of the more clever ways to use simple magic. Vanishing food or another object that you may want, and then unvanishing it whenever you need it. You can unvanish something? Harry inquired, raising an eyebrow, having never heard of such a thing up until then. Oh yes, Dumbledore nodded in the affirmative. I often do that with Madame Rosmerta's mead, which I am fond of and sometimes find myself wanting a drink but unable to procure it for some reason or another. Only the person who originally vanished the object can unvanish it since it exists in everything. Because of that fact, it looks as if you conjured it. I suggest vanishing some food every so often as a way to bypass Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration principles, which says that food cannot be created from nothing. You never know when you may find yourself hungry and unable to find food. How did you learn all of this? Harry asked, having always been curious as to why and how Dumbledore was so knowledgeable. Sure, he understood that Dumbledore had been blessed with a great mind, but to have so much time to learn as much as Dumbledore had was mind-boggling to him. He barely had time to do his homework and read Dumbledore's notes, let alone become a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber. I am mostly self-taught, Harry, Dumbledore recited, having gone above and beyond what he was necessary to know in order to improve his skills. I experimented with magic when I was young, trying things out, seeing what could or could not be done. Recklessly sometimes, yes, but effective in the end. You're best at transfiguration, Harry questioned interestedly, trying to learn more about the great wizard. While he had the general gist of the man's life, the information he did have lacked in detail, which was something that he hoped to change. That's what you taught, isn't it? That's what I taught here, yes, Dumbledore answered in agreement, fondly remembering his days lecturing the finer points of conjuration and the exhaustive aspects of human transfiguration. Funnily enough, after being an alchemist, I was hired on at Hogwarts to teach the elective course of alchemy only. However, within my first month here, Phineas Nigellus died in office, leaving the headmaster post open. Phineas didn't trust very many people on the Hogwarts staff, so he never made anyone a deputy headmaster or headmistress, leaving a precarious situation indeed. The Hogwarts governors appointed the care of magical creatures professor at the time, Newton Scamander, as the interim headmaster until the end of the year when they could decide on a more permanent solution. Following that year, Newt declined the permanent post when it was offered to him in an effort to finish his famous book, of which I am sure you are aware, and the governors hired the Transfiguration professor at the time, Armando Dippet, to the post instead. Of course, this left the Transfiguration post open, which I quickly took and was thrilled to have. There was some more maneuvering between the teachers, such as the hiring of a new potions master, the previous one having moved to care of magical creatures, but that's the gist of what happened and how I came to teach Transfiguration. Was that potions teacher, the one who took the job, Professor Moonshine's father? Harry questioned, trying to figure out the timeline. He figured it was in the early 20s, which would make sense, though without further information, he could not be sure. Dumbledore nodded silently, agreeing with his question about Moonshine. Then, after a moment of thought, Harry looked back up at Dumbledore. What exactly does the alchemy course teach? Basic principles of alchemy, charms dealing with the elements, both the basic ones and the 4 classical ones, more detailed transfiguration spells and other things like that, Dumbledore shrugged, believing it to be a relatively minor introduction to the art of alchemy. It's not a very popular course. Since I've been at Hogwarts, I know of only a dozen or so students that were interested in it, let alone actually end up taking it. Is it even still around? Harry inquired, inwardly wondering whether the earthen magic that Professor Moonshine had spoken of was included in the charms that dealt with the elements that Dumbledore had mentioned. Oh yes, Dumbledore nodded with a laugh, having kept it on the curriculum all this time due to a sense of nostalgia, rather than actual need for it. But we haven't needed a teacher for it in a few years. Ironically, alchemy was nearly a required course when Hogwarts was first started, but the founders thought against it for some reason, which left it in the netherworld of a non-elective, non-compulsory course that is only taught if there is sufficient demand. Really? Harry murmured, intrigued by the information. The world had relatively little information about the founders as far as he knew, so to learn something about them he hadn't previously known was special. I didn't know that about the founders. Dumbledore gazed at Harry for a brief moment, before a small smile took shape on his aged face, seeing the potential for a game in the topic of conversation. What classes do you think the founders respectively taught? For a little background information, there were 10 classes at that time, and each founder taught 2 classes each, with 2 classes being taught by Professor Hufflepuff's husband. Let's see, Harry pondered, thinking about the characteristics of each house and translating them into the courses. In his mind, Slytherin was obsessed with blood purity, so knowing wizarding history would be important. Ravenclaw, meanwhile, The smartest of them all would be good in arithmancy, the most intellectual of courses, Hufflepuff, skilled in cooking, would probably find use in herbology, and finally Gryffindor, a skilled duelist, would be well versed in defense against the dark arts. Slytherin taught potions and history of magic, Ravenclaw taught charms and arithmancy, Hufflepuff taught herbology and astronomy, and Gryffindor taught transfiguration and defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore stayed silent for a few seconds, staring at the boy, going over everything that he had said. You couldn't have been any more wrong, Dumbledore finally smiled, earning a shrug and a grin from Harry. Ravenclaw taught history of magic and astronomy, Hufflepuff taught charms and transfiguration, Gryffindor taught potions and herbology, which was known as herbalism back then, and Slytherin taught defense against the dark arts and care of magical creatures, which was called beasts and was compulsory from the first year back then. Slytherin taught defense against the dark arts. Seriously? Harry asked, taken aback by that revelation. So legend has it, Dumbledore nodded, having been quite surprised himself when he first found out about it. Should it come as any surprise, however? You yourself are exceptionally skilled in defense, aren't you? Why is that? The answer is simply because you are familiar with the dark arts and know about it, which better prepares you to defend yourself against it. You would never use them, yes, but you are familiar with them, just as I am, just as Professor Moonshine is, just as all the best defenders are. Familiarity with the offense allows a better understanding of the defense, I think. And what was Slytherin known for? He was known having an understanding of the dark arts, for being a Parselmouth, and for being a skilled legilimens, all of which lends to a successful defense teacher. I guess that makes sense, Harry replied. Understanding Dumbledore's position, though still very much surprised by the revelation. Indeed, Dumbledore said, rising to his feet and picking up a bowl of candy that was in the cabinet off to the side. He held it out for Harry to take, which Harry complied with by popping 2 orange pieces into his mouth. Dumbledore walked back around his desk and sat back down with the bowl still in his hands, before unwrapping a piece of yellow candy and enjoying it with a relaxed expression on his aged face. What else would you like to learn? Whatever will help me become a better duelist, Harry answered, honestly, not really worrying about anything else but that. Charms are powerful in everyday magic, the most relevant in everyday life, but in dueling, focus on transfiguration, conjuring, animation, those are powerful realms of magic that help a great deal. Dumbledore supplied, trying to make his wisdom as easy to understand as he could. Both allow for tremendous defenses that very few wizards will be able to get around. Like the statues in the atrium's fountain, Harry whispered, recalling the duel in the ministry between Dumbledore and Voldemort that took place at the end of his 5th year. Beg your pardon? Dumbledore inquired with a raised eyebrow, not understanding what Harry meant. You used animated statues when you were dueling Voldemort in my time to defend me and yourself from the killing curse. Harry informed the older wizard, still impressed with the action even 2 years later. That sounds about right, Dumbledore agreed, knowing that it sounded like a tactic he would indeed use as metal or stone statues, so long as they had the requisite thickness, would be able to stop the killing curse. Sir, speaking about duels, how exactly did you defeat Grindelwald? Harry questioned, having heard about the duel in his defense against the dark arts class just days prior. It was a general discussion, not an in-depth conversation of every spell and defense that Dumbledore had used during the duel. I knew a spell he didn't, Dumbledore shrugged apathetically, though Harry did not see the look in his eyes that betrayed his seeming indifference. He couldn't stop what I sent at him, and it cost him dearly. Sometimes, dueling is mostly about reflexes. I was a shade more skillful than he was, true, but most importantly, I was also quicker in my movements. Eventually, the night ended, and Harry found himself in his bed, fast asleep. The days passed, and the weekend afterwards came a Hogsmeade weekend, allowing all the students of Hogwarts to leave the school and enter the small hamlet nestled in the Scottish Highlands. Harry and Bellatrix had decided to go to the Hogshead early in the morning, not wanting anyone else to see them, allowing them to hide their affection for one another as best as they could, as they always whenever they forayed into the outside world. They did not chat about anything in particular as they sat at a table in the corner, drinking some tea and a butterbeer each, enjoying the company with one another. Plumes of thick smoke blotted out their appearance in the relatively empty pub, giving them a nice way to hide from view, while not looking too suspicious. As they were conversing, the door at the front of the pub opened as a cloaked wizard entered the hogshead, letting both a rush of wind and shafts of sunlight into the room, illuminating the darkened atmosphere. "Blood hell," Bellatrix suddenly exclaimed lowly, her eyes darting to the wizard that just walked into the pub as he traversed the room and headed straight towards a table in the corner that housed two large, hairy and brooding fellows. "He's here." "Who?" Harry questioned, starting to turn around to look at who it was that she was worried about. "No, don't look," she hissed, grabbing his hand and forcing him to look forward in an attempt to keep his eyes on her. "It's Pyrites." Harry furrowed his brows, recognizing that name, though he could not remember why. "Who is that?" he asked, hoping to shed some light on who the wizard was and why she was seemingly nervous about his appearance. She was a confident, if not brave woman, so to see her like that was surprising to Harry. "One of the Dark Lord's most powerful servants," Bellatrix whispered, knowing of the man's might. While he was a skilled wizard, his most useful ability was his charm, as he could talk to a wide variety of people and get the information that was needed, something that allowed him to rise in the ranks of the Death Eaters quickly upon first joining years prior. "How do you know that?" "That should be a pretty guarded secret, I think," Harry asked, trying to view the man from the corner of his eye. He saw that the wizard was middle-aged, and was tall and lean, with dark blonde, almost brown hair that was parted to the side. He wore elegant robes in dark colors, and most unusually, he adorned his hands with white silk gloves that had a touch of red on the fingertips. Overall, Harry was of the opinion that the man known as Pyrites appeared to be a dandy wizard, one that kept up an appearance of elegance, but underneath the exterior was someone that was not as refined as he let on. "Evan and Rodolphus like to talk," Bellatrix answered quickly, knowing for a fact that Evan Rosier's father, and her uncle, was a Death Eater, who told his son a lot of things he shouldn't have been revealing. "The Pyrites family is old and is friendly with my Aunt Walburga. He's Hector Pyrites, the head of the family. I saw him a time or two growing up." "Hector Pyrites," Harry murmured to himself, finally remembering where he had heard the name Pyrites. Dumbledore had mentioned it during a conversation earlier in the year. He recalled how the older wizard had relayed to him that Hector Pyrites had joined other early Death Eaters in wishing Tom Riddle luck in procuring the defense against the dark arts position nearly 2 decades prior. Harry briefly wondered whether that was the same one, cognizant of the fact that many pureblood wizards named their sons after them, and therefore, usually shared a name. "We should get going," Bellatrix said, wanting to escape the pub as quickly as she could. She knew that if she lingered in the pub longer, she ran the risk of being recognized, which was something she was trying to avoid. "Okay," Harry nodded, grabbing his winter cloak and rising to his feet. Truthfully, he didn't really want to spend time around a Death Eater, and much preferred to leave and get away from him. She sat in her seat and watched as Harry put on his cloak, before asking, "You're meeting with your friends at the Leaky Cauldron, right?" "The 3 broomsticks, you mean?" "Yes," Harry nodded, fastening his cloak around his shoulders. "Do you want to come?" "No," Bellatrix shook her head in the negative, knowing that she still had a few assignments to complete for the coming week. "I have some work to do at the castle." "Very well," Harry nodded, not disappointed as he had not expected her to actually say yes. While he enjoyed his time with her, he also liked spending time with his other friends when the opportunity presented itself. And with Edgar coming to Hogsmeade, it was something he had looked forward to for a few weeks. "I'll see you tomorrow night then." "Certainly," Bellatrix nodded, as she got to her feet and started to put on her cloak, as well. "Bye." "Bye," Harry smiled, turning around and heading to the door. He crossed the pub quickly, not meeting the gaze of any of the more questionable patrons, instead focusing solely on the exit that was straight in front of him. "Hello, my dear Greybacks," he heard Pyrites say to 2 wizards, as Harry tried his best to not stop and listen to more of the conversation. "Varga, Fenrir, I hope you 2 bring good news for me." Harry exited out of the pub before he heard their answer, but he assumed their good news was actually bad news for the rest of the world. He walked out into Hogsmeade and was met with a gust of snowy wind, making him shiver and pull his cloak closer to his body. As he walked, he saw red hair blowing in the wind in front of him, and he quickly hurried forward, recognizing who it was. "Hey Lily," he said as he came up next to his younger mother, giving her a small grin. "Harry." Lily smiled, flicking her emerald green gaze over to him. "How are you?" "Not bad," Harry nodded with a shrug, having no complaints. He had grown closer to his father, closer to his mother, and closer to Bellatrix since the beginning of term. Only Sirius was left to develop a relationship with, something that he was patiently waiting for to happen. What about you? It's been a while. Yeah, sorry about that, NEWTs are tougher than I thought they would be, she frowned, disappointed that she had very little time for her friends. Other than Mary McDonald, who was in many of the same classes, she very rarely saw her friends, especially the ones that weren't in the Gryffindor house. I figured as much, Harry agreed, knowing how tough NEWTs were, even for him, someone who was only taking 5 classes, which was a relatively small selection compared to most of the other students in Hogwarts. Where are you headed? Back up to school, said Lily, showing him her bag of items that she had gotten from a shop in Hogsmeade. What about you? The 3 broomsticks, Harry replied, looking over to the pub that they had just passed. Don't let me keep you waiting then, Lily smiled, realizing that Harry was walking with her just to talk to her and not because they were headed in the same direction. I'll see you later, Harry. Bye, Harry waved, walking off towards the 3 broomsticks, leaving his mother to herself. He briefly watched as she walked, making sure she was okay, before he turned and opened up the wooden door to the pub. Harry entered the much nicer pub of Hogsmeade, and searched for an open table, hoping he could get one that would be big enough for them. He found one in the corner and ordered a drink, waiting patiently for his friends to come, knowing that he still had a few minutes until they were supposed to arrive. The first one to arrive was Xenophilius, who was wearing what could only be described as a smock with crusted paint on it as a cloak. He walked over to Harry and took a seat, ordering a strange drink that Harry had not heard of before then as they waited for Edgar. Finally, after around 20 minutes, Edgar entered the pub with a jolly smile on his face, having not seen Harry in quite some time. While they had remained in touch via the Owl Post, it wasn't the same, and both knew they had a lot to catch up on. They sat together, talking and laughing, for nearly 3 hours, ordering many rounds of drinks and many plates of food. About halfway through, Frank Longbottom had joined them, a welcome member to the party, who Harry had learned was quite like his son in many, many ways. Eventually, they all parted, with Edgar apparating back to his flat in southern Scotland, and the other 3 heading back to Castle. Harry had made plans for Edgar and his new fiancée, whom Harry had yet to meet, to get together on Christmas night, though Harry did not know where that was to happen just yet. Overall, he admitted as he climbed into his bed. Later that night, it was a good day, one that made him very happy and content. Before long, it was a week until the Christmas holidays, where they students were to leave Hogwarts on December 22nd. In that time, Harry and Bellatrix had grown even closer, oftentimes spending a couple of nights a week with one another in the library or the room of requirement, where they couldn't be seen by any of the other Slytherins. It wasn't that they were worried about repercussions or anything like that, it was just that they both agreed it wasn't worth the fight that they knew would come when others learned about their relationship. Bellatrix knew that her parents would learn about it, and cause something that she wasn't ready to face yet, so at her request, Harry also allowed it to stay a secret. There would be a time to reveal their feelings for one another, but it wasn't then, and as such, secrecy was necessary, though inwardly Harry also realized that Bellatrix had other reasons for not wanting to reveal their feelings yet, as well. He dared not confront her on those reasons, however, as he knew it would upset her, so he waited until he knew she was ready to face them or she came to him with them. The last Wednesday before break found Harry in his usual seat in Dumbledore's office, a strange aura around him. He had read the Daily Prophet earlier in the day, and had seen the various articles being written about the war, which held relatively little information, but painted a picture of horrors that Harry hoped would never happen. He wasn't used to being ignorant about Voldemort, and ever since he learned occlumency and blocked the connection into the Dark Lord's mind, he was as uninformed as nearly everyone else in the country when it came to the Dark Lord's deeds and ultimate plans. It was an unusual feeling for him, having been at the center of nearly every plan that Voldemort had before traveling back in time. Professor, I was wondering, what exactly is going on out there? I mean in the war, that is. Harry questioned slowly, choosing his words carefully. What is Voldemort doing? What is he after right this instant? A lot, Dumbledore replied somberly. People are more fearful than I've ever seen before, and rightfully so. I'm trying to help the Ministry out as best as I can, along with a select few of my personal friends, but whatever information we can glean from the few informants that we have is often shoddy at best. Yeah, Harry whispered, realizing that the movement against the Death Eaters was a grassroots movement, rather than a massive fight against the Dark Lord as he had envisioned it. People are afraid of their loved ones dying, they're afraid of being kidnapped, but most and worst of all, they're afraid of each other. They don't know who is and who isn't a Death Eater. Dumbledore sighed, knowing that fear was the most damaging power and the most dangerous ability that Lord Voldemort had in his arsenal. To them, the friend that they have had since their time at Hogwarts could be a Death Eater, no one really knows. The pair went on, with Dumbledore answering whatever questions Harry had about Voldemort's actions. Harry noticed that the older wizard did not mention the Order of the Phoenix once, which he felt is strange since Dumbledore knew that Harry was aware of their presence in the fight against Voldemort. Harry did not bring this up, however, understanding that Dumbledore probably had his reasons for it, and again, it did not concern him just yet. In due time it would, when Harry himself joined the Order and jumped into the fight against Voldemort and his Death Eaters, but there was still a few months until he would broach the subject. It's getting late, Dumbledore whispered, a great deal of disappointment suddenly coming over him. And that, unfortunately, brings us to a topic of conversation I wish I didn't have to start. What is it? Harry questioned with a raised eyebrow, wondering why the headmaster's demeanor had changed from his usual cheerful one. Unfortunately, Harry, I am not going to be in the country for Christmas this year. Dumbledore said sadly, truly disappointed that he wouldn't be able to share the holiday with the boy. I am very sorry, my boy. Oh, Harry nodded understandingly, not trying to get too saddened by the revelation. Admittedly, he was very let down, having fond memories of the previous Christmas, where he had gotten to spend a lot of time with the older wizard and had hoped to create even more memories this year. That's okay, sir, I'm sure you're very busy. Are you still going to stay here over break? Dumbledore asked, curious as to what the younger wizard now intended to do over the holiday. Probably not, Harry shrugged, biting his lip in thought, not having a plan at that time. He had very few options, as no one he was friends with would welcome him into their home as far as he knew, unlike what the Weasleys had done in his own time. I'll stay at the Leaky Cauldron, experience Christmas there. Okay, Dumbledore frowned sadly, having truly looked forward to spending another Christmas with the boy himself. I'm sorry again, Harry. It's okay, I really understand, Harry whispered, assuring the older wizard that he was okay, not wanting the headmaster to feel bad about not being available for Christmas. He understood that the great wizard had things to do, and who was he to complain about it or to stop him from doing what needed to be done against Voldemort. Goodbye, sir, and Merry Christmas, Harry said, and after Dumbledore returned his Christmas wishes, Harry exited into the stairwell and walked down the stairs with a frown on his face. Harry stepped off of the stairwell and into the hallway, frowning slightly, clearly disappointed. Disappointed, but knowing he could turn it into something good, he rushed off to find Bellatrix, a plan forming in his mind, one that would make his holiday even better. The pair had not discussed each other's plans for the holiday yet, having been waiting until Harry had spoken with Edgar before talking about it, so Harry did not know what she had going on, if anything. What are you doing over break? He asked, finding her sitting alone in the library, seemingly creating something, though Harry did not know what. She looked up at him with a furrowed brow, and after seeing his smile, a smile appeared on her face, as well. My parents are holidaying with the Lestranges, Bellatrix said, looking over to Harry, the smile on his face not receding. I'm going to be visiting my Uncle Alfred for Christmas dinner, you should come. If you want, Harry nodded his head with his smile broadening, willing to go with her if that's what she wanted. He knew this Alfred wasn't like the others, that he was liked by Sirius, who loathed the other blacks, which Harry presumed was a sign that Alfred was different than the other blacks. Harry grinned and inwardly hoped that the part of Bellatrix's life that she kept from Harry, the distance she refused to close, the side of her that she hid would soon come to light, and she would make the choice to be with him and leave her darkness behind her for good. He hoped that sharing the Christmas holidays together would help her make her choice, the one that he knew she eventually would need to make. Was it going to be him or her blood purity beliefs and her desire for power that she held deep inside of her? 2 days later, as all the students filed off of the Hogwarts Express in London for the Christmas holiday, Harry hung back in the station a bit to talk to Bellatrix, who was saying her goodbyes to her Slytherin friends. Harry turned his attention away, not liking the people who she was talking to, but not criticizing her for it. They had not done anything wrong as far as he knew, outside of being related to some Death Eaters. Eventually, the Slytherins dispersed, allowing Bellatrix to walk back over to Harry to finish up their plans. "So I'll meet you at the Leaky Cauldron on Christmas Eve?" she asked tentatively, wanting to make sure they were on the same page when it came to the next few days. "Sure," Harry nodded in agreement, as they walked through the wall and entered the Muggle side of King's Cross Station. "And then Alfred's on Christmas Day, right?" "You got it," Bellatrix whispered, getting up onto her toes and dotting his lips. While they were relatively the same height, the shoes that she wore were without a lift, making him just a smidgen taller. "I'll see you. Bye," Harry waved as she walked the opposite way he was going. "Happy early birthday," he called out as she disappeared in the throng of Muggles, presumably heading towards her house at 23 Dungiant Street. Harry too began walking through the streets of London, headed towards Diagon Alley, where he would be spending the holiday in one of the rooms that the Leaky Cauldron had to offer. Feeling a bit chilly, he wrapped his cloak more tightly around him, as his eyes gazed about the city, admiring the holiday energy that he felt around him. Children ran about, looking in the various windows that showed what each shop had to offer, all the while passing a store that was adorned with images of Father Christmas, with his green coat and long white beard and a bag of gifts at his feet. After a lengthy walk, Harry neared his destination and he smiled, excited at being at the pub that smelled strangely of pipe smoke and mead once more. Upon arriving at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry walked into the pub, and just as he envisioned, he was hit with a wave of scents. It was a mix of burnt food, smoked tobacco and an odd spice smell that Harry couldn't quite place. Having already owled ahead for his room, he slung his bag over his shoulder and walked up to his room, his usual number 23, before taking the bronze key from his pocket and inserting it into the keyhole. With a twist, the door opened, revealing a small, one-bedded room that overlooked the entrance to Diagon Alley, the same room he had over the summer. During the time that he spent at the Leaky Cauldron, the room had become his home, and with his graduation from Hogwarts quickly approaching, it was more of a home to him than the castle felt sometimes. "Where am I going to live when I leave Hogwarts?" he questioned himself, realizing for the first time that he had to start finding a flat or a cottage to live for the rest of his life, or at least for the foreseeable future. "I wonder how much a flat in London is. I can afford it, right? I'll have to ask around. I'm sure either Edgar or Hagrid can help me." He sighed, closing the door behind him and walking further into the room. As he tossed his bag over to the side, he fell onto his bed, a plan of the coming days forming in his mind. It was 2 days until Christmas Eve, when he was set to meet with Bellatrix and spend the day with her. "I'll go Christmas shopping tomorrow, and then see Bellatrix on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day," he whispered with a smile, as he got back to his feet and changed into more comfortable clothes. Noticing it was a bit chilly in the room, he grabbed his wand and pointed it at the fireplace, where the everlasting logs inside lit with flames, warming both him and the room up. "I need a present for her, Dumbledore, Hagrid, Edgar, Xenophilius, and maybe Greta. Oh, and I should get something for Alfred, too." Harry slept in the next day, awaking late, not really having any plans to occupy his time other than some holiday shopping. He knew that Bellatrix was at her sister's for her birthday, which left the day open to do whatever he felt like doing. When he was awake enough to get out of bed, he quickly jumped out from his covers and ran over to the table in the corner of the room, and took out a piece of parchment and a bottle of ink. He jotted down a happy birthday, folded it over in the middle, fastened it to Hedwig's leg and allowed the owl out of the window. He watched as his loyal companion flew away before, with a gust of wind running through the room, he closed the window back up, shivering slightly. Once she was out of sight, he hopped into the shower and got ready for the day. It was snowing when Harry stepped out into Diagon Alley later that afternoon. He wrapped his cloak tightly around himself, hoping to stay warm as he shopped for the various presents he needed to give. He went from shop to shop, buying whatever he thought would be good gifts for the various friends and family for whom he was shopping. As he was finished with his gifts, he went to a magical stationery store at the far end of the alley, where he purchased a roll of spello tape and wrapping paper that was adorned with pictures of moving snowmen, each with a red scarf, a black top hat, twigs for arms, 2 pieces of coal for eyes, and a button nose. Writing appeared on the paper, as well, as if it was the snowmen themselves that said it, interchangeably saying either, Merry Christmas, or, Happy Birthday, depending on what the wrapper wanted. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he dropped his gifts off in his room and walked down into the pub for a late lunch early dinner. He ordered a simple meal, and read the Muggle paper while he ate, trying to see what he could find out about buying an apartment or a house. He saw a few prices for the monthly rent, but since it was in Muggle terms, he didn't know how to convert it, so he closed the paper for the time being and gazed about the pub to occupy his time. Eventually, he finished his dessert and got up to leave, saying goodbye to Tom the barman as he headed to the stairs. He walked back to his room, ordering a mug of hot butterbeer along the way, and began to wrap his presents once he arrived. He flipped on the wizarding wireless that was on the table, turning the channel to one that was playing soft tunes, interspersed with magical Christmas carols that were thoroughly magical. Instead of 7 swans a-swimming, it was 7 pixies swooping. He enjoyed wrapping his presents manually, rather than via magic, as it made him feel more connected to the presents that were being given, to the gifts that he had purchased for each recipient personally. Overall, as he drank his butterbeer, wrapped his gifts, and listened to the music, he was happy, so happy in fact that before he knew it, he was already in bed for the night. Finally came Christmas Eve, where Bellatrix was meeting him at 9 o'clock in the morning for breakfast. They intended to spend the entire day together, a fact that excited Harry greatly as it would be the first time where it would be just them and no one else. They wouldn't have to worry about any Slytherin snooping or any gossip circulating, it would be just them. Harry, a small voice said from the flames of the fireplace, as the head of a female witch appeared. She had long black hair, heavy-lidded violet eyes, and pointed features, which mixed to form a quite lovely specimen in most opinions. Yes, Harry said, waking up from his sleep, as he rubbed his eyes to clear his vision. He grabbed his glasses off of the bedside table and looked over to the fireplace, knowing that only a few people knew about his presence in the leaky cauldron. Then, seeing it was Bellatrix, he grinned and jumped out of bed, suddenly wide awake. A bit early, don't you think? I can't come, Bellatrix admitted, frowning slightly but noticeably. She was saddened about the news that she was there to tell Harry that their plan wouldn't go as they had anticipated due to something she had not foreseen. Why not? Harry questioned sadly, having been excited to see her and share Christmas with her. He came closer to the fireplace and stared down at the fire, wondering why she couldn't come. Narcissa asked me to come today, and because I'm not going to see her tomorrow, I have to go. Bellatrix replied with a sigh, biting her lip through the flames. I don't want her to question why I didn't see her and have it get back to my parents. It's not wise. I can make up an excuse for 1 day, but not 2. Oh, Harry nodded tentatively, inwardly frustrated that she still wasn't willing to talk to her parents just yet. In time, she was going to have to if she intended on staying with him past their days at Hogwarts, which he certainly hoped she did. I understand. I'm sorry, Bellatrix whispered, truly sorry that their plans wouldn't work out as they thought they would. I'll make it up to you, I promise. I thought seeing her for my birthday yesterday would suffice, but apparently with my parents leaving the country, she wants to keep an eye on me. I'm so sorry. It's okay, I really understand. Harry smiled, not wanting her to feel bad and instead hoping that she would enjoy her holiday. How could I blame you for having a family? Will you be alone? Bellatrix asked, hoping that by not seeing him that she was not forcing him to spend Christmas Eve without anyone there with him. No, Harry shook his head, though he knew he probably would. I'll give Hagrid an owl, see if he wants to come visit. I'll think of something, he suggested, hoping that his half-giant friend could come and see him, perhaps spend the day with him. Okay, Bellatrix said, wishing that he wouldn't be alone all day, even if he had to spend it with a half-giant. Well, whatever you do, have fun and I'll see you tomorrow. You too, Harry replied with a half-smile, one that didn't quite reach his soul. Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas, Harry, she said, before disappearing and the flames returned to normal. Harry stared at the flames for a few moments, before giving out a loud sigh and shaking his head. Not really knowing what to do, Harry walked over to the table on the other side of the room, jotted down a note and clasped it onto Hedwig's leg. Throwing open the window, He gave her an all treat and allowed her to fly away, not really knowing if she would reach Hagrid in time. Then, with another sigh, he closed the window and leaned against the table as a great sadness stole over him. He was crushed. He had been so happy at the thought of spending Christmas Eve with her, and now in a matter of moments, it was taken away from him. He dragged himself back to his bed, threw the covers over his head and disappointedly forced himself back to sleep, knowing that he had nothing else to do for the day. He awoke hours later to a loud banging on his door. He rolled himself out of bed, rubbed his eyes, and meandered over to the door, before opening slightly to see who it was. "Oi, it's Christmas, you shouldn't be sleeping," Edgar Bones said, pushing the door further open and letting himself in. Startled by his friend's sudden appearance, it took a second for Harry to realize who it was, but when he did, a new energy filled his body. "Happy Christmas," Harry groggily smiled, waking himself up. "What time is it?" "Time to go down to the pub," Edgar replied, wrapping his arm around Harry's shoulders. He flicked his eyes over to his younger friend, a large smile taking shape on his face. "I have someone for you to meet." "Really?" Harry exclaimed, remembering Edgar had said he wanted him to meet his fiancée months before during the summer. "Let me take a shower and get ready, I'll be down in like 20 minutes. "All right," Edgar nodded in agreement, turning and closing the door, before walking down the stairs. He walked through the pub, heading straight towards a table that had a lone occupant, a witch with reddish-brown hair and brown eyes. 15 minutes later found Harry walking down into the pub himself, his hair still wet from the shower. He looked around, scanning the room, before finding who he was looking for next to a table of vampires, who were all drinking a glass of red liquid that Harry hoped wasn't blood. "Sorry it took so long," Harry said, coming up to the table that Edgar was sitting at and taking a seat opposite the wizard and a witch that was sitting next to him. "Harry Dumbledore," Edgar said, wrapping his arm around the witch that sat next to him. "This is Charlotte Flowers." "Charlotte Flowers, meet Harry Dumbledore." "Pleasure," Charlotte said, shaking Harry's outstretched hand. "I am charmed to meet you," Harry returned politely, giving her a smile, hoping to make a nice first impression. She seemed tall, he noticed, as she was around the same height he was as they sat, and was very pretty, with fair coloring. "I've heard a lot about you," Charlotte started, her eyes flicking from Harry to Edgar as a smile played on her lips. "Apparently you and Edgar formed quite the friendship in my absence." "Quite," Harry grinned, knowing how surprising it would seem that the pair became best of friends over a short period of time. He didn't know how many friends Edgar had before they had became friends, but he assumed that, like Frank Longbottom and Alice Price, Charlotte and Edgar were best of friends and hung out with each other all of time before she left Hogwarts the year prior to his arrival in the past. "Where have you been?" "After I graduated from Hogwarts 2 years ago, I joined the Ministry of Magic and worked in the International Magical Cooperation Department, so I was out of the country on a project." Charlotte informed him, happy for the experience but even happier to be home. "But I'm back now. Thank Merlin," Edgar whispered, making Charlotte giggle. Harry asked Charlotte about her work a bit more, with Charlotte filling him on all the details, even ones that she probably shouldn't have been saying. She knew that Edgar was greatly fond of Harry, so she too was trying to form a good first impression, a fact that Harry picked up while they talked to each other. "Are you two heading somewhere?" Harry asked, wanting to see what they had planned for the rest of the day. He figured they were busy with family, as it was Christmas Eve, and as such, was happy that they found the time to come around and see him. "Yes," Edgar nodded, turning his attention from Charlotte to Harry. "We were on our way to Charlotte's house, but I wanted to spend a few minutes with you. You can come if you want," he said, looking over to Charlotte, who nodded in agreement. "Thanks for that," Harry said in appreciation, truly grateful of the gesture. "But you two enjoy yourself. Though, if you want, Xenophilius, Greta, and Milton are coming by tomorrow night. I would love for you two to come as well. And I have someone for you to meet too, finally, although you certainly know her. Bellatrix." Edgar raised an eyebrow, remembering how he had seen the pair spending time with one another on Harry's birthday. While he hadn't commented on it at the time, he did have a few concerns that had been alleviated since then, and he now had a positive opinion on the matter. "I think it's about time, no?" Harry questioned back, hoping that all of his friends would like Bellatrix, as he was starting to really care about her in ways that made him a bit afraid. "She's different, don't worry." If you like her, I'm sure she is. Edgar agreed, knowing that Harry wouldn't be with her if she was as awful as her reputation implied. Harry was a good man, a good wizard, one that didn't stand by when something wasn't right, so Edgar assumed that Harry was the same way around Bellatrix. We'll be here. Around 20 minutes later found Harry watching as Charlotte and Edgar disapparated from the leaky cauldron, presumably to visit their family for the holiday. Harry looked around the pub, biting his lip, searching for someone that he knew. Not seeing anyone, he gave out a loud sigh that went unnoticed. Having some time to waste and not wanting to be alone in his bedroom, Harry grabbed his cloak from his room and walked down to Diagon Alley, wanting to enjoy the bustling wizards and witches as they went about their Christmas shopping. Eventually, Harry returned to his room with a bag full of candy. Not having anything to do, he grabbed some snacks and jumped into his bed, intending on writing in the Remus journal in order to occupy some of his time. "Hello," Harry wrote in loopy cursive as he bit into a chocolate frog. "Merry Christmas, Remus." "Happy Christmas, Harry," Black Ink replied nearly instantly. "How has your Christmas been so far?" "Okay," Harry wrote back after dipping his quill in the bottle of ink next to him. "It's still only Christmas Eve. Christmas won't be until tomorrow." "Oh, well, how have you been since we've last spoken?" Black Ink wrote, apparently wanting to make sure that Harry was happy and safe, away from any harm that may come to him. "Quite well, thanks," Harry returned, biting his lip. It had been a few weeks since he had written in the journal, and even longer since he actually held a conversation with it. He pondered what he wanted to say, what topic he wanted to talk about, before settling on the dueling club. "I had a rematch with Frank, I won this time." "Good for you, Harry," Remus wrote back, the letters disappearing almost instantaneously for new ones. "I'm proud of you. Trust me, in his prime, Frank Longbottom will be a great wizard, even better than I was. He'll be right up there with the best that the Order has, along with Edgar Bones, your father, Dorcas Meadows, and Sirius." Harry replied, and spent the rest of the day sitting in his bed, talking to Remus, snacking on candy and listening to the Wizarding Wireless. They didn't talk about much, just Harry releasing all of his emotions and whatever he held inside of him, happy that he had someone to talk to about the situation he found himself in with regards to Bellatrix. Additionally, Harry had also informed Remus that his plan to confound the Marauders map had worked, and Harry's name now appeared as Harry Dumbledore, not Harry Potter. Overall, while it wasn't how he wanted to spend his afternoon, he had to admit, it was fun talking to Remus and celebrating the holiday with him. At 7 o'clock, Harry went down to the pub below, where he met Hagrid for dinner. It was festive and enjoyable, and Harry was thrilled to have spent some time with his half-giant friend, whom had eagerly accepted Harry's invitation earlier in the day. Before long, Harry was meandering his way up to his room, stumbling slightly, before opening his door and falling headfirst into his bed, too tired to do anything else. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he was asleep. Visions of sugar plums dancing in his head as he dreamed of Christmas Day. Right at 12 noon on Christmas, there was a loud knock on Harry's door. Harry gathered his things, passing by a small pile of gifts that were at the edge of his bed, each sitting unopened, and gave himself one last look in the mirror. With a nod of approval and his cloak in one hand and a bottle of wine tucked under his elbow, Harry opened the door with a large smile, hoping it was who he thought it was. "Merry Christmas," he said when he saw it was Bellatrix, looking as magnificent to him as ever. She was wearing a long purple robe, with a silver cloak and a black and purple argyle scarf. The purple of her robe brought out her violet eyes nicely, which were framed between locks of flowing black hair that cascaded down past her shoulders and ended just above her navel. "Merry Christmas, Harry," she returned, dotting him on the cheek as they hugged each other. "Hello. Shall we?" Harry questioned, taking a few steps out from his room and closing the door behind him. "Give me your hand," Bellatrix said, looking into his eyes and reaching her hand outwards to him. Harry placed his hand on hers, and immediately she clasped down on it and disapparated the both of them away, leaving the pub as if they were never there in the first place. It felt like Harry was being pushed and pulled at the same time, folded between space and time as they traveled a great distance. When they arrived at the location that Bellatrix intended, Harry fell to his knees, coughing. "What did you do?" he questioned in between coughs, his stomach feeling as if it was in his throat. "We got here, didn't we?" Bellatrix murmured with a sigh, looking around the area to make sure no one had seen them. It was a Muggle street, and though they were in a small alley, she knew that prying eyes could be anywhere. Barely, Harry coughed once again, holding his abdomen, still a bit queasy. "Oh, get off it, you git." Bellatrix rolled her eyes in faux agitation, not believing that Harry's experience was as bad as he was portraying it to be. "You're fine." Then, seeing Harry continuing to cough, she bent down and rubbed his back. "It was my first time doing a side-along apparition, I'll get better." "I would hope you would," Harry laughed, getting back to his feet and looking around the environs. "I don't think it can get any worse." "You're so getting jinxed later," Bellatrix muttered playfully, wrapping her cloak closer to her body to stay warm as a gust of wind ran through the area. "I don't like the feeling of apparition," Harry noted with a sigh, having realized that he preferred not to apparate if he could. Like the portkey, he didn't appreciate the feeling it gave him, though he knew that he would have to get used to both if he was going to join the Order of the Phoenix one day. "Where are we?" "Manchester," Bellatrix replied, flicking her gaze over to him as they started to walk out from where they were, Bellatrix leading the way. "Or just outside of it, more likely. Do the blacks not believe in living out in the country?" Harry questioned sarcastically, shaking his head upon noticing that they all appeared to live in a city. They exited from behind a stone building and walked down the street a short way, before Bellatrix turned onto a private piece of property. The house in front of them was large and made of brick, and had a small lawn and garden on each side of the walk, which were both covered from the snow that fell the night prior. On the wooden front door in front of them, which was a deep mahogany color, there was a large wreath, adorned with small, festive bows that were made from red and green ribbon. Bellatrix marched up to the door, Harry closely behind her, and gave it 2 loud knocks before taking a step back and waiting for it to open. The door swung open and revealed a man of medium height with short black hair that was graying somewhat. While he had a small belly and wasn't at all in shape, he had a large smile on his handsome face when he saw who it was, thrilled to have family visit him on Christmas. "Bellatrix!" the man exclaimed, moving to the side and allowing the pair entry into his house. "Uncle," Bellatrix smiled, allowing Alfred to wrap his arm around her shoulders and engulf her in a hug. "Happy Christmas," she said, standing back a few feet and allowing him to view Harry. "And who is this we have here?" Alfred questioned, staring at Harry with a curious expression on his face, giving the younger wizard a once-over with his eyes. Bellatrix had told him she was planning on bringing someone, but she did not reveal who in her owl, which made him quite intrigued by the teenager that was standing in front of him. "Harry Dumbledore, sir," Harry replied, outstretching his hand for Alfred to shake as he politely tipped his head as if to bow. "It's good to meet you." "Dumbledore, you say?" Alfred raised an eyebrow, his eyes flicking to Bellatrix, who shrugged in response. "It's nice to finally meet you," he mentioned, realizing that Harry was the boy that Bellatrix had mentioned in a few of her letters. "Finally," Harry said interestedly, inwardly wondering if Bellatrix talked about him to Alfred before. "Oh, this is for you," Harry said, handing over the bottle of wine for Alfred to enjoy. "I hope it's a good selection." "You didn't have to do that." "As for the selection, it is quite good, thank you," Alfred replied, staring down at the label and admiring the brand. "Come, have a seat," Alfred gestured, showing Harry and Bellatrix the sitting room, where a great fire was flaming in the fireplace. Harry entered the room and took a seat in one of the chairs, as Bellatrix and Alfred were discussing something on the couch. "Would you like something to drink, Harry?" Alfred asked politely, looking over to his guest. "A butterbeer if you have it, please," Harry replied, hoping Alfred had a supply of the delicious drinks. "I'll be back," Bellatrix muttered to Harry, following Alfred out, all the while talking animatedly to him. As he waited for them to return, Harry's gaze moved around the room, studying its decorations. The walls were of a cream color, with a white wooden crown molding that encircled the ceiling. There was a small bookshelf on the far wall, with a wide assortment of books. Some were cookbooks, some were history books, while some were magical fiction like the stories of Beetle the Bard, Eccentric of Frizzle, and other notable writers of the wizarding world. In the corner, opposite from the door and away from the fireplace stood a large, full Christmas tree, with bright golden baubles and silver tinsel wrapped around it. The ends of the branches had snow on them, charmed to stay cool even in the relatively warm room. It was capped off with a brilliant, gleaming gold star that bounced the light from the torches hanging on the wall. Above the fireplace, meanwhile, hanging by the chimney with care, were 3 red and white stockings, each made of soft red suede with a tuft of white cotton on the top. Written in silver and gold lettering in the center of the 3 stockings were the names of their owners, Sirius, Alfred, and Bellatrix. They all looked to be stuffed with presents, though Harry did not know how many gifts filled them as magic allowed more space in small places, which made it hard to estimate. Overall, Harry greatly admired the decorations. They were classy, yet still possessed individual spirit. Drawing his attention, in the distance, outside of the sitting room he was in, Harry heard a knock on the door and then the footsteps of someone going to answer it immediately following. "What in Merlin's name are you doing here?" Harry heard a voice question through the walls, sounding like someone was in a great surprise. His gaze moved over to the doorway, where he expected the visitor to be appearing eventually, having an idea of who it could be if the name on the stockings gave him a hint. "Good to see you too, cousin," the muffled response from Bellatrix came, making Harry smile, realizing that it was exactly who he guessed it was, Sirius. He waited patiently to see his younger godfather come into the room, but he was excited at the prospect of spending Christmas with Sirius again, just as he had once before in Grimmauld Place. "Where is Alfred?" Sirius questioned, just as he walked into the sitting room where Harry was located, taking off his cloak and placing it down on one of the chairs. "Dumbledore." Sirius gasped, startled to see Harry there, inwardly wondering what was happening. Coming into the house, he had thought it would only be him and Alfred, but now seeing Bellatrix and Harry there greatly confused him. "What are you doing here?" "Sirius," Harry smiled, rising to his feet to greet the younger Black. They shook hands, before Harry took a step back and allowed the younger wizard to process everything, gazing at Sirius with a large grin. "Wait," Sirius said quietly, looking between Harry and Bellatrix, who was standing at the doorway herself before she walked out of the room to get Alfred. "You two aren't, no, you couldn't be, could you?" "Couldn't be what?" Harry asked, raising an amused eyebrow, wanting the boy to spell out his thoughts. "But I've never seen you two together." Sirius stammered, perplexed by the turn of events. "I mean, a few times talking in the Great Hall maybe, and once in the library, but then I guess we are both good at keeping secrets." Harry smiled mischievously, glad that someone finally knew about them. He knew that this would be the first step for Bellatrix, and was thrilled that it was finally happening as he had hoped it would. "I thought you were an okay bloke," Sirius exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock, suddenly curious as to who Harry was and how he had been tricked by him so easily. Harry had helped James out with Snape, had played Quidditch with them, and had been nice in every interaction they ever had, so to know that he fancied Bellatrix was quite alarming to Sirius. "He is," Bellatrix said, coming into the room along with Alfred, holding a few bottles of butterbeer in her hands. She handed one over to Harry, and another to Sirius, who accepted it with a befuddled look on his face. "But," Sirius said, opening his mouth before closing it. He repeated the action a couple of times, before shaking his head, seemingly too confused to speak. "There will be time for that, nephew," Alfred said, taking a seat in one of the comfortable chairs in order to enjoy the company. Now, sit, all of you." Alfred looked over to Sirius, giving the boy a large smile as he plopped down onto the couch. Bellatrix followed suit, sitting on the arm of the chair that Harry was in. "It's good to see you, nephew. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner, I was busy with the roast." "It's good to see you too, uncle," Sirius whispered back, popping open the butterbeer and taking a gulp of it. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve after he was finished, putting the bottle down onto the table to his right and turning his attention over to the Alfred. "You really should get a house elf, uncle," Bellatrix suggested, knowing how much work a house was when a person lived by themselves. Even with magic, it was a lot of hard work to keep a house presentable. "Allow the elf to do your cooking. And give Sirius mother here another reason to dislike me when I don't behead it when the elf gets too old." "I think not." Alfred laughed, referencing the fact that his sister always found something to criticize him about. "Plus, I rather enjoy cooking. It's way for me to pass the time." "Is Andromeda coming?" Sirius questioned, ignoring Bellatrix for a second. He had yet to meet his cousin's daughter and husband due to the troubling times they found themselves in, and had hoped that they would show for Christmas. "Don't think so," Alfred sighed, disappointed that his oldest niece wouldn't be in attendance. She and Ted had to travel this year to see Ted's parents. I don't know what time they will be leaving. Good riddance, Bellatrix mumbled under her breath, though Harry just barely heard it from his spot next to her. Storing that in the back of his mind, Harry took a sip from his butterbeer and stared into the roaring fire, listening as Alfred and Sirius discussed something about Sirius' mother. "So, Dumbledore," Alfred said loudly, turning the conversation to Harry, wanting to learn more about the boy that had captured Bellatrix's attention, if not her full heart. "Albus is your great-uncle. I never knew he had any relatives." Harry looked over to Bellatrix, giving her a grin, which she knowingly returned. "Yeah, something like that, yes." Harry nodded, turning his gaze back over to Alfred, who raised an eyebrow in response. "Our family doesn't get along very well, so that's why you may not have known that Dumbledore had family before now. You may know his godfather, though," Bellatrix suggested, trying to stop the laughter that she knew was going to come. "I do," Alfred questioned, looking from Bellatrix to Harry with a curious expression on his face. "Who is that?" "Ah," Harry smiled, his gaze instinctively moving over to Sirius, who confusedly looked on as the exchange progressed. She was kidding. "Oh, yes, I was joking," Bellatrix snorted, her face alit with such joy that Harry couldn't help but laugh himself. "I sometimes put my foot in my mouth, don't I? If only I could go back in time to change it." "Go back in time?" Sirius asked quietly, wondering why the pair was having so much fun about a conversation that seemed nonsensical. Sensing there was something happening that he didn't know about, Alfred laughed, admiring the relationship that Harry and Bellatrix seemed to have. "How did you two become friends? While Ravenclaw and Slytherin get on, it's still curious to see two students from different houses so close to one another, especially in these times," he asked, taking a sip of his drink before placing it back down on the table next to him. "I taught Harry occlumency," Bellatrix answered, knowing that without those lessons, they probably wouldn't have grown close enough to even realize they liked each other. "And I taught her the Patronus charm," Harry replied, as he nodded his head from his seat next to Bellatrix. "I'm not quite sure what occlumency is," Alfred admitted, furrowing his brows in thought, trying to figure out what the word meant. "But a Patronus is strong magic. It's an obscure branch of magic," Harry answered with a shrug, wanting to inform him but not go into too much boring detail. "It's sort of like protecting yourself from vibes." "I see," Alfred nodded, assuming that it dealt with mental magic, an area of learning that he never bothered with. While he was a decent wizard in his own right, he had no false delusions that he was anything but average. "I wasn't much into obscure magic, or any real magic outside of the necessities of life. I'm certainly a decent wizard, I think, however I didn't have the knack for it. That some of my family members do," he said, looking to both Sirius and Bellatrix, the two most powerful members of his family, even at their young age. "Why did you two decide to come here?" Sirius questioned Harry, wanting to know why they wouldn't go to a place that Harry spent his Christmases instead. "Surely you would prefer to be with the headmaster." "No. He's unavailable," Harry replied easily, knowing that it was difficult for Sirius to process Bellatrix being there and not spouting blood purity nonsense. As far as Sirius knew, Bellatrix was a future Death Eater, someone who didn't hold the same ideals that he did. "And I wanted to meet Bellatrix's family, so I figured, why not? And where is my dear aunt and uncle, Bellatrix?" Sirius scathed, finally looking to Bellatrix and noticing that she was there. "With the Lestranges," Bellatrix replied coolly, staring straight back at him. Growing up, they had never gotten along and often fought one another, with Sirius being too rambunctious for her tastes, let alone the way he liked Muggles and Muggle technology. "How is your year going in Hogwarts, Sirius?" Harry asked, hoping to stray the conversation away from the two cousins that clearly did not like one another and did not want to be near each other. "Yes, how is it? Sixth year is always the most tiring, if I recall correctly," Alfred added, agreeing with Harry's tactic of distraction. Sirius looked over to his uncle, and then went into great detail about his school year, which Harry greatly appreciated. It allowed him to learn more about his godfather, without seeming weird in the younger wizard's eyes. Additionally, it allowed him to learn about his father, as well, as Sirius had very few stories that did not have James in it right next to him. As such, Harry made sure to keep the conversation rolling, and before long, they had already been there for an hour, enjoying drinks and light snacks, the animosity between the two cousins seemingly forgotten about. Just then, a buzzer went off in the kitchen, making Alfred jump to his feet. "Dinner is ready." Alfred smiled, as he took deep breath through his nose in an effort to smell the roast from the sitting room. He moved towards the door, before stopping, seeing that no one else was getting up. "Chip, Chop, what are you all sitting around for? Go to the dining room, all of you." The dining room was big and housed a long table in the center, capable of housing a half of a dozen on each side with another seat at each end. There were 4 place settings, 2 on one side, another on the opposite, and one at the head of the table. The plates on the table were made of beautiful china, with sterling silver utensils and fine silk napkins that accompanied a similarly silk tablecloth that was of a deep green color, fitting for Christmas Day. At the opposite end of the table, there were a slew of casseroles and empty plates, along with a giant silver platter, making Harry wonder what it was that they were eating. In the center of the table was a centerpiece of pink and red flowers that were arranged around a large candle that smelt like cinnamon. Overall, Harry noted, it was much different than what he had grown accustomed to in the past. Harry and Bellatrix sat on the side of the table with 2 settings, while Sirius took the seat opposite from Harry, leaving the seat at the end open for Alfred. A second later, Alfred came into the room, taking his seat at the head of the table, with Sirius sitting on his left, and Bellatrix and Harry on his right, a jovial smile on his face. He lifted his wand, swished it through the air, and food appeared on the plates on the far end of the table, allowing everyone to get whatever it was they felt like. Harry eyed the meal. It was a large goose with potatoes, carrots, spinach, sauces and gravies, and golden biscuits, each baked to perfection. In the center of the table was a large pitcher of pumpkin juice, along with a bottle of mead, and a few smaller bottles of butterbeer. "Well," Alfred said, standing up and using his wand to trim the goose. When the first piece of meat fell off of the bone, he placed it on one of the empty plates and then used his wand to charm 2 knives to cut the meat for him. "Come, dig in," he said, as they all got up and made their plates. When everyone was seated and the drinks were poured, he looked over the table as they all looked back at him. "Merry Christmas, everyone," he smiled, as he took his first bite of the meal he himself had prepared with his own hands. Dinner went by quickly and uneventfully, and before they knew it, Alfred was clearing the table with a swipe of his wand, and with another swipe, dessert was served. There were a few different types of cookies, a couple of pies, a pumpkin cake, as well as a large green pistachio cake, glazed with sugar. "I'm glad that you are here, Sirius," Alfred said, pouring himself another glass of mead and nibbling on one of the cookies. "Me too, Uncle," Sirius agreed with a nod, supremely grateful for everything that Alfred had done for him. "Now that we've both been blasted off of the family tree, you're the only black I can turn to for help." "Blasted off of the family tree?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow, recalling how the older Sirius had told him about the incident back in his own time. "Yes," Sirius nodded, a hint of sadness on his face, though his tone betrayed that. "I ran away recently. I had enough of their pureblood mania. And once I left, my mother blasted me from the tree and sent me a howler, telling me about it. I wouldn't be surprised if your mother had me killed just by having you over for dinner." Alfred grinned, knowing that it was probably true and his sister would at the very least disown him again for socializing with her son. "I'm expecting that she has an eye on my gold. Though if she does poison me, as I suspect she will, I've already made sure that you, Sirius, will receive all of it that doesn't go to Andromeda, or maybe only half of it, if things keep up." He finished, keeping an eye on Bellatrix, who was cutting a piece of cake at the far end of the table, away from earshot of the conversation. "I hope it does," Harry whispered, though both Sirius and Alfred heard him. "I'm trying my best to keep it that way. You're a good influence on her," Alfred said, seeing how much Bellatrix had changed ever since Harry entered her life. Before the end of last year, he and Bellatrix had only written to each other once every few years, if that, but that changed over the summer, when the younger witch began to write him on a regular basis. They didn't talk about much in particular, but the conversation was always pleasant, and he could tell that she was trying to get close to him because she was beginning to subconsciously distance herself from her previous close family members and didn't have the courage to contact Andromeda just yet. The conversation paused as Bellatrix walked back to her seat, grabbing a fork and taking a bit from her piece of cake. I should be getting over to the Potters, Sirius said after realizing the time, getting to his feet. It was good to see you, Uncle. Happy Christmas, Sirius, Alfred exclaimed happily, rising from his seat and shaking his nephew's hand, before they engulfed each other in a hug. Thanks again for the present, Sirius said, honestly grateful for his uncle's help. Spend it well, Sirius, Alfred lectured, giving his nephew a pointed look, not wanting him to splurge on something superfluous. Don't go using it all on that muggle contraption you're obsessed about. What's it called? A motorboat. A motorbike, Sirius grinned, correcting his uncle on his mistake. While he did appreciate the fine craftsmanship of a boat, it was a motorcycle that he fancied, having wanted one ever since he saw one on the streets of London when he was a little boy. Don't worry, I won't. I have a flat in mind for it. Good, Alfred nodded, happy that Sirius would have a place to live. While he had offered his home to the boy, Sirius had not accepted it in an effort to prevent any retribution that would come Alfred's way and instead moved into the Potter household for the time being. I'll see you back in Hogwarts, Harry. Sirius said, giving Harry a smile, having enjoyed his company. Merry Christmas. Same to you. Harry chirped happily, thrilled to have spent so much time with his future godfather. It was good seeing you. Sirius made a move to leave but paused and turned to Bellatrix, who just looked up at him from her cake, staring blankly his way, not knowing what to expect. Bye Bellatrix, he said, gulping down the lump in his throat, the lump that had been created through years of dislike. Merry Christmas, Sirius. Bellatrix replied honestly, earning a smile from both Harry and Alfred, who each saw it as a tremendous step. Sirius nodded his thanks and left the room, presumably to travel back to the Potter household. Shall we move this to the sitting room? Alfred questioned, and after seeing the pair nod, he flicked his wand and all of the drinks rose into the air and levitated into the sitting room. Harry and Alfred sat down in their former seats, with Bellatrix taking Sirius' old spot on the couch, the plate that held her cake placed on her lap in front of her as she ate. I went to Hogwarts with that Charles Potter, Alfred said, taking a sip of his mead and swishing it around his glass. Of course, back in the 30s, friendships between Slytherins and Gryffindors were especially unheard of, so we weren't friends, but we knew each other even still. We are related, as well, however distantly. You went to Hogwarts in the 30s? Harry asked curiously, surprised that Alfred was as old as that. To him, Alfred looked around the age of 50, not 70 as it would take to be if one attended Hogwarts in the 30s. Wait, this is the 1970s, not the 1990s, he thought to himself, realizing that his estimates were off by 20 years because he had momentarily forgotten that he was in the past. Though, why he had thought he was back in the 90s was beyond him, as he knew that Bellatrix was a Death Eater and Alfred dead in the time that he was from, both of whom were sitting on opposite sides of him. Yes, I'm old. Alfred smiled jovially, not minding that Harry poked fun at him a bit. Harry grinned at that, and then furrowed his brows, wanting to see if his thoughts were correct. And you were in Slytherin? He asked cautiously, having realized that there was someone else in Slytherin that had also attended Hogwarts partially in the 1930s. Sirius is the first black to not have been in Slytherin. Ever. Alfred nodded in the affirmative, having never personally known a black to be in anything other than Slytherin. Even Andromeda, the only black in 4 generations to not marry a pureblood, was in Slytherin. So then you knew Tom Riddle? Harry said, more of a statement than a question, for he knew if Alfred was in the Slytherin house during the 1930s then he would had to have run into Tom Riddle at least once while he was there. How do you know that name? Alfred questioned, narrowing his gaze at Harry, not understanding how a boy as young as Harry could know that. That's his most trusted secret. Who is Tom Riddle? Bellatrix asked, looking up from her piece of cake, having never heard that name. No one, forget you heard it, Alfred replied, not wanting Bellatrix to know who Tom Riddle was for fear that it would put her in danger. But yes, I did. Terrible wizard he was, even back then, obsessed with his parentage. Though, of course that was only behind closed doors, with Lestrange, Nott, Avery, Rosier and Wilkes, and whatever other Slytherin he felt comfortable in controlling. I was not a member of his gang, but I was certainly close enough to many of them that they let me in on what they were doing. I'll tell you, there were a number of nasty incidents that they caused during their time there that were never linked to them. Yes, he was. Harry frowned sadly, knowing for a fact that Tom Riddle had always been Lord Voldemort behind closed doors, even if he acted like the handsome, charming, and intelligent Tom Riddle to the outside eye. He killed that poor girl Myrtle. Ning Myrtle? Bellatrix questioned, assuming that was who Harry had meant since they were talking about Hogwarts and Myrtle was a ghost inside Hogwarts. I reckon your great-uncle will stop him one of these days. Alfred sighed in a forlorn tone, taking a sip of his drink and looking out the window, where snow was starting to fall to the ground. That is my hope at least. Wait a minute, Bellatrix started, furrowing her brow in thought, realizing who it was that they were talking about. Tom Riddle is, he who must not be named. Forget it, Harry said, repeating what her uncle had told her just moments before, not wanting Bellatrix to have that knowledge. I shouldn't have brought it up. So by the way that you are talking, I imagine that you're in support of Muggle rights, are you, Harry? Alfred asked, turning his attention away from the snow, which was always a beautiful sight in his opinion. Yes sir, and yourself? Harry answered, not at all hiding his beliefs from Alfred. While he recalled Bellatrix mentioning a joke of Alfred's that was not pro-Muggle, he knew that it wasn't necessarily anti-Muggle, either, which left him curious as to how Alfred truly felt on the matter. I don't hate Muggles, nor do I believe in blood superiority, but I don't want anything to do with them, nor do I look down at any wizard that does want to be around and with them. They can be in their world, while we can be in our own. Alfred answered honestly, which Harry appreciated immensely. I don't like how purebloods today indoctrinate their children, making them choose between what they believe and what their family believes. That's why Sirius is such an enigma, he was brave enough to rebel outright. Alfred said, watching as Bellatrix shifted uncomfortably in her seat due to the nature of the conversation. He gave a smile at that, knowing that she was going to have to make a choice very soon, a choice that he hoped would make her happy and content with herself. Even Andromeda didn't do that, as she hid her relationship with Ted until they graduated Hogwarts and she sprung it on the family then. That's understandable, Harry nodded, not seeing anything wrong with what Alfred had said since that was how he himself felt in many ways. And I agree to an extent, so long as our world does not overcome their world and they are free to do as they please. Never, Alfred shook his head, not wanting Harry to think that's what he believed. Wizards are much more equipped to handle lesser space than Muggles are, what with our charms that can make a police box 5 times bigger inside than it seems on the outside. Let the Muggles do whatever they want to do, while we do whatever we want to do in our world, I say. He downed the rest of his mead, before pouring himself another glass. You know, I have quite a few friends who spend nearly all of their time in the Muggle world. They break the statute of secrecy on a daily basis. How so? Harry asked with a smile, wondering what they did. One works as a Muggle housekeeper, Alfred started, laughing at the thought of his friends. She cleans nearly 100 houses a day, all the while using magic. She makes quite a living, if I do say so myself. Harry grinned at that, imagining as a witch waved her wand and charmed cleaning items to do the work for her, allowing her to move on to the next house. Have you ever been married, sir? Harry questioned, taking a sip of his tea, trying to decide if he liked Alfred as much as he thought he did or not. No, I'm not certain there is a woman out there that could tolerate me enough to be married to me, Alfred laughed, thinking about how preposterous the idea of him being married was. I wouldn't want to punish any good, wholesome females out there. I stayed single like my dear old aunt, Lycoris. Speaking about Lycoris, Harry met her old house elf. Bellatrix stated, looking over to Harry. She finished her cake and put her fork on her plate, and then placed the plate down onto the coffee table in front of her. Did you now? Alfred inquired with a smile, surprised that the elf was still around. What was his name again? Stubble. Bustle, Harry corrected, having grown a small friendship with the house elf. Oh, right, Bustle, how is Bustle doing? Alfred asked with a laugh, truly having misremembered the elf's name. Good, I think, Harry answered with a shrug, knowing that Bustle was very happy working at Hogwarts, if not still a bit sad at Lycoris' death a decade prior. Lycoris always treated him like her best friend, Alfred recalled, looking up at the ceiling, remembering his aunt and how she treated her house elf like a friend, rather than a servant. He was the only one in the world that she spoke to on a daily basis. Do you know why she was so private? Harry asked, still wanting to know if she was as good as Bustle implied. He knew that some house elves were so devoted to their family that they overlooked any negative things they had, and he wondered if that was the case with Bustle, that he was overlooking all of Lycoris' negative traits and that, in reality, she wasn't the person Bustle thought she was. She hated purebloods, Alfred answered simply, remembering his cousin, whom was more like an aunt to him, fondly. They always had dinner at least once a week, as she was the last black that Alfred had any consistent communication with before Sirius and Andromeda began talking to him. That and she was a lesbian. She was. Bellatrix replied, surprised by that revelation. Yes, Alfred nodded in the affirmative. She knew most of our kinfolk wouldn't accept her for that fact alone, so she became a recluse, which is unfortunate because she was a nice lady. She helped me a great deal, and left me everything she had, except Bustle, of course. She was always nice, Bellatrix muttered, remembering how she had received chocolate from the lady back when she was a child. The blacks aren't all bad, Bellatrix, Alfred said with a sigh, knowing that there were a few of his family members that were quite decent. Just none of them had the courage to flat out fight against the rest of the family, and instead, hid their decency in order to fit in. It's just a matter that none of us before Sirius were brave enough to say, I don't believe in this. Not me, certainly not Lycoris, no one was brave enough to stand up and face being blasted off of the tapestry. Andromeda lived with the lie until she could no longer hide it, but even she didn't do what Sirius did and just flat out walk away from the family. It's the way we were raised, Uncle, Bellatrix whispered, the blacks being a family that imparted their disrespect of muggles to their children. I know what it's like to be indoctrinated, trust me, Alfred said, having a childhood of memories that showed everyone around him mocking muggles for being lesser beings. Walburga gets her blood supremacy madness from my father, who spent countless of hours in his study while I was growing up searching the family records in order to find a girl from a suitable line for me to marry. And he got it from my grandmother, who kicked her own son out of her house at the age of 11 when she found out he was a squib. The poor kid would have died a beggar on the street if it wasn't for my Uncle Phineas taking him in as his own. Alfred shook his head, a mirthless smile forming on his face. Walburga sits in her ancestral home, like she's royalty, when we only come from a cadet branch of the Black family. If she didn't marry Orion, she would have never stepped foot in that home. Walburga is Sirius' mother, Bellatrix supplied, needlessly filling Harry in on the information. Or did you know that? I did, Harry nodded with a grin, agreeing that he did indeed know who she was. While he had never met the woman for himself, he had numerous interactions with her portrait, usually with her screaming at him about being a half-blood and socializing with her son, who was the worst kind of blood traitor in her mind. When Phineas and Lycoris were still alive, we always used to meet up for Christmas. Alfred sighed, a sadness overcoming him as happy memories sprung into his mind, visions of days long since past. It's nice to have more members of my family join me this year. They all went silent for a few moments, each looking into the fireplace on the opposite side of the room, enjoying the ambiance and the peacefulness that Christmas brought. Excuse me, but where is your Lou? Harry asked as he got to his feet, breaking the silence. It's straight down that hall, next to the dining room, Alfred replied, motioning to the hallway with his hand. With a nod and thanks, Harry walked out into the hallway, searching for the washroom in the direction that Alfred had pointed. When Harry was out of the room and out of earshot, Alfred's gray gaze moved over to Bellatrix, who sat on a chair a few feet away from him, quizzically staring back at him. He studied her for a few lingering moments, weighing her appearance, both proud of her and concerned about her. You know, you're going to have to make a decision soon, Bellatrix, and I just want you to know, that whatever choice you do make, whatever decision you come to, you're going to have people there for you, regardless of the side you choose. Just know that, okay. Bellatrix looked over to her uncle, who gave her a small smile, before moving her gaze to the floor, a pensive expression on her face. Before long, Harry and Bellatrix were both preparing themselves to leave. They both fastened their cloaks tightly to their bodies, and Bellatrix grabbed her scarf from the coat rack, intending on using it for extra warmth. Alfred watched them ready themselves from a few feet away, a large smile on his face, happy to have spent the entire day with his niece and nephew. It was a rare occurrence, he knew, but one that hoped would soon become the norm, rather than the exception. Where are you two off to for the rest of the night? He questioned curiously, wondering where the two young people would go for the remainder of Christmas night. "We're going to meet with my friends at the Leaky Cauldron," Harry answered, as Bellatrix wrapped her scarf around her neck. They both walked over to Alfred, closing the distance between them, intending on saying their goodbyes to the host. "Bye, Uncle," Bellatrix said, giving Alfred a hug, not knowing when she would next see him. She pulled back and headed to the door, securing her cloak around her body as she waited for Harry. "Good to meet you, sir," Harry said, meeting Alfred's gaze as they shared a look with one another. He liked the man, who was amiable and nice, not at all like what he had thought Alfred would be. "I really enjoyed this." "Same to you, son, I wish you a happy Christmas," Alfred replied in a merry tone, as he shook Harry's outstretched hand and patted him on the arm. "Be good to her," he whispered quietly, making sure that Bellatrix couldn't hear him. "I'll help however I can." "Thank you," Harry nodded, understanding exactly what he meant. "And happy Christmas to you, as well," he said, before heading to Bellatrix, who opened the door as he neared her. "Bye. Bye," Alfred smiled with a wave, watching as they exited the house and closed the door behind them. When they were gone, he turned around and walked into the kitchen, intending on eating another piece of his cake before bed. As Harry and Bellatrix walked out of the house and down the entryway, they were hit with a gust of winter weather, their breaths visible through the cold. "I want to take the night bus," Harry said, breathing the frigid night air, which invigorated him and woke him up from his dinner-induced tiredness. "Why don't we just apparate?" Bellatrix asked with a sneer, confused by why Harry would want to take the slower night bus, when he could just appear wherever it was that he wanted to go in a blink of an eye. The boy seemed to have an obsession with the night bus in her opinion, taking it whenever he traveled, unlike other wizarding folk, who apparated like normal people. "It's Christmas, a time to try and do different things than normal life." Harry grinned, putting his arm around her and bringing her close to his chest. "Plus, I'm still not fully recovered from last time." "If you say so," Bellatrix muttered, rolling her eyes in amusement as she gently pushed him. Harry kept his arm around her, however, so he pulled her with him as he fell off the curb and into the empty street. "You know, we have a week until Hogwarts resumes," Harry said, as they walked back up onto the sidewalk and to the corner of the street to hail the bus. "Yeah," Bellatrix replied, wondering what he had in mind. While she usually did school work for the remainder of the break after Christmas, since this was her final year at Hogwarts, she was not as worried about it as she normally would be. "I want to meet your sister Andromeda," Harry informed her, as the thought of Bellatrix whispering good riddance at the mention of Andromeda popped into his mind, reminding him that the pair did not have a good relationship. "We can have dinner with her and Ted or something." "No," Bellatrix shook her head, knowing what he was trying to do. She pushed away from him, not wanting to be close to him right at that moment. "Why not?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow, wondering why she had said no without even thinking about it first. "That's too much," Bellatrix growled angrily, looking down the street, unable to meet his gaze. She took a deep breath, inhaling the cold winter air in an effort to calm herself. I'm not doing that." Harry noticed her pause mid-sentence, seemingly changing what she was going to say, and he briefly pondered what it was that she was going to tell him originally. "You're going to have to eventually," Harry said confidently, knowing he was right in the fact that, if they were to work, Bellatrix would have to start talking to Andromeda again. "You haven't even met Narcissa, the sister I actually like." Bellatrix turned on her heels, her violet eyes wide in fury. She could not fathom how he dared to try and force her to do something that she would have no intention of doing without him even mentioning it. It made her flush with anger at the mere thought of him doing it, let alone actually witnessing him trying to do it for real. "I already know what kind of person Narcissa is. I know what kind of man Lucius is. I know what kind of boy their eventual son will be," Harry answered honestly, a bit saddened that she grew so angry at the suggestion. "They're people that won't like me and I won't like them." "Don't even lie to yourself to pretend that they will. You don't know that," Bellatrix snapped, though even she didn't believe it. Inwardly, she knew that Harry would get along with Andromeda quite well, but would not be up to the unattainable standards that Narcissa often had for people that socialized with her. She was harder to please than any other black, which was saying something, considering most blacks thought of themselves as royalty. Harry closed his eyes for a minute, taking a deep breath as he thought of what to say. "If you want, I will meet them." If you want, I will do that for you. I will take whatever they throw at me, but I want you to know that I will not change for them. Harry replied finally, realizing he was being unfair and that he had no right to ask her to do something when he himself wasn't willing to do its opposite. I will meet them. And I will be myself. Set it up, I'll do something for you, you'll do something for me. But I'm telling you now, if they insist on trying to change me, don't think I'm going to do it. Like you're asking me to change. Bellatrix scowled angrily, even more affronted that he would insist on not being changed, yet dare to ask for her to do something that she didn't want to do. I'm not asking you to change at all, Bellatrix, what I'm asking is for you to not kill and torture and humiliate innocent people. Dislike Muggles all you want, I love you enough that I can overlook the fact that's how you feel, as long as you don't do anything against them. Harry said, rambling, not really thinking about what he was saying, but just expressing himself as best as he could. I don't plan on living a life involving Muggles very much either, if I'm being honest. After all, you know what my aunt and uncle did to me growing up. I've told you that story, but I'll be damned if I sit around and allow people to discriminate against them just because they don't have magic. Bellatrix's shoulders dropped at what Harry said, her face losing the all-negative emotion from it instantly and her anger dissipating immediately. She looked at him for a few seconds, searching his eyes with her violet gaze as her stomach tightened up and her legs felt weak. You love me, she whispered to Harry in a voice that was small and innocent, one that she hid from the rest of the world. Harry stayed silent for a moment, realizing he had said that he loved her for the first time ever. Then, with a small smile on the corner of his lips, he nodded, admitting his feelings for her. Yes, I'm falling in love with you. More than you can ever imagine. Without saying a word, Bellatrix reached under her cloak and grabbed her wand, before thrusting her hand outwards, calling the night bus to them. It took a minute for the bus to arrive, but when it did, she placed her wand back into her robes and turned back to Harry. Fine, I'll contact Andromeda when I'm ready to see her, she said before boarding the bus, leaving Harry on the street. Knowing that what she had said was more than just a simple I love you back, he grinned from ear to ear and paid their fee, taking his seat next to her in the back of the bus. While he knew the conversation wasn't over, that they would eventually have to talk about it, he was content in the ending for the time being, knowing that it would be a process. They arrived at the Leaky Cauldron around a half an hour later, the snow falling as they stepped off of the night bus. They both walked towards the door, before Harry opened it and revealed the bustling pub inside, filled with merry wizards and witches, happy hags, and even some caroling vampires. Bellatrix entered first, Harry following closely behind, and gazed around the bar, wondering where Harry's friends were. There in the back, Harry whispered in her ear, interlocking his fingers in hers and leading her to the back room, where Harry had procured a large table and dozens of drinks and other goodies. At the long table sat a group of people, all laughing and talking amongst themselves. When a female with blonde hair saw Harry, she yelled, "Merry Christmas," happily, which earned the attention of everyone at the table. They all looked at Harry with smiles on their faces, happy to see their friend. Bellatrix, this is Edgar, Charlotte, Greta, Milton, and Xenophilius, Harry said, gesturing to each person with his hands, introducing them to Bellatrix. It's nice to meet you, Greta said with a large smile on her round face, engulfing Bellatrix in a hug, which was hesitantly returned by Bellatrix, apparently unprepared for the contact. Grab a seat, Edgar said, gesturing to the two open seats next to him and cracking open two bottles of whatever it was that he was drinking and placing them down onto the table. Silently, Bellatrix took the seat in between Harry and Milton, with Charlotte and Xenophilius directly across from her. You were in Hogwarts like 2 years ago, weren't you? Bellatrix asked, recognizing Charlotte as Harry and Edgar went off into a discussion that she couldn't hear. Yeah, I was in Hufflepuff, Charlotte said, seeing that the girl was uncomfortable and hoping to ease it. She knew the reputation that Bellatrix had, one that probably wouldn't have been given to her if it wasn't true, though the pair had never interacted as far as she could remember. I don't think we ever talked. No, Bellatrix shook her head, feeling rather uneasy, not really knowing what to say or do. While she was a confident woman, strong and capable, she didn't know any of these people, which made her nervous to show her true personality, not wanting to offend Harry and make him mad at her. We're not going to bite, don't worry, Xenophilius said, sipping on his drink through a straw that was much too long and loopy for the glass that it was in. Bellatrix looked over at the boy, and seeing how pathetic he appeared, she couldn't help but let out a loud giggle, breaking the ice that was around her. Hearing her giggle, Harry paused his conversation with Edgar, looked over to Bellatrix and smiled happily, glad that it appeared to be working out. The rest of the night passed by, and before long, it neared midnight on Christmas night. Everyone had retreated home in the late hour, but Bellatrix lingered, intending on exchanging gifts with Harry. To that end, she and Harry sat on the floor in Harry's room, a present each on their laps. The fireplace a few feet away from them blazed, illuminating the entire room in a beautiful light. Their silhouettes flickered against the wall, creating shadows that, somehow, enhanced the ambiance and created a romantic setting. "This better be good," Bellatrix joked, elegantly tearing off a piece of the wrapping paper. She ripped off of the rest of the paper to reveal a large book of charms, a spellbook that housed many powerful charms, each of which were ones that she didn't know. "This is great," she smiled, skimming through some of the spells, seeing how old they were and understood that most wizards wouldn't know them. "Thank you," she said, truly meaning it. "You're welcome," Harry grinned, happy that she liked it, having had no idea on what to get her the previous day. With Ron and Hermione, he knew what they wanted, knew what they would enjoy, but also knew that whatever he did indeed get for them, they wouldn't complain, at least Hermione, that is. With Bellatrix, however, he was at a loss, not because he didn't know her as well as he did Ron and Hermione, but because his gift actually mattered, it was important and showed how much he cared about her, which put extra pressure on him. "Open yours now," she said, gesturing to the package in Harry's lap, wanting to see if he liked what she got him. He unwrapped the paper and opened the box to find 2 pieces of parchment that had dancing brooms on it with writing in orange lettering. "Tickets to the Chudley Cannons," Harry whispered, as a large grin took shape on his face, thrilled at the opportunity to go see a professional Quidditch game. "Chudley vs. Wimborne. The Wasps were my favorite team growing up, and I didn't know what yours was, but I remember seeing the cannons mentioned in one of your memories when I was teaching you occlumency, so I figured that this would be a good present. If you don't like it, we can find another game." Bellatrix whispered, not knowing if he was happy with the present or not. "What? No. I love it." Harry smiled, waving off her concern, knowing how expensive tickets were. "I don't really have a favorite team, so perhaps you can help me find one. I was a fan of the Cannons because my friend Ron was, but they weren't chosen by me and to be honest, I wasn't really a fan of them." Harry answered, wanting to find a team that he could root for, one that he liked, whether it be because of the players or the colors or even the team name itself. "I remember the memory you're referencing. Ron decorated his room with all Chudley Cannon stuff." "Good, because I don't know how anyone could be a fan of the Cannons," Bellatrix grinned, truly wondering how anyone could be a fan of the worst team in the league. "They're awful and they know it." "Thank you," Harry said, leaning over and dotting her lightly on the lips. Bellatrix ed him back, before pulling away and smiling up at him, knowing that this was one of the best Christmases she had ever had. On New Year's Eve, Harry and Bellatrix went to the Cannons vs. Wasps match with the tickets that Bellatrix had given to Harry for Christmas. While the attendance at the match was still high, Harry could see many open seats that went unused, presumably because of the fear that Voldemort spread throughout the country. Sure, he knew it was his first ever professional game, so he had nothing to compare it to, but his gut instinct told him that many people refused to leave their homes due to the dark. Lord and his Death Eaters, if the gusto that Ron rooted for the Cannons proved anything about a wizard's love for their Quidditch team. Ignoring all of that, the pair got some snacks and some hot drinks and took their seats, excitedly watching as the 2 teams warmed up, flying around the stadium and loosening up their muscles in the cold night air. Once the match started, Harry was unsurprised to see Ludo Bagman on the pitch, looking as fit as Harry remembered him from his time in Dumbledore's Pensieve. Harry had to admit that Ludo was quite impressive, one of the best players he had ever seen, which made sense, considering how the members of the Wizengamot had treated him back when he was on trial in Dumbledore's Pensieve. They looked at him and spoke to him as if he was a national hero, a treasure that was meant to be respected. As a skilled beater, Bagman more than protected his teammates from bludgers, hitting them away from his side over to the other team's players expertly, preventing the other team's chasers from getting into a groove with the quaffle. Likewise, the other players on the Wasps were just as good, showing how dominant of a team they were. With their yellow and black uniforms, they truly looked like a pack of flying wasps, jetting from one end of the pitch to the other quicker than Harry had ever seen on the brooms that they were using. The chasers had a great rapport with each other, as they always made the right pass, the extra pass, allowing them to score one goal after another on the cannons. By the time Harry knew it, the score was a lopsided 120-10 in the Wasps' favor, showing just how much better they were in comparison to the cannons. In the end, the seeker for the Wasps caught the snitch, bringing an end to the game with the final score being 350-90, a complete blowout but a fun match to watch nonetheless. When the match was finished, they hopped up from their seats and walked with the crowd out of the stadium, and when they were completely out and away from the public, they both apparated, separately, to the Leaky Cauldron, before starting the walk to Bellatrix's home on Dungiant Street. It was a few blocks, and as they traveled, they saw the festive muggles celebrating the new year, all of whom were filled with the spirit of the night, each wanting to welcome in the new year, 1977. In the distance they heard the familiar burst of fireworks, lighting the sky in a brilliant red color, illuminating the city streets below. Harry stopped and watched it for a few moments, a small smile on his face, admiring the pretty colors and the creative displays. From her spot next to him, Bellatrix's gaze moved up to the sky as well. She wore a neutral expression on her face, unlike the look of wonderment that Harry had on his face, showing their differing personalities. She did not understand what was so special about the fireworks, as she knew many spells that created similar results much more efficiently than the Muggle practice. "Happy New Year, Black," Harry whispered into Bellatrix's ear as he keyed at her on the temple, earning her attention. She turned towards him and brought her lips up to his own, dotting him passionately as everyone celebrated the coming of the new year. Bringing his right hand into her own left, she started to walk, continuing on towards her house in the distance, a small smile on her face all the while. Eventually the Christmas break ended and Harry was on the Hogwarts Express, racing towards Scotland on the Sunday immediately following New Year's Day. Greta and Xenophilius were sitting opposite of him, as he snacked on a chocolate frog and watched the countryside passing by. Once the express arrived in Hogsmeade hours later, Harry made the familiar walk to the carriages, and entered one that housed many of his Ravenclaw friends. As the carriages carried them to the school, the sense of nostalgia overcame him as he realized that this would be the last time in the carriages, that this would be his last time taking the journey back to Hogwarts for school. With that on his mind, he enjoyed the welcoming feast with the rest of the students in a subdued manner and went up to his room, jumping into bed immediately. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep, dreaming about what would be in the future, knowing full well that this would be his final time enjoying a welcoming feast of Hogwarts. A day passed, which found Harry in the middle of a battle, his face red and his breath heavy. He was trapped behind a mound of snow, with Bertram Aubrey and Milton Curd sitting next to him, their breaths haggard, their legs tired from all the running they had to do in order to escape their attackers. They were cold and scared, the beginning signs of great fatigue. They didn't know how much longer they would be able to withstand the assault. "We can't win, we'll die out there," Bertram said nervously, as he looked between Harry and Milton, hoping that they had a plan. "Don't give up," Harry replied, trying to ease Bertram's concerns and fears. He knew the boy was worried, and was searching for some comfort to make himself more confident in his chances of survival. "I've faced much worse odds than this and I've lived to tell the tale. We can still get out of here, we just need to think." "What do we do?" Milton questioned, wondering if Harry had a plan to escape the fate that was coming to them. He could hear their enemies gathering strength from across the way, bombarding them with attacks as they waited for their prey to show themselves. Harry looked around the area, keeping his head ducked under for safety, not wanting to be hit. His gaze moved over the environs, searching for something that could help them, searching for anything that would be of use, before, in the corner of his eye, he saw their saving grace. Gripping his wand in his hand, he looked to both Bertram and Milton, giving them a small smile, confident that his plan would work and they'd be successful in their attempt at getting to safety. "When I say go, run as fast as you can to that snow bank over there," he said, pointing to a hiding spot behind a snow-covered tree. The tree was large and wide, more than big enough to cover them all. "Ready." Bertram and Milton both looked over to the tree, before looking back at one another. "Ready," they both nodded in agreement, knowing that it was worth a shot and it could be successful. They just hoped that they had the energy to make it there before their opponents attacked them. If they didn't make it, they knew they would be done for. I hope this works, Harry sighed, muttering a spell and watching as a gigantic snowman across the way jumped to life and started sliding towards another snow bank, where their attackers had taken refuge. Go! Harry yelled, as he jumped up and ran through the snow to the tree that he had pointed out moments before, Bertram and Milton following closely behind him. They were slow to move as a blanket of thick snow had fallen the night before, covering the immediate area with nearly a foot of it, making them trudge knee-deep to reach their goal. There they go! A deep male voice called out through the cold air, as Harry and the others showed themselves for the first time in a while. What the? The same voice said, turning his attention away from Harry and his friends when, from the opposite side he was looking, the snowman crashed into the 4 attackers, covering them with ice and snow, giving Harry's group the time required to head for the cover they so desperately needed. Harry dove behind the tree, Bertram and Milton right next to him, each protected from the attackers by the large trunk, allowing them to form a counterattack. Underneath where the snowman crashed, the snow started to move as the 4 started to dig themselves out, using their hands and feet to get to freedom. Hey, no fair. Greta Catchlove pouted as she dug herself out of the mound of snow that the snowman had dumped on her, grabbing her woolen hat from the ground and placing it back on her own head. We said no magic. We said no magic in creating or defending ourselves from snowballs, not outlawing magic in general. Harry corrected with a mischievous laugh, as the 3 gathered as many snowballs as they could while their opponents were distracted. They intended on bombarding the others as quickly as they could, knowing that the time to strike was nigh. I knew I should have been on Harry's team, Xenophilius whispered, as he used his wand to get out of the snow. His wand tip burned with orange light, as if it was a blowtorch. He had taken the brunt of the snowman's attack, being covered with the entirety of the bottom ball of the snowman, which had been about 10 feet tall before falling on them, a considerably greater size in comparison to Muggle-made ones. We had them cornered, Gaspard muttered disappointedly, looking to the area behind the tree, where he saw his opponents gathering snowballs. His eyes flicked over to Derek, who was starting to pile more snowballs into the small hole that they had created to protect themselves. What are you doing? They're going to come at us with all they have, Derek said, gesturing his head over to the tree. He knew that Harry and the other 2 would attack them quickly since it would be what he himself would do in their situation. I'm going to be ready for when they do. Meanwhile, across the way, the others just finished crafting their snowballs, all of which were piled in front of them. Ready, Bertram said, looking at Milton and Harry as they all gathered up the snowballs into their arms. Here we go. They all ran out, spreading out with Harry going to the left, Milton going to the right, and Bertram in the center, sprinting towards the snow mound that the others were hiding behind. Before they knew what was happening, before they could gather snowballs to defend themselves, Harry's team attacked the foursome, tossing snow on them in all directions. Greta ducked and covered her head with her arms, protecting herself from the onslaught, as Milton tossed a snowball gently onto her back, not wanting to hurt his girlfriend. Harry, meanwhile, used both hands to throw snowballs at Gaspard and Xenophilius, who mounted a weak defense in response. The most awesome of attacks, however, came from Bertram, who had accumulated the most snowballs before their attack, not wanting to be outdone by Derek. One after another, he tossed snowballs at Derek, who threw as many snowballs back as he could in a futile effort to counter the attack. However, he was quickly overrun, and had to take cover from the barrage that Bertram brought against him. Derek tried another measly defense, but it was beaten once more, leaving himself wide open for an even more damaging attack. We give, Derek yelled out as Bertram continually pounded him with snowballs, spraying cold snow and ice over his face, head, and body. One of them directly hit his ear, which made it sting a bit, but was otherwise unhurt. Yes, Bertram called out triumphantly, dropping the snowballs to the ground, where they splattered back into the snow. Bunch of cheaters, Greta giggled, as Milton helped her to her feet. They hugged each other, as they waited for the others to ready themselves to go back to the castle in the distance. We did not cheat, Bertram said proudly, bringing his arm around Harry's shoulders. Gamed the system, maybe, but certainly not cheat. He finished with a large smile, before helping Derek up from the hole that he had hid himself in. Eventually, they all walked into the castle, shivering slightly. Anyone want to get some hot chocolate? Greta suggested as they paused at the stairway that led to the Ravenclaw Tower, looking at everyone, wondering if they wanted to come with her. Can't. Gaspard shook his head in the negative, frowning at the girl slightly. I have some work I have to do. Sure. The rest nodded, saying goodbye and watching as Gaspard walked up the stairs, presumably heading back to the Ravenclaw common room. Dumbledore, a voice said from behind, making Harry turn to see who it was. Harry spun and his gaze met the silver one of Sirius Black, who was making his way through the hall towards Harry. Oh, hi Sirius, Harry smiled, pausing for his future godfather to catch up to him. Seeing that the group had stopped to wait for him, he shook his head and gestured for them to continue, not wanting to hold them up. Go on, I'll meet you all there. Once the group was gone, Sirius stopped in front of Harry for a moment, before continuing on down the wall, Harry following next to him. How was your Christmas? Sirius questioned as they walked, Harry not knowing where Sirius was going, but presuming that it was someone close. It was great, actually, what about yours? Harry returned, flicking his gaze over to the wizard, hopeful that he had fun on his holiday. Okay, I guess, Sirius shrugged with a neutral expression, making Harry wonder whether Sirius did indeed enjoy his break. Can we talk? The younger wizard asked, hoping that Harry had some time to discuss something. Sure, Harry nodded, gesturing for Sirius to lead the way. What about? He questioned, wondering what Sirius had on his mind. Who do you think? Sirius said, before turning into a small alcove that was hidden away from the rest of the school, where no one could see or hear them. Harry gave a smile at that, immediately knowing that he meant Bellatrix, his cousin. What do you want to know? Harry inquired, willing to answer whatever question that Sirius had for him about her. He knew the boy was confused, having been stymied from his questions by Alfred on Christmas. How did it happen? Sirius asked quietly, the first of numerous questions that he wanted to ask the wizard in front of him. While he hadn't spent his break thinking about it, it was on the back of his mind ever since learning about their relationship, and he wanted to ease the concerns that were festering inside of him. It just did over time. Harry shrugged, being unable to answer that question for himself, let alone for Sirius. He had no idea why or how his feelings for Bellatrix brewed. All he knew was that they did somehow, and he ran with them upon realizing it. We needed to learn from one another, so we became civil and eventually friendly, and then she came to visit me on my birthday, which made us both realize just how much we were attracted to each other romantically. Just like that. No questions about her past? Sirius asked, wondering if Harry knew about the past of who he was dealing with. He didn't care about their relationship in terms of Harry getting hurt by her dumping him. He cared about their relationship in regards to her dragging him down into her darkness, into her world of hatred and power craving, one that led to his prostrating in front of the Dark Lord Voldemort. I knew what kind of person she was, hated her for it when we first met, but we spent time together, and Harry shrugged once more, knowing more about her actions than Sirius could ever dream about. She was an arrogant bully that believed in her own superiority and clamored for power, and he knew her ability to do the most deplorable of acts, such as the ones that brought her to Voldemort's side and landed her in Azkaban. Do you know what kind of person she was? Still is, even? Sirius questioned, emphasizing the word you, disbelieving that Harry did indeed know Bellatrix's past. Are you sure you know just the depths of her misdeeds are? I grew up with her, I've known her since I was born. Trust me, there are things about her no one would dare make up. Yes, and I hate it. Trust me, she's the first person in my life that I've ever given the chance to change and not immediately write it off as a lost cause. Draco, Pansy, people I used to know, I never would have given them a chance. Harry answered, knowing that he would have never given Draco a chance to show a different side in his own time. To him, Draco would always be a mean-spirited bully. But for some reason, I gave her a chance, I gave her the opportunity, and she hasn't let me down yet. She hasn't crossed a line. She's been bad, yes, I understand that, but she's never crossed a line and done something that makes her irredeemable. Trust me, when I first came to Hogwarts, she was the one person in the world I hated nearly as much as I hated the Dark Lord. Oh yeah, Sirius said somewhat argumentatively, not understanding how Harry could know as much as he presumed about Bellatrix. If she's changed so much, then how come she still hangs out with all of those Slytherins? They're the sons and daughters of Death Eaters. What do you think they talk about? Muggle rights. Do you believe that they're conversing on how to make a Muggle's day better? It's a process, Sirius, Harry replied easily, not at all perturbed by Sirius' tone. I don't like her talking to them just as much as you, but if I go to her and tell her that she has to distance herself from them, trust me, she will rebel. By doing that, I'll create a monster worse than you can ever imagine, cold, ruthless, powerful. She'll turn to the Dark Lord instantly, and that is not something that I will let happen. It's a process. When she's ready, I'll talk to her about it, but she's not ready yet. I've seen it with my own eyes. I don't buy it, and I'm worried, Sirius said, crossing his arms across his chest and biting down on his bottom lip. I've seen her gallivanting around with wizards that will be Death Eaters the second they step out of Hogwarts. I know her parents and I know what they imparted to her when she was growing up. Her changing does not seem as simple as you make it appear. It seems so unlikely that it's almost comical. I'm letting her do this on her own. If I see something that goes against everything she's been doing, I will step in. Harry assured Sirius, having decided on his plans on how to deal with Bellatrix months prior, before even starting a relationship with her. He had only broke those plans once before. After meeting with Alfred and being overly confident, he suggested seeing Andromeda, which was something that Bellatrix was not anywhere near ready for, and Harry had to argue with her to smooth it over. It was a mistake that he wouldn't make again unless it was absolutely necessary, which wouldn't come unless he felt that she needed to decide once and for all which path she was going to choose. You're a black and you turned out great, didn't you? What about Andromeda? Or even Alfred, to a lesser extent? I trust that she can be good like all of you are. It's different for her, Sirius replied, closing his eyes and scratching his forehead, as if he was suddenly afflicted with a headache. He took a few deep breaths, his head down near his chest, before opening his eyes once more. Why is that? Because she's not you. Harry returned, a bit peeved that he was so arrogant as to believe that Bellatrix wasn't strong enough to turn to the side of good. So you think you're the only one that can escape the blacks? Because I never once believed in blood purity. She did, Sirius answered, making Harry realize the difference. With Sirius, it was never an option to hate due to someone's blood, whereas Bellatrix went 16 years of her life believing in it. Harry stayed silent for a moment, weighing what Sirius had said, before he nodded, willing to concede that point. Maybe so, but I trust that she will do what is right in the end, Harry said firmly, being confident that Bellatrix could do what so many people couldn't and change her ways. And if you're wrong? Sirius asked, raising an eyebrow, wondering what Harry would do if Bellatrix stayed the course and became a Death Eater, willingly giving herself over to the Dark Lord. Harry looked down at the ground, his heart skipping a beat at the idea of him being wrong and Bellatrix not being with him. Then I will live with my mistakes and make sure to correct them. He whispered, though Sirius heard him clearly. Be careful, Dumbledore, I just don't want to see you go down with her, Sirius replied just as quietly, having recognized the emotion in Harry's voice. And no, that's not a threat, it's a concern. You're my friend. You're a good man, a good wizard, I know firsthand of what the blacks can do to people. Just be careful, okay? He headed over to the alcove's entrance before stopping and giving Harry a smile. I'm really not trying to be a git, I don't want her conniving her way into Alfred's life just to hurt him, that's all. In my heart, I hope that she does turn it around one day, because I know the kind of witch that she is, smart and powerful. She would do a lot of good in the world if she just saw what was right and what was wrong. I understand that, Harry replied, biting his lip in thought, his countenance pensive, recognizing Sirius' concern. I'll protect Alfred's interests, as well, he said, having taken a liking to the older wizard during the short time that they had interacted with one another. Sirius nodded, staring right at Harry, their eyes meeting for just a moment. See you, he waved, before leaving down the hall, presumably heading back to the Gryffindor Tower. Harry stood in the alcove for a few silent moments, going over everything that Sirius had said before he too left, walking in the direction of the kitchens where he knew his friends were enjoying some hot chocolate in an attempt to warm up. Harry awoke on Tuesday and tiredly walked down to his Transfiguration classroom for his first class of the new semester. He sat in his usual chair and took out his books, giving a small smile to Bellatrix, who raised an amused eyebrow at him in response. After she turned away and started talking to her cousin Evan, Harry bit his lip as memories of the conversation with Sirius the previous day came rushing back to him. He knew who Evan Rosier was. He was a murderer that had been killed during a struggle against Aurors in an attempt to escape imprisonment in Azkaban along with his friend Wilkes. He recalled how Evan had blasted off a piece of Mad-Eye Moody's nose in their duel, before Mad-Eye finally got the better of him and downed him for good, depleting Voldemort of a loyal Death Eater. As Harry's mind drifted off, wondering how close Bellatrix was to her rosier side of the family, at the front of the room, sitting quietly on top of Professor McGonagall's desk was a brown tabby cat. The cat stared at all of the students as they came in, tilting its head and seeming welcoming, silently saying hello to the young wizards and witches that walked through the door. Once the last student took her seat, the cat hopped off of the desk and changed into a human female in midair, whom landed gracefully without missing a step. The woman had black hair that was pulled into a tight bun and wore elegant green robes, along with a pair of glasses that were adorning her stern, aging face. "Hello class," McGonagall said, straightening her robes with her hands as she stood in front of the students. "I trust you all had a pleasant break. This semester, as I informed you at the beginning of last term, will deal with human-to-animal transfigurations. Now, the reason why I changed from my animagus form into my human one just now was to give you an idea about the differences between transfiguration and animagi. If you will turn to page 140 in your book, you will see a chapter detailing the differences between the pair. Please, take this time to read that, and we will have further discussion after you have completed." Tiredly, Harry opened his book and turned to the assigned pages. The first few pages was an introduction, which Harry paid no mind to, having already performed human-to-animal transfiguration during a duel with Rodolphus Lestrange a year prior. On one of the middle pages, however, he sat up in his chair, noticing that it listed the registrants to the animagus list at the Ministry of Magic for the 20th century. There were only 6 up until then, with Harry knowing another one would soon show themselves, perhaps even someone he went to Hogwarts with. The first name on the list was a woman named Sheldona Green, who had achieved the transformation more than a decade after the turn of the century in 1911. Sheldona was followed closely by Arthur Barretts, who registered 4 years later in 1915. Next came Kingsley Crabbe in the mid-1920s, before Hopalong Wallace, who registered himself in 1943. Next was unsurprisingly Minerva McGonagall, who had first registered in 1954, a year or so after she had left Hogwarts as a student. Finally, the last name was Ariella Malkin, a witch that had become an animagus in the late 1960s. Harry stared at the last name for a few lingering moments, inwardly wondering whether Ariella Malkin was in any way related to Madame Malkin, the proprietor of the robes shop in Diagon Alley, if not the very lady herself. Outside of Malkin, he recognized some of the names that were on the list like McGonagall and especially Kingsley Crabbe, whom he assumed was an ancestor of Vincent Crabbe, a wizard who would become a large, stupid crony of Draco Malfoy in the future. The rest he had never heard about before then, but he presumed that they were powerful wizards and witches as becoming an animagus was a difficult skill to master, one unable to be performed by weak people, barring Peter Pettigrew, who was tutored through it by 2 exceptionally powerful wizards. Shaking his head, he returned to the page, continuing on with his assignment, hoping that the class would end quickly so he could take a nap. Harry finished his reading in 20 minutes, and looked up at the professor, who was scanning the room to see how many were still reading. As Harry waited for the others in his class to finish their own reading, he pondered what forms the 5 other animagus registrants took, knowing that McGonagall was a cat herself. However, before he could think about it in any great detail, everyone was seemingly finished and McGonagall walked down the column of desks and began to lecture. As you have just read, unlike animation, there is no known reason for why human-to-animal transfiguration was developed. Animation was used as a defense by the Chinese emperors in animating their army of terracotta warriors. Conjuration was used to procure objects one did not have. Inanimate transfiguration was used to secure things one could not afford. However, reasons for human-to-animal transfiguration's genesis are non-existent. The most common idea is that human-to-animal transfiguration was probably just used as a torture device or as a way to annoy people that bothered you. But regardless of its origins, you should know the dangers that the art possesses. The main danger, and the very difference between an animagus and transfiguration, is that being transfigured into an animal prevents someone from changing back on their own by their own free will. They need help to do that. Unlike animagi, who can go back and forth between transformations under their own power. Because of that danger's presence, I will be taking a more active role in your lessons, surveying the room at all times in an effort to make sure that you leave Hogwarts the same way you came all those years ago, as humans." She continued, walking back up to the fount of the class and taking out her wand, making sure that everyone was listening to her intently. "The first spell we will try is the human-to-rodent transfiguration, a simple spell in comparison to the ones that we will be completing later on, but one that will show you all of the intricacies of this area of transfiguration. What I want you all to do now is pair up with another individual, with that person then being the one who will transfigure you and be transfigured by you for the remainder of the year." Harry looked at Bertram next to him, who smiled back, accepting the silent question and agreeing to pair up with Harry. Harry's eyes flicked over to Bellatrix, who paired up with Evan, a more than decent wizard in his own right. Frank Longbottom, meanwhile, joined with Alice, who was a bit more skilled than Frank was when it came to transfiguration, though the both were exception in the craft. Everyone else seemed to pair up with the person next to them just as Harry and Bertram had, and before they knew it, their desks were off to the side and they were trying to turn each other into rodents. Only a few were successful during the first day, but McGonagall saw promise in all of them nonetheless. The next day came, Wednesday, which found Harry making the familiar trek up to Dumbledore's office for the first time since returning to school. He had a pensive expression on his face as he walked up the stairs, thinking about the various topics that he wanted to discuss with the Great Wizard. He had researched a bit over break, but he spent much of his time with his friends and Bellatrix, which prevented him from detailing many of the things he wanted to accomplish, like learning more about the Peverell brothers and their connection to the Deathly Hallows. However, that didn't bother him as he knew that it was finally time to get answers, rather than questions, at least on some things, so with that in mind, he gave the door a loud knock and entered after hearing the muffled voice from behind. "Harry." Dumbledore grinned, rising from his seat behind his desk to greet the younger wizard. He had not seen the boy for nearly 2 weeks, and if he was honest with himself, he missed his company. "How are you, my boy?" "Great, sir, thanks," Harry returned, shaking the Great Wizard's outstretched hand before they both took a seat in their respective chairs, each across from the other. "What about you?" he questioned politely, hoping that Dumbledore wasn't too busy or tired from all of the work in the fight against Voldemort. "No complaints, except for the obvious," Dumbledore smiled with a shrug and a gesture to the window, where the wizarding world was in a war against tyranny and fear. "I appreciate the gift you gave me for Christmas," he said as Fawkes hooted over his shoulder, referencing the box of candies from across the globe that he had received from Harry. "As did Fawkes, it seems," he added with a smile, as Fawkes cooed in appreciation, showing just how intelligent of a bird he was. "No problem, and I liked your gift to me, as well," Harry replied, having received a silver instrument that he had yet to understand fully. It was something that seemed as if it would be quite at home in the headmaster's office, which made Harry assume that it was a powerful magical device that had unknown powers, ones that would hopefully show themselves to Harry one day. "Thank you for it, sir." Silently, Dumbledore rose from his seat once more and grabbed 2 glasses from the wooden cabinet before pouring an amber-colored liquid into both of them. "Merry Christmas, Harry," Dumbledore smiled, handing of the glasses over to the younger boy and clinking them together in a toast. "Thank you and happy Christmas to you, too, sir." Harry grinned, taking a sip and appreciating the flavor of the drink. "Truly, thank you for the present, it meant a lot." "It was nothing, Harry," Dumbledore nodded, coming back around and regaining his chair. He gave the boy a large smile, as he leaned back in his seat, his gaze moving over Harry's face, noticing how much older the boy appeared since the last time he saw him. It was as if Harry had matured a year or two in the span of a few short weeks, as instead of a teenager, he now appeared like a young adult, one ready for the life that was ahead of him. "Did you have a good break?" Harry questioned, as he held his glass in his right hand, taking a sip every now and again. "It was busy, but yes, very insightful." Dumbledore replied vaguely, not revealing what he did during his time off from Hogwarts. "I hope you had the same." "I did," Harry answered in the affirmative, having enjoyed his vacation just as much as he had enjoyed the Christmas a year prior. "I met Alfred Black," he added, filling Dumbledore in on one of the many surprises that his vacation brought him. "Did you now?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, wondering what the boy thought of the man. He was always very cheerful while he was in Hogwarts, if I recall. Not at all like most others of his kin of his time. He's still like that. Harry nodded in agreement, remembered how jolly and jovial Alfred was on Christmas. Maybe a bit lonely, but he seemed happy. Aged as that to a person, Dumbledore sighed, staring out the window, knowing full well the effect that the passage of time had on older people. Loneliness is the bane of old age, but I'm glad to hear he is still the same way as always. Very much so, Harry agreed, as he took another sip of his drink. They stayed silent for a moment, each enjoying their time together, a relaxed feeling in the air. Professor, Harry started, knowing that his time in Hogwarts was drawing to a close and he needed to start preparing himself for his time outside of school. He needed to start learning more from Dumbledore, instead of letting the old headmaster give vague, non-specific answers to all of his questions. When I first came into your office the first night of my 7th year, you said, when you were thinking about why Voldemort and I are still connected in this time, I was wondering, can you explain that some more? Are you sure you wish to hear it? Dumbledore asked, sitting up in his seat, surprised by the sudden turn in conversation. He knew that Harry would ask him about it someday, but he didn't think it would be while the boy was still in Hogwarts. You may not like what you hear. Yes, Harry nodded in the affirmative, steeling himself off from whatever he might hear. Whatever dark answer he would receive. No matter what Dumbledore said, he wanted to know about it as he felt that he was ready to know about it, even if it was something that a normal 17-year-old shouldn't be informed about. You have a piece of his soul inside of you, Harry. You were like a Horcrux for the Voldemort of your time, but not exactly a Horcrux. Dumbledore answered bluntly, getting to the crux of the matter without pause. However, that piece of soul is reaching out to the current Voldemort, giving you a one-way connection into his mind. He is unconnected to you, and appears to not know about it at all. Dumbledore continued, having spent many a night thinking about the matter privately in order to best understand Harry's dilemma. You do not serve as a Horcrux for him in this time, at least I don't think, but you are a liability to him, a weakness of which he is unaware. Voldemort is inside of me. Harry whispered with wide eyes, shocked at that revelation. When did he make me a Horcrux? He questioned to himself, inwardly trying to figure out when Voldemort would have the time to perform the spell. Perhaps when I was in the graveyard. Wait, no, he tired to kill me. That doesn't make sense, he continued his thoughts, before Dumbledore's voice brought him out of his stupor. A piece, yes, but because I was not there, I cannot explain to you how it happened exactly, I'm sorry. I would imagine that his soul in your time had become so tarnished and unstable that when the killing curse rebounded back on him and destroyed his body, a sliver of his soul split apart and attached itself to the closest living thing, you. Dumbledore replied pensively, sorrowful for the fact that he couldn't distinguish how exactly it happened without having more knowledge on the subject than Harry knew about it himself. All he knew about it was what he could find out from Harry himself, and as such, he was forced to put the pieces of the story together while missing much of the background information, leaving large holes that could not be filled unless one was to guess. By learning and employing occlumency, you're not keeping him out from your mind, instead you're keeping that bit of soul from reaching out to him. Wow, said Harry, dumbfounded, not really knowing how to reply. The idea that a sliver of Voldemort's soul, dark and evil as it was inside of him made him a bit uneasy, and brought about many thoughts that he could not comprehend. There is more, Dumbledore started, not wanting Harry to think that was all the information he had on the matter. Now that that piece of soul has nowhere to go, it is trying to reach out, but is ever so slowly merging with your own soul. I'm sure you have seen your abilities grow ever since coming into this time. Before it was simply attached to you, like a wart on a toad, but now it is becoming a spot on a dog, a piece of your own soul and part of your very own being. Eventually in time, it will be as much a part of you as your noses or your green eyes are. Merging with my soul? Harry questioned, jerking his head at Dumbledore's words, taken by surprise by their message. Does that mean I'm becoming more like Voldemort? Of course not, Dumbledore shook his head, believing it to be an almost laughable suggestion. You're too pure for that piece of soul to even change you just a little, to corrupt you even just a smidgen. Instead, the qualities that you have received from that piece of soul will become your own. Unconsciously, you already call upon these powers, but now, they will simply be your own as if you had been born with them. So I won't be different? Harry asked, wanting to be reaffirmed that nothing about him would change, that he wouldn't transform into a different person, one more similar to Voldemort. No, Dumbledore replied tenderly, hoping to ease the younger wizard's concerns. From the moment I saw you, I knew your scar was a mark from a curse, and an evil one at that. It wasn't until we discussed your past more deeply did I understand it fully. You will not be any different than the boy that came through my door a year and a half ago, saying that I was dead and he was from the future, except for the aforementioned abilities that are now thoroughly yours. And what abilities are those? Harry asked tentatively, grimacing at the thought that he was only getting better with magic because of Voldemort. He wanted to know which accomplishments were his own and which were induced by the piece of Voldemort's soul inside of him. I believe you have the ability to speak Parseltongue, yes. Dumbledore said with a raised eyebrow, trying to recall whether he had seen a memory of Harry as a child talking to a boa constrictor at what seemed to be a Muggle zoo, or if he had misinterpreted that memory. That is now yours forever. What about my ease at learning new magic now? Harry inquired with a raised eyebrow, wondering if that was why he grasped magical concepts much more easily now than he had in his own time. What about my ease at learning quicker and more easily than I did in the past? Hard work and dedication, each aided perhaps by your natural talent for magic, Dumbledore replied calmly, making sure not to damage Harry's confidence in himself. You're the very same person that you've always been, because of the choices that you have made. Nothing has changed. Remember, it is our choices that define us, Harry, not our abilities. Harry gave a small smile at that, having heard a similar speech from Dumbledore after battling the basilisk in his second year. Okay, Harry eventually said with a sigh, a bit relieved at the information. You are a smart boy, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly, having witnessed the boy's wit many times in the confines of his office. Sure, he probably wasn't the most brilliant of scholars, but his responses and reactions to situations were some of the best he had ever seen. Harry had something that not many wizards possessed, something that would protect him well beyond books ever could: common sense. Have confidence in your own abilities, rather than search for a reason for them. You're humble, and humility is a great magic in its own right, but having confidence in yourself does not betray your innate humility, so long as that confidence does not become arrogance. Harry nodded and bit his lip, silently thinking about the implications of being a Horcrux for someone would be, trying to decipher what exactly would happen if he truly was a Horcrux for Voldemort. Wait, he started slowly as a thought popped into his mind, one that chilled him to the core. If I were a Horcrux, hypothetically, that would mean that I would have to die in order for Voldemort to die, wouldn't it? Not necessarily, Dumbledore replied, sitting straighter in his seat as if he hadn't expected that string of questioning. There are ways to extract the piece of soul without killing the holder. But to answer your question, if you were to have died, that piece of soul would have died along with you, yes. Has that ever happened before now? Harry asked curiously, not knowing whether it was a common practice or not. I mean, a human being a Horcrux for someone. Not that I am aware, Dumbledore answered with a shake of his head, not recalling a single instance of a human being a dark wizard's Horcrux before meeting Harry. While a sliver of a soul may be enough to control animals, small mammals, it is most likely not enough to completely overpower a human for an extended period of time, which makes having a human be a Horcrux a risky proposition, since that human has the ability to destroy the piece of soul inside if he or she so chooses. Of course, an exceptionally weak-willed person may be susceptible to long-term control from the sliver of the soul inside of them, but I have faith in people being able to fight it if they so desire. Harry furrowed his brows as a thought popped into his mind, spurred on by something that Dumbledore had said. Do all Horcrux creators have the ability of possession, or is that just a skill that Voldemort learned? All of them have it in some form or another, maybe not up to Voldemort's abilities, but they do have it. Dumbledore replied knowingly, fully aware of the fact that possession was one of the benefits that Horcruxes bequeathed to the dark wizard that created them, as it allowed the broken-off piece of soul to flit in and out of the Horcrux. Possession itself is a dangerous situation, as you imbibe that who takes you on with all of the weaknesses that you yourself have. That's why Quirrell couldn't touch me, Harry nodded in understanding, putting the facts together. But you also get the strengths, correct? I mean, for instance, let's say a Horcrux came into the possession of an individual, and that piece of soul within the Horcrux flitted out and managed to possess that individual, wouldn't they get all of the strengths of that piece of soul? Let's say that Soul Piece had the ability to speak Parseltongue. And all of the weaknesses at the time of its creation, yes, Dumbledore added, conveying that point with emphasis. If you develop a weakness after the Horcrux was created, you would be safe, but if that weakness was inherent at the creation, then you would get the weaknesses and the strengths at that time. They both stayed silent for a few moments, each lost in their own thoughts, with Harry going over everything he had learned that night. Dumbledore rose from his seat and poured himself another glass of the amber liquid, before returning to his seat and sloshing his drink around the glass, a happy aura about him. It was peaceful, Harry noted, which made the next thing he wanted to ask much more difficult than it probably would have been. Harry's gaze stayed firmly on the desk in front of him, but then he looked up and caught Dumbledore's attention, and he gulped down the lump that was appearing in his throat. "Can I ask you something, sir?" Harry started slowly, hoping not to offend the aged wizard with what he was about to say. "I don't want you to take it out of context or take it the wrong way or anything like that, though." "I will keep that in mind," Dumbledore nodded, turning his bespectacled vision to the younger boy. "Go on. Why are you talking to me, Professor?" Harry questioned simply, wanting to know why he was in the man's office every Wednesday night and why Dumbledore had begun seeing him so regularly. "Last year, you basically ignored me, though ignoring isn't the proper word since you didn't do it purposely, but I never saw you. Now, this year, I see you every week. I'm just wondering why. What changed?" "I didn't ignore you, I wanted to give you time to adjust first," Dumbledore said in a neutral tone, not at all upset by Harry's inquiry. "But I always made sure you were in the best position to succeed in this time, even if I wasn't seen doing it. But still, why are you talking to me?" Harry prodded cautiously, attempting to learn why exactly Dumbledore would take time out of his Wednesdays to discuss whatever it was that came up through the natural course of conversation. "And I don't want you to think I don't appreciate it, because I do and I intend on continuing it, but because I care about you, Harry, and as one of the only people in the world that know the true you, I knew that I would be someone that you could trust." Dumbledore interrupted, answering more precisely this time. "I felt, and still feel, honored to be part of your life and I want to make sure that you know that." "I do know that," Harry replied quietly, knowing that Dumbledore would not have given him a family heirloom such as his pocket watch unless he cared deeply for him. The watch that had been given to Harry was the pocket watch that had been given to Dumbledore by his mother, the one that he himself had used every day before acquiring his father's old watch and using that one instead. Dumbledore gave a small smile, before taking a sip of his drink, putting the glass back down on his desk and staring back at Harry. "Do you know why I suggested the name Harold all those months ago?" he asked conversationally, wanting to know what Harry thought about the name. "No," Harry shook his head in the negative, having wondered about the strange name but never questioning it out loud. He had never heard the name used prior to Dumbledore suggesting it, but had seen it mentioned once or twice in various wizarding history books since adopting it as his own. "It was the name of my grandfather, Harold Dumbledore." Dumbledore sighed with a small grin on his face, remembering his late grandfather fondly. The man had died a few years after Albus had entered Hogwarts, but Dumbledore could still hear his grandfather's voice whenever he closed his eyes, which was surprising, considering it had been almost a century since his grandfather had last drawn breath. "He hated his name so much that he made sure to give my father a name that sounded noble or honorable, hence my father being named Percival." He finished with a laugh, missing his family dearly in that moment. Apparently Percival sounded normal back in the mid-1800s, or at least more normal than it does today. "Kind of like Tonks," Harry smiled, as a vision Tonks, pink hair jumped into his mind, reminding him of the energetic and fun Auror in the future who refused to be called by her first name, Nymphadora. "Interesting," Harry said, honored that Dumbledore gave him the name of a grandfather. It was a stupid name, he knew, but he still felt honored by it. "Yes, he was a Ravenclaw just like yourself," Dumbledore informed him, giving him more detail about the Dumbledore family than what many knew, barring of course his family friends like Daedalus Diggle and Bathilda Bagshot. "He was a skilled transfiguration master, perhaps from whom I inherited the talent, but he was incredibly skilled nonetheless, an animagus himself." "What form did he take?" Harry asked, wondering if it would be a phoenix or something. He had no idea if people could become magical animals by way of an animagus transformation, but he couldn't help but think a phoenix would be quite fitting for a Dumbledore, even if it wasn't the Dumbledore in front of him. That of an eagle, Dumbledore replied instantly, as if it was on the tip of his tongue before the question was asked. Don't ask me what specific type, because my Aunt Honoria never told me. Harry nodded, biting his lip, having never known about an Honoria Dumbledore. Were there more Dumbledores out there than he knew? Why did you never become an animagus, sir? I know Professor McGonagall is a tabby cat, but I've always wondered why you, the greatest wizard of the age, hadn't learned the art. What makes you think I didn't? Dumbledore questioned with an eyebrow raised in amusement, contemplating why Harry would think he wasn't an animagus. Because you're not registered in this century, Harry replied, furrowing his brows in an effort to recall the names that he had read of the animagi that were registered in the 20th century. I checked yesterday, and the name Dumbledore didn't appear. Green, Malkin, Crabbe, McGonagall, Barnard or Barretts or something, and someone else I can't remember, but no Dumbledore. What makes you think every animagus plays by the law and registers? Dumbledore supplied with a smile, knowing that a good number of animagi in the world's history wanted to avoid punishment through their animagi forms, and therefore did not register like they were supposed to do, or were born before the registry was put in place. Or even that I didn't register last century. Good points, Harry agreed, knowing it was a private question, though he knew that Dumbledore wasn't an unregistered animagus like his father and Sirius were. He seemed too honorable for that, even if his father and Sirius were honorable themselves. However, he did not think about Dumbledore being registered during the last century, a list that he had not read for himself and could very well show one Albus Dumbledore on it. To answer your question, though, it's simply because I wasn't interested in it when I was younger. Dumbledore shrugged, having not really spent much time thinking about it as a youth. While he did indeed love transfiguration and was fascinated by many of its facets, the animagus transformation was never something he was drawn to, though he never knew why. And now it seems a bit unnecessary. Oh, Harry nodded in understanding, realizing that changing into an animal perhaps wasn't for everyone. After all, some people might not find turning into a smelly, hairy animal as majestic as Harry did, which was probably a normal response. Why is it so difficult to achieve? For one, because you risk transforming into a full-on animal without any way to change back on your own if you start the process too soon. Dumbledore lectured, having personally informed Professor McGonagall on how to go about the transformation during the younger witch's time at the school. Additionally, you could do something similar to splinching yourself in apparition if you don't have the resolve or know all of the details in the process. You can transform partially, which brings about a great and terrible pain. You could transfigure your brain into an animal one, limiting your intelligence, as well, which could be incurable. There are a whole slew of things that make it very, very dangerous, but most importantly, you have to be prepared in mind, body, and magic before you can transform. If not, you are in for trouble and should prepare for a long stint in the newly named Janus Thicky ward of St. Mungo's. That's why it takes so long? Harry asked, realizing that people probably took more time preparing themselves for transformation, rather than researching about it. Yes, Dumbledore agreed, experienced in the profound side effects that could potentially happen if one was to try the transformation too soon. The length of time and the amount of hard work that it takes acts as a deterrent, which is why not many even attempt it. After all, it would be quite unfortunate to go through all the work to transform and find yourself as an animal that can't do anything because of its size or lack of natural abilities. That would be a downer, Harry laughed, grimacing at the idea of someone wasting their time only to turn into an elephant. While it would be interesting to do such a thing, its size would be extremely problematic. I remember when Professor McGonagall came to me during her 5th year asking me about the art, Dumbledore supplied in a fond tone, as if he was wistfully remembering better days. She wanted to broaden her research in transfiguration and inquired if I could help her. I procured for her a few books that she would have been otherwise unable to read and watched over her as she began her endeavor. It wasn't until a few months after she left Hogwarts that she was able to achieve the transformation for the first time. Later that night, as the moon was full high in the sky, Harry sat on the window sill next to his bed, the Marauder's map opened up on his lap. He looked down at the moving dots on the piece of aged parchment, watching as a group of 3 rushed out of the main doors of the castle and headed towards the whomping willow that was planted just outside of the castle in the courtyard. Other dots bustled about the 3 as they made their way, presumably hidden from view by the magic of the invisibility cloak that James possessed. His eyes moved from the map up to the moon that shone bright with an eerie silver light that illuminated the ground below. The conversation that he had with the headmaster an hour or so prior, specifically when Dumbledore spoke about his animagus ancestor, put a thought into his mind that he hadn't given time to since first learning about his godfather, exactly what type of dog was Sirius while transformed as an animagus. During the summer between his 3rd and 4th year, he briefly tried to figure that out, but with only seeing Sirius in his dog form after years of bondage inside the halls of Azkaban, he could not make out his godfather's breed. It looked similar to a much larger, black version of a mountain dog, perhaps a Great Pyrenees, but he doubted one could ever get as large as Sirius was in dog form. As such, that led him to believe that Sirius was a mutt, with no other dog on Earth having the exact same traits that Sirius had, as if he had taken a couple of characteristics from a few dogs and combined them into one giant dog that was perfectly suited to fight off a werewolf should the need ever come up. He hoped that he would get a look at Sirius as a dog in his prime, when he was healthy and happy, maybe then he would be able to discern the breed of dog. Additionally, he couldn't help but it funny that, if Sirius was indeed a mutt, it would run against Sirius' pure-bloodedness, which would further catch the ire of his parents. After all, a pure-blooded wizard who disagreed with blood supremacy becoming a mutt while in dog form was poetic justice at its finest. Shaking his head with a smile, he looked down at the map once more and noticed that the dots had disappeared, presumably going through the passage that led to the Shrieking Shack. He gave one last gaze over the grounds of Hogwarts, wondering what his father and his group of friends would be doing later that night, before clearing the map and jumping off of the windowsill. With a yawn, he fell into his bed and closed the curtains around him, intending on getting a good night's sleep. As his head rested against the pillow, he looked up at the top of his bed, his mind drifting off to the conversation that he had with Sirius about Bellatrix the day before until he fell asleep, his dreams littered with the black-haired teenager that had captured his heart, the witch that would have to make a decision about her life soon. Weeks passed and eventually Valentine's Day came and went, with both Harry and Bellatrix enjoying their day inside the castle. Their relationship had developed to the point that Harry was nearing the confidence to talk about their future, whether or not she would choose him or choose another destiny, knowing full well that if she did choose him, she would not be able to go down the Death Eater path, the path that led to the craving of power and destruction. That was something he could not, would not do, joining with her in her pursuit of her darker ideals in an effort to propagate her blood supremacy misunderstandings. But still, he knew. They weren't quite there yet, in a few weeks perhaps, but not now, as she still was unready to make the decision on her own without him going to her and asking. "Sorry I'm late," Harry whispered one day in late February as he and Bellatrix met in the room of requirement to study. Bellatrix looked at him with a blank expression, arching an eyebrow for him to go on and explain himself. "I got caught up with Bertram and a bunch of Ravenclaws." Yeah, Bellatrix replied quietly, turning her attention back to the tome opened on the seat next to her. They quietly read their books for nearly 10 minutes, before Bellatrix looked up at Harry with a small smile, a mischievous air about her. "Can I try something on you?" Bellatrix asked, hoping he'd be amenable to helping her out with something. "Sure, what?" Harry nodded as he turned the page of the book that was nestled in his lap. He was reading about wizards of the Norman invasion, hoping to find a lead on where he could learn more about the Peverell brothers, and by proxy the Deathly Hallows, having recently learned that the Peverell name may have come over with William the Conqueror. It had become his goal to find out who the Peverells were, knowing that they would be the key to finding out more about the Deathly Hallows and therefore further understanding the plan that Dumbledore outlaid for him to undertake in destroying Voldemort in his own time. "Look at me straight in the eyes," Bellatrix ordered, bringing her legs up onto the couch and sitting cross-legged as she looked over to Harry. Harry turned his body towards her, and raised an eyebrow as he stared directly into her eyes, willingly allowing her to do as she pleased. "Don't move," Bellatrix whispered, entrancing herself in his green and blue eyes, trying to delve deeper and further into them than she had ever done before. "Okay," Harry replied easily, having a sinking feeling about what she was doing. He felt a prick in his head, and images began to flood into his mind, memories of Bellatrix and Harry working on occlumency together, of them celebrating Christmas, of them watching the Quidditch match. Immediately and instinctively, Harry thought about the memory of Hermione lecturing him and forced Bellatrix from his mind, throwing her out with a powerful push, protecting his thoughts and memories from the intrusion. "What did you do that for?" "I was bored," Bellatrix shrugged, though Harry could tell she was lying. He could see that she was trying to hone her skills for the sole reason to get better, a trait that both attracted and frightened Harry a bit. "Can I do it again?" "When did you learn to do this?" Harry said, still staring at Bellatrix, allowing her to intrude upon his mind wandlessly and nonverbally once more, knowing that it was good practice for him, as well. While he didn't want her to know all of his memories, he was okay in her seeing most of them, knowing that she wouldn't use them against him. Plus, he reasoned, since she knew more about him than anyone else in the world, she probably already knew the stories behind the memories, making knowledge of them relatively worthless. "I've been trying it on you for a while," Bellatrix grinned, as images of Harry's memories of her came flooding into her mind, as if she was reading a book, seeing the world through his eyes. As she delved deeper and deeper into his mind, a new memory suddenly came into her vision. She was in a shabby, dirty room, with posters of the Chudley cannons hanging on the wall. Then, as quickly as they came, the memories stopped, and she was back in her own mind once again. "You're too obvious," Harry muttered, looking back down at the book in his lap, returning to his work. "I can feel you enter my mind right away," he explained softly, hoping that she would be able to use that to better her technique. "Can I try again?" Bellatrix questioned excitedly, wanting to better herself even more. Now that she knew what to work on, what she needed to learn, she was anxious to start working on it as soon as possible. "Can you try intruding into my privacy again?" Harry asked rhetorically, looking up from his book as a pensive expression took form on his face, as if he was pondering some great question that plagued the world. "No, I think I'm good for tonight. And every night hereafter, while we're at it. You're no fun," Bellatrix cursed, grabbing her book and getting back to her transfiguration work. They each silently read for another 20 minutes or so before leaving for dinner, both a bit hungry from the long day of schoolwork. Another week passed, and as it neared March, Easter exams loomed only a few weeks away. As such, Harry found himself in the library, finishing up a charms assignment that had been given to him during his last class. He managed to complete the assignment, 3 pieces of parchment detailing a 7th-year charm that Harry wished to use as his final practical test, a spell that he would have to perform in front of Professor Flitwick and other wizards and witches sent from the Ministry, after only 2 hours, allowing him the use of the rest of his time to go over the final touches of it. Soon later, with a contented sigh, happy to be done, Harry reached over to another book that was on the desk that he was positioned at, knowing that he had another assignment to work on, this one of a more personal nature. "You spend so much time in the library, how come your grades aren't better?" a voice said from above Harry, as he stared down at a book that was opened in front of him. Harry let out a laugh, looking up at the black-haired girl that loomed above him. "I'm not really studying when I'm in the library. Not always, I mean," Harry said, gesturing to his new book, which was about Beetle the Bard's stories, hoping it would shed light on the Peverell brothers. "At least not for school, that is." "Well, you should be studying for school. You're terrible in theory, you're like the opposite of Milton Curd." Bellatrix Black lectured, taking a seat across from him without even asking if it was taken. They were at a table behind a bookshelf, allowing them some privacy from prying eyes, though since it was late at night, there weren't many people in the library as it was. "Milton Curd is intelligent in the classroom, knows a lot about spells and magical history, but he is absolutely useless with a wand, no wonder you two are friends. For Merlin's sake, Otto Bagman won the Hufflepuff dueling tournament last year." Bellatrix scoffed, almost disgusted by the idea of Otto Bagman being good at anything, let alone magic. "Otto Bagman," she finished, stressing each word slowly, hoping to convey what she meant to Harry. Harry raised an eyebrow, smiling at the mention of his relatively magically untalented friend. "I'm better with a wand than you are, so if my grades are terrible, what does that say about you?" Harry questioned playfully, wondering how she would respond. "I could beat you in a duel," Bellatrix said in a matter-of-fact tone, as if it was preposterous to suggest otherwise. "And I think a Slytherin is going to win the dueling tournament this year," she said, referencing the tournament that was to take place in a few short weeks. You think you can? Harry asked suggestively, a bit amused by her confidence. While she was a good witch, the best in the class, he firmly believed that he would win in a duel should they ever fight for real, no matter the magic that she had at her disposal. Yes, Bellatrix nodded affirmatively, not thinking twice about it. You may have learned to keep quiet for most spells, but I know for a fact that I can get into your mind, and without keeping me out of your mind, using nonverbal spells is all but useless. If you don't keep your mouth shut and your mind closed, you have no chance of beating someone like me in a duel. Aren't you the confident one? Harry murmured with a grin, allowing Bellatrix to believe what she wanted to believe. He knew if it came down to it, he'd probably let her win, but that wasn't the point. All I'm saying is that you're not very Ravenclaw-ish. Bellatrix joked with a smile, having grown to agree with the Sorting Hat's original assessment of Harry belonging in the Gryffindor house. It was the reason why he annoyed her so much, that Gryffindor quality that he had about him, one which went against her Slytherin nature. Don't be jealous that you're not in the best house. Well, I was a Gryffindor too, so I guess it comes down to either Ravenclaw or Gryffindor being the best. Harry whispered, furrowing his brows in thought, trying to decide which one he liked more. It's a tough choice. While I love Gryffindor, I do substantially enjoy being a Ravenclaw. Oh, please, Slytherin is better in every single way. Bellatrix alleged with a smirk, understanding the true character of Slytherin and how the house created very skilled wizards and witches. It's the best, actually. Very easily, too, might I add. Well, not many famous wizards come from Slytherin, Harry replied, then, adding, famous for doing good things, I mean. Harry corrected himself, realizing his mistake. Voldemort was a member of the Slytherin house and he was very famous, just famous for all the wrong reasons. So clearly it's not the best. Oh yeah, who is the most famous wizard or witch from Ravenclaw? Other than Ravenclaw herself, that is, Bellatrix questioned with a blank look on her face, waiting for Harry to realize that no one came from Ravenclaw. Ah, the woman who invented flow powder, I think. Harry answered, not really knowing anyone of great import. After all, he had only been in the house for 2 years, and he was a little preoccupied during that time, what with traveling back in time and all. Oh, I know, Ollivander, Garrick Ollivander, yeah, he was in Ravenclaw, too. Bellatrix laughed at Harry's names, amused by his inability to actually name someone famous. Well, Merlin was in Slytherin, Bellatrix said once she finished laughing, expecting Harry to be surprised by that revelation just as so many others were. You're lying, Harry retorted, disbelieving of Merlin ever attending Hogwarts, let alone actually being in Slytherin. He had never heard of that before, which made its veracity dubious to him. Whatever you want to believe, Bellatrix laughed, not expounding on it any further, instead allowing Harry to think what he wanted. You'll be made the fool, though. I really don't believe you, Harry whispered, though his resolve wasn't as strong as it was before. Then, grabbing his bag, throwing his book into it and rising to his feet, he gestured for her to follow him, having to find another book to further his studies. They walked into the back of the shelves, even more hidden from view than they were before, and Harry pulled out his invisibility cloak, intending on using it to go into the restricted section. Want to come? He asked with a smile, as he threw the cloak over the both of them, preventing them from being seen. Being a little too tall for it, they both had to scrunch down in order to be completely covered, but like always, it provided lasting protection from view. So I've always wanted to know, but where did you get your invisibility cloak from, the headmaster? Bellatrix inquired in a whisper, just as Harry popped out his wand, set a spell and opened the gate to the restricted section. They quickly rushed into the section, before closing the gate behind them, as if they had never entered in the first place. They're really rare and awfully expensive. I've never seen one myself before you started using yours to sneak out and steal food, except in texts. Harry shifted his eyes over the various shelves, searching for anything that would help him with his Peverell quest. No, it was actually my father's cloak. He used it in Hogwarts and I got it when I first came to Hogwarts when I was 11. I brought it back with me when I came back in time. He replied quietly, moving on to the next shelf, having not seen anything of note. Your father used it in Hogwarts. You mean, when he went to Hogwarts, like right now? Bellatrix asked, raising an eyebrow, trying to figure out the timeline. If Harry had brought it back from his own time in the 1990s, and his father used it during the 1970s, then that would mean the cloak was at least 20 years old, if not older than that. And it's still good. Yeah, why? Harry questioned confusedly, wondering why she would ask such a question. He had kept it in relatively good condition, always treating it with care, so to him it really wasn't any great wonder that it was still as good as the day he received it. Because I've heard that invisibility cloaks lose their effectiveness after a while, so I'm surprised it still works. Bellatrix answered with a shrug, furrowing her brows in thought as she tried to recall what happened to a cloak as it aged. You know, the cloak loses its bedazzlement or disillusionment if it's made from a normal cloak, or the demiguy's hair becomes opaque if the cloak is woven from a demiguy's pelt, or it becomes torn and ripped and naturally wears. It does? Harry asked, gripping a piece of his cloak and giving it a look. It felt as soft and smooth as silk in his hands, as if it was straight from the maker, seemingly having not aged a day. This is nearly perfect, Bellatrix said, grabbing the cloak from his hand and staring at it interestedly. Her eyes gazed about the cloak as it hovered over her, and immediately she noticed how there were no rips, holes, or tears, and just as Harry had noticed seconds before, it still felt like silk to the touch, a rarity in a cloak as old as Harry said his was. That's right. I remember Moody mentioning one of his cloaks being better than the other, implying that some cloaks do wear, Harry muttered, as another thought crept into his mind, an experience that harkened back to the beginning of the year, the night that he and Bellatrix first Ed. Are invisibility cloaks unsummonable? I mean, does the summoning charm usually work on a cloak? I don't know, probably. Most likely, yes. Bellatrix replied with another shrug, not really seeing why it wouldn't. An anti-summoning charm is very, very, very difficult to perform because technically it's a ward, not a charm, and wards are the hardest thing to do in the field of charms. Plus, with the amorphous nature of the cloak, I'd imagine many wouldn't waste their time because of its difficulty. My cloak wasn't able to be summoned, Harry whispered more to himself than to Bellatrix, as he remembered Sirius unable to summon it all those months ago at the start of term. He had hidden behind a suit of armor in order to evade his father and his friends seeing him, and he was almost caught by Sirius performing the summoning charm on the cloak, but fortunately enough, his cloak had been unable to be summoned for some reason unbeknownst to Harry. That's unusual, Bellatrix muttered nonchalantly, wrapping her arm around Harry's to get in tighter to him. Just then, they heard the gate at the front of the restricted section swing open, and their eyes jetted over to the spot where they both saw the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Regula Moonshine, enter the section. Their breaths hitched in their throat, surprised by her appearance as it was late at night, and they went silent for a moment, wondering if she was there to catch them. Without incident, Moonshine began walking up and down the shelves, seemingly searching for a tome in the section labeled Dark Curses and Jinxes, before finding what she sought on the bottom of the third row and walking back out. We should hurry, Harry murmured, as he began to move his eyes over the books more and more quickly. Up and down the aisles they walked, as briskly and quietly as they could, all the while looking for a specific tome that Harry had seen mentioned in the previous book that he had been reading. It was a book about heirlooms of the Middle Ages and was said to tell the story of various familiar totems that had been used to show lineage from many ancient and powerful families, with all of them seemingly very valuable. The reason for it being in the restricted section was due to it incorporating many dark objects that had been used by several dark families, each possessing dangerous and uncharted magic. As such, the overprotective headmaster that was in office when the book first came out immediately put it in the restricted area, not wanting any of his students to go headlong into searching for them and endangering themselves as a result. It was needless protection, Harry knew, since there were even more dangerous books in the unrestricted sections, some that even quoted the book that was in the restricted section itself. It simply had yet to be taken off the restricted list by any headmaster since. As they neared the center of the rows, Harry noticed a slew of dusty books that needed to be wiped off in order to see their titles. Quickly, he reached out and swiped his hand against the bindings, allowing him to see just a sliver of their titles, which would hopefully be enough to decipher what they were. Seeing the one that interested him, he grabbed it and placed it underneath his cloak, hiding it from view before taking Bellatrix's hand and walking out of the section. Once they were out, he threw the cloak off of both of them and slowly ran his wand over the book, intending to take off whatever charms may have been placed on it that would alert that it's been carried out of the library. Then, Having finished, he placed his cloak and the book back into his backpack, and turned and looked at Bellatrix with a curious expression. "Whatever happened to that book that I asked you to get for me a few weeks ago?" Harry asked, wondering whatever happened to that. "You remember the book with the Peverells in it, the one that you said you would get for me?" "Oh," Bellatrix whispered, arching an eyebrow, thinking back to when she checked on the book. "When I went back, it was gone. It was checked out when I went to get it, and then I just forgot about it." Harry nodded next to her, and then questioned, "Checked out by whom?" "I didn't look, I'm sorry," Bellatrix replied, biting her lip, hoping he wouldn't be too disappointed. It had been a while ago after all, and since she had forgotten about it, she presumed he had, as well. "It's fine, we'll do it right now." Harry smiled, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. It wasn't the end of the world that she didn't check, and he didn't want her to think that he was the least bit mad about it. "Do you remember the title?" "Ah," Bellatrix stopped, looking towards the floor in an effort to remember. What was it, she thought to herself, Dark Treasures or something like that. "Give me a second here." "Ah." Harry laughed, playfully rolling his eyes at her. "What good are you?" He mocked in faux disappointment, liking the fact that he was able to tease her for once. Bellatrix slapped his arm, as she continued to try and remember what the book's name was. Oh, I know," Bellatrix exclaimed, her eyes moving up to Harry with a victorious smile on her pretty face. "It was, Wizards of the Middle Ages and Their Dark Treasures, by Edsel Prince." "What were you reading that for?" Harry asked, as he headed towards the desk at the front of the library, intending on finding out who had it. "Is Prince the only person who writes about these sorts of things?" Harry questioned to himself, recognizing that name from the numerous books that were in his trunk, having been collected from Dumbledore in the library in number 12 Grimmauld Place. Wait, Harry paused in an effort to correct himself, that was Athelstan Prince, not Edsel. Is there a connection there, perhaps father and son? Or perhaps something different? "I wanted to read about charmed objects," Bellatrix shrugged innocently, having perused the book in order to learn about the Dark Treasures portion of it, presuming that it would have powerful, priceless objects that she would one day be able to procure. "Hi," Harry said politely, coming up to the librarian, Irma Pants. She was different than how she would act in post in the future, much nicer and less possessive of the books in the library, but even still, he had never interacted with her very much due to his past experiences with her. "Do you happen to know who checked out Wizards of the Middle Ages and Their Dark Treasures, by Edsel Prince?" "Let's see here," the librarian whispered to herself, flicking her wand to a box on the desk. A stiff piece of parchment levitated out of the box and darted to her hands, which had a list of names written down on it. "Ah, yes, right here, it says, Lovegood, Xenophilius." Zeno took it out. Harry whispered, flicking his gaze over to Bellatrix, who looked blankly back at him. He furrowed his brow in thought, inwardly wondering why Xenophilius would take out such a book, as it did not seem the kind of thing that would interest him. "It seems so," the librarian replied, before placing the card back in the box and moving on to the next student that had just come up behind Harry. "Thank you," Harry said, taking a few steps away, getting ready to leave the library. "I'll have to talk to him about it sometime. He's had it out for quite a while," Bellatrix whispered in response, hoping that would help Harry in some way. Filing that information away, Harry and Bellatrix departed for the night, and the next day found Harry walking into Dumbledore's office, intent on learning as much as he could from the older wizard. Over the course of their discussions, he had learned about magic, about Voldemort, and about himself, as well as ancillary things that he would have never known if it wasn't for the headmaster. He enjoyed his time with the headmaster, not only because he was learning from Dumbledore, but because he was learning about Dumbledore, too, which was something that was very special in his mind. He was grateful for it since he knew that it wasn't every day that the greatest wizard of the age took time out of his schedule to converse with a teenaged wizard. "Professor, I have a question, but I'm not sure you'll know the answer." "Maybe you will, I have no idea," Harry said slowly, truly not knowing whether Dumbledore knew how to answer it or not. After all, it wasn't commonly known, as far as he understood. "What is it?" Dumbledore asked, intrigued by the prospect of a difficult question. Very rarely was there a question about magic that he could not answer, having spent countless of days and nights poring over tomes of great magic and being particularly skillful in a wide assortment of aspects of magic. Was Merlin really in Slytherin? Harry asked curiously, still a bit hung up by the revelation that Bellatrix had told him just a day prior. Dumbledore furrowed his brows, having not expected that kind of question. He expected something about Voldemort, time travel, maybe even Harry's parents, but not a question as trivial as a student's house in Hogwarts. Sure, Merlin was one of the greatest wizards to ever live, in a manner of speaking at least, but still, the question was about his house, not his deeds as a wizard. Well, Dumbledore started, looking over to Harry, figuring out the easiest way to answer it. It wasn't a simple question to answer. Yes and no. What? Harry replied loudly, surprised at the revelation, having truly not expected it. I'm never going to hear the end of this from Bellatrix, Harry thought to himself, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. The Merlin that was in Slytherin is not the same one from Muggle myth, of whom I'm sure you are conjuring images in your mind. The Merlin from myth was known as Merthin, and he was a druidic seer, potion maker, magizoologist and soothsayer to the people, while the one in Hogwarts was the prince of the enchanters, who just happened to be named Merlin, Merlin Ambrose, to be exact, who was named after the man of legend and worked with charms, creating dozens of charm spells that we still use to this day. So yes, Merlin was in Slytherin, but not that Merlin, as he had died nearly a half of a millennium prior to the founding of Hogwarts. However, over time, the two entirely distinct people have been amalgamated and conflated into one individual, and there you go. Individually, they were both very powerful wizards, great in their own right and two of the most powerful wizards ever, but together they have created a wizard whose shadow looms above everyone else, no matter how incredible an individual's feats are. Interesting, Harry whispered, as a rueful smile took its place on his face. The Merlin he had pictured in his mind, the wild man that helped King Arthur, had never attended Hogwarts, but instead the wizard who did attend Hogwarts was the one that had done most of the magical deeds attributed to the name Merlin. So we were both right, in a way, at least. Dumbledore flicked his eyes over to the window, before turning his attention back to Harry, a pensive expression on his face all the while. Why do you ask? He questioned, wondering what had brought the inquiry. A friend told me that Merlin was in Slytherin and I didn't believe her, Harry answered with a shrug, bemused to find out that he was incorrect and Bellatrix really was telling the truth. I see, Dumbledore nodded understandingly, not at all surprised that someone wouldn't believe that Merlin was actually in Slytherin, given the recent history of the house. Sure, he was disappointed that Harry didn't see the positive aspects of the Slytherin house and how Merlin could be part of those positives, but he wasn't surprised by it. Merlin, the Hogwarts one, certainly did live an interesting life, that's for sure. How so? Harry asked interestedly, curious as to what the older wizard meant by that. Obviously, the Merlin story was well known, even in the Muggle stories, but he had not previously known about the dual personage of Merlin, which left the question of who did what intriguing to Harry. Well, he played a part in both the breakup of the Hogwarts Four and the invasion of England, Dumbledore replied, looking over to Harry, his blue eyes twinkling as the story rushed into the front of his mind. Go on, Harry prodded, even more curious now by the potential story. Very rarely did he ever hear about the Hogwarts Four, let alone the events that led up to their break with Slytherin, a topic of conversation that greatly interested him. Honestly, I don't know all of the details because they're shrouded in mystery, but Merlin attended Hogwarts before Slytherin left, and Slytherin had taken to personally teaching him magic during his years at the school. Dumbledore started, furrowing his brows in thought, hoping to remember the various anecdotes that the headmaster portraits had told him over the years. After graduating from Hogwarts, Merlin went on to help Muggles with his magic, hence the Order of Merlin. This was a time before the Statute of Secrecy, of course. Well, one Muggle that he helped happened to have been attacked by a warlord, who then waged a war against wizards and witches alike in outrage of Merlin's intrusion, slaughtering entire families of magical people. It was much worse than that, a voice from above said, speaking up for the first time in nearly a century. Every portrait looked up above them, as Dumbledore and Harry brought their gazes upwards to see who it was that was talking, noticing that the portrait was just a few feet from the ceiling. That warlord killed a few of Slytherin's own students. Harry and Dumbledore watched as the wizard in the portrait rose from his seat and slowly walked through every portrait below him, before entering Phineas Nigellus Black's empty portrait, which was situated nearly right next to Dumbledore's desk, to be closer to the conversation. I am Canute Neen, the 7th Hogwarts headmaster, successor to Beowa Viridios and predecessor to Aylmar Bagshot. The portrait stated, introducing himself to Harry, gently bowing his head in hello, which was returned politely by the younger wizard. This is certainly a surprise, Dumbledore said, looking between Harry and the old headmaster, a strange expression on his face, as if he was thrilled to be speaking to the ancient wizard. We've never truly spoken before. No, the portrait shook his head in the negative, agreeing with what Dumbledore had said. After 100 or so years of being up on the wall, you tend to not know anything that people are talking about, so you stay quiet. My immediate predecessor hasn't spoken since the dragon pox outbreak of 1764. Most of my contemporaries or close successors have all disappeared from their own portraits, which is never a good sign. And now you have something to say? Harry asked quizzically, barely understanding how immensely old the man in the portrait was. By his memory, the oldest person or portrait he had ever spoken to was Sir Cadogan, who had died in the early 12th century, while the Gryffindor ghost, nearly headless Nick, was just younger, having died a century or so after Cadogan. Oh yes, he nodded affirmatively, having perked up when he heard the mention of Merlin. The original me, since I am but a copy of Canute Neen, a two-dimensional representation of him, was a student, a tender first year, when it happened, the schism between the founders that is. I barely remember, but from what I can recall, word reached Hogwarts of Merlin's deeds and the warlord's actions, both the greatness of Merlin and the foulness of the warlord. Upon hearing about it, Slytherin was enraged beyond measure. To this day I have not seen someone as angry as Slytherin was that day. He decreed that Hogwarts would not accept any more Muggleborns, because Muggles were so treacherous and destructive that even the magical progeny of them had blood muddied with deceit and violence, with their parents' unworthiness, coining a new insult that the Slytherin house then used afterwards as a show of solidarity, mudblood. The other founders, of course, would not have that, and seeing that there was no speaking him down, Gryffindor pulled his wand out and stood against him, joined by the other two founders behind him. This forever damaged the relationship between the two best friends, and afterwards, Slytherin left and was never seen by the founders again, his anger and hatred for them and their ideals unfortunately overpowering his deep respect for their abilities. The three others then started teaching Muggle studies at Hogwarts, which allowed witches and wizards to understand Muggles better in the hopes that it would stymie any growing discontent from pureblood magic folk. 5 years later, the founders were further torn apart after Madame Ravenclaw herself died due to a broken heart, which as legend has it, was from her daughter's actions, though I know of no such action from Helena that would cause that. That word stems from the fallout between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Harry asked in astonishment, unable and unwilling to say mudblood out loud. He thought the term mudblood was relatively recent, he had never fathomed that its bloody history went back nearly 1,000 years. Canute nodded in agreement slowly, silently answering Harry's question. Incidentally, that same warlord also led to the founding of Hogsmeade as he forced Hengist out from his home in Woodcroft years after the man had graduated from Hogwarts. Canute added with a sigh, recalling the destruction that the warlord levied onto the magical community. It was devastating at the time, a far cry from the peace that many wanted between Muggles and magical folk. So you knew Merlin then? Harry questioned, still amazed that he was speaking to a contemporary of the great wizard. How much history did this man know? How many dark lords, goblin uprisings, powerful wizards and witches did this guy witness or hear about throughout his many years as a portrait? How many stories about the most powerful of wizards and witches could this man tell? No, I never met him, but I knew of his deeds more than many, Canute said, shifting his gaze back over to Dumbledore. On a list of the 10 most brilliant students Hogwarts has ever seen, the Merlin about whom you speak would surely be near the top, if not at the very top, along with those Peverell brothers, Celia Crouch, Tom Riddle, and you, of course, Albus. Harry's ears perked at the mention of the Peverell name, but just as Harry was about to question the ancient headmaster about the Peverell brothers, he was interrupted by a shriek of displeasure. What are you doing here? A voice suddenly erupted, one which Harry immediately recognized as Phineas Nigellus Black's, the forefather of the current Black line. Get out, I say. The ex-headmaster screamed, coming into his portrait and finding the older headmaster occupying it. He was telling a story, Phineas, another headmaster portrait said, scolding Black for yelling and not showing the much older headmaster the respect that he deserved. Harry traced his eyes to the voice, and saw that it was a headmaster he knew as Dexter Fortescue, the same one that had criticized Phineas' refusal to warn Sirius that Harry was going to Grimmauld Place after the attack on Mr. Weasley during his 5th year. "Let him be. Get out," Phineas said once more, this time even louder than before. It was plain to see how outraged he was by the intrusion into his personal space, as if he felt the very nature of the idea that a lesser wizard was in his portrait repulsing. "You can come into my portrait," Armando Dippet said nicely, allowing access to his portrait to continue the story. He himself was fairly interested in hearing the rest of what the old headmaster had to say, having never once spoken to the headmaster during his own time in office. "It's okay, Armando, I was finished anyway," Canute said, almost dejectedly, as he walked back up to his own portrait, while all of the other headmasters hissed at Phineas in disapproval. They all knew that the portrait's job was to help the current headmaster, not arrogantly sneer at the rest of the portraits as Phineas had been known to do. "What about Merlin? Whatever happened to him?" Harry said, keeping his eyes on Phineas, who was threateningly watching Neen enter his own portrait before sitting back in his chair and closing his eyes, not allowing the hisses coming his way to affect him. "We shall pick up there next time," Dumbledore whispered as he glanced down at his pocket watch, knowing that he had business to attend to in a short few minutes. There was an order meeting, one that he hoped would go over some new information about the Death Eaters' plans in an effort to prevent their plans from coming to fruition. "Okay," Harry agreed, realizing that he had spent nearly an hour in the headmaster's office. "I'll see you next week, Professor." "Bye, Harry," Dumbledore waved, rising from his seat and preparing himself for the order meeting that was to take place at the turn of the hour, which was a few short minutes away. Quickly, he silently summoned a few pieces of parchment with a wave of his hand and then called for Fawkes, who teleported them both out of the office in a flash of bright orange flames. A few days later, Harry made his way to the library once again, where he was supposed to be meeting Bellatrix. He arrived about 5 minutes before the time they had agreed, and took a seat on one of the tables hidden in the back, blocked from view by the bookshelves, near the gate that served as the entrance into the restricted section. He took out the book he had procured from the section just a week prior, and began perusing its contents, having been too busy before then to give it a read. Silently, he flipped through the pages, searching for any mention of the Deathly Hallows or the Peverell brothers, wanting to learn how the brothers created the powerful objects. Before long, the minutes passed, and after waiting a half an hour or so after the time they were supposed to meet, Harry started wondering where Bellatrix was. His gaze moved to the entrance to the alcove that the table was in, and he stared at it for a few minutes, as if to will Bellatrix to appear. Sure enough, she came into view, her black hair long and straight, and her backpack slung over her shoulder. "Sorry I'm late," she said, finally arriving as she threw her bag down onto the table and took the seat across from Harry. "It's fine," Harry replied, looking up from his book and giving her a nod, trying to appear as if he wasn't curious as to where she was. He raised an eyebrow up at her, but she did not elaborate any further, seemingly keeping what held her a secret for the time being. Furrowing his brows, Harry turned his attention back to his books, all the while wondering what she was hiding from him. Distractedly, Harry continued with his work for another half an hour, his mind occasionally drifting off to what Bellatrix was keeping from him, until the pair broke for lunch. Bellatrix went her separate ways with her Slytherin friends, while Harry met up with his Ravenclaw group, taking a seat at the far end of the house table. His gaze moved over to Bellatrix across the hall, who was quietly discussing something with Rabaston Lestrange and another boy that Harry couldn't name. Without touching any of the food that was in front of them, the three of them got up from the table and walked out of the hall, followed closely by Evan Rosier, who was rushing to catch up to them. Shaking his head, he turned his attention away from the door and grabbed himself a half of a sandwich, before pouring himself a glass of pumpkin juice and biting into the sandwich as he enjoyed the conversation around him. Then, taking the seat across from him, Xenophilius arrived, reminding Harry to question the boy about the book. "Zeno, you think we can talk in private later tonight?" Harry questioned, putting his sandwich down on the plate in front of him and taking a sip of his juice. "Sure," Xenophilius nodded, curiously wondering what Harry had to talk to him about. He watched as Harry began talking with Bertram, which prevented him from questioning the wizard, so instead he made himself a plate of food and began eating. Just then, Owls from above swooped down over the house tables, about a half of a dozen, releasing the envelopes clasped in their claws, before flying upwards once more and exiting the great hall. Harry looked down at the envelope that sat in front of him, wondering what it was. He looked over to the side and saw that Xenophilius and Greta too had received one, along with a Slytherin Harry did not know, a Hufflepuff that he only knew as the kid in his charms class, and finally, Frank Longbottom. Quickly, he scooped up the envelope and tore it open, too curious about what it was to wait until he left the hall. After taking out the pieces of parchment, Harry's eyes quickly moved down the page, a small smile creeping onto his face as he read before brimming into a large grin. His wedding is in a month. He heard Greta exclaim in surprise, and a muffled response from Xenophilius, as he too read his invitation. It was true. Harry's best friend Edgar Bones was to be married the week after Easter during the first days of April. In all of the commotion and excitement over Edgar's wedding invitation, Harry did not notice the tall, handsome boy with black hair excuse himself from the Gryffindor table immediately after Bellatrix and the other Slytherins left the hall. Quietly, he followed them through the halls of Hogwarts, making sure not to be seen, hoping to figure out what it was they were doing. He stayed a good distance away from them as they moved up the stairs, seemingly headed for the abandoned wing on the third floor. Just as he rounded a corner they had turned, he bumped into someone he had hoped not to see, Severus Snape. Expelliarmus, Snape said quickly, being quicker on the draw than Sirius and knocking the wizard's wand out of his hand. Snape flashed his wand, and before Sirius could grab his wand off the floor to defend against the attack, he found himself hanging upside down with his ankles being held in the air. I should have used the map, Sirius thought too as he looked down at Snape and then to his wand on the floor, disgusted in himself for falling prey to his most detested rival. While he could have used the map to follow Bellatrix's trail, he instead wanted to see what she was doing with his own eyes, wanting to be able to tell Harry that he saw Bellatrix doing her nefarious schemes in person. He didn't know what it was that she was up to, but he had seen her gallivanting around with a small group of Slytherins for the past few weeks, going off on their own, which served as the impetus for his exploration that day. Unfortunately, however, he forgot that where one snake was, there tended to be an entire brood of them, as well, which was the reason why he found himself in the predicament he was in. What should I do with you now that I have you, Black? Snape smirked, as he moved closer and closer to the beaten wizard, an evil look in his eyes as he thought of all the ways to torment the wizard. What should I do with you indeed? The weekend arrived, and with it came the house dueling tournaments for the sixth-year students. Harry was excited to watch the Ravenclaw tournament, though he was even more excited to see who would come out of Gryffindor's tournament. Would it be his father, his mother, or Sirius? While he didn't prefer one over the others, he was intrigued to find out how much skill his mother had with a wand, having only really heard about her potions proficiency from Remus during his third year and never about her ability to duel. Unfortunately, as per the rules, he would only get to see the Gryffindor champion in the final rounds, which wouldn't be for another 3 weeks after they had returned from Easter break. The first duel of the tournament was between Greta and a girl with dark brown hair that Harry did not know. Harry had seen her before, but, like many of the younger Ravenclaws, never had the opportunity to learn her name, a problem that he reasoned was because he was in his NEWT years when he first arrived and didn't have as much time to socialize as he did during his first few years in Hogwarts. With apt attention, he watched the duel, hoping that Greta would come out victorious, rooting for her to win all the while. Immediately, the two witches sent a multitude jinxes and hexes at each other back and forth, neither one getting hit, before, with a blast of wind, Greta was sent flying off of the platform, ending the duel relatively quickly. I guess I should stick to writing and food, Greta shrugged happily as she came over to Harry and Xenophilius once she had gotten back to her feet, not at all upset by losing her match. She wasn't a fighter, nor was she particularly skillful with a wand. She was a cook, someone who dreamed of feeding people and writing about it, not a warlock in training. While she was talented in food-related charms, gifted with them some would even say, many of the other charms unfortunately escaped her capabilities, with dueling charms being no different, and because of that she had absolutely no skill with martial magic in the least bit. You did great, don't worry about it, Harry said, hugging Greta with one arm, showing her that he was proud of her. With Greta's loss, Harry only half-heartedly paid attention to the rest of the duels, not really seeing anything that impressed him very much. While the sixth year's magic was great for their age, it was nothing like what he saw last year between Bellatrix and Frank Longbottom, which disappointed him a bit, having expected much more from the smart Ravenclaws. In the end, a female Ravenclaw by the name of Mafalda Hopkirk, whom Harry knew would one day work in the Ministry, won the tournament, moving on to face the champions of the other three houses in the semi-finals. A few minutes after the conclusion of the duels, all of the Ravenclaws began shuffling out of the Great Hall, but Harry lingered behind for a bit, wanting to talk to his defense against the dark arts professor. "Hey Professor," Harry said, walking up to Regula Moonshine as she watched all of the students funneling towards the door, waiting for them to exit before she too left. The witch looked around at the sound of the voice, before her eyes met with Harry's as he walked towards her. "Harry, how are you?" She smiled at the younger wizard as she resumed gathering her things up to leave. Harry paused for a second as he looked at her, noticing for the first time in a long while how young she actually was, much younger than nearly every other teacher he'd ever had. She must have been barely a decade out of Hogwarts when she started teaching last year, he thought to himself, wondering when she had attended Hogwarts herself. Shaking his head, he regained his train of thought, and answered, "I'm great. Just working on school work. My defense against the dark arts professor is really hounding us this year." "Yeah, I heard she's a real stickler," Regula laughed, playfully shaking her head at Harry's comment. "It's hard to believe that it's already a new tournament, no. I mean, just last year I remember watching you take on Frank Longbottom in the finals as if it was yesterday, but sure enough, it's been a year and you're almost leaving Hogwarts. Time really has flown by, that's for sure," Harry agreed with a nod of his head, still a bit perplexed by how fast the year had gone by so far. After all, because the year had moved along so quickly, he was nearly done with Hogwarts, which was shocking to him, considering he could still remember the fear that he had while crossing the lake in his first year as if it had just happened. "How is this year's tournament looking? Off the record?" she questioned, looking at Harry, who nodded in agreement, not wanting her to think he'd go blabbing to anyone about it. "Not very good," she whispered, not wanting anyone to overhear her, though they were in an empty Great Hall. "I love all of my students, don't misinterpret that, but this year isn't as talented as last year was." Two of the frontrunners in Severus Snape and Sirius Black were suspended from the tournament due to dueling in the hallways a few days ago, which took a big chunk out of the competition. While Gryffindor had the depth to overcome that, what with James Potter, Remus Lupin, and Lily Evans, Slytherin really didn't, so their house tournament was pretty lackluster. And Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw weren't all too entertaining, either. Then, realizing her faux pas, she added with a grin, no offense meant. None taken, Harry smiled, shrugging it off, not thinking anything of it. He had come to that same conclusion not 10 minutes prior. "I didn't think Mafalda Hopkirk would be the one to win a dueling competition either, but that's just me," he replied, remembering back to his own time how kind and sweet she sounded in her letters warning him of his misuse of magic during the summer. "Yeah, it's a shame really, because with those two in the fold this tournament could have been one of the best." Moonshine sighed disappointedly, having previously believed that this tournament would be even better than the last. But alas, they each made their own choices and now they, and we as well, have to live with those choices, unfortunately. "Yeah," Harry nodded in agreement, a bit frustrated that he wouldn't get to see Snape battle a Gryffindor in the finals, whether it was his father, Sirius, Remus, or perhaps even his mother. "You sound a lot like my granduncle there, what with the choices talk. He may have rubbed off on me," Moonshine agreed with a smile, and then, taking a step closer to Harry, she whispered, "Just between us again, the tournament champions are Mulciber, Potter, Smith, and as you already know, Hopkirk." "Smith?" Harry questioned, knowing there were a few Smiths in Hogwarts since it was a common name around the country. Inwardly, he wondered how his father had come out on top in the Gryffindor tournament. Who had he gone up against? He was up against in the final round. Surely it couldn't have been his mother, could it? After all, knowing what he knew about him, he thought it was likely that his father would allow his mother to win just to try and get her to like him more. "Matthias Smith, the Hufflepuff," Moonshine replied, before noticing that all of the students had left and it was just her and Harry in the hall. She grabbed her things and started heading towards the doorway, gesturing for Harry to follow her. I have to get going to meet with my assistants. It was good talking to you, Harry. I'll see you in class this week. Bye, Harry waved, watching as she walked up the stairs before disappearing down a hallway, presumably heading towards her office. With a shrug, Harry looked up and down the hall, deciding on where to go, before steering himself towards the kitchens, intending on getting some cookies and a glass of milk. As he rounded the corner that would lead into the hallway where the entrance to the kitchens was located, he did not see the person in front of him and bumped into his head of house, Pythia Telemus, as a result. Professor, sorry about that, didn't see you there, Harry apologized with a laugh, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. Oh, it's okay, Harry, no harm done, Telemus smiled, waving his apology off, not thinking anything of it. I actually wanted to see you. Really, what about? Harry questioned, hoping that he wasn't in trouble or anything. Inwardly, he briefly wondered whether his bumping into the divination professor was actually an accident or if she had seen it before it happened and had set it up just to speak with him. Remembering how she knew he was from the future without anyone telling her, he didn't put it past her that she had set the interaction up and had made sure she was at that precise spot in the hall right when Harry rounded the corner. Just to talk to you about school, Telemus replied easily, knowing that she had yet to speak with Harry about the school year like she had with most of the other 7th years. She made it her mission to ensure that all of her students were on the right course, that they were prepared for their future, outside of simply growing older during their time at Hogwarts. Go on, Harry furrowed his brows, prodding her to continue. He found it funny that he had just spoken to Professor Moonshine about the year moving quickly, and here his head of house was confronting him about the school year for the first time. I wanted to know if you have started to prepare for your exams. She asked, hoping that he didn't forget about them since they were fairly important in the grand scheme of things. What you receive on your Easter exams will be a good cursor for how much work you need to put into your NEWT finals. And as you know, your NEWT scores dictate what choices you'll have in terms of future employment. Yeah, I've started, Harry answered with an affirmative nod, having been focused on the exams for the past few days. I still don't know what I want to do after Hogwarts, but I'm going to try and do my best on my exams. Smart boy, Telemus grinned, happy that Harry was cognizant enough to think ahead. My door is always open, Harry, never forget that. It's open even if you want to talk about things that you perhaps keep secret from the rest of the world. Harry nodded with a small smile, understanding what she meant by that. Thank you, Professor, he replied with a politely tilt of his head, thankful for her secrecy. No problem, Telemus nodded, before giving Harry a wave and walking down the hall away from Harry, presumably heading back to her personal quarters. With a curious expression on his face, pondering everything that Telemus had said, Harry continued on his way to the kitchens. The elves inside greeted him cheerfully, and as he sat down, he saw Bustle working about, never noticing Harry. The elf seemed happy with the work that he was doing, though Harry knew that he missed his old master Lycoris deeply, recalling the last conversation the pair had had a few weeks prior. Shaking his head, Harry munched on a few chocolate chip cookies and drank a tall glass of milk, before leaving the kitchens and heading back up to his room in the Ravenclaw Tower, intent on relaxing the rest of the day away. When he arrived in his room, he saw that only Bertram and Xenophilius were there, the others presumably in the library. Studying for their exams like most of the Ravenclaws were doing. He said hello to them both, before collapsing into his bed for some rest, his stomach filled up with cookies and milk. Harry, what was that question that you wanted to ask me before we got Edgar's wedding invites? Xenophilius inquired, walking over to Harry's bed, away from Bertram on the opposite side of the room. Oh, that was just about a book that you have out on loan from the library, Harry shrugged, stalling in an effort to think of a way to ask Xenophilius about it without raising too much suspicion. After all, he couldn't just blurt out the Deathly Hallows, could he? I wanted to see it for a second. Which book? I have a few out, Xenophilius asked, wondering which book Harry meant since he had around 5 of them checked out at the time. Before he had met Harry, and became friends with the boy and in turn, Edgar, he went to the library a great deal, having been ignored or teased by most people in his house, barring a few exceptions, so having a great many of books out on loan wasn't anything new to him. Most of the books were about things no one else was interested in, which only proceeded to further the teasing he received from the others, but he was okay with it, as the books brought him joy and happiness. The one by Edsel Prince, Harry replied, still inwardly curious as to why Xenophilius had taken the book out in the first place. After all, they were in most of the same classes together, with the only difference being Xenophilius taking History of Magic, which Harry made the reasonable assumption had been the purpose that Xenophilius had looked for the book in the first place. He had an assignment in that class. What did you take it out for anyway? To see something, Xenophilius responded nervously, keeping as cryptic as he possibly could. While Harry was willing to go along with many of his beliefs, he wasn't sure if there would be a limit to Harry's friendship before he too started thinking of him as weird. Harry cocked an eyebrow at his friend, waiting for him to continue, though he didn't seem eager to do so. What's that? He finally inquired, prodding Xenophilius to expand on what he had said. Xenophilius shook his head, unwilling to divulge that information, not wanting Harry to view him like the rest of the school did. You won't believe me if I told you, he said quietly, realizing how strange the truth would sound. Try me, Harry answered, hoping to hear Xenophilius out, not wanting his friend to believe that he thought of him as a joke. Xenophilius was eccentric, yes, but his beliefs didn't hurt anyone, and he had a lot of great qualities that outweighed his eccentricity by a large margin, not unlike his future daughter, Luna. Xenophilius looked down at the floor, thinking it over, before meeting Harry's gaze. I took it out to see if I could succeed on the quest and find the Deathly Hallows for my own. The Deathly Hallows? Harry gulped in shock, furrowing his brows in confusion, greatly surprised by that revelation. How does he know about the Deathly Hallows? He thought to himself, trying to figure out how Xenophilius was able to learn about the objects when he himself needed Dumbledore's direction to figure them out. That's what I thought. I didn't think you'd know about them, Xenophilius sighed, shaking his head, misinterpreting Harry's question. My father used to tell me about them when I was a child, but I never looked into them until I met with my girlfriend's uncle, who knows more about the history of magic than anyone I've ever known. Who is that? Harry asked, surprised that someone knew more about the history of magic than Xenophilius. While he indeed did have eclectic interests, many of which fell outside the realms of normal thought, Xenophilius was very knowledgeable when it came to details about the history of magic, more so than most wizards and witches in the country, let alone his age. Florine Fortescue, Xenophilius answered easily, his eyes flicking down to a piece of parchment that he was holding in his hands. He looked down at his pocket watch, and then gave out a loud sigh, as if he realized he was late for something. Harry cocked an eyebrow at the name, remembering how Florine had helped him during the summer between his second and third year in his History of Magic assignments. I thought he was an expert in just medieval witch burnings. Florine. No, Xenophilius shook his head in the negative, disagreeing with that assessment. He's an expert in all things medieval when it comes to magic. He's amazing. Speaking of which, Xenophilius said, turning and walking towards the door, seemingly remembering his prior engagement. I'll be right back. Sure, Harry nodded as he watched Xenophilius leave, slightly confused by how he should go about talking with Xenophilius. He was struggling with whether he should talk to Xenophilius about the Deathly Hallows or not, share what they knew, but if he did that, he knew that he may have to divulge his time-traveling secret, which was something he wasn't sure he wanted to do just yet. He knew there would be a time that he would tell both Xenophilius and Edgar about his traveling to the past, but he wasn't sure that time was then. He still had to make his choice on that. Harry, Bertram's voice cut through the air, drawing Harry from his thoughts. Want to play some exploding snap? The boy questioned, earning a smile from Harry, who agreed with a nod of his head and jumped off his bed to gather his cards. A few days later, Harry was just packing his things up into his bag as his schoolmates exited the charms classroom. Have you picked out the charm you want to use on your exam? He asked to his dorm mate and fellow 7th-year Ravenclaw, Gaspard Shingleton. I'm actually using my own, Gaspard said slowly, a nervous smile on his face. I've been working on it for a while now, nearly all year, actually. Oh, what is it? Harry questioned curiously, knowing how strong Gaspard was in charms. He was the best boy in the year, and was up there with Bellatrix overall. A self-stirring charm, Gaspard whispered, bringing his finger up to his mouth to keep Harry quiet on the matter, trusting him to keep his secret. I'm not finished with it, and I haven't patented it with the ministry just yet, but I think it could make me a lot of galleons in the future." Harry blinked, surprised by that revelation, having not expected Gaspard to come up with his charm so early in his life. "I'm sure it will," Harry said, giving a wry grin, knowing full well that it would indeed make Gaspard Shingleton successful and well known, so much so that he would one day be studied in first-year history of magic class by the time Harry was a first year in 1991. "You invented it yourself?" "Yup, been working on it for a few months now, ever since that day that Derek made the Quidditch team," Gaspard replied with a nod of his head, proud of his accomplishment. The idea for a self-stirring cauldron struck him when he heard Derek make fun of Bertram for the time when he had not remembered to stir the cauldron correctly, which resulted in the potion blowing up in Bertram's face, and from that day forward, he had been working on the charm in secret. "What about you? Have you made your choice yet?" "I think I'm going to go with the Protean charm," Harry answered honestly, wanting to see if he could replicate the coins that Hermione had created for Dumbledore's army during their 5th year. It would take a bit of skill that Harry didn't know if he had, but he knew that the NEWT exams would challenge him, so he didn't want to take it easy on himself in his preparations for them. "Oh, nice," Gaspard nodded in appreciation, impressed by Harry's selection. The Protean charm was not a simple charm. It wasn't one that many wizards and witches could do, or even knew about. "That's a difficult spell. Let's hope I can do it then," Harry grinned, a bit uneasy by the prospect of actually performing the charm. However, because he knew that it would be a nice way to honor Hermione, he wanted to at least try to do it for her, regardless of his chances of success. "You'll be fine," Gaspard said with a laugh, before tossing his bag over his shoulder and gesturing towards the door. "Are you coming?" No, I have to talk to Flitwick about something." "You go ahead," Harry replied, earning a nod from Gaspard as he headed towards the exit and walked out of the room. Then, as the last of the students drifted out of the classroom, Harry walked up to the front of the class, where Flitwick was still sitting at his desk, seemingly going over some paperwork. "Sir, can I talk to you for a moment?" Of course," Flitwick squealed as he looked up from his work, happy to talk to Harry about whatever he wanted. "What can I do you for?" "Well, you mentioned that I could come talk to you about being a dueler when we last spoke about it," Harry started, assuming that Flitwick would still be willing to help him out like he had promised months prior. "Have you thought about it some more then?" Flitwick straightened up at the Harry's pronouncement, a large smile taking its place on his face. He always appreciated discussing his dueling past, having had so much fun and joy during that time of his life that reliving it brought nearly as much fun to him as it first brought to him. "Not quite. I had a few questions for you before I do." Harry shook his head, hoping that the small wizard would be able to answer his inquiries. The conversation a few days prior with Pythia Telemus, his head of house, had stirred up something inside of him, which needed answering while it was at the forefront of his mind. "Certainly," Flitwick nodded, placing his quill down on his desk and giving Harry his full, undivided attention. "What would you like to know?" Before Harry could answer, there was a knock on the door and an older witch stood in the back of the classroom, holding a bundle of parchments in her arms. "Ah, Ms. Barbary, I'm so glad to see you. Come, Harry was just asking me a question about his future," Flitwick said, looking over Harry's shoulder, gesturing for the witch at the door to enter the room. "You have those 4th-year parchments graded, I assume. Very good, very good." Then, turning his attention back to Harry, he cocked an eyebrow at the younger wizard. "You were saying?" Harry looked back and forth between the woman and Flitwick, before shaking his head, not wanting to interrupt Flitwick's work. "I'll ask again later, Professor Flitwick. I see that you're busy," Harry said, making his way towards the door, willing to come back at another time that was better for the tiny Professor of Charms. "No, you don't have to leave," Flitwick said, not wanting Harry to think that he didn't have time for his students. "It's okay, I'll just see you later," Harry grinned, before waving and leaving the room. "All right then, bye Harry, come to me anytime you want," Flitwick called out, turning his attention back to his assistant, Ms. Barbary, who placed the parchments down onto his desk. He looked a few of them over before nodding appreciatively, happy with the work that the witch had done for him. Later that night, Harry was just settling into his seat in front of Dumbledore's desk when the headmaster appeared from behind the portrait of Dexter Fortescue, seemingly coming into his office from his personal quarters. "I'm sorry, sir, the door was open and the stairs were up. I figured," Harry stammered, having never gotten permission to enter Dumbledore's office before he had entered that night. "Nonsense." Dumbledore shook his head, not thinking anything of it. As he stepped out of the portal, the portrait closed behind him, hiding the doorway from view once more. "That's a relief," Harry smiled, happy that he hadn't overstepped his bounds by entering the office without the headmaster there. "So I believe we were talking about Merlin when we last left, correct?" Dumbledore questioned, as he poured himself a drink from the cabinet off to the side. He offered one to Harry, and unlike what normally happened with the boy politely declining, Harry nodded his head, accepting the offer. With a grin, Dumbledore passed his own glass over to Harry, before pouring himself a new one and taking his seat behind his desk. "If I recall, you learned about the part that Merlin played in the breakup of the Hogwarts Four, but you did not learn about the part that he played in the Norman invasion, of which I am sure you are familiar through your Muggle learning." "Absolutely," Harry said, pausing to take a sip of his drink before continuing on with his thoughts. It was bitter but delicious, making him take another sip immediately. "William comes over from Normandy and kills King Harold at the Battle of Hastings, usurping the throne and taking it over for himself." Of course, Dumbledore nodded in agreement, well aware of the series of events and agreeing with Harry's assessment. Like I previously mentioned, this was a time before the Statute of Secrecy, which allowed wizard kind to show their magic around Muggles at their own discretion. Well, Merlin had become well known enough that the Muggle nobility of England at the time contacted him, though this was unknown to the public, should they have ever had magical trouble or needed something magical done for them. And they often did, which Merlin gladly helped through his Order of Merlin group, a cabal of wizards that set about helping Muggles and protecting them from wizard kind that had it out for them. Harry furrowed his brows in confusion for a brief moment, perplexed by that information, having assumed that it was the earlier Merlin that had acted as counsel, not the later one. "I thought that was the other Merlin who served as the king's advisor." "No, while Merlin served as an advisor, it was to anyone, and not specifically a king, though he did advise a nobleman who would later become king more often than anyone else," Dumbledore answered, seeing how one could become confused by the different lives of the pair. "Anyway, after learning of Harold taking the throne, but before he was to invade, William sent a witch named Nimue to study and, if she could, weaken England's forces. She eventually learned about and found Merlin, whom at the time was acting as the sort of court mage of England, and pretended to want to learn his magic. Fancying her, he gave her all of his secrets, growing closer and falling in love with her all the while. Eventually, she betrayed him and put him into a mystical sleep, locked him away in a cave, and left him incapable of escaping, preventing him from using his powers in defense of England. Why didn't anyone find the cave to let him out? Harry immediately replied, wondering why no one had set out to release Merlin if he was so powerful. They obviously needed his help, right? So in his mind, it would stand to reason that someone, anyone, would take the time to find him and save him from his incarceration. "That's the thing," Dumbledore said slowly, a smile appearing on his face as the twist to the story jumped into his mind. "He taught her nearly all of his magic, which included his most famous spell." "Which was?" Harry prodded, wanting to know what the spell was. If Merlin had invented it and it was famous, surely he knew about it. "The Fidelius Charm," Dumbledore answered simply, as a dawning look appeared on Harry's face, the story coming together in his mind. "Yes, so no one could find the cave because Nimue had hidden the cave from the world, and of course, if you're not told the secret from the secret keeper, the location is hidden so thoroughly as to not be on the earth at all. He invented the Fidelius Charm." Harry questioned back in a shocked tone, having not expected that. While it was true that he had never known about the genesis of the Fidelius Charm, he had assumed that it was invented in ancient Rome or someplace much older than medieval England because of the sound of it. "Oh yes," Dumbledore agreed with a laugh, amused by Harry's surprise. "It was his biggest accomplishment. He invented it in an effort to hide the location of a family that was threatened by the warlord that we spoke about last week. He wanted to protect them, without inconveniencing the family and without hurting the warlord." Harry stayed silent for a moment, going over everything he had just heard. "So basically what you're telling me is that he created one of the most powerful spells of all time on a whim?" Harry finally questioned, amazed at the talent that Merlin possessed, the seeming ease at which magic came to him if the legend was true. Dumbledore nodded pensively, agreeing with that statement, fully aware that many of the greatest advancements in the world came to someone at the most unexpected of times. He was an incredible sorcerer and a gifted mathematician. He shrugged, not as impressed with the accomplishment as Harry was, though certainly understanding of the reaction. In his mind, Merlin's legacy was tied much more to the smaller, lesser-powered spells that he had created, the ones that touched any individual at any given time, rather than the grand spell that most wizards and witches would never come across in their lifetime, let alone actually use. It's a wonder we confused the two then, if both of them were so great, Harry supposed, shaking his head, inwardly wondering how the pair had been conflated from the start. Look at his chocolate frog card. It says that the dates of his life are unknown and that he is sometimes known as Prince of Enchanters. Dumbledore started slowly, a mischievous tone to his voice that Harry had not heard many times before. To many, that would suggest that sometimes people call him that nickname and sometimes they don't, but it was actually a clever joke on the writer's part. He is sometimes called Prince of Enchanters because the other Merlin was never called that, so when people talk about Merlin, they are sometimes talking about the Prince of Enchanters and sometimes they aren't. Get it? Harry cocked an eyebrow, going over what Dumbledore had just said, before letting out a small laugh. That is pretty funny, actually. Then, thinking back to the story Dumbledore had told few minutes prior, he asked, what happened to Nimue afterwards? What happened to her in the end? Dumbledore shrugged, not really having that information, knowing only the basic facts of the story, though he had heard rumors, unsubstantiated claims surrounding the witch. After the deed was done and William was crowned King of England, she apparently found herself unable to continue living after she realized that she loved Merlin as much as he did her. As such, Nimue supposedly stabbed herself with William's sword, which was known to be goblin-made and of great beauty, and then threw herself into a lake, drowning herself and the sword, where she became known as the Lady of the Lake, and her legend grew from there. Centuries later, I'm sure you've heard the tales about her. Wait, I'm confused, Harry whispered, furrowing his brow, trying to figure the story out. If Nimue was so in love with Merlin and felt badly enough for what she had done as to kill herself because of it, why didn't she just let him out of the cave? Well, like I said, this is all legendary, so it could be that she wasn't the secret keeper, Dumbledore said with another shrug, the conversation having delved into areas that he was unprepared for. He was as ignorant about the subject matter as Harry appeared to be. More than likely, she was betrayed by William's mage Armand, who probably was the secret keeper and had further enhanced the protections around the cave in order to protect it without her knowing. Those protections were great, beyond her skill to let him out, and because she was not the secret keeper, she could not tell any more skillful wizards where he was in order to bring them to help. By the time she learned how to break the enchantments, it had been at least a year and Merlin was probably already dead by that time. Or it could be something entirely different, we just don't know for sure. He could have already been dead by the time he arrived in the cave, and the cave was simply his final resting place or a euphemism for his tomb for all we know. Harry bit his lip, imagining all that Merlin had gone through with Nimue. If Nimue hadn't betrayed Merlin, if Merlin had been able to fight against William and the wizards or witches he brought with him. Harry said slowly, wondering if Merlin's entrapment was what caused Harold to fall at William's hand. I'm not sure William would have won, Dumbledore answered quietly, knowing that a wizard as capable as Merlin was said to be could take on more than a normal wizard or witch could. It's hard to imagine that kind of power imbalance, that one wizard beats the combined efforts of an entire force of people, that one person outweighed the entire capability of William's allies. Why is that hard to imagine? Harry questioned skeptically as a smile appeared on his face, silently thinking about all of the great magic he witnessed Dumbledore perform back in his own time. He had been there when Dumbledore downed all of the Ministry officials, including the Minister for Magic himself, in his office with the benumbing hex. He had seen the Death Eaters run away for their safety once Dumbledore had arrived in the Department of Mysteries that fateful night when Sirius had died, scattering as if they were so terrified of him that they didn't even bother to protect themselves, instead just fleeing from him on sight. And finally, he had a first-hand view of the spells that the wizard had used against Voldemort in their duel in the Ministry Atrium, the powers the great wizard had displayed against the snake-like Dark Lord. If you weren't around, Lord Voldemort would have won a long time ago. You literally keep him from winning. If you weren't here, I'm not sure how long the Ministry of Magic would withstand Voldemort before it capitulated." Dumbledore took a gulp of his drink, staying silent on the matter for a few moments, ruminating on how to answer what Harry had said. "Let's hope that doesn't happen," he finally whispered, allowing himself to talk to Harry as someone he cared about, rather than just a student. Harry took a sip of his drink, as well, enjoying the casual conversation for what it was. How could Merlin be trapped, though? Harry questioned, disbelieving that Merlin couldn't escape his confines. "He's Merlin. He's one of the greatest wizards of all time," he exclaimed in surprise, wondering if there was something that he was missing. "And I definitely remember you once telling the Minister for Magic that Azkaban couldn't hold you if you didn't want to be there. If that's the case, and you really could escape Azkaban, then how could a simple cave hold Merlin?" "Azkaban isn't the most secure place on the planet, Harry," Dumbledore replied easily, aware that there was a place much worse to be than Azkaban. "It's very secure for most people, I agree, but for one of Merlin's caliber. He could escape Azkaban just the same as I could, I imagine. The cave in which he was trapped was bound to have more traps and curses and locks and impossibilities on it than anything we could ever imagine, which, in conjunction to his enchanted sleep, managed to keep him in there until it was too late and he was already dead. If it isn't the most secure, then what is?" Harry inquired with a raised eyebrow, wondering what place could prevent escape better than Azkaban could. "Nurmengard," Dumbledore whispered, having performed the very spells on the topmost cell of Nurmengard himself, making sure it was nigh impossible to escape, except for the most extreme of circumstances. "What's that?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow, having never heard that term before as far as he knew. Was it another wizard prison? Now that he thought about it, he had never heard about another wizarding prison, making him wonder if there actually were any more prisons than just Azkaban. "A topic for another time," Dumbledore said quietly, his gaze moving down to the desk in front of him. Harry nodded, recognizing Dumbledore's tone, taking a sip of his drink once more. As silence loomed, he couldn't help but ponder the possibility of Voldemort being trapped in a cave. If Merlin could be imprisoned, why couldn't Voldemort? Wouldn't that stop the menace of the Dark Lord without wasting time to search for and find his Horcruxes, therefore saving countless of lives? It was an option to Harry, though by the way Dumbledore had spoken about Azkaban's defenses, it didn't seem like it would be very easy for Voldemort to be imprisoned. Even still, it was something he wanted to look into in the near future, with an eye of perhaps seeing if it would work. "Do you think he knew that she was going to betray him?" he questioned as he placed his glass down onto the desk in front of him, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "Some say he allowed her to do this to him, unwilling to raise his wand against her. Some say he was taken off guard, while others say he was defeated in a straight duel," Dumbledore answered, understanding that Harry meant Merlin. "Personally, I like to think that Merlin was willing to let her make the choice to betray him. I believe that Merlin understood that it is our choices that make us who we are, not anything else, which means that he would have allowed her the opportunity to rectify her ill intent. My belief is supported by the fact that he was the protege and most prized student of Salazar Slytherin, whom was an accomplished legilimens during his time. As such, there is no doubt that Salazar taught Merlin the art, whom would presumably then be an accomplished one himself, which would point to Merlin knowing what Nimue was going to do the entire time he was with her. But still, why didn't he fight her when she was locking him away?" Harry asked, still perplexed by Merlin getting caught so effortlessly. She had made her choice, had proven that she wasn't going to change, so why wouldn't he save himself? "Well, like I said before, I can't tell you what happened, no one can," Dumbledore replied, hoping to instill in Harry the idea that sometimes a person has to see the consequences of their actions in order to be pushed to change for the better. But perhaps, like many of us find from time to time, he loved her so very much that he could not raise his wand against her. Perhaps he found out that he did, in fact, love her more than he desired his freedom and his life, which prevented him from doing anything to stop her. Dumbledore paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts, before saying, or, more likely, it could be that he was already dead and the cave is just a term for his tomb. Dumbledore shrugged, not out of disinterest but out of a true lack of knowledge. There was no record of what they were discussing, barring oral tradition. "We just don't know, as no history book can ever tell you what happened. Only Merlin, Nimue, and maybe William's Mage Armand can answer that for you." Harry bit his lip in thought, trying to imagine what it would have been like to be Merlin. How does it feel to be betrayed by the person you loved most in the world? Did he feel bitter or was he okay with it, so long as she was happy with what she was doing? He didn't know, but he couldn't imagine there not being any animosity from Merlin over Nimue's actions. Then again, he didn't know what it felt like to be so in love with someone like Merlin appeared to be with Nimue. At least, he didn't know what it felt like yet, but he knew it would happen one day, perhaps soon. Can I ask you something about the Fidelius charm? Harry asked, changing the topic from Merlin himself to Merlin's famous spell. Certainly, Dumbledore said before taking a sip of his drink, finding joy in the brief furlough from the war against Voldemort that was transpiring outside of the halls of Hogwarts. How does the Fidelius charm actually work? Harry questioned interestedly, wanting to know the mechanics of the spell that eventually led to the death of his parents when the traitor Peter Pettigrew gave the secret of their location to Voldemort. It locks a single secret into the very soul, as ethereal and unquantifiable as it is, of a person, securing that secret against anyone from whom they so choose to withhold it, Dumbledore answered, starting at the very basics of the spell, before leading into much more detailed information. It was a potent and difficult spell, one that not many in the world could perform correctly. The person not told the secret can stare at the very place that is protected by the charm for countless of days and weeks, close his eyes and listen to try and hear the voices, flail out his arms to try and feel the structure, or anything else you can imagine to make contact, but if they are not offered the secret by the keeper, they will not be able to get in, no matter how hard they try. The further away a keeper stays from the secret, the more potent the charm becomes and people won't even be able to get within 100 yards of the protected place. The more powerful and skilled the caster is, the greater the area around the structure is protected, as well. Harry nodded slowly, understanding everything that Dumbledore was saying. When the secret keeper dies, what happens to the secret? It is lost for all time, Dumbledore answered, swishing his drink around his glass as he stared out of the window, where he saw the trees of the Forbidden Forest swaying in the wind. Harry furrowed his brows, having anticipated a different answer than that. Everyone who knows the secret doesn't become keepers themselves. He questioned, having presumed that from what little information he had gathered on his own. If the caster is not skilled enough to perform the spell properly or if they purposely want to tweak the spell to perform that way, it will, but that wouldn't be the wisest course of action, would it? Dumbledore replied, turning his attention back to the younger wizard. What would stop someone from weaseling their way into learning the secret and then killing the keeper to get what they want, therefore transforming themselves into the keeper themselves? A dangerous proposition one that I wouldn't use due to the risk that it represents. Can you imagine the danger that the secret possesses if an ally of whom you're trying to hide from learns the secret and then murders the secret keeper, allowing them to tell the secret to their comrade? That's not a situation I would wish upon anyone. I never thought of that, Harry muttered, biting his lip, seeing that it would negate any protection granted if the spell worked that way. What happens if the secret is tortured out of someone? It cannot be, Dumbledore replied knowingly, confident in his knowledge of the spell. It has to be willingly given without any sort of duress, you have to mean to divulge it or else the magic of the spell itself protects you from muttering it to end the torture. He finished, and then seeing Harry's face, he nodded wisely, saying, that's why not many people are willing to be a secret keeper. They can be tortured and hurt, but won't be able to divulge it during those terrible moments of pain so the torture could be everlasting. But you can write the secret on a piece of paper and have it work? Harry asked, referencing how he had become aware of 12 Grimmauld Place after reading a note written by Dumbledore, the secret keeper of the Order's headquarters in his own time. Certainly, as long as you intend on revealing the secret on the slip of parchment, Dumbledore agreed with a nod of his head. It does not have to be a verbal exchange that reveals the secret. You can even physically bring someone to the secret by apparition as long as you intend on going there, another dangerous aspect of the charm. As Harry listened to everything that Dumbledore had to say, a nagging thought entered his mind, one that he had tried to suppress for many years after learning of Pettigrew's betrayal. And when the spell is performed, the caster knows who the secret keeper is. He asked suddenly, wanting to see if his assessment of the situation Sirius had found himself in after Pettigrew had betrayed his friends was correct. Not necessarily, it depends on the intent of the caster, if there is a particular subject of the charm or if it's generally put over a particular place. If the charm is over a person or a group of people, then only the ones seeking protection know, since they have to think about who they want while the spell is being performed, which means that no one but the ones being protected and the secret keeper know just who the secret keeper is, Dumbledore answered, shaking his head in the negative. If the spell is over a place, then the caster has to think about whom the secret keeper will be, which oftentimes will be the caster themselves. Most casters know who the keeper is, obviously, since they're trusted, but it isn't always the case. That's why no one knew Pettigrew was the keeper, Harry whispered to himself, so quietly that Dumbledore could not distinguish it. With a thoughtful look on his face, Harry took a sip of his drink, finishing the glass and placing it back down onto the desk in front of him. There was a brief pause in the conversation, a comfortable silence between the pair as they both quietly thought to themselves. "Do you want to learn some magic?" Dumbledore asked, staring at Harry through his half-moon spectacles, noticing the sudden change in the boy's demeanor. "It has been a few months since I last taught you something, no?" "Absolutely," Harry excitedly agreed, thrilled at the prospect of learning from the greatest wizard of the age. "Isn't it a bit late to start, though?" Harry questioned, recognizing the time and selfishly not wanting to start so late that he wouldn't be able to learn as much as he could from the man. "I suppose you are correct," Dumbledore nodded with a frown, watching as Harry rose from his seat and collected himself to leave. While Harry prepared himself, Dumbledore reached into his robes, grabbed his wand, and gave it one quick flick. As a result, the pair of glasses that once held the amber-colored liquid disappeared from sight, presumably banished to the kitchens to be cleaned for their next use. "Bye, sir," Harry whispered as he made his way to the door across the office. "Till next time, Harry," Dumbledore replied, following the younger wizard with his gaze. Harry paused as he reached down for the doorknob, a mischievous smile taking shape on his face. "Do you have any idea where the crystal cave is located?" Harry questioned, turning his head to look back at Dumbledore. "Your guess is as good as mine," Dumbledore smiled back, waving to Harry as he turned the knob and left the office. As the door closed shut, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and looked out of the window for a brief moment, scanning the Hogwarts grounds. With a sigh, he rose from his chair and walked towards the headmaster portrait that led to his quarters, where it sprung open, allowing him entrance to the portal before immediately closing behind him. That Saturday was a Hogsmeade weekend day, which Harry planned on using to the utmost advantage in order to reconnect with an old friend. "Edgar!" Harry exclaimed, as he and Xenophilius walked into the Three Broomsticks to meet their good friend. "Hey guys," Edgar Bones said with a smile, getting to his feet and giving them both a hug, before sitting back down. "How have you been?" "Not as good as you, apparently," Xenophilius smiled, referencing the invitations they had received just days prior. "Got the invitations, did you?" Edgar grinned, immediately knowing what Xenophilius was alluding to in his statement. "We figured the sooner the better, so why not? You guys are going to come, aren't you?" "We wouldn't miss it for the world," Harry replied, ordering a round of drinks for them all. The waitress nodded her head at his request, and flicked her wand towards the bar on the opposite side of the room, before walking to the next table that had called her over. "Good," Edgar exclaimed in excitement, counting down the days to when he'd finally be married to the woman that had his heart. "I can't wait." He paused as the waitress came by with their drinks, and then looked over to Harry, giving him a questioning glance. "You know, no one important or no one Bellatrix would want to avoid is going to be there, so she can come, you don't have to hide there." "Is that so?" Harry said with a large smile, realizing that he had yet to ask Bellatrix to the wedding. Then, raising his glass, which was filled with a yellow-colored liquid, he said, to Edgar and Charlotte, "May the wedding be as fun as I hope it's going to be." Both Edgar and Xenophilius clanked their glasses together over the table, before guzzling them down and ordering another round for the table. Hours later, Harry and Xenophilius returned to Hogwarts at the precise time the students were ordered to come back to the school and not a moment before. They tiredly made their way up to the Ravenclaw common room, spending a few lingering moments trying to answer the riddle that the door knocker had asked. Saying hello to some of the fifth years that were in the common room studying for their OWLs, they walked by them and up to their room, with both of them hopping into their respective beds as soon as they could. Closing the curtain around his own bed, Harry fell asleep, dreaming about attending Edgar's wedding with the prettiest witch in the world as his date. The next morning, Harry awoke with a broad smile on his face, happy for the arrival of the new day. He intended on asking Bellatrix to Edgar's wedding later in the day when they saw each other, hoping that they would be able to go as a couple. A real, true couple, one that could show their affection for one another and not have to hide behind secretive looks. Until that time, however, he had some work to complete, so jumping down into his trunk, he started on his homework, planning on working through the day to get as much done as he could for the coming week. He worked through lunch, and it wasn't until late afternoon that he climbed out of his trunk and took a shower, getting ready for dinner that was to start in a few minutes. Walking alone, he slowly exited the Ravenclaw common room and made his way down to the Great Hall, the hallways relatively empty. However, as he neared the stairs, he saw a tall wizard with long black hair and aristocratic good looks walking towards him, seemingly pocketing a piece of parchment as he neared Harry. "Sirius, what's up? I heard about your detention. Not being able to compete in the dueling tournament must be a bummer," Harry said, giving his would-be godfather a small smile, sympathetic to the situation in which the wizard found himself. "Going the wrong way for dinner, aren't you?" he inquired, knowing that the Gryffindor common room was also not in the direction Sirius seemed to be heading. "I would take a visit to the old arithmancy classroom if I were you, Dumbledore," Sirius said, giving Harry a pointed look, conveying a message just as potent with his eyes as he did with his words. "I guess things didn't change as much as we wanted them to change." "What?" Harry questioned, then realizing what Sirius had meant, he quickly rushed to the 5th floor, where the old arithmancy classroom was located. While he didn't know it as the arithmancy classroom, he did know about it, as it was the same room that Bellatrix and he had used for their occlumency and Patronus sessions the year prior. Opening the door to the classroom, he was horror-stricken by what he saw behind it, a scene that he had hoped he would never had to witness for himself. There in the room stood a group of Slytherins, each of whom Harry knew would become Death Eaters, all standing over the Daily Prophet that was outlaid on a desk, reading what appeared to be a story about he who must not be named. Their wands were out as they read, all seemingly worshipping the story as they all oohed and awed, and laughed when one mentioned that it would be their classmates in that much pain soon enough. They did not hear the door open, so for a few moments, they continued as if he was not there, but Harry made his presence known. In the back of the group, looking over Rabaston Lestrange's shoulder stood Bellatrix Black, whose violet eyes went wide when she noticed Harry standing at the doorway. Anger bellied up inside of him. For the first time since he had seen Sirius' death 2 years prior, Harry was angrier than he had ever been in his entire life. His eyes flashed red with barely contained rage, as if a great snake was rising inside of him and readying itself to strike. His face was flushed and his gaze was narrowed, first at the Daily Prophet and then at the Slytherins standing above it. His breath came faster and faster, his chest rising quicker than it normally would before. With one great thrust, he jetted his wand down to the ground as if wielding a hammer and released a great boom that sounded like a Muggle firearm. There was a flash of silver light, which raced at 3 of the Slytherins to his right, Rabaston Lestrange, Evan Rosier, and someone that Harry couldn't name. Before anyone could react, he brought his wand back up once more and, imitating his actions just moments prior, brought his wand down to the ground and erupted another great boom around the room, which struck the 3 Slytherins that were standing in front of him. As if in slow motion, everyone in the room was struck in the chest before they could defend themselves and immediately dropped to the floor, seemingly unconscious, as the silver lights created by Harry's spells retreated back into nothingness. The only one still standing in the room besides Harry was Bellatrix, who had been untouched by the silver light. Bellatrix looked down at her Slytherin friends, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion, both at Harry's sudden appearance and his impossibly powerful spell. She had never seen anything like it, and looking tentatively at Harry, she looked into his eyes and couldn't help but see someone else. There was a red gleam in his eyes, his handsome features masked by the emotion that was stewing inside of him. "It's not what it looks like," Bellatrix said slowly, turning her attention to the wizard and realizing how angry Harry was, how he was trying to control the temper he so warned her about throughout their time together. She could clearly see that he was barely containing the rage inside of him, his abhorrence at the sight of the Slytherins unmasked for the world to see. "It's not. I thought," Harry growled, staring straight at Bellatrix, his gaze morphing from the adoration he felt for her into the hatred that he held for the Bellatrix from his own time. His wand was held tightly in his hand, his knuckles white at his grip, though she did not move to grab her own, secure in the knowledge that he would not raise his against her. Without saying another word, he spun on his heels and walked out of the room, too disgusted with the situation to speak. He made his way quickly down the stairs, 2 by 2, heading towards the great hall for dinner. Then, as he neared the hall, he changed directions and walked through the large front doors of the castle and outside to the grounds, where the wind was blowing and hail had been coming down in spurts throughout the day. He started walking in the direction of Hagrid's hut, deciding to go there for dinner instead of the great hall, even with Hagrid's subpar cooking skills, feeling as if he needed someone near him in order to calm him down. "Harry." He heard a voice call from the castle, and he looked back and saw that it was Bellatrix. She was standing just outside of the doorway, staring in his direction. He stopped heading towards Hagrid's hut and walked over to the lake instead, taking a seat on a large boulder as he waited for her to come to him. He dare not go to her. She walked briskly to him, apparently not caring about the hail or wind either, before stopping around 10 feet from him, her hair blowing in the wind and her cheeks flushed. "Why do you even care?" Bellatrix snapped, tears starting to accumulate in her violet eyes. The emotional wall that she prided herself on, the one that made her such an accomplished Occlumens, beginning to crumble around her as a sudden well of feelings started to rush into her chest and heart. "Because I love you," Harry said quietly, not looking at her, instead just staring at the lake, watching as a few pieces of hail started to bounce off of the glass-like surface of water. The hail was small and only came down slowly, allowing the pair to stand outside without much inconvenience. "I was basically betrothed before I even met you, and then you drop in from the future and completely mess up my life. I would have been fine without you," Bellatrix lashed out, angry at what was happening to her, angry at the turmoil and confusion that she felt inside of her. "I didn't need any of this. You would have been locked in a loveless marriage, dead on the inside, a dark witch and a servant of Voldemort, one who tortured and killed countless of innocent people." Harry sighed heatedly, astonished that she would assume such a thing. "That does not sound fine to me. If that's what you want for yourself and your future, so be it, but you have to decide, you have to make the choice. Just give me reasons to believe that you would do the same thing for me that you're asking of me to do for you, that you would give up everything for me just as you want me to do." Bellatrix pleaded, a great well of emotion starting to beat inside of her chest as the realization that she would have to choose dawned on her. "I have, Bellatrix, I already have," Harry exclaimed, spinning around to face her, meeting her violet gaze with his own blue-green one. "I told you my most important secret, without knowing how you would react to it. You're the only one I have ever told about my travels to. Hagrid and Dumbledore only know because they were there when I first arrived. They were the ones that got me situated. I haven't even told Edgar or Xenophilius that yet. I've given up chances to befriend my parents, to befriend my godfather, to learn more about all of them, to focus on you, to be with you. I've given up everything so far for you, all for you. If you think I'm being selfish by forcing you to make a choice, then I don't know what to say, because that is not even close to the truth. What you're asking of me is different. You can always form the relationships with your family, but you're asking me to cut off mine entirely," snapped Bellatrix, trying to show Harry the difference between what they each were doing for the other person. "Why now? Why here? Why can't we just go back to where we were yesterday? When I woke up this morning, I was happy. I was going to ask you to go with me to Edgar's wedding," Harry whispered, his tone changing from what it was before. It was somber now, as if he was saddened and not angry anymore. "But then, when I saw you in there with them, doing whatever it was you were doing, my heart broke. And I can't keep feeling this way without an answer. I don't want to do this now," Bellatrix yelled, though Harry knew it was more to herself than at him. He knew that she was fighting against him because she was scared to make up her mind, scared of making the wrong choice, a fear that Harry empathized with great deal. However, Harry also knew that it was time for her to make a choice, and he believed that sometimes, you had to just take the plunge and hope for the best, rather than worry about making the wrong decision. Harry continued to watch the lake, not immediately reacting to what Bellatrix had said. "I believe that a person only has to do two things in order to have a happy life. They have to be courageous and they have to be brave. Be courageous and be brave, Bellatrix, be with me and in my heart you will remain. I promise you'll be happy. I promise. But I can't walk the path that you're tempted to walk, I won't do it. I can't do it, it's not in me to do it. I'm sorry, but you have to make up your mind," I can't ignore it any longer. You have to make a choice. I'm okay with the secrecy, if that's what you want, but you have to make your choice." With that, he got up from the rock and walked around the witch, heading towards the small hut that sat on the other side of the lake and served as Hagrid's home, not intending on saying another word to her ever again until she made the choice on the direction that her life was going to go. As he walked away, he couldn't help but wonder what would her choice be. Would she pick him or her blood purity beliefs? He knew that she loved him, however deep that love went, but he didn't know if her love for him overpowered the beliefs that he knew she held inside of her, the ideological goals that her family had bestowed upon her. She didn't like Muggles, didn't think anything good about them, but yet, still, she tolerated being with him, knowing full well that it would come to this one day. She not only tolerated being with him, but all the while she was with him over the past year she knew that she would have to decide whether her thirst for power, for superiority was what she would pursue in her life, rather than a quiet life with a man that loved her dearly, and even with that knowledge, she still willingly put herself in the situation, which showed that his life was a viable alternative in her mind. So with that in mind, Bellatrix stayed there for nearly an hour, sitting on the same rock Harry had been on previously, a pensive expression on her face, truly thinking about what she wanted out of life. Every so often she would inhale deeply, relieving the stress that was cropping up inside of her, trying to ease the tension that the situation had brought upon her. Eventually, with her teeth starting to chatter in the cold, she rose from the rock and started to walk away. As she neared the fork in the path, one direction leading back to the castle and the other leading to the small hut, she looked back and forth between both options, making sure that she had come to the decision that she wanted. Silently, she started up the path that led to Hogwarts, the wind blowing her hair as she held her robes close to her body for warmth. Before she paused once more, and looked back at the solitary hut, she could just barely see the puffs of smoke coming out of the chimney through the darkened night. Then, turning around, she walked the opposite way she was heading at first and made the trek over to the hut that was in the distance. Upon arrival, she gave the wooden door 2 swift knocks, announcing her presence to the people inside. She didn't know what she was going to say, what she was going to do, but she realized that her even contemplating what he said was her answer. She wanted him more than she ever wanted anything else. She wanted him more than she wanted to pursue the darkness that was inside of her, more than she wanted to pursue her purest ideals, which was an idea that she would have laughed at just a year prior, having scoffed at the presence of Muggles up until the point that Harry entered life. As she waited, she briefly looked up at the moon as it started to show itself behind the clouds. She had no idea what the moon's sudden appearance meant, but she hoped that it was a good sign, one that showed she was making the right decision. A moment later, the door swung open and there stood Harry, a neutral expression on his handsome face. When their eyes met, no words needed to be spoken, and he immediately enveloped her in a hug. She smelled of white chocolate and fruit, with a hint wood, and her hair felt like silk as it fell onto his face. When they broke apart, he grabbed her hand and brought her inside, closing the door to the cold and the hail that was starting to fall once more. She didn't know how it would work, if it would work at all, if the darkness inside of her would one day drive them apart, but she knew that she had to take the chance of having something greater in her life than just her beliefs. She knew she wouldn't be able to live with herself if she didn't at least try. She wouldn't be able to live with herself without choosing the path that she had decided. She had made her choice, it was him. And she knew that her choice would be the correct one, until fate showed that it had a different plan in store for her. But for right then and there in the foreseeable future, it was him and she would strive for it to always be him. Harry and Bellatrix silently walked into the room of requirement having decided to meet mid-afternoon the next day. They each took a seat on the couches opposite one another, across from a coffee table that separated them, allowing them to be close enough that they could talk, but not so close that they felt that they needed to be attached to each other. There was a silence between them, not necessarily awkward, but if one focused on it, they could feel the tension that was beginning to mount. It wasn't that either didn't want to talk to the other, in fact, it was quite the opposite. Instead, it was just that they were entering a territory that neither had much experience in, which prevented the easy discussion that would normally take place. "I think we have to finally talk about something we've been ignoring," Bellatrix eventually said, starting off the conversation, knowing exactly why they were there. "About what happened yesterday, about where we go from here." "I agree," Harry nodded, having anticipated a particular topic of conversation, and in fact desiring it. So, Bellatrix prodded, not daring to start the talk herself. She wasn't scared, no, instead it was because she flat out did not know where to begin, what it was that he needed to hear from her. So because of that, she wanted very much for him to just say what was on his mind and allow her to react to that, to respond to what he put out there. "You can't be a Death Eater," Harry said bluntly, knowing that would be the crux of the conversation, the matter which there would be no negotiation about. "If this is to work, you can't be going around hunting and hurting muggles. Because I will stop you if you do, I promise you that. And you can't force your muggle-lovingness on me," Bellatrix replied, not seeing how it would work if he thought he could do that and she would be okay with it. "Because I'm never going to love muggles. I will learn to tolerate them and I promise to not act against them in any way, but that's the most I can promise." Harry studied Bellatrix for a moment, making sure she was willing to go through with what she promised, and then gave a slight nod of his head, assenting to her request. "I won't," Harry said in agreement, promising her that he would keep his mouth quiet and not try to get her to like muggles or experience living as a muggle. "I won't try to change you, just no saying mudblood, no hurting anyone, and no helping or associating with the Death Eaters at all. And I promise you don't have to get involved if I want to help a muggleborn." Harry bargained, taking a deep breath to ease the disgust he felt for himself. He knew what he was doing and how it sounded, but yet he didn't see any other option. He wanted this to work with her, even going so far as being willing to push his moral stances back a bit to make room for her in his life. "Deal." Bellatrix looked at Harry, just as Harry had done moments prior, weighing her options, though she knew what her answer would be. "Deal," she agreed as she bit her lip, furrowing her brow in thought. "What is it?" Harry questioned with a cocked eyebrow, confused by her sudden change of demeanor. "I have a lot of questions, ones that I've been holding in all this time," Bellatrix said, hoping that he would answer a few things that she had wanted to ask since he first revealed himself as from the future, but had never found the opportunity to do so naturally without making it seem like she was asking for different reasons other than just curiosity. "Ask whatever you want," Harry nodded with a neutral expression on his face, wondering what it was that she wanted to know. "Get whatever is on your mind out in the open, because after today, I want to start fresh and forget about everything I know about you from the future. I want us both to start fresh." Bellatrix nodded, seeing the wisdom of what Harry had said and appreciating that Harry would do that for her. "Which ones are the Death Eaters?" "This isn't the entirety of them, but Avery, Mulciber, Snape, Rosier, the Lestranges are the ones that I definitely know," Harry replied quietly, counting off the names on his fingers. While he did know a few others, he decided to withhold the name of Regulus Black, Sirius' brother, deciding that she would be okay to talk to him since he was her family. If she was willing to cut off all contact with the others, he was sure that Regulus wouldn't be able to talk her back down the path of becoming a Death Eater and wouldn't be able to make her feel the pressure to give in to her blood purity ideals. It was a risk, he knew, but he wanted her to have someone to talk to, even if it was a potentially bad person. Bellatrix was not surprised by the names, having previously assumed all of those wizards would be joining with Voldemort the moment they left Hogwarts. "And I was the Dark Lord's most powerful servant." "One of them, yes," Harry agreed with a slight nod of his head, inwardly amused by her ego needing to hear that. "I think Barty Crouch Jr. may have been more powerful, but you were certainly up there, unfortunately." "I see," Bellatrix murmured, looking down at the floor as she gathered her thoughts. She went silent for a few moments, not really knowing how to move forward, how to get beyond the butterflies of admitting how deeply she cared about him. Then, looking up at Harry, she gave him a small, sad smile. "I'm sorry I prevented you from becoming friends with your parents." "It's fine, no worries," Harry smiled, not wanting her to think that he regretted taking the time to be with her, rather than get to know his parents more. "It'll happen when it happens, Remus told me that." "Remus? The current one?" Bellatrix asked, wondering how he managed to befriend Remus without first becoming good friends with his father. "No," Harry shook his head in the negative, willing to divulge that he spoke to Remus through a diary. "The Remus from my own time left me a journal with his memories imprinted in it so I would have someone to talk to in the past. I write in it every so often, though I admit, I used to write a lot more than I do now, which I feel badly about." "Imprinted his memories?" Bellatrix whistled, thinking of the ways in which someone could imprint memories into an object. She knew that there were a few charms that could potentially do it, but she had never experimented with any of them as it never interested her before then. That's a fair bit of magic right there. Yes, it is, Harry agreed, not really understanding how it was done without creating a Horcrux. He knew that it was only Remus, memories and personality in the journal, not a piece of his soul, unlike Tom Riddle's journal. He was a great wizard in my time, he was very knowledgeable and skilled. Why don't you write in it as much anymore? Bellatrix inquired, truly intrigued in why he would stop writing. Was it because of her? Or was it because he was trying to distance himself from the future to which he knew he could never return? I don't really know, Harry shrugged, feeling a bit disappointed in himself because of it. I guess, as I became better friends with Zeno, Greta, Milton, Bertram, and Edgar, and became closer to you, I don't know. Bellatrix nodded in understanding, but did not reply. They stayed silent for a few moments, the conversation not coming as smoothly as they were used to, each lost in their own thoughts, seemingly pondering about what was to come for them. I guess you want to know what we were doing last night, Bellatrix said quietly, breaking the silence, knowing that it would be her that had to take the steps to allow the relationship to work since it was her issues that were holding them back. No, not really, Harry shook his head, really not wanting to hear about it. Whatever it was that she had been doing was in the past, and by bringing it up, he feared that his own dislike of the Slytherins would be channeled onto Bellatrix, therefore tainting his opinion of her, which was something he desperately wanted to avoid. I get that I can't be around those people anymore, but honestly, we were just teaching Mulciber how to duel so that he had a better chance in the tournament and the Slytherins would win, Bellatrix started, ignoring Harry and informing him what was transpiring in that classroom the night before. But I get that reading the Daily Prophet for stories about Voldemort isn't the best thing to do. Harry's eyes jumped to Bellatrix's as she said Voldemort's name out loud, a clear change from how she used to go about referencing Tom Riddle. I understand, he murmured, momentarily unable to talk, inwardly proud that she said the Dark Lord's name out loud. Your father is going to destroy him, so that should be fun to watch, Bellatrix joked, earning a laugh from Harry. You mentioned you were going to ask me to something yesterday, she inquired with a suggestive raise of her eyebrow, hoping that he still wanted to go to the wedding with her. Oh, that. Harry smiled coyly, giving a slight shrug of his shoulders. It was nothing, I just wanted to have the prettiest date at this small party that Edgar is having. Is that so? Bellatrix questioned in a neutral tone, not giving away her feelings on the matter one way or the other. You should get on that then, like right away. Would you like to be my date to Edgar's wedding? Harry asked as his gaze met her own, desiring for nothing more than to be accompanied to his best friend's wedding by Bellatrix. Sure, I would love to, Bellatrix nodded with a grin, inwardly more eager than she expected herself to be. When is it? The Saturday after Easter, Harry answered, realizing that it was a little less than 2 weeks away. He was excited for it, it would be both his first wedding and his first chance to experience how life would be outside of Hogwarts. Okay, Bellatrix said, accepting the invitation happily, pondering the things that she would need to do in order to prepare for it. I'll have to get some new robes for that. Why bother? Harry questioned sarcastically, running his gaze over what she was wearing. You'll still look pretty even in your old ratty ones, Harry joked with a smile, earning a playful slap on the arm from Bellatrix. None of my robes are ratty, Bellatrix hissed, narrowing her gaze at the wizard across from her. She slowly moved her hands towards her wand in a threatening manner, seeing what he would do. I know, Harry said, putting his hands up in defense, not wanting her to attack, fully aware that it would not end well for him. Your robes are the most elegant and graceful ones I've ever seen. Bellatrix gave him a smug smirk, happy that she got her way. What are you doing over break? Bellatrix inquired randomly, her countenance twisting into a pensive appearance. I'm not doing anything other than going to Edgar's wedding and his bachelor party the night prior, why? Harry responded, wondering what she had in mind. Did she want to get together with him and perhaps do something out of the ordinary? We're going to make good on that deal we made at Christmas, Bellatrix replied, earning a curious expression from Harry, though she did not expound on her idea any further. Bellatrix departed a few minutes later, leaving Harry alone in the room of requirement as he gathered his things. Once his bag was packed, he made his way out of the room, where he was unsurprised to see the tall, dark-haired wizard named Sirius Black leaning against the wall opposite to the door, seemingly waiting for him. "I figured I'd be seeing you eventually," Harry drawled, raising an eyebrow at the younger wizard, his future godfather. He gestured for Sirius to follow him as he walked down the hallway, having no real destination in mind, but knowing that a walk would do them some good. "I take it we should talk." "Sure," Sirius agreed, pushing himself off the wall and heading down the hall with Harry. While Sirius was a tad taller than Harry, it was only by an inch or so, making them both relatively the same size, which allowed them to talk like equals. "I'm glad you told me about what was going on last night," Harry started, as they walked around Hogwarts, the Grey Lady flying right by them. "I had no idea about it beforehand. They've been meeting like that a couple times a week for the past few weeks," Sirius said, having been looking into it in an effort to ascertain what it was they were doing for a while. It wasn't until the previous night that he finally felt confident enough to confront Harry about it, hoping that the wizard wouldn't immediately write him off as not believing of Bellatrix's ability to change but instead see that he was telling the truth about the matter. Even though they apparently weren't doing anything wrong, Harry said, filling Sirius in on the activities that the Slytherins partook in while they were in the classroom. Being around a bunch of future Death Eaters like that was something Bellatrix shouldn't have been doing. "Grimy gits, they are," Sirius muttered with a scowl, disgusted by their evil sense of humor and their repulsive views on blood purity. To him, they were hypocrites. After all, he was, to his chagrin, purer than nearly all of them, yet he wasn't going around touting his purity like they were, which just served as proof of their hypocrisy. "I've dealt with it," Harry said, truly believing that he had put an end to Bellatrix hanging around the Slytherins like she had been doing. While time would tell the truth, he knew that this was different, that Bellatrix had made her choice and would take the steps necessary to go through with that decision. "How so?" Sirius asked with a raised eyebrow, curious as to what Harry had done in regards to the problem. "She's made her choice," Harry replied, hoping that Sirius didn't fight him on the issue and see that things had changed. "She's going to be distancing herself from the Slytherins from now on." "And you trust that?" Sirius questioned, though his tone was neutral and did not betray his actual feelings on the matter. He had seen them both run out of the school the night before and not return, which he assumed was an important sign that something had happened. "I gave her the option to walk away, Sirius," Harry said honestly, seeing that Bellatrix made the decision to make it work, one that she would have not made unless she truly was willing to do what it would take to make it so. "She didn't. She came to me. She knew what she would have to do by choosing me, and yet, she still chose me. Together, along with Alfred and hopefully Andromeda in time, I'm positive we can keep her on this path." Sirius looked down at the floor for a moment, quietly thinking about what he heard, before flicking his eyes over to Harry. "You think?" Sirius inquired, not really sure how he felt on the issue. On one hand, it was preposterous to think that Bellatrix would actually take the steps necessary to do what Harry was saying, but on the other, Harry didn't seem like the kind of guy that would lie to him, which made him believe the wizard. "I told you if I saw something wrong, I'd step in. I did just that last night," Harry reminded him, hoping that the wizard would give him, and Bellatrix by proxy, the benefit of the doubt. "I took it to the next level and she responded positively." "Yeah," Sirius muttered in thought, inwardly contemplating everything that Harry was saying. Did he believe that Bellatrix could change? Could the witch that he knew since childhood to have twisted ideals on what made or did not make a wizard drop those ideals and see the truth so easily? Could she forget all that her parents had taught her growing up and evolve into a person that did the right thing? He wasn't sure that she could. Like I said, it's a process, and now we're further along in the process than we were a few days ago. "Help me help her, Sirius," Harry pleaded, knowing that he wouldn't be able to do it all by himself, fully aware that he would need help in the matter, including Sirius. Help her. Later that night, Harry made his way to the Great Hall for dinner, along with his Ravenclaw friends, Xenophilius Lovegood, Greta Catchlove, and Bertram Aubrey. As he sat at the long house table of Ravenclaw, his gaze moved around the Great Hall, observing who was there, trying to see if he could recognize anyone from the future like he usually did to pass the time while eating. Eventually, his line of sight moved over to the Slytherin table, where he did not see Bellatrix, who normally sat in roughly the same spot each night. Figuring that she was not hungry, he shrugged and started on his meal, feeling a bit peckish himself. Skipping breakfast the next day as was his routine, he went to herbology in the morning and then went to lunch afterwards, where he met Bertram and Xenophilius. As he made himself a sandwich and poured himself a drink, his gaze moved over to the Slytherin table once more, searching for Bellatrix, hoping to be able to wave hello to her. Confusingly, because he always saw her at lunch, she was not present at the table yet again, though Harry continued to think nothing of it, instead just deciding that she was too busy with her schoolwork and head girl duties to eat. With a shake of his head, Harry finished his sandwich, downed his glass of pumpkin juice, and headed off to his room, wanting to complete the herbology work that had been assigned to him earlier in the day. That night at dinner, again Bellatrix was a no-show, and Harry started to worry as a result. Deciding that he would give it one more day, he went back to his room that night and started on his transfiguration work for the next day. Like all nights of the full moon, he sat on the windowsill and looked out towards the grounds, not expecting to see his father or Sirius in their animagus forms, but putting himself in a position to see them anyway. Unfortunately, he did not see either, and as the clock neared midnight, Harry pulled himself off of the sill and went to sleep, intending on waking up early enough to get breakfast the next day. Harry Dumbledore, awake to eat eggs. Greta smiled the next morning as she watched Harry take a seat at the table across from her. "This is the first time I've seen you at breakfast since last year." "Yeah, I was hungry, what can I say?" Harry lied with a smile, his eyes drifting over to the Slytherin table. He scanned the full table, from the first years down to the 7th years, looking for one witch in particular, but not finding her in the mass of Slytherins. "You didn't see Bellatrix come or go, did you?" "Nope," Greta whispered in response, continuing to eat her breakfast, not thinking twice about Harry's question. She was well aware that Harry and Bellatrix were very close, and she figured Harry just wanted to speak to the Slytherin about something, rather than there being an issue between the pair. "Thanks," Harry said, pouring himself a glass of juice and taking a sip, wondering what was going on with Bellatrix. He wasn't very hungry so he didn't eat, but after finishing his juice, he got to his feet, said his goodbyes, and headed off to class, Bellatrix at the forefront of his mind. He was distracted through most of the class, but he luckily managed to pay enough attention to hear McGonagall describe how the Easter exam would take place that Friday. To complete their exam, the students were to successfully accomplish human-to-animal transfiguration with their partners that they had chosen at the beginning of the term, Bertram in Harry's case. If they received below an acceptable, they were to compose an essay over what they did wrong during the break, which McGonagall assured them would help them for their NEWT exams at the end of the year. Once class ended, Harry walked back up to his room and intended on taking a nap, feeling a bit tired because of his early start. Luckily, when he arrived, there was no one there, so he quietly took off his robes, threw on some more comfortable clothes, and jumped into bed. He pulled the curtains to his four-poster closed, and closed his eyes. While it took a few minutes to finally fall asleep, eventually his mind settled and he was able to drift off into dreamland for a couple of hours. Later that night, before he left for dinner, Harry popped open his trunk, reached into one of his locks and pulled out a folded piece of parchment. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he whispered with his wand pointed at the parchment, watching as it sprung to life with lines, bubbles, shapes, and words. His eyes skimmed over the map of Hogwarts, searching for one name in particular, hoping that it would be easy to find. He found it alone in what he knew to be in the school's dungeons, seemingly coming out of the Slytherin common room. He followed the dot, watching as it went by the great hall and proceeded to enter the kitchens, where it came to a stop in the center of the room, presumably at the table that was there. Quickly, Harry threw the map back into the trunk and closed the lid, rushed out of his room and the common room, and ran to the great hall, where he searched for Greta. She had just taken her seat, sitting alone at the end of the table, her other friends apparently not having arrived just yet, which was perfect for Harry. "Want to do me a favor?" Harry asked as he neared her, looking up at the bee-owned witch, hoping that she would be willing to help him just like he would help her if she needed it. "What is it?" Greta nodded, being more than happy to help Harry in whatever he needed. To her, Harry was one of her closest friends, a friend that had overtaken many of her friendships that had unfortunately fallen apart throughout her years at Hogwarts. "Get Milton and come with me," Harry replied, not informing her of anything else, but instead just hoping that she would be willing to do as he had asked without question for the time being. With a nod, Greta got up from the seat and walked over to the Hufflepuff table, whispered for Milton to get up and walked back over to Harry as he waited at the door. Once they were there, Harry gestured for them to follow him and the trio left the Great Hall as a result, heading down the stairs. As they walked, Harry took out his wand, summoned a Patronus, and then banished it, sending a message to Xenophilius, who was still up in the Ravenclaw Tower. "Where are we going?" Greta finally questioned, wondering what was up. While she had a general idea of where she was headed, she didn't know why they were going there when they could simply stay in the Great Hall. "To the kitchens to eat dinner down there tonight," Harry replied as they arrived in the cellar, which housed the Hogwarts kitchens. He stopped as they reached a portrait of a bowl of fruit, and he tickled the pear, which would open the portal that led to the kitchens. Bellatrix's back was facing them as they entered, so she did not see Harry or the others standing not 20 feet from the table in the center of the kitchen. "Can you give me a moment with her?" Harry whispered, earning a nod from both Greta and Milton, who understood what he was going to do and why they were down there. With an appreciative smile, he walked over to the table and took a seat next to Bellatrix, startling the witch a bit. Bellatrix stayed quiet for a second or two, just staring at him, before she questioned, "How did you know I was here?" Intuition, Harry smiled, bringing his arm around her shoulders and giving her a hug. "What are you doing here?" "Eating dinner," Bellatrix said, gesturing to the food in front of her, as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world. "By yourself?" Harry raised an eyebrow, earning a shrug from the witch. "You really think I'd let you eat alone?" Harry questioned rhetorically, turning and motioning for Greta and Milton to come join them, which they promptly did. "Hey Bellatrix," Greta smiled as she took a seat on the opposite side of the table, across from Harry. Bellatrix moved her gaze from Harry to the newcomers, surprised by their sudden appearance. "Evening," Milton waved, sitting next to Greta, his stomach grumbling in hunger a bit. He was just starting on his meal when Greta pulled him away from the table, so he was quite happy to finally be able to eat, regardless of where it had to take place. "What the?" Bellatrix said confusedly, furrowing her brows, wondering what they were there for as more food appeared on the table in front of them. "Sorry I'm late, I think I was attacked by a swarm of aquavirius maggots." Xenophilius arrived, sliding into the seat next to Harry. "I got away from them, though, so don't worry about them coming." He reached over and grabbed the plate of roasted half-chickens, taking one off for himself and placing it on the plate that had appeared in front of him. Everyone but Bellatrix began to dig in, while the witch simply sat there, staring around at the table in bewilderment. Then, as if he knew that she was having a difficult time processing what was happening, Harry wrapped his arm around her shoulders and gave her a gentle squeeze once more, smiling at her all the while. Bellatrix met his gaze, and Harry nodded to her, silently telling her apparently what she needed to hear. Shaking her head, Bellatrix returned to her food, quietly listening to the conversation for the rest of the night until it was time to leave. As Harry and Xenophilius went back to their room, Bertram was sitting on his bed, seemingly reading a book, while Gaspard and Derek were talking quietly on the windowsill, watching the grounds. Harry readied himself for bed, changing into more comfortable clothes and then walked over to his trunk in order to grab a book. "Merlin's beard," Bertram suddenly exclaimed, earning the attention of everyone in the room. "What is it?" Harry questioned worriedly, hoping that there wasn't anything wrong. "What?" Bertram said confusedly, and upon realizing that he had said that out loud, shook his head in the negative. "Nothing, sorry, I didn't mean to say that so loudly," he said, everyone returning to whatever they had been doing before the interruption. "So in the habit of exclaiming Merlin's beard randomly now, are you?" Harry grinned, as he jumped into his bed with a Transfiguration book, intending on studying up for his Transfiguration exam that was to take place at the end of the week. "It's an affliction that I can't seem to break," Bertram smiled sarcastically, earning a laugh from Harry. The pair went silent for a few minutes, but then Harry looked over to Bertram, his brows furrowed. "I have a question for you," Harry said, looking over to the wizard as the name Merlin jumped to his mind. "When you grew up, did you grow up with Muggle tales of Merlin or did your parents tell you mainly magical stories from Beedle the Bard and Beatrix Bloxam?" "Me? Yeah," Bertram nodded in the affirmative, recalling the stories that he heard as a child. My mother is a half-blood, so I have a few Muggle relatives that would tell me what they knew about Merlin. What did they say? Harry inquired, wondering if they had heard the same tales growing up in the Muggle world. While he was never told stories from his aunt and uncle, he had heard of Merlin and King Arthur when he was in primary school from a few of his teachers, whom told him tales of magic and adventure that he would never forget. That he was a wizard of King Arthur, whose father was a demon, and that he lived his life in reverse, Bertram replied with a shrug, not seeing that much of a difference between the Muggle story and what he knew about the real Merlin. Other than that, it's the same as the wizarding world. That's right, Muggle myth does include that he's half demon. What's that called again? Harry asked, trying to remember the term, though coming up blank. A cambion, Bertram said distractedly, looking back down at his book. Did you not eat dinner tonight? No, I did, I just ate in the kitchens, Harry answered, flipping the page of his Transfiguration book. I see, Bertram nodded with a frown, a tad hurt that Harry hadn't invited him along with them. The next day found Harry sitting in his charms classroom. It was the last class before Easter exams, which were to take place in only a few days' time. There was no lecture that day, instead the class was spent with the students all asking questions, learning whatever they needed to know in order to be secure in their knowledge on the subject. Harry doodled on a piece of parchment all the while, not really interested in hearing about the charms that the other students were going to perform, instead simply wanting to focus on his own charm. As the class came to an end, Harry heard Flitwick call out his name, so after gathering his things, he walked up to the head of the class with a questioning look on his face. You wanted to see me, Professor? Yes, to make up for not being able to answer your questions last week. Flitwick squeaked, wanting to show Harry that he always made time for his students and the week prior was an aberration. I believe you wanted to ask about your future prospects, if I'm not so mistaken. Yeah, I just had one question, Harry nodded, remembering what he wanted to ask the former duelist. The dueling career, how does it work exactly? It depends on what league you're in, if you're an individual or on a team, and what your ranking is. There are tournaments around Europe, and a world tournament, that decides a person's ranking. Flitwick lectured, recalling his days as a duelist and how he would travel across the world in order to compete in the duels. Likewise, there are small tournaments around both this country and all of Europe that happen every couple of months, which award galleons and other prizes to the winners. Depending on the circuit, the higher your rank, the bigger the chance of being challenged to duel, with your ranking on the line. In other words, the world's #1 ranked duelist is challenged all the time basically. Like boxing? Harry questioned, inwardly wondering if the structure of the sport was similar to Muggle boxing, where a champion would be challenged for their belt every few months or so. Is that a Muggle sport? Flitwick questioned, recognizing the word in passing. Seeing Harry's agree with him that it was a Muggle sport, he nodded his assent. While I'm not definitive on the comparison, yes, I believe it is. Flitwick answered as best as he could, having been raised in the wizarding world and not having much experience with many Muggle practices. While he liked Muggles and was not prejudiced against them, he enjoyed wizarding sports much more than Muggle ones. I was a duelist back in my younger years, so I can introduce you to that world if you're interested. Feel free to come to my office if you have any specific questions on which league you should join, my door is always open. Thank you, Professor. Harry nodded with a smile, before heading to the door. I'll certainly think more about it. Have a nice day. No problem, Harry, same to you. Come to me anytime. Flitwick grinned, watching as the younger wizard exited the classroom. Harry walked down the hall with a pensive expression on his face. He was interested in a dueling career, something that would allow him to use his magic in a fun atmosphere, while also staying true to his talents. Besides being a teacher, there really weren't many careers that allowed him to do that without making him feel as if he was fighting for his life on a daily basis. However, he also knew that he would not be pursuing a career until after Voldemort was stopped, instead intending on using the gold he had left in his vault in Gringotts to fund him for the foreseeable future. He didn't know how long it would last, and he knew it probably wouldn't be that long, but he knew that it would be worth it in the end when the country was freed from Voldemort's evilness. An hour later found Harry, Greta, and Xenophilius walking into the kitchens to meet Bellatrix for dinner. The elves bustled all around, welcoming them with large smiles and walking them to the table that was in the center of the room. Just as they sat down, the portrait swung open and Bellatrix entered, making her way towards them where she took her seat next to Harry and across from Xenophilius, completing the small table. They were piling food onto their respective plates when their gaze turned towards the portrait, where it opened once more to reveal a tall, handsome boy with long black hair making his way into the kitchens. "What is he doing here?" Bellatrix questioned, looking over to Harry, assuming he had something to do with it. While she was okay with eating her dinner with Harry's friends and away from the Slytherin house, she didn't want to feel forced to eat with Sirius, whose company she did not enjoy all too much. "I don't know, I swear," Harry whispered, hiding the smile that was trying to take shape on his face. He assumed that this was Sirius' way in taking the effort to help Bellatrix, something that the wizard said he wasn't entirely sure if he would be willing to do just a few nights prior. Then, standing up, he welcomed Sirius with a gesture as he neared them. "Sirius, good to see you. How are you?" "I'm good," Sirius said, walking over to the small group and giving them a once-over with his gray gaze. "What are you guys doing here?" "Having dinner," Harry said with a jovial smile, not hiding his appreciation of Sirius showing up any longer. "Why don't you join us?" Harry proposed, making Bellatrix's eyes go wide, seemingly angered by Harry's offer. "Okay," Sirius replied tentatively, sitting down next to Greta and across from Harry. "You know Greta, right?" Harry asked quizzically, which earned a nod and a smile of affirmation from Sirius. "And this is Xenophilius Lovegood." "Pleasure," Zeno said, wiping his right hand on his robes and holding it out for Sirius to shake. "It's all mine," Sirius replied, shaking Zeno's hand without problem, seemingly not worrying about how dirty it was. "I was wondering where you were during mealtime." "We weren't trying to hide," Harry answered, knowing full well that the kitchens were on the Marauders' map, allowing Sirius to scope them out at any given time. He watched as Sirius piled some food onto his plate and started to eat, apparently hungrier than anyone else at the table. Except from the Slytherins, Sirius returned astutely once he swallowed, his gray gaze flicking over to Bellatrix, who was staring down at her food, pushing it around her plate with her fork. Bellatrix's head jerked up at that, her face morphing into a scowl. "Is there a problem with that?" Bellatrix hissed in response, meeting his gaze, not giving him the satisfaction of thinking she wouldn't fight back. "That you're not around those dodgy mongers," Sirius said before taking a bite of chicken, taking his time to chew it before continuing with what he was saying. "Not at all, it's nearly unbearable to be close to them in the Great Hall." They went silent for a few moments, an uncomfortable quietness overcoming the group. "I take it you two don't like each other all too much," Greta opined, looking between Sirius and Bellatrix as the pair ate their dinner. "Just family problems," Sirius answered with a shrug, not really thinking much of it. To him, if Bellatrix truly was willing to change, truly was trying to distance herself from her negative influences, then he was willing to help her, but that didn't mean they were always going to get along, just like most families. In her eyes, I'm a pretentious do-gooder rebel that thinks I'm better than her because I'm not a Slytherin and I don't hold the familial ideals. And I'm an arrogant, cold-hearted, and downright wicked witch that would do anything to get power in his mind, Bellatrix added, having a full understanding of what Sirius thought about her. "And they're both wrong," Harry grinned, not at all angry with what Sirius or Bellatrix said about the other. It was probably true on some levels. As I am sure they will both see over time. Under the table, Harry reached and took Bellatrix's hand in his own and gave it a gentle squeeze of assurance, hoping to show her that he was there for her no matter who it was that she was fighting. Greta nodded in understanding, seeing in Harry's eyes that it was probably best to just go with it and not think anything of the pair's dislike of one another. "So what is everybody doing over the break?" Greta asked, hoping to make some light conversation and ease the tension that had formed. "Going to Edgar's wedding like you are," Xenophilius replied confusedly, not understanding how Greta forgot about the wedding. "You're going to the wedding every single day," Greta said with a laugh, rolling her eyes in amusement at Xenophilius' answer. "Oh," Xenophilius nodded, returning to his food, unembarrassed by his foolish response. "Master Dumbledore," a squeaky voice said from behind Harry before anyone else could answer Greta's question, making the wizard turn to see who it was. Harry's gaze was met with the large green, pear-shaped eyes of a house elf, one that he had become familiar with over the last few months. "Bustle." Harry smiled down at the elf, happy to see his short friend. You told Bustle to say hi if Bustle ever saw you, so Bustle followed your orders, Bustle said proudly, holding his chest outwards as if he had accomplished a great thing. I said if you ever want to say hi, not that you had to say hi to me on command, Bustle. Harry laughed, realizing that he should have been more clear in what he said so Bustle didn't take it the wrong way. But hi Bustle, how are you? Bustle is doing well, sir, and how is Master? Bustle replied, staring up at Harry with wide, innocent eyes. It's Harry, Bustle, Harry corrected, feeling a bit unnerved by Bustle calling him Master. I am doing great, thank you. Then, looking at the rest of the group, whom all had various looks of amusement on their faces, he gestured to his friends. I want you to meet some people, Bustle. Master Harry is introducing Bustle to his friends. Bustle yelled out happily, thrilled that Harry wanted to talk to him more. Harry squirmed at the mention of Master once more, but since Bustle had added the Harry, he was okay with it for the time being. Eventually he would get the house elf to stop. This is Greta and Xenophilius, Harry said, pointing towards the witch and wizard respectively. And these two are blacks, Sirius and Bellatrix, they are cousins to your former master. Former master? Sirius asked with a confused look on his face, not knowing which member of the black family Harry was referencing. There were a lot of blacks with house elves, though most of the members of the family beheaded the elves, rather than set them free, which made Bustle's freedom quite curious in Sirius' mind. He was Lycoris elf, Bellatrix informed him, turning her attention from Bustle to Sirius for a moment. Sirius furrowed his brows at what Bellatrix had said, apparently surprised by that revelation. Bustle is so happy to meet good blacks like his master was. Bustle said cheerfully, bowing deeply to Sirius and Bellatrix as a sign of respect. Bustle hasn't spoken to a black in a long time. Ah, thanks, Sirius replied politely, a bit perplexed by Bustle's comments. Lycoris was a good black. How come he never knew about that? He had checked the family tapestry a few times before he left for good, but he knew for a fact that Lycoris' name was still there and that it hadn't been burned off like Andromeda's, Alfred's, his own, or the few other blacks that had angered the family in some form or another. Instead, like all the other blacks, Lycoris was still on there in bright lettering for all to see. Bustle's sorry, but he must get back to cleaning now, sir, Bustle said, looking over to Harry, clearly disappointed that he couldn't stay longer. It's okay, Bustle, I understand, Harry nodded, putting his hand on Bustle's shoulder. I'll see you soon, right? Yes, Bustle chirped, before bowing and walking back over to the other elves, presumably to resume his work. Sorry, Xenophilius, but I think Bustle is Harry's best friend, Greta teased with a grin, having watched the interaction interestedly. She knew from her experience that very few wizards in the wizarding world took time to talk to an elf, let alone speak to the elf with such respect that Harry had done with Bustle, so to see Harry do it filled her with even more respect for him than she had before. I think you're right, Bellatrix agreed, elbowing Harry gently in the ribs. Harry rolled his eyes and stuck his tongue out at Bellatrix, before giving her a wide grin when she just stared right back at him, challenging him to prove her wrong. Exactly, she said, making everyone at the table laugh. A half an hour or so later, Bellatrix was leaving the kitchens in order to go to her monthly head boy and girl meeting with the headmaster. Harry finished up his own dinner, eating chocolate pudding for dessert, before rising from the table and walking out with everyone. So why didn't you eat dinner with James and the rest tonight? Harry questioned after he and Sirius said goodbye to Greta and Xenophilius. James is a little peeved with me at the moment, Sirius laughed, though it wasn't as happy of a laugh as it normally would be. Instead, it had a hint of awkwardness in it, as if Sirius was uncomfortable with the situation, though Harry did not know why. Why is that? Harry asked, wondering what was wrong between the two good friends. I played a joke on Snape a few days ago that he didn't approve, Sirius answered with a shrug, seemingly disinterested in talking about it. What was the joke? Harry inquired, curious as to what kind of joke would make his father angry enough to not speak to Sirius for a couple of days. From what he knew about the pair, they were inseparable and found ways to always be in contact with one another when they weren't together, so to hear that they weren't talking to each other was surprising to Harry. It was stupid, I admit that, Sirius sighed, shaking his head, not wanting to reveal the prank. Harry shifted his gaze over to the younger wizard as they walked, having a pensive expression on his face all the while. He thought he knew what trick it was that Sirius was talking about. He thought it was telling Snape how to enter the tunnel under the Whomping Willow on the night of the full moon that he had heard about from Sirius in his own time, though he couldn't know for sure since he had no idea what year in Hogwarts that had actually happened. Yeah, well, Harry started with a shrug, not knowing what to say with such little information. I'm sure he'll get over it eventually. He better hurry then. Sirius laughed loudly, seeing the humor in the situation. I'm spending Easter with him and his folks. Yeah, that's cutting it kind of tight. Harry grinned, hoping it all worked out quickly enough, not wanting Sirius or his father to be upset at the other. If you want to get away from him over break, feel free to email me. I'd be willing to meet up. Thanks, Sirius nodded, appreciating the gesture from Harry. I'll be sure to do that, he said, not knowing if he would take Harry up on the offer, but keeping it as an option in case things didn't go as he planned. See you, Sirius, Harry said as he started to walk down the hall, heading towards the entrance to Dumbledore's office, knowing that the Gryffindor tower was in the opposite direction. By Dumbledore, Sirius waved, turning around and heading towards the staircase that would bring him up to the portrait of the Fat Lady. Harry arrived at Dumbledore's office just as Frank and Bellatrix were exiting. After talking with Frank for a few moments, and receiving a wink from Bellatrix, Harry walked up the stairs and gave a knock on the wooden door. He heard the muffled response and opened the door, entering the office and closing the door behind him. Hello, sir, Harry said as he took a seat in his usual chair, across from the Great Wizard. Harry, welcome, welcome, Dumbledore smiled, happy to see the younger wizard. I hope this doesn't take you out of your studying too much. No, don't worry, Harry replied, waving Dumbledore's fears off. I needed the break anyway. Well, to make sure that doesn't happen, I was hoping to keep tonight shorter than many of our other nights have been in the past, Dumbledore said, not wanting to take Harry away from his schoolwork at such a critical time. It was almost over for Harry, and what he learned now would be quite important to his future, serving as the foundation of his career prospects. That's fine, Harry agreed, guessing that Dumbledore wouldn't relent on the matter. I guess I'll be learning that magic next time after break then, he suggested to the headmaster with a smile, making sure Dumbledore remembered his promise. Of course, Dumbledore returned with a nod, willing to teach Harry whatever the boy wanted to learn. If that's the case, then how about we just talk about something that's been on my mind over the past few days? Harry recommended, having a few questions running through his brain that he wanted to see if the headmaster could answer. What is that? Dumbledore inquired curiously, hopeful for another productive and interesting conversation. He used his time with Harry to settle his mind, to have some fun in his life, which was mostly spent leading the Order of the Phoenix and preventing Voldemort from gaining more power, which was highly stressful, even for him. The other Merlin, Harry answered, furrowing his brows as he spoke, his voice quiet. According to Muggle myth and legend, Merlin was a cambion. A cambion? A what now? Dumbledore questioned, not recognizing the term as something he had ever come across. While he was better read than many in the world, he was not all-knowing, and some forms of knowledge he was ignorant on as much as anyone else. A cambion, you know, a half-demon, it's a half-incubus, half-mortal person, sir, Harry replied, filling Dumbledore in on what the word meant. It's a term from Muggle myth. Merlin's father was an incubus, and his mother was a human or a witch, more likely. Is that incorporated into Muggle myth? I never knew that, thank you, Dumbledore shrugged, happy to have learned something new from Harry. After all, in his opinion it was when a person stopped learning that a person stopped living. Really? Harry surprised by that, having always presumed there wasn't much that Dumbledore didn't know. You may not be able to answer, but I was wondering, which Merlin was a half-something to elicit the myth. Was it Merlin or Muradin? You're right. I don't know as what little we know about each Merlin does not go into detail of their parentage. However, if I had to make a guess, if that one really did come from truth rather than just a later fabrication, I would say that it was Muradin who was what you call a cambion, Dumbledore supposed, not knowing one way or the other, but taking an educated guess based upon what he knew about both of the wizards. I assume it was him because when he lived, in the early 6th century, the world was very different and legend has it that male Vela-like beings were still around Great Britain. They were the incubi from myth, before being slaughtered for bedding the wives of nobility in continental Europe, and were forced to retreat to Great Britain for safety only to be slaughtered once more after arriving. That would actually make the title of Prince of Enchanters work for both Merlins if Merlin was a half Cambion, or rather half Incubi, which as you know from the Velas, could enchant people. Plus, while we know very little about the later Merlin, we know even less about Merlin. Harry raised an eyebrow at what Dumbledore had said, surprised by the fact that there were once male Vela. As far as he knew, all Vela were female, and any male born to a Vela or a part Vela was simply a wizard. Male Vela. I had no idea they even existed. They were akin to male Vela, but they don't exist anymore, Dumbledore corrected, making sure he was truthful in his statements. Ancient texts show that there were more wonderful creatures and beings in the world than what we know to exist today, but they were hunted out of existence, unfortunately. It's a shame to see so many precious and wondrous animals and beings taken from this world. That is a shame, Harry agreed, having witnessed firsthand the cruelty that people held towards animals during his third year, when the Malfoys went on a vendetta to have Buckbeak killed just because Draco approached him in a perceived threatening manner and Buckbeak reacted to protect himself. So what about Merlin? What else do you know about his life, if anything? Harry asked interestedly, fascinated at the fact that Merlin was potentially the son of a male Vela. Dumbledore shook his head, and said, just that he was counsel to the people, whether they were commoners or kings, a seer, a magizoologist, and a potion maker, who once helped a warlord trick a wife of a duke into sleeping with him by creating a potion that could change his appearance into that of her husband. Through various evolutions that would come later, that potion eventually became what we know as the Polyjuice Potion. King Arthur's birth, Harry opined, recognizing the story from the Merlin of myth. What are the chances that the two similar stories weren't one and the same? Or the person who inspired the stories of King Arthur? Dumbledore nodded, realizing that was the more likely scenario. It was very doubtful that an actual man named Arthur Pendragon did all the deeds that King Arthur was said to have done. Rather, it was probably just a story based upon a particularly great king, or many great kings amalgamated into one, that was magnified for legend, but the actual king was not as great as Arthur was portrayed. Interesting, Harry whispered, thinking over what he knew about Merlin. It was fascinating to him, having a name that many people used on a daily basis but not knowing anything about the namesake, a fact that showed just how uninterested most of the wizarding world was in learning more about magic after they left Hogwarts. The only thing else I know about either Merlin is that Merlin Ambrose, the Hogwarts one, was, as legend has it, the firstborn child of the new millennium, being born at the stroke of midnight on January 1, 1000. Dumbledore sighed, realizing his knowledge on the subject had just reached its end. Whatever else Harry said on the matter would be new territory for him. Wouldn't 1001 be the first year of the millennium? Harry questioned back, raising his eyebrow all the while. Dumbledore smiled at that, recognizing the old debate of when a century or a millennium actually starts. Since there was no year zero, people couldn't help but question whether the year 1000 was the last year of the first millennium or the first year of the second. I'm fairly certain that's an argument that will never be finished. Either way, that's a pretty cool legend, Harry murmured, believing it to be pretty special to be the firstborn in the century. After all, how many in history could say that they were the firstborn of a brand new age? Then, recalling that the Norman invasion took place in 1066, he said, so he was 66 when he was imprisoned in the cave by Nimue. Yes, he accomplished a lot for being relatively so young, no? Dumbledore opined, truly impressed by Merlin's magical deeds. Many people took a lifetime to achieve one thing as great as Merlin had, yet the wizard was able to accomplish dozens of deeds that would allow any other wizard to stake a claim of fame. Obviously he did, yes, Harry nodded, but then furrowed his brow, wanting to compare Dumbledore to Merlin at the same age. But how much had you accomplished by that age? If you want me to answer honestly, Dumbledore said with a mischievous tone to his voice, allowing himself to partake in an honest conversation about his achievements. I was nearing the same age when I confronted the dark wizard Grindelwald and became known as the wizard that many think of me as being. The greatest in the world, Harry added with an amused expression on his face, admiring Dumbledore's humility. You were 65, nearing 66 when the duel happened? Harry asked, quickly doing the math in his mind, trying to figure out when Dumbledore was born. That means you were born in 1879. I had just turned 64 at the time, I was born on August 11, 1881, Dumbledore informed him, revealing that he was much younger than Harry had believed him to be up until that point in time. To Harry, Dumbledore was older than a mere 96 years, closer to 150 years old, but still someone who would never be as old as his wisdom implied him to be. "You're almost exactly a century older than me," Harry smiled, quipping how much older Dumbledore was to him. "Not anymore, I'm not," Dumbledore laughed, shaking his head in the negative. "If you recall, you're now born in 1959. He teased, making the point that Harry now had a new birth date than he did in his own time. "Touché," Harry said while shaking his head in amusement, a jolly look on his face all the while. "Either way, 50 to 90 is the prime of a wizard or a witch, where your magic, your mind, and your body are at their strongest. It's a good age," Dumbledore opined, his gaze looking over to the various knickknacks that he had around the office, keepsakes and objects he had gathered throughout his long lifetime. "I look forward to experiencing it," Harry said quietly as he rose to his feet, remembering that Dumbledore wanted to keep the night short. "Don't look forward to it too much, enjoy your youthfulness," Dumbledore replied, recalling the fond memories he created in his youth working alongside Nicholas Flamel, experiences that he wouldn't trade for the world. "I will. Good night, Professor, I'll see you after the break," Harry said, turning and walking away from the older wizard. "Good luck on your exams, Harry," Dumbledore responded, watching as Harry made his way to the door. "Have a great holiday." "Thank you, sir, I wish you the same," Harry nodded, before turning the knob, opening the door, and stepping out onto the stairway. Just as Harry exited the room, Dumbledore rose from his seat and walked through the portal to his personal chamber, never seeing the portrait of an old headmaster walk out of his own portrait in an effort to chase down the wizard that had just left the office. Harry closed the office door behind him, before walking down the stairs to the hallway below. He slowly made his way towards the Ravenclaw common room, not in any particular hurry, knowing that most of his friends would be studying for the entirety of the night. "Harry," a voice called weakly after the wizard as he walked by a portrait of an 16th century vampire. "Who's there?" Harry questioned, looking all around him but not seeing anybody. "Hello," he said more loudly, wondering if it was a ghost that called out to him. He remembered one time hearing a voice say his name when he first arrived in the past, but when he awoke from his nap, no one was there and he briefly wondered whether this was the same situation. "Over here," said the same voice from before, earning Harry's attention and drawing his gaze to the portrait hanging on the wall. He saw that the voice was of a wizard, who was ancient and clever-looking with long brown robes and amber eyes. "You're one of the headmasters," Harry exclaimed, recognizing the man from a few weeks prior when he spoke up for the first time about Merlin. "Yes, Canute Neen, Hogwarts' 7th headmaster," former headmaster Neen said, introducing himself once more while bowing slightly. "How can I help you?" Harry inquired, wondering what he owed this visit for since it wasn't every day that an ancient headmaster tracked him down in the halls. "Help me? Oh, no, my dear boy, I came to help you," Neen corrected in amusement, before his countenance became more serious. Harry gave Neen a confused look, not understanding what the wizard could do for him. "How so?" he questioned, taking a step closer to the portrait in order to better hear him. "Last week, Albus only told you half the story about the Norman invasion and the changes that it had on the British wizarding world," Canute Neen started, exiting the vampire portrait he was in and taking his place inside a portrait next to it of a witch from the 1300s, whom seemed to have had willingly moved aside so the man could talk. "I thought he would continue with it tonight, but he didn't and I noticed that you were interested in it, so I wanted to fill in the rest." "What did he leave out?" Harry questioned curiously, wondering what could be so important about the story that Neen would catch up to Harry on his own accord. "There's more to the story of William's invasion when it comes to the wizarding world," Neen started, wanting to inform Harry on the profound effect that the invasion had on the country, effects that lasted even to the day. When invading England, William brought with him a score of wizards, each powerful and desiring the gifts promised to them by William in return of their services. His group included Armand Malfoy, the leader of the wizarding contingent, Vivian Nimue, Hugh Rosier, Bruce Aubry, Vernon Avery, Harold de Lapin, Leverett de Lapin, Aveline Hewitt, Risalgal Lestrange, Algernon Tancred, Corbe Lenormand, Joyce Debonair, Henry Fortescue, Gervais Barnard, Eustache Le Heretique, Melisande Prince, Edouard de Gaunt, Aimory Lessermisher, Ranulph Le Renard, and William Peverell, whom King William had taken as his personal liaison between him and the wizard kind. While some, admittedly, joined out of some form of loyalty to their duke and had no evil intent in their battle, most just showed a sorry display of greed, willingly killing their own kind just to receive the riches they so thoroughly desired. Harry went over the names, unsurprised that some were the surnames of many Death Eaters, whom apparently had not diverged from the ways of their ancestors in the past. Malfoy, Avery, Rosier, Lestrange were all names of Death Eaters that he knew from personal experience, each of whom he imagined were descendants of the ones alluded to that showed a sorry display of greed by joining William in the invasion. Meanwhile, he had no idea about some of the other names like Tancred and Debonair and Lessermisher, surnames that he had never seen in any book, which made him assume that they were ones that returned to Norman after the conquest and played more of a role in the French wizarding society, rather than the English one. Other names stuck out to him as well for different reasons, such as Henry Fortescue, whose descendants he imagined would become the Fortescue family since the name was the same. Bruce Aubrey was another name that made Harry raise an eyebrow, instinctively wondering if he was of any relation to his friend, Bertram Aubrey. Lapin was also a name that intrigued him, remembering that there was once a Lisette de Lapin in France during the 15th century, the witch that many think served as the inspiration for the Babbity Rabbity character in Beetle the Bard's story. The final name that he couldn't help but be intrigued by was William Peverell, whom through his research, he had come to find out had brought the Peverell name to England with him and had started the Peverell family that would one day include the three brothers of Deathly Hallow lore. The ironic thing is that some of them weren't even Norman, only 10 or so of them were, Neen said, grabbing Harry's attention once more. That's where the real shame is, they were willing to kill their kind for a king they wouldn't even be ruled by. What do you mean? Harry questioned, shaking out of his thought-induced stupor. The others were French, but Resolgal Lestrange was a Moorish wizard, not a Norman one, Neen answered, trying to recall as much as he could. He didn't know as much as his former self did when he was alive, but he knew enough that he could get by. He had been paid by someone in the Norman High Society to teach the other Norman wizard kind a specific spell, a spell so evil that barely anyone in Britain at the time had ever heard of it or dreamed of it, bar the founders and one other, that other. Merlin himself. What was the spell? Harry questioned back curiously, having no idea what spell the former headmaster could be referencing. Obviously it was a curse since it was evil, but it couldn't be a curse that Harry knew, could it? One that you now know of is the killing curse, Neen answered solemnly, having seen the evil of the spell firsthand. He witnessed many deaths that were caused by the green light of the curse, and understood that many witches and wizards fell to their deaths because they were ignorant of its abilities and didn't know that it couldn't be stopped by a shield charm. Resolgal Lestrange brought that over. Harry scowled, thinking back to what he learned from Professor Moonshine's lecture on the killing curse, which agreed with Neen's assessment that it was the Norman invasion that brought along that perverse magic into Great Britain. They called him the Strange One because his practices and spells were different than the other Normans in French, hence the moniker being taken as a surname. Anyway, he taught them a few things that he learned in his homeland in northern Africa, and came over with them, knowing that he would have a chance for eternal riches if he did. Neen finished with a sigh, not really comprehending how a wizard could sell out another wizard for material gain. To him, all wizards were wizards and no one should be fighting another wizard. How do you know all this? Harry asked, having a sinking suspicion that this was first-hand knowledge and not something that Neen learned through speaking with others about it. I was at the battle, I fought alongside my comrades in defending the land, Neen replied, confirming Harry's beliefs. It wasn't until after the invasion did I become the headmaster. Seeing an opportunity to gather much-needed information, Harry bit his lip, wondering if he could be so lucky. William Peverell, do you have any more information on him? No, but I know someone who would. Follow me, Neen said, exiting the portrait he was in and walking through the following ones, with Harry keeping his eyes on the former headmaster as he went. They walked and walked, up levels and down halls, passing by numerous portraits that seemed like they were as old as Hogwarts itself. Finally, they arrived at a large frame that had a desk and a fireplace with a roaring fire, but no occupant. He's not here it seems, Neen sighed, disappointed that he wouldn't be able to continue the conversation with Harry. Who is it? Harry questioned, having never seen that portrait before as it was in an area of Hogwarts he rarely traversed. Elmar Prince, Neen replied distractedly, looking around the area in an effort to find his friend. He knew that sometimes Elmar liked to go and talk to his old friends in other parts of the castle, and he wondered if that was the situation in this case. Harry's mind immediately jumped at the prince name, wondering if it was any relation to the various members of the Prince family that he had read in his efforts to research the Deathly Hallows. Where is he? He probably went to go and visit a friend, but got lost and can't find his way back to his portrait, Neen said in a serious tone, making Harry wonder whether it was a joke or not. That, or he fell asleep in one of his other portraits and has not woken up yet, which is common at our age. I'll keep my eye out for him, but if anyone has the information you seek, it would be him. Thank you so much, Professor, Harry said politely, thankful for the help that the old wizard had given him. I'll be sure to keep you informed if I see him in his portrait in the future. With that, Harry turned and walked back to the Ravenclaw common room, hoping that he would get to speak with Elmar Prince one day in the future. Eventually, it was Friday, the last day of classes before Easter break. For many, it involved Easter exams for all courses, which would only take about a half an hour to an hour for each course. Since Harry was only enrolled in 5 classes, he could complete his exams in a single day, while some others had started to take them the day prior due to their course load. Plus, since herbology did not have an Easter exam, Harry had some extra time to study for defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, potions, and what would be the hardest of them all, charms. He still had yet to complete the Protean charm satisfactorily, but he hoped having the adrenaline of the exam running through him would help him a bit and allow him to transcend his limits just enough to get a high grade. After passing the 10-question exam for defense against the dark arts, meeting expectations in transfiguring Bertram into a raven for transfiguration, in being transfigured into an acceptable horse by Bertram in return, and concocting a passable draft of living death for potions, Harry found himself standing in front of Professor Flitwick in his charms class, all set to try the Protean charm, already having 2 fake galleons in front of him. He gripped his wand, ran it over the galleons, and muttered, Proteus Mercury. Both of the coins glowed white for a second, before they dimmed down and returned to their natural state. He picked up one of the galleons and touched the tip of his wand down onto the other, hoping that it would feel warm to the touch. While it didn't happen as quickly as he expected, eventually the coin in his hand did indeed burn white hot, signaling that he had correctly performed the spell, albeit not perfectly. Satisfied with his attempt, he took a step back from his work and allowed Flitwick to study it, holding his breath all the while. Flitwick ran his gaze over the 2 galleons, poking at it with his wand as he muttered some unknown spell. He picked both of the galleons up into his hands and brought them closer to his eyes in an effort to make sure they appeared just as normal galleons, before placing them back down on the desk. It needs some work, but it exceeds expectations, Flitwick nodded approvingly, okay with the attempt from Harry. You have work to do for your NEWT exam, so be sure to relax during your break so you're ready to study hard for the next few months when you come back, okay? Thank you. Harry grinned, thrilled that he had received a passing grade, even if it wasn't perfect. Have a nice holiday, Flitwick smiled, turning around and walking over to his desk, before calling out the next student to come and take the exam. Still feeling the joy of his success, Harry rushed out of the room wearing his large grin, bouncing through the hallways and up the stairs until he reached his bedroom in the Ravenclaw Tower. Once he arrived, he placed his bag down next to his bed and fell on top of it, bringing his hands up behind his head as he relaxed for a bit. How'd you do? Gaspard asked, staring at Harry interestedly as he practiced his charm on his own bed on the opposite side of the room. I got an exceeded expectations, Harry chirped happily, not at all perturbed by not receiving an outstanding. Unlike many of the other Ravenclaws, who ruthlessly tried to attain the perfect grade, Harry was wholly willing to accept whatever grade he received, so long as he knew that he had tried his hardest, which he did during the charms exam. Nice, congratulations, Gaspard smiled, impressed by Harry's accomplishment, knowing that the Protean charm was a difficult one to perform and anything better than acceptable was quite an achievement for most people. I hope I get the same. You'll get better than that, don't be modest, Harry replied, feeling that it was probably true and that Gaspard would indeed get an outstanding. When are you going? I figure I have about 15 minutes before I start heading down there, Gaspard said with a shrug, before sighing and placing his book on his bed, done practicing for the time being. Gaspard left a few minutes after that, leaving only Harry and Bertram in the room. Seeing the time, Harry got up from his bed and started to pack his things up in an effort to be ready for the train ride to London. Bertram watched Harry for a few moments, inwardly trying to muster the courage to say what he wanted to say. "Harry, can I ask you something?" Bertram finally questioned, looking away from Harry as the wizard started to change out of his robes. "What's up?" Harry asked back, pausing for a moment. He looked over to Bertram and immediately noticed that the boy had a strange look on his face, one that showed a bit of intimidation. Bertram opened and closed his mouth a few times, struggling to find the words, but none came. Then, deciding to just be blunt, he said, "Are we going to be friends after Hogwarts?" "Sure, why wouldn't we?" Harry replied confusedly, not understanding where that question was coming from. He thought of Bertram as a friend, of course he would continue to be friends with him once they left Hogwarts. "Because we haven't seen each other outside of Hogwarts ever," Bertram said quietly, saddened by that realization. While he had seen Gaspard, Derek, and a couple of other Hogwarts acquaintances, he had yet to see Harry, which to him pointed to them losing touch once school was over. "I didn't know you wanted to hang out," Harry answered honestly, having never been approached by Bertram before then. "I thought you were better friends with Gaspard and Derek." "No," Bertram shook his head in the negative, not really being close to the other occupants of their room going on a few years. "We're friends, but they think I'm an idiot deep down inside, so they stick with each other more often than not." "They're crazy," Harry laughed mirthlessly, not seeing any evidence that supported that conclusion. Sure, he was a prankster that wanted to have fun, but still, he was capable of great rational deductions when it came down to it. "Of course you're smart, why else would you be in Ravenclaw?" Bertram snorted loudly at that, as if he didn't quite agree with Harry's statement. "They don't just put you in Ravenclaw because you're smart, you know, there's another reason I'm in Ravenclaw than that. But anyway, with you and Xenophilius being so close, I didn't know if there would be room for me. I like you, Harry, you're a good guy, and with Hogwarts ending soon. You're going home for the break, right?" Harry questioned, earning a confused nod from Bertram. "Then you'll sit with us on the train." "That's that," Harry finished as he walked over to his trunk and grabbed a change of clothes. "I'm going to go take a shower and get ready for the trip, but..." "You're not an idiot, Bertram. You're very astute. You're fun and goofy, but you're very astute. Don't forget that." 2 hours later found Harry and his friends boarding the Hogwarts Express for their break, taking an empty compartment in the middle of the train for themselves. After stowing away their personal items, they took their seats, with Xenophilius, Harry, and Greta sitting on one side, and Bertram and Milton sitting on the other. They didn't talk much, instead waiting for the train to start its journey before exhausting all of their conversation. Eventually, the train lurched forward and before long, it was speeding out of Hogsmeade Station. They didn't know how long it had been since the train started to move, but a knock at the door drew their attention. "Any room for me?" Bellatrix asked as she entered the cabin, to the great surprise of Bertram, who looked at her with wide eyes. Of course, Harry nodded, watching as Xenophilius rose from his seat and went to the other side, allowing Bellatrix to sit next to Harry. "I can only stay for a few minutes," Bellatrix said, as she took her seat and crossed her legs in front of her. "I have to head back to the front cart with Frank eventually. Then I'll just have to get my money's worth," Harry grinned, running his hand over her arm, before taking her hand into his own. "Bellatrix, you know Bertram, don't you?" Harry inquired, looking over to his Ravenclaw friend across from him, who had a bemused expression on his face. "You may remember him as the boy that had the potion explode in his face years ago," Xenophilius said nonchalantly, looking down at the book that was opened in his lap. "I do recall that incident, yes," Bellatrix nodded, as a smirk appeared on her face, making Bertram blush in embarrassment. "How'd you all do on your exams?" Greta asked as the train started to roll through the countryside. She couldn't tell how they did by their faces alone, with them all wearing a neutral expression or looking slightly happy, though she reasoned that it could be an effect of the break that they were now on, rather than their results. "Bertram transfigured me into a horse," Harry laughed, recalling his transfiguration exam. "I almost kicked McGonagall in the face. Knocked over her entire desk in the process," Bertram agreed with a chuckle, having perhaps made Harry too much of a horse during his exam. It was the highlight of my day. Other than that, I did okay, not great, but they're only Easter exams. Greta smiled at the idea of Harry being a horse, finding the thought of the wizard having a mane and neighing quite amusing. Well, good for you, at least you know how to do better for the NEWTs now, right? Hopefully, Bertram nodded, though not really sure how he would do on his NEWTs, regardless of his success or lack thereof in regards to his Easter exams. There aren't many people on the train, Bellatrix said conversationally to Harry, though the entire compartment heard her. It's safest in Hogwarts, and the only ones leaving are the half-bloods and a few purebloods, Xenophilius opined, seeing the fear that gripped many due to Voldemort's war. Purebloods don't want to be attacked for being blood traitors and Muggleborns don't want to risk their families being attacked for being Muggles. It's the reason why Gaspard and Derek didn't leave, Bertram informed them, having spoken to the pair before leaving Hogwarts. My family didn't want me to leave either, but since we're graduating Hogwarts in a few months anyway, I told them that it doesn't really matter anymore, I'll have to enter the real world sooner or later. It must be tough, Harry whispered as his eyes drifted over to the window, losing himself in thoughts about Voldemort. He knew that it was coming close to the time when he would be joining the fray against Voldemort, something that he had been forbidden to do by Dumbledore. However, as his Hogwarts life neared its end, the mission to destroy the Dark Lord was approaching sooner and sooner, and deep down inside, he knew he would be ready for it and would be able to face it head-on. As a Dumbledore, your family is safe, right, Harry? Milton questioned, seeing the look on Harry's face and misinterpreting as fear, rather than resolve. It was a well-regarded opinion that the reason why Hogwarts was safe was because of Dumbledore, so he assumed that the Dumbledore family was viewed as a threat by Voldemort and would therefore be in danger. Outside of all of you at Hogwarts, including my great-uncle, and Edgar, I don't have any family, Harry said quietly, turning his gaze to Milton. So yes, my family is safe. You don't. But I thought you had mentioned them at one point or another, Greta questioned confusedly, not remembering Harry revealed to them about not having family. I lied, Harry smiled innocently, deciding that he would tell a partial truth, that he was an orphan and that his family had been killed by Voldemort. Not out of maliciousness, just, you know. My family was murdered by the Dark Lord. You mean, by the Death Eaters? Bertram asked, a look of horror on his face, having never known that Harry had suffered like that. He remembered when he had mentioned that his family had been almost attacked back at one of the feasts, instead it had been his neighbors that were attacked by the Death Eaters, and instantly Harry had been the first to make sure they were okay, which made Bertram feel so insensitive to Harry's past in retrospect. No, I mean Voldemort, Harry started, but paused when there was a gasp at the name by everyone in the compartment except for Bellatrix. Don't say his name, Milton scowled, his eyes moving all about, shivering at the thought of the Dark Lord appearing in front of them. Get off it, it's a name, Harry sighed exasperatedly, before returning to his story. Anyway, Voldemort literally walked into my house and killed my mother and father. Is that why you came to Hogwarts? Xenophilius questioned, having always had a sinking suspicion that there was more to Harry than he let on. You could say that, Harry agreed with a nod, not wanting to reveal that he came back in time to the entire group. He would reveal it to Edgar and Xenophilius soon, but he did not feel comfortable telling the others just yet. I'm sorry, man, that's awful, Bertram replied sorrowfully, a lump in his throat as feelings of sadness for his friend's loss bellowed up inside of him. He didn't know if he would even be able to continue on living if his parents had been murdered by the Dark Lord, which made him respect Harry's inner strength. No worries, Harry smiled, not having meant to ruin the mood. It was not his intention to receive pity or condolences from them, but rather to just tell them an aspect of himself that he had kept hidden up until that point. I take it you knew about this, Bellatrix? Greta asked the other witch in the compartment, leaning over to look by Harry. Yeah, we've talked about it before, Bellatrix replied quietly, not wanting to reveal anything more than what Harry wanted to reveal. She knew his entire story, whereas the rest were just scratching the surface of it. The compartment went silent for a few moments, before they each broke away into individual conversations. Harry and Bellatrix quietly talked about their plans for the week, intending on doing things together in order to further their relationship. Harry wanted to search for a place to live, knowing that he couldn't stay at the Leaky Cauldron. For the rest of his life, he needed a place where he could build a life. It was something that he had been putting off for a while, but he knew he couldn't continue to do that for much longer or else he'd be living on the street. "Does anyone have any food?" Milton eventually questioned as his stomach rumbled. Then, looking at the group, he frowned, realizing that he had probably interrupted everyone. "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your conversations." "I think I do," Bertram said, reaching into his bag and rummaging around for something at the bottom. "Yeah, I have these," he said, handing over a bag of candy to Milton. "What are those?" Greta questioned interestedly, having never seen them before. "Ivy Canada's new product," Bertram answered, filling the group in on what the rising star in the magical candy industry had just released. "They're like gummy bears, or gummy animals rather, but they come to life like chocolate frogs." "Gummy bears?" Xenophilius questioned, as Milton offered everyone an animal. Only Greta and Xenophilius took one, leaving the rest of the pack for Milton. "A muggle candy, kind of like gelatin," Harry answered, filling the pureblood in on the treat. Next to him, Greta looked down at her gummy snake, which hissed up at her as she held it in her hands. "Be nice now," Harry instinctively hissed back at the candy snake, making the cabin look at him in great surprise. "What?" Harry questioned, seeing their lingering gazes. "You're a Parselmouth." Milton gasped with wide eyes as he stared at Harry, disbelieving of that revelation. He had never met a Parselmouth before in his life, and from what he knew, the ability was a sign of a deeply dark wizard. "Oh," Harry laughed, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "Apparently I'm full of revelations today," he thought to himself. "Yeah, you didn't know that." "No," they all shook their heads, staring at Harry a bit differently as if seeing him for the first time. Noticing their gazes, Harry cocked an eyebrow, inwardly wondering what was wrong. "What, now you're all scared of me or something?" he asked, hoping he was misinterpreting their expressions. "I actually just wanted to know what you said," Xenophilius whispered, which earned a smile from Harry. "I told it to be nice," Harry answered, having come to count on Xenophilius being someone that didn't judge. In that regard, he was much different than either Hermione or Ron, who both were fairly judgmental in their own right. "We're not scared of you, just surprised, that's all," Greta said, taking Harry's hand and giving it a squeeze as she smiled up at him. "I've known you for nearly 2 years, seen you nearly every day, and I had no idea you were a Parselmouth." "I wasn't trying to hide it," Harry replied honestly, having never really had the opportunity to show them his Parseltongue ability. It wasn't something that he liked to use a lot. It just never came up. "I'm sorry. You're the first one I've ever met," Bertram muttered in an amused tone, sighing in exasperation. "So you can fly better than anyone in the school and you're a Parselmouth. Merlin, you're lucky." "Not lucky," Harry shook his head in the negative. "I have my parents to thank for the flying thing, and fate for the Parseltongue thing," he said evenly, not illuminating the group any further on what he meant. "Keep all of this between us, yeah?" Harry questioned, earning a nod from everyone in the compartment, each promising that his secrets were safe with them. A few minutes later, the group was once more engrossed in various conversations, and when Bellatrix realized the time, she got to her feet. "So you do have some darkness inside of you," Bellatrix whispered with a grin, as she collected herself to leave. "I'll see you later," she said, before stepping out of the compartment and closing the door behind her, presumably having to complete her head girl duties. Bertram watched the door close, and then turned his attention over to Harry, who noticed his gaze. "So are you two, like, together?" Bertram questioned interestedly, wanting to know what was going on between the pair. "Yes," Harry answered, raising an eyebrow, curious as to what Bertram thought about that fact. "Were you together when I made that joke about her being head girl at the beginning of the year?" Bertram said worriedly, hoping he didn't offend Harry with his comment. "Not quite together, but we were close, yeah," Harry again answered, this time smiling all the while. "It was funny, don't worry about it." "That's a relief," Bertram sighed jokingly, relieved that Harry had found it just as funny as he had. Harry chuckled at that, before turning his attention over to Xenophilius, who was questioning about something in the book that he was reading. The rest of the journey went by, and before long, they were just rolling into King's Cross Station. After grabbing their personal items, they all exited the train and said their goodbyes to one another. "I'll see you at the wedding," Greta said, backing away from Harry with Milton, who waved next to her. "Have a good break." "You too," Harry waved back, before flipping his gaze over to Xenophilius as the wizard came to a stop next to him. "Zeno, I'll meet you next Friday, yeah. Yeah, sounds good, see you," Zeno said, before apparating out, presumably to his family's house. We'll meet up," Harry told Bertram, who agreed with a nod. He promised Bertram that they would meet up, a promise that he intended on happily keeping, excited to have a new friend become more integral to his life. "Bye Harry," said Bertram, turning his back and walking away from Harry. "See you," Harry replied, watching as the boy walked through the portal, leaving Harry on platform 9 3/4 as he waited for Bellatrix to exit the train. "You hungry?" a female voice said to Harry, coming up from behind the wizard. "Yes," Harry said, without turning around, recognizing the voice. "Are you want to grab something to eat?" Bellatrix questioned, as she walked around to Harry's front. There were only a few people left on the platform, groups of friends saying their goodbyes, giving them some sliver of privacy from prying eyes. "Aren't your parents waiting for you?" Harry asked, remembering that she had mentioned dinner plans with her mother and father before they went away on holiday. "Oh, right, they're leaving tonight," Bellatrix sighed, realizing that the rest of the night would be spent with her family, rather than with Harry. "Don't your parents ever stay in the country when you're on break?" Harry questioned curiously as the final people made their way through the portal, leaving an empty platform just for the two of them. "No," Bellatrix answered, shaking her head in the negative. "I used to go with them all the time, it's only recently that I stopped, when my end at Hogwarts drew nearer." "Interesting," Harry nodded in understanding, noticing how many of them around their age felt the same growing desire for life outside of Hogwarts. "I'll see you tomorrow." "Don't remind me," Bellatrix frowned, knowing exactly what Harry was referencing. She leaned up and keyed at him, their lips touching for a few lingering moments. "Bye," she said as she pulled away, before disapparating, leaving Harry alone on the platform. With a sigh, Harry walked through the portal and entered Muggle London, walking towards the leaky cauldron himself, returning to the familiar room number 23 and the room that had become his second home since his arrival in the 1970s. At 5 o'clock the first day of his Easter holiday, Harry walked out of the bathroom in his room wearing a nice pair of slacks and a blue sweater. He gave himself one last look in the mirror before flicking his eyes over to the witch that sat on the edge of his bed, who was distractedly staring down at the floor, seemingly worried about something. Harry knew that she was nervous about what they would be doing for the rest of the night, but he also knew that it was necessary and that, in the end, she'd be all the better for doing it. "You can do this, I'm going to be there with you," Harry whispered as he sat down next to her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "I know," Bellatrix replied in a quiet voice, though she did not meet his gaze. It wasn't that she was nervous, but rather she was wary, not really knowing what to expect or how she would react to what she was going to be doing for the next few hours. Harry reached down and put on his shoes, pulling the laces tight to his feet and tying them up. "Are you ready?" he asked Bellatrix once he was finished, who silently nodded and reached out for his hand. Intertwining his fingers with her own, she disapparated them out of the leaky cauldron into the house that Andromeda and Ted Tonks called home. Appearing in an alley at the end of the street, they walked 100 or so yards before stopping in front of a small white house. Harry scanned the property with a happy smile, unsurprised by what he saw, having expected something similar when he imagined it the previous night. The house that met his gaze was by no means a mansion. It wasn't decked out in extravagant decor or expensive furnishings, there was no rolling estate or secluded pond. It was a simple house, a quaint home that was perfectly situated in a Muggle community. Whether it was the feel of magic around it, or the potential of the people inside, but Harry immediately had a feeling of being at home, a reaction that surprised him quite a lot. Walking up the blue door that had the number 35 on it, Bellatrix pressed the bell and took a step back next to Harry, both waiting to be let inside with a nervous energy around them. A few moments later, the door sprang open, revealing a woman that looked nearly identically to Bellatrix, except with light brown hair and softer, kinder and whiter eyes. Next to her stood a man who was of medium height, with brown eyes, fair hair and a small belly. Harry met their gaze and smiled at them, knowing that Bellatrix needed him to be happy for the both of them as she struggled with her feelings. "Welcome, welcome," Ted said in a pleasant voice, opening the door wide and moving off to the side, allowing Harry and Bellatrix into the house. "You must be Mr. Tonks, Harry grinned as he entered the home, putting out his hand for Ted to shake. His eyes then flicked over to Andromeda, who gave him a small smile in return. Mrs. Tonks, I presume. I am Harry, Harry Dumbledore. It's a pleasure to meet you, Andromeda said in a polite tone, before turning her attention to Bellatrix, who had stayed quiet up until this point. Hello, sister. Dromeda, Bellatrix returned evenly with a nod of her head, meeting Andromeda's gaze with her own violet one. She kept a neutral expression on her face, and Harry could tell that she was guarded, as if making an effort to keep her emotions in check. Please, call me Ted, Harry, I dislike the name Mr. Tonks, Ted replied happily, not wanting Harry to be burdened by such niceties. I think it stems from the fact that my father's name is Thomas and worked as a train engineer, so you can imagine the jokes I can make with Thomas, the Tonks. Harry grinned at that, finding the irony of Tonks not liking her first name and preferring Tonks, while her own father disliked their last name and preferred his first. That's a really funny joke if you know it's a Muggle book, Harry said, gesturing to Bellatrix, who had a confused look on her face. Either way, it's good to see you again, Bellatrix, Ted said, closing the door behind them and welcoming them further into his home. I haven't seen you since you first entered Hogwarts. You've grown up so much. You've really grown into a beautiful woman. Thanks, Bellatrix said evenly once more, her gaze moving over to the older wizard. He looked about the same as she remembered him, albeit older and a little fatter, but with the same jolly look on his face that he had as a teenager. It has been a while. At least we caught up eventually, Ted laughed, as he gestured for them to follow him into the kitchen, where dinner was still being prepared. Do you want something to drink, Harry? Ted questioned, looking over to the young wizard with a curious expression on his face. What do you have? Harry asked, watching as Ted crossed to the other side of the kitchen and went over to the refrigerator. Harry immediately noticed that it was a refrigerator that ran on electricity, rather by magic like what many magical people used. Anything you could want, Ted smiled, pausing a few feet before the refrigerator. My Muggle family loves wizard drinks like butterbeer and my wizard friends love Muggle drinks like cream soda, so I keep a stocked bar pretty much all of the time. I'll have a butterbeer, Harry replied, not really in the mood for anything else. What about you, Bellatrix, what will you be having? Ted questioned happily, hoping that Bellatrix would eventually feel more comfortable with him. He could tell by the way Harry was acting that the pressure needed to be kept off of her, which was something he was more than happy to help out with. I'll have the same, please, Bellatrix answered, before looking around the kitchen, realizing that someone was missing. Though she had never met her niece, she knew that Andromeda and Ted had a daughter named Nymphadora that was 3 years old, soon to be 4, though she was nowhere to be seen. Where is Nymphadora? She's spending the day with my Muggle family, Ted replied as he opened the refrigerator and retrieved 3 bottles of butterbeer, grabbing himself one as well. He closed the refrigerator door with his hip, and walked back over to the counter that Harry and Bellatrix were. That's a shame, I was excited to meet her, Harry said disappointedly, truly having been excited to see Tonks for the first time since his traveling to the past. His last memories of Tonks had been her death, which was an unfortunate tragedy he wished to forget about by making new memories with the younger Tonks. Maybe next time, Andromeda returned, not knowing whether there would be a next time or not, as it all depended on how the rest of the night turned out. While she had hopes that it would go well, she knew that she and Bellatrix had never really gotten along in the past, and she doubted very much time apart from one another would heal that rift. Of course, Harry nodded in understanding, recognizing that there was a chance of an argument, something that they wouldn't want Nymphadora to witness. So Ted, you mentioned your Muggle family. How did they take the news when you first learned about the wizarding world? Disbelievingly, Ted laughed as he passed Bellatrix and Harry their butterbeers, keeping his own next to him as Andromeda poured herself a glass of red wine. After all, finding out about a world hidden from their eyes. Kind of hard to believe from a Muggle perspective, you know. I know, Harry nodded, recalling how he had taken the news when he first learned about the wizarding world. It was something that he didn't quite believe automatically, but wanted to believe in it since it would allow him to escape his miserable home life with his aunt and uncle. Ted looked over to Harry, raising a questioning eyebrow. To be raised around Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the world, must have been something, he said conversationally, wanting to see how it was like to be around Albus Dumbledore whilst young. Harry muttered, shaking his head in the negative as he popped the cap off of his butterbeer bottle. Unfortunately, I wasn't raised around him. In fact, other than once when I was a baby, I didn't see him up close or speak with him until the end of my first year at Hogwarts. His first year of his old school, he means, Bellatrix corrected him quickly, not wanting Ted or Andromeda to see the incongruities of his story and question it. Since you know that he transferred into Hogwarts just last year. Ted nodded, presuming that Albus and Harry simply weren't as close to one another as some families are. Where did you go before Hogwarts? He asked interestedly, having only known about the 3 that competed in the Tri-Wizard Cup. A small school in Europe, Harry said, continuing on with his lie that he created when first arriving back in the past. You two met in Hogwarts then? Andromeda questioned as she took a sip of her red wine. She had yet to really form an opinion on Harry, not knowing whether he was as nice as he seemed, but from first impressions, she was very impressed with him. He was nice, kind, handsome, and she imagined a good wizard. Just about, Harry nodded in the affirmative as an involuntary smile took shape on his face, pleasant memories of his time with Bellatrix running through his mind. We had defense against the dark arts together, and we met in the first class session. And you're not a pureblood? Andromeda questioned, flicking her gaze over to Bellatrix, wanting to see her reaction to the question. Oh, not at all, Harry shook his head in the negative, being proud of his heritage. I have a Muggle-born mother. Surprising, Andromeda whispered, taking another sip of her wine. She placed her glass down onto the counter and poured herself another glass, before taking another sip. What's that supposed to mean? Bellatrix snapped, reading into what her sister had said. Didn't think I'd give him the time of day because he wasn't a pureblood. Not really, no, Andromeda replied, staring straight at her sister, clearly unimpressed with Bellatrix's seeming accomplishment. Well, you're wrong, Bellatrix mocked, meeting Andromeda's gaze. She was not afraid of speaking her mind to her sister, even if it came off as insulting or disingenuous. That's nothing new, Andromeda scowled, putting her glass down on the counter and turning to face Bellatrix. After all, aren't I always wrong in your opinion? She questioned rhetorically, recalling the many times growing up that Bellatrix called her out on her flaws or imperfections. Maybe, maybe not, but you're wrong about this, Bellatrix growled, anger quickly rising in her stomach. They had rarely gotten along, even as kids, having complete different characteristics and beliefs, but because of their similar temperaments, it often came to a head through various arguments that was filled with cutting remarks. So does that mean you respect Ted, now? Andromeda inquired, knowing what Bellatrix and the rest of the family had said about Ted when she had announced their engagement years prior. Everyone thought of him as scum, nothing better than mud on the bottom of a boot. Andromeda, Ted warned, not wanting to start anything. He had hoped that Andromeda's simmering resentment over her family's beliefs wouldn't bubble over into the dinner and create an awkward night, but apparently that was not to be, as Andromeda seemingly needed to get her anger off of her chest. You're such a tosser, Andromeda, Bellatrix sneered, her eyes wide in fury, angered at her sister's attitude. I'd much rather be a tosser than a bloody-minded, manky dodger that grew up like Sally No Mates because she refused to speak with anyone not pure-blooded. Andromeda shrieked in a thick accent, making Harry cringe a bit, seeing the similarly vicious attitudes that the women each had, a trait that they had clearly received from their black heritage if their paternal aunt served as an example. They both stared at each other with deathly gazes before, without a word, they turned around and walked out of the room in the opposite way of one another, Bellatrix into the dining room and Andromeda into the living room. Well, that worked well, Harry sighed, looking over to Ted and seeing that he had a similar expression on his face. Perhaps we expected too much of them and from them, Ted reasoned disappointedly, having not expected the night to take a turn so quickly. He figured they would have at least had gotten through the early introductions, if not most of the meal. Their dislike of one another runs deeper than I thought it did. I guess, Harry agreed with a nod, not really knowing what to say. While he had no false hopes of the night as he knew that it would be tough and it would be a process, he did not expect them to be at each other's throats so quickly. At least we get along. Cheers, Ted grinned, tapping his butterbeer bottle against Harry's. They both took a sip of their respective drinks, each having enjoyed the other's company so far. Are you going to go and talk to her? Did you see her? Harry shivered, knowing how dangerous Bellatrix was when angry. I'm not going in there and I wouldn't suggest anyone do so. I'm afraid of her myself, he smiled, earning a laugh from Ted, who silently agreed that the black women were quite scary when they wanted to be. Unfortunately, as a husband, I think I have to go talk to my wife, Ted sighed, looking towards the door that Andromeda had walked through. Go and get her to the table, and I'll do the same for Andromeda. Okay, I will, Harry said happily, being more than willing to do whatever it took to get Bellatrix to the dinner table. I'll be back, Ted said, walking through the door just as Harry went into the hallway opposite. Andromeda, Ted said, seeing that she was standing by the window, staring out into the yard. She infuriates me, Andromeda growled as she turned around to face her husband. While his presence calmed her down slightly, she was still annoyed at Bellatrix a great deal. Can we please just eat? This will take time, it's not going to happen overnight, Ted whispered, not wanting his wife to give up so quickly. His wife had very little family in her life, only Alfred and sometimes Sirius, so he knew how precious the opportunity was to have Bellatrix become a member of their family. I don't care if she respects me right now, it'll come. Don't force it upon her. If I'm not worried about, neither should you be. But I do care. To have you disrespected in your own house is intolerable for me, Andromeda replied, not willing to allow Ted to be disrespected, regardless of who it was. He was her husband, someone that she had promised her devotion and loyalty and love to, not someone that she would allow to be trampled due to her inaction. She would fight for him, no matter the cause. You're a black, I get it, no matter how you feel on blood supremacy, you do have an ego, Ted shook his head, trying to understand how to get through to Andromeda. But I don't care if I get disrespected. Shrug it off, it's okay. Plus, he added, looking back at the door, where Harry and Bellatrix were, hopefully waiting for them at the table. She hasn't disrespected me. Not today, at least. Now can we go please? He questioned, holding out his hand to her. But Andromeda said slowly, trying to form an argument against what Ted had said. No buts, Ted ordered, not allowing Andromeda another word on the matter. Give it time. Make the effort. Trust me, she's putting herself out there way more than you're giving her credit for, dear. Her presence here is basically her admission that she was wrong, give her respect for that. Please, he said, knowing that it was true and that Bellatrix needed to be given time to really change. Now let's go eat. With a nod, she took his hand and was led into the dining room, where she saw both Harry and Bellatrix sitting on one side of the table, whispering quietly amongst themselves. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Harry, just needed to do something. Andromeda said politely, truly not wanting to have ruined Harry's night. It's no problem, Harry smiled, gripping Bellatrix's hand underneath the table. He gave her a nod, hoping to give her the confidence to do what they discussed. I'm sorry, Andromeda, Bellatrix whispered, though it was heard by all. She met her sister's gaze, her violet eyes pouring into her sister's, before flicking them down to the table. Andromeda looked over to her sister, and briefly wondered whether it was an apology for what she had done in the past or what she had said in the kitchen. By the look on Bellatrix's face, Andromeda believed it to be the former, which made her realize that Ted might have been correct in what he had said. Let's just eat, okay. Andromeda replied with a small smile, trying to release the pent-up resentment that she held in her heart. I hope you both like duck, she said as she grabbed her wand and gave it a slight twitch, making various plates and bowl levitate from the kitchen and into the dining room as a result. They all went silent as they passed around the food, piling on their portions onto the plates in front of them. So what are your plans after Hogwarts, Harry? Ted questioned as he cut up his duck into smaller pieces, attempting to break the awkwardness that was mounting and to steer the conversation into a pleasant direction. I don't really know to be honest, Harry answered, taking the spoon and scooping a pile of mashed potatoes onto his plate. I'm probably not going to be doing anything until the Dark Lord is beaten if I'm being frank. Well, don't be frank, be Harry, Ted said in a serious tone, earning a grunt of laughter from Harry. With a name like you have, I wouldn't expect anything else, Andromeda replied, ignoring Ted's joke and focusing on Harry instead. I once wanted to be an Auror or a hit wizard, but lately, I've been questioning that decision. I don't want to fight for the rest of my life. Harry informed them, giving them a detailed explanation of his career choices. I don't know, something will turn up if I'm patient. I know a few Aurors, they seem happy, but some of them would agree with you, especially in a time like this. Ted replied, recalling his friends in the Department of Law Enforcement who voiced their concerns about using the unforgivables against another human in order to beat the Death Eaters. What do you do, Ted? Harry asked curiously, having never learned from Tonks what her parents did for a living, if anything at all. I work at the ministry, Ted answered with a shrug, not all too proud of his career. While he was successful in that he made a nice living, his career lacked adventure and ambition, making him somewhat average in result. Not too exciting, but I have fun. He works in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Andromeda informed Harry, expounding on Ted's answer. He's a translator, he's very good with languages. Interesting, Harry replied politely, giving a small smile. He recalled how Percy was working in the department back in his own time, but he doubted that Ted was as serious about his job as Percy seemed to be. How many languages do you speak? Just a few Muggle ones, Ted replied, waving Harry's impressions off. He didn't know that many languages. I haven't been able to master gobbledygook. He joked with a laugh, referencing the goblin language that only a few humans in the country were able to speak. I would imagine that it's tough to learn, Harry grinned, having not understood a single word of it when hearing the language numerous times while in Gringotts. Ted flicked his eyes over to Bellatrix, and watched as she played with her food, clearly on the outskirts of the conversation. What about you, what do you plan on doing, Bellatrix? Ted asked, having never really spoken to the girl before outside of simple pleasantries. I don't know, mumbled Bellatrix, as she truly had no idea on what her career would be after she left Hogwarts. She had yet to give it much thought, but she knew that she would eventually, especially now that she had chosen to pursue Harry. What are you interested in? Ted continued in an effort to include her, not knowing what she was good at or even what she liked to do. Charms, Bellatrix replied with a shrug, that being the first thing that came to her mind. Maybe I'll do something with that. Like write articles. Or even a book. Harry prodded, realizing that they had never spoken to each other about their future employment. It had never come up in conversation, and with Harry so concerned about her not being a Death Eater, he never focused on finding on what she would do instead. I'd read them. I would too, Andromeda whispered, as she pushed her food around on the plate with her fork, similarly to Bellatrix. You would. Bellatrix looked up at Andromeda, surprised by that revelation. With all the disagreements that they had, it was quite shocking to Bellatrix that Andromeda would still be willing to read her work should she produce something on the subject. Of course, Andromeda nodded, as Ted rubbed her back, knowing that she had to do or say something to ease the awkwardness between the sisters, and this was her way of doing just that. You and I may not get along, but you're a better witch than I will ever be, that I'll willingly admit. Thank you, Bellatrix smiled, appreciating the compliment, knowing that it probably was not easy for Andromeda to say. Andromeda smiled back, and Harry and Ted immediately felt their icy relationship thaw a little, which in light of their history, was enough to consider the night a success. So have you seen our sister lately? At Christmas, Bellatrix answered with a nod, referencing the time where she had to cancel on Harry on Christmas Eve in order to see her sister so the witch wouldn't get suspicious. I'm seeing her tomorrow too. Did you go to their wedding? Andromeda questioned, presuming that Bellatrix had indeed gone to the wedding, unlike her, who had not even been invited. I bet Mother was thrilled with her choice in a man. I mean a rich, pure-blooded wizard such as Malfoy. It would be like heaven for them. Yes, I did, Bellatrix nodded, images of Narcissa's summer wedding springing to her mind. It was one of elegance, of grandeur, a wedding that many people would not forget. There had been nearly 200 guests in attendance, a who's who of the wizarding world, from the coach of the national Quidditch team to the Minister of Magic himself. You know her, they spared no expense. With a gold amount like the Malfoys have, would you spare anything either? Andromeda questioned back with a raised eyebrow, already knowing the answer. While their purity beliefs were greatly different, Andromeda knew that she was very similar to her sisters in many other ways, her desire for the finer things not being an exception. Probably not, Bellatrix shrugged with a smirk, not denying that she would go all out as well if she had the resources of the Malfoy family. Did you know him when you went to school? He started Hogwarts a few years after we did, I recall, but no, I never talked to him, Andromeda said, a pensive expression on her face. She had started Hogwarts in 1963, 3 years before Lucius, which meant that she was in her 4th year when the wizard first started. At that point, I rarely spent any time near the Slytherins or in the Slytherin common room, so I wasn't in a position where I had to speak with him. But I'm unsurprised that they ended up married. Speaking of marriage, Ted prodded with a smile, wondering where the younger couple fell on the issue. He and Andromeda had talked about marriage in their final months at Hogwarts, but they had not gotten married until a year or two out of school, when they had settled down and found careers for themselves. Harry shifted in his seat, glaring playfully at Ted as the man continued to smile his way. "Don't waste your time because we haven't discussed it," Harry replied, then pausing, he added, "but I will say that us even being here is a good sign." "A good sign for what?" Bellatrix raised an amused eyebrow, not really wanting to think about marriage herself, but finding Harry's discomfort at the subject highly entertaining. "This is really good ham, Andromeda," Harry grinned at the older witch, trying to change the topic of conversation. He took his fork and shuffled some food into his mouth in an effort to prevent the need to respond to Bellatrix's question. "It's duck, and I'm not saving you from this one," Andromeda said with a smile, pouring some iced tea into her glass, having had her fill of wine for the night. Harry's gaze moved over to Ted, as Bellatrix continued to stare at him from her seat. "Don't look at me, kid." Ted laughed in amusement, not daring to get Harry off of the hook. "You were saying," Bellatrix said as she saw that Harry had no one else to help him. "I wouldn't be meeting your sister and her husband and hopefully your niece in time. I wouldn't have wanted to meet them, unless I intended to being part of this family one day." Harry muttered, not meeting her gaze. "Not necessarily soon, mind you, but one day, perhaps." "How very definitive." Bellatrix rolled her eyes as a small smile played at her lips, inwardly surprised at the delight she felt at what Harry had said. The rest of the dinner went well, the tone staying conversational between the two couples with everyone getting to know one another. While there was still a distance between the two sisters, both Ted and Harry knew that it would take time to erase nearly a decade of bad memories and resentment, but they also knew that it would heal in time. It would take a lot of work and it wouldn't be finished with just a few dinners, but it would happen eventually so long as each sister wanted it to happen. To that end, as the plates were empty, Harry and Ted both cleaned up the table and went into the kitchen to fetch dessert, leaving the two sisters alone for the first time. "I get it now, Andromeda," Bellatrix whispered, as Ted and Harry were still in the kitchen, away from earshot. "I understand why you chose Ted over us." "You do?" Andromeda replied, raising an eyebrow, wanting to hear what Bellatrix had to say on the matter. "To meet someone that you want to be around, no matter the expense, yes," Bellatrix muttered with her voice quiet and her tone thoughtful. While she understood the reasons behind what Andromeda had done, she had hoped that she would be able to go about it a different way than what her sister did and be able to keep her family in her life. "I get that now. You must be going through the most awful cognitive dissonance in that brain of yours," Andromeda said, biting the bottom of her lip, feeling badly about what her sister was going through. No matter their differences, she still loved Bellatrix, and had always hoped she'd see the error of her ways and come around to the right side. "What?" Bellatrix asked, looking up, wanting Andromeda to expound on what she had said. "You're trying to jump through hoops to be with this wizard, this Harry Dumbledore, when we both know you're still pretty big into the blood purity thing." Andromeda answered, though her voice did not reveal any condescension on her part. She was stating a fact, not offering her opinion. "I'm proud of you. It's not every day that a person can bite their tongue and actually take the initiative to change in order to get something that they want, but you're doing that. And I'm proud of you for it." Bellatrix met her sister's gaze, but stayed silent for a few moments, biting her lip as she thought of what she wanted to say. He makes me not feel so angry, he makes me want to just be alone with him and have fun. He makes me smile," Bellatrix whispered, losing herself in the thought of her feelings for Harry, feelings that she had never admitted out loud. "When I'm with him, it's just us, nothing and no one else. He makes me want to suppress all that I once held dear." "That's love for you," Andromeda replied in a wistful tone, recalling those same feelings that she held for Ted. "Outside of storage, Eros is the strongest kind of love. It makes you do things that you probably wouldn't do without it. It's without logic, without reason, it just is, kind of like magic." "Storage." Bellatrix asked inquisitively, not knowing what the word meant. The type of love that a mother feels for her child, the way I feel for Nymphadora, Andromeda replied casually, before taking on a serious look and turning her gaze to Bellatrix. Listen, when that time comes, when you feel people bearing down on you to do something that they think you want to do what will make you happy. If that path includes Alfred, Ted, Nymphadora and I, maybe even Sirius, then great, I'll be here with open arms. It'll be tough at first, but we will form the bond that we should already have. Just do what will make you happy, don't worry about anyone else, not Narcissa, not Mum and Dad, allow no one else but you to make the decision. Then, remembering what Bellatrix had said, she added, and I didn't pick Ted over you, I simply fell in love with him and you all didn't like that he was a Muggleborn. I think I already have made that choice, Bellatrix replied, just as Harry and Ted walked back in with the desserts. Harry carried a tray of biscuits in one hand and a tea kettle in the other, while Ted held a pumpkin cake and a jug of milk in his hands. Harry tried talking me into letting the both of us just eat it all in the kitchen, but I felt it unfair to you too. Ted grinned over to Andromeda and Bellatrix as he placed the items in his hands down onto the table. I said, no, they'll want to eat as well. Harry, how dare you suggest such a thing? That is so not true, Harry laughed, placing the tea kettle down onto the table and taking a seat next to Bellatrix. He held his hands up in defense of himself, knowing that it was actually the opposite of what Ted had said. He was the one that wanted to do that, not me. I said that Bellatrix would kill me if she didn't get a piece of this cake. Still have that sweet tooth, do you? Andromeda smiled, remembering how her sister could never turn down a sweet as a child. She has it worse than you can ever know, Harry muttered, earning a playful slap in the arm from Bellatrix. They all cut themselves a piece of dessert, eating it as they made polite conversation about the weather. As they were finishing up their respective pieces of cake, Bellatrix excused herself to the bathroom, leaving Harry alone with Ted and Andromeda. You two are going to see Narcissa tomorrow? Andromeda asked as she put her teacup down on the table. Yeah, we're having dinner with them, Harry nodded, a bit nervous at the next day's itinerary, knowing that he would not like either of the Malfoys. While he had agreed to do it and would not go back on that promise, he just hoped that he would be able to avoid any confrontation with Lucius. It was part of the deal. If I wanted to meet you, I had to also be willing to meet Narcissa. You don't seem too excited, Ted noticed, seeing the expression that was on Harry's face as he discussed the prospect of dinner with the pair of Malfoys. It was an expression that one would have before going to the dentist, as if only doing it because you have to, rather than it being something that one wants to do. I don't want to say anything to offend Andromeda, Harry whispered, looking down at his dessert plate, hoping not to give Andromeda any reason to speak bad about him. Say it, I don't care, Andromeda laughed, waving Harry's fears off, fully aware that her sister had married one of the worst wizards in the country. If you think I haven't spoken to Bellatrix all too much over the years, then you'd really think I haven't spoken to Narcissa even more, since I haven't had any contact with her at all since Hogwarts, not even an owl. Their superiority beliefs in themselves disgust me, so yeah, I'm not too excited, but I'll do it just to make her happy, Harry answered, looking up at Andromeda, knowing that what he said would affect her more than Ted. They're toxic, though, especially Lucius. I can't stand that guy. Andromeda nodded her head as Harry spoke, agreeing with everything that he said, but inwardly wondering why Harry would force himself to be around the Malfoys if he hated everything about them. Do you love her? Andromeda questioned in a tone that Harry could only describe as sisterly. Harry knew that Andromeda was prodding him in an effort to make sure that Bellatrix wouldn't get hurt, which was something that Harry couldn't help but respect about Andromeda, the fact that she was still able to do that and still felt the sisterly bond to want to protect her little sister even after having been ignored for so long. Yes, and she knows it, Harry said wistfully, remembering that night outside of Alfred's on Christmas Day when he admitted to both Bellatrix and himself that he loved her with all of his heart. When he said it, he meant it. He loved her. I gave her my heart last Christmas. Has she told you she loves you? Andromeda inquired, wondering how open Bellatrix was about her feelings. The Bellatrix she knew would never admit such a thing, as it wasn't in her character to do so, but she reasoned that there was a possibility that Harry had perhaps opened her up to the possibility of admitting it. No, but I don't need to hear it to know, Harry smiled as he shook his head, knowing that Bellatrix's willingness to dine with Andromeda, the sister she did not get along with even as children, was proof positive of her feelings for him. Andromeda nodded at Harry's answer, impressed with the wisdom behind it. Not everyone could admit their feelings easily. I'm sorry that Nymphadora isn't here, it's just that, with it being the first time, I didn't know what would happen, so I didn't want her around here for that. Andromeda apologized as she stirred sugar into her tea, truly starting to like Harry enough to introduce him to her daughter. And I'm sorry for before, I really actually do like you, that had nothing to do with you. It was just the emotion that I was feeling. It's really okay, I understand. But I will say that Bellatrix wanted to see her, as well, Harry said as his eyes flicked over to the door, where Bellatrix was returning from the washroom. What are your plans for Easter tomorrow, anything special? Just a simple dinner with my parents, Ted shrugged, not really having any big plans for the day. We're not doing anything too important or exciting. Will Alfred be there? Harry asked, wondering what the older Black was up to since they last saw one another. While in the wizard's presence, Harry had sensed that Alfred was usually alone most of the time, a fact that saddened him as he knew the feeling of loneliness all too well due to his time with the Dursleys. Yes, Andromeda answered as she took a sip of her tea, its heat warming her up inside. We always try to include him as much as we can. He's quite fond of you, by the way. That's nice, Harry returned, happy that Alfred was seen by them as a member of the family, rather than just a crazy uncle that they never saw. And I'm excited to see him on Friday, as well. From her spot next to Harry, Bellatrix furrowed her brow, trying to remember if she knew where Ted's parents lived. I thought Ted's parents lived a ways away. She questioned, wondering if the pair were going to apparate to Ted's parents or travel a different way. They do, but they're spending Easter with us, Andromeda replied, realizing where Bellatrix was going with the question. So we're going to be having dinner here. Before long, the night was coming to a close and Harry and Bellatrix were saying their goodbyes to the Tonks couple. Andromeda and Bellatrix each promised to see each other more, and Harry and Ted knew that they both meant it and intended on holding the other to those promises. They waved goodbye before disappearing with a crack, appearing in the leaky cauldron not a moment later. They walked outside of the pub and entered Muggle London, Harry making the near-mile walk to Bellatrix's house to make sure that she returned home safely. They walked the few blocks until they reached Dungiant Street, where members of the Black family had lived for over a century. They eventually reached the home, and after a good night, Bellatrix scurried up the stoop and entered the home. With a small smile on his face, Harry returned to the leaky cauldron, where he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, tired from the day's events. He awoke a little before midday the next day. After eating a light brunch and reading the paper for the daily news, he took a shower and prepared himself for his dinner with the Malfoys. He was dreading the interaction with Lucius, knowing how foul the wizard was, but he hardened himself up for it, wanting to make sure that Bellatrix was happy and that he made do on his promise to her. Just as he was putting the finishing touches on his outfit, there was a knock on the door, and Harry bounded across the room and opened the door, revealing Bellatrix in elegant green robes. Ready? She questioned him, immediately noticing that their roles had been reversed from the day before, with Harry being the hesitant one this time. Yup, Harry nodded, taking a step out into the hallway and closing the door to his room as they began to walk down to the pub below. Okay, Bellatrix started, flicking her eyes over to Harry as they walked, planning on informing him of certain things that he should avoid speaking out about. The Malfoys are related by blood to the Blacks, Rosier, Bulstrodes, Crabs, Flints and Maxes through my sister, and the Spungins, the Spinks, and the Smarts through Lucius. Do not insult any of those families and you should be okay. Oh, just those families, is that all? Harry grinned, making her roll her eyes in amusement. Don't worry, Harry waved her off, not wanting her to concern herself about it. I only intend on making fun of you, not any of those families. He joked, earning a playful slap from Bellatrix. You better be careful, Dumbledore, or you're going to get cursed, Bellatrix mocked with a smirk, narrowing her gaze at Harry. I'm not afraid of you, Black, Harry challenged, raising a daring eyebrow, tempting her to make her move. Well, then it's proven, you are a fool like I've always said, Bellatrix said, sticking her tongue out at Harry. Additionally, just don't mention the Hitchens, or the Nigels, and we'll be fine. Who are they? Harry asked, furrowing his brows, not recognizing those names. He could recognize the names of the other families that Bellatrix mentioned earlier, most of them at least, but he didn't think he had ever heard about either the Nigels or the Hitchens families. Hitchens are a line of wizards that hail from a member of the Black family that was disowned for marrying a muggle named Bob Hitchens, Bellatrix answered quickly, as if retelling a planned script. And the Nigels are a whole other family that have lineage with the Blacks when their patriarch was disowned for supporting Muggle rights. This all happened years ago, like a century or more, before even our grandparents were born, so while it shouldn't come up in conversation, just make sure you don't bring it up. So many families I can't name, said Harry, shaking his head in amazement, confused as to why a family would try to hide their ancestry like the Blacks seemed to do. Well, Bellatrix started, trying to figure out how to best explain it to Harry, someone who was unaware of the politics of the pureblood families. The Blacks really only respect around 40 wizarding families, if I counted right, so it leaves families on the outskirts and they should therefore be avoided in the minds of the Blacks. They basically took the sacred 28 names, added a few of their own respectable families like the Maxes and the Spongens, and got to the number 40. Harry twisted his face into a look of confusion, perplexed by the arrogance as to declare 28 families sacred. Sacred 28, he questioned as they reached the pub, though he already knew the answer, purebloods that thought of themselves as better than everyone else. This book that Cantankerous Knot wrote a half a century ago, listing 28 pureblood families, Bellatrix informed him, before grabbing his arm and disapparating them away, arriving on the side of an empty Muggle road a moment or two later. He listed 28 families that he thought were pure. The Potters weren't on that. Our loss then, Harry smirked, not really caring about his name and family not being on the list. To him, blood purity would be considered a little more than a joke if it wasn't for the dangerous nature of it. People actually died because of its dogma. They walked down the long lane, before turning right into a wide driveway, arriving at the grand estate known as the Malfoy Manor. The manor was splendid, with large yew hedges and a black iron gate that barred their entrance. Beyond the gate, Harry could just see the sprawling lands that led to a 3-story manor house that had a dozen diamond-paned windows. In front of the house, there was a large fountain that was surrounded by elaborate gardens, housing a multitude of colorful flowers that Harry could not name. Overall, Harry noted, it was the complete opposite of the cozy home of the Tonks that he had seen the day before, and even more different than the Weasleys' burrow, which had to use magic just to stay upright. As Bellatrix neared the gates, they contorted into a face and then popped open, apparently awaiting her arrival. Walking up the long, cobblestone pathway that led to the front door, Harry gazed around the surroundings, seeing the tall green trees and the rolling hills of grass that was quite beautiful and picturesque. To his left, Harry saw a couple of white peacocks, which made him roll his eyes at the pretentiousness of it all. He had no idea why one family needed too much, why they had to take more and more, which only enhanced his dislike of the family, perhaps unfairly. Narcissa was already standing at the door, waiting for them as they walked up, a smile lacing her pointed face. "Bella," she said happily, waving her sister forward excitedly. "Sissy," Bellatrix exclaimed with a large smile, happy to see her middle sister. She quickened her pace to a near jog and enveloped the bee, on which in a hug, making Harry cock an eyebrow at the adoration they each apparently had for one another. They pulled back as Harry arrived at the door, making Narcissa look over at Harry, who stood a few feet away from her, trying to have a pleasant look on his face. "And you must be Harry?" Narcissa questioned as politely as she could, her eyes quickly giving him a once-over. "Yes, ma'am," Harry nodded, stepping forward to be closer to the witch. As they were only a few feet away from each other, Harry found that he was an inch or two taller than she was, a fact that surprised him a bit as he had remembered her to be a formidable woman in his own time. "It's nice to meet you." "Charmed," Narcissa replied, lightly shaking Harry's hand. She was tall and slim with pale skin and silky bee-owned hair that cascaded over her shoulders. With heavy-lidded cold blue eyes, pointed features, and a perpetual expression on her face as if she was disgusted by everything around her, she looked very similar to and had a physical resemblance with Bellatrix, but whereas Bellatrix was dark, she was fair. After the introduction, they walked into the house, Harry's eyes gazing over the portraits and artwork that adorned the walls. There was countless of Malfoys long since passed asleep in their portraits, with bronze busts stationed on podiums, and various expensive trinkets on the antique tables that were nestled against the wall. The artwork, it seemed, was very expensive and dated back to at least the 15th century from what Harry could tell. Some of the portraits, canvases were beginning to wear, making Harry wonder how far back the line stressed, having already found out weeks prior that the Malfoys existed from at least William the Conqueror on. His vision moved over to the end of the hall, where he saw a small house elf appear and disappear, making him do a double take, wondering if he actually saw the elf or instead just saw what he wanted to see. The elf was young-looking, and seemed to have had green tennis ball-like eyes and floppy ears, a familiar appearance to Harry's eyes. "Don't mind Dobby, sometimes he doesn't know his place," Narcissa said, coming up behind Harry along with Bellatrix, having seen Dobby as well. "Dobby," Harry whispered, a small smile, surprised that his elfish friend was working for the Malfoys already. He had expected Dobby to be a tad younger than that, but then again, Harry reasoned, Dobby had relayed to Harry how elves fared during Voldemort's first reign, so it did make sense that Dobby would be around. "He was a wedding gift from Lucius' grandfather," Narcissa informed Harry, coming around to stand in front of the giant marble staircase that led up to the second floor. "Gardenered spongin," Bellatrix supplied, informing Harry on who her sister meant. "He was Lucius' maternal grandfather. He was a respected herbologist." "Yes, quite famous," Narcissa agreed with Bellatrix's assessment. "He had a large orchard of elderberries, which Brutus used in his wines. That's actually how Brutus met his wife, my husband's mother. Anyway, he passed away just a few months ago, a few weeks after our wedding." "The Malfoys are winemakers?" Harry questioned quietly to himself, surprised by that revelation, having always assumed that the Malfoys just lived off of their supply of gold that was in the depths of Gringotts. "Mr. Dumbledore, I apologize for my lateness, I had some business to handle," Lucius said, gliding up behind the trio as Harry turned to face him. Unsurprisingly, he looked the same as he would in the future, with long platinum blonde hair, gray eyes, and an arrogant look on his face that hid his inner darkness from the world. He shook Harry's hand, forcing Harry to try his best to prevent the snarl of disgust that he felt inside from showing. "It's good to see you, Bellatrix. It's been too long." "You too," Bellatrix nodded politely, her face neutral at Lucius' presence, unlike the smile that she wore upon seeing her sister. "It has certainly been some time, that's for sure." "Right," Lucius smiled, gesturing to the hallway off to the side of the staircase that would lead to the dining room. "Shall we sit for dinner then?" Following the Malfoys, Harry walked into a splendidly large dining room, which held a long mahogany table that housed a fantastic-looking set of plates made of silver and matching silverware that had the Malfoy coat of arms engraved upon them. They all sat, with Lucius taking his seat at the head of the table, Harry on his left, and Narcissa and Bellatrix across from Harry on Lucius' right. Almost immediately, food appeared on the plates in front of them and a bottle of red wine took shape in Lucius' hands. There was a deliciously glazed ham, with carrots and potatoes as sides, and a basket of dinner rolls baked to perfection. Uncorking the bottle of wine, Lucius offered a glass to Harry, who in an effort to be polite, accepted. After pouring his guests a glass, he poured himself one as well, before leaning back in his chair as the table started to fill their plates, not all too hungry himself. "So I hear that you and our deal Bellatrix have gotten quite close recently, is that correct?" "Fairly close, yeah," Harry agreed, cutting up his piece of ham before turning his attention to Lucius. "She's the person I'm closest with in this world and knows me better than just about anyone else." "But you're not a Slytherin yourself." Lucius weighed, wondering how such a connection could be reached when the two had different personalities according to the Sorting Hat. "Nope, Ravenclaw," Harry answered, feeling a well of pride spring up inside of himself at the mention of his new house, which he had come to greatly admire over the past 2 years. "It was either that, or Gryffindor." "Interesting," Lucius returned, keeping his gaze on Harry, as if weighing his appearance and everything that he knew about him so far. "I've heard it's quite difficult to foster relationships between people of different houses." "Not at all," Harry replied, not really sure about what else to say. He could tell this was going down a path that he did not want it to go, but he also knew that he would not be able to steer the conversation away from it very easily. "You were in Slytherin, like my fathers were before me," Lucius stated, swirling his red wine in his glass. I met my dear wife in the Slytherin common room the first night she arrived at Hogwarts. Love at first sight, Narcissa cooed from her spot opposite Harry. She had a look of adoration on her face as she looked over to her husband, who flicked his gaze over to her and gave her a small smile. Even as an 11-year-old, it was love at first sight. I'm fairly certain I disliked Harry immensely the first time I saw him. Bellatrix grinned at Harry, who gave an amused smile back at her, but stayed silent. As if remembering Harry was there, Lucius looked away from his wife and back over at Harry, intent on learning more about him. Dumbledore, that's a pureblood name, no? He questioned, though it was more of a statement than anything else. I wouldn't know, I'm a half-blood, Harry answered firmly, fully aware of what his answer would bring. He was not going to lie to Lucius about his blood just to make this less awkward. It was not in his character to do that, to disrespect his parents as such and pretend that he was something that he wasn't. Is that right? Lucius replied easily, his silky voice coming off as neutral, masking whatever disappointment he might have had at the answer. I'm proud of my heritage and my blood, Harry returned, staring straight at Lucius, who continued to swirl his drink around the bottom of his glass in response. Harry looked over to Bellatrix, who stared back at him, a look in her eyes that Harry recognized as sorrow. Harry immediately understood what it meant. She wasn't sorry for Lucius or her sister, she was instead sorrowful that it would never work with her and him as long as they were on opposite sides of the blood purity debate. Not wanting to lose her, Harry took a deep breath, and gave Lucius a smile that didn't show in his eyes. After all, we can't all be a Malfoy now, can we? Lucius stayed silent momentarily, staring blankly back at Harry, before his face twisted into a smile. It was a gloating one that showed Lucius got enjoyment at being exalted. No, I guess you can't, Lucius smirked, placing his glass back down onto the table. He grabbed his knife and fork and started to pile food onto his own plate, seemingly content in Harry's answer. Please, don't let me keep you from eating, Mr. Dumbledore. With a nod, Harry started to eat his food and went quiet after that, replying only when spoken to and only responding with the most barebones answers that he could. He was polite, but certainly not as open as he was the previous day. He ate in silence as he listened to Bellatrix and Narcissa chat, a visible sisterly bond shared amongst them, which surprised Harry a little as he did not expect it to be so pronounced. After all, the Narcissa Malfoy he knew in his own time was a cold woman, one that showed her disdain on her face, which made him believe that she was like that no matter the company she was in, with the exception being her own son. However, seeing her interact with Bellatrix showed that she did indeed have a heart and cared deeply for her sister, which changed his perspective of the middle black sister a bit. Not much, mind you, but a bit nonetheless. Most of all, however, it also changed the way he looked at Bellatrix herself. Her interaction with Narcissa showed a tenderness he had not really seen before from her, not even when she was with him. While she did indeed drop her guard while around him, he was aware that it was not completely down and there were still lingering vestiges of her outward persona, but with Narcissa, he saw her at her most unguarded, a place where she felt free from prying eyes and able to act however she wanted. Though, that was not to say that many of Bellatrix's flaws were based around her guarding herself, but rather he knew it was a sign that she had a hidden layer underneath that probably existed in his own time as well. A half an hour later found Narcissa pushing her empty plate away from her, her knife and fork lying on top of it. I can't believe you're almost finished with Hogwarts, Narcissa sighed as she leaned back in her seat, her stomach full. She reached over to the bottle of wine and poured herself a glass, taking a few sips to wet her mouth. I remember when you first entered, don't you, Lucius? Oh yes, we were proud as you sat at the Slytherin table. Lucius recalled when Bellatrix had entered Hogwarts in his and Narcissa's 5th year at Hogwarts. Being the sister of Narcissa and a member of the Black family, she had immediately joined their group, having shown herself as a precocious witch far above her age. That was a while ago, Bellatrix said quietly, looking down at her plate, knowing that she had changed a lot since her early years. I've grown up since then. You're still the same girl you were when I greeted you at the table, Narcissa smiled, though Bellatrix did not respond. Shall we have some dessert? She suggested happily, clapping her hands as the dishes cleared away, only for new dishes filled with cookies and pies and cakes to take form. After all, I know you still love pumpkin cake just as you did as a child. She waved her wand, cut a piece of the cake that was in front of her, and sent it over to her sister, who, with a small grin, took her fork and dug in along with everyone else. After dinner was completed, and the dessert was eaten, Harry and Bellatrix said their goodbyes and both disapparated from the Malfoy estate, Bellatrix promising to see Narcissa once school was finished in 3 months. Arriving on the far side of the Diagon Alley, they walked up the alley as they tried to enjoy the cool night air, heading in the direction of the leaky cauldron, and presumably Harry's room inside. They stayed quiet for most of the way, the alley being deserted except for a few brave patrons and the Aurors assigned to guard it, but just as they neared the entrance to the pub, Bellatrix flicked her gaze up to Harry, trying to see if she could read his expression. "So that was fun, wasn't it?" Bellatrix said, awkwardly, not really knowing how to broach the subject. "Right. Of course," Harry said, giving her a smile that didn't quite reach his soul. "I just want you happy, that's all. You didn't like them, did you?" Bellatrix replied, downtrodden at that fact, wanting nothing more than to be able to incorporate Harry into her family life. However, she did not know if she would be able to do that fully if he could not get along with Lucius. Harry looked over to Bellatrix, giving out a long sigh as his eyes flicked up to the sky, where the moon was showing through the clouds. "Lucius is vile, Bellatrix," Harry admonished, focusing on Lucius, rather than Narcissa as he had witnessed firsthand the bond the two sisters had, something he would never be able to sway and had no intention on trying because of it. "He thinks he's better than me. Why? Because he thinks he has more money. Because he thinks his estate makes him a bigger man. Because he thinks he's a greater wizard than I am. His pride and joy is being a rich, powerful wizard, but I have news for him, Bellatrix, he's not even half the wizard I am." Harry Bellatrix started, before pausing when she saw that Harry wasn't finished. "He shows the worst of humankind, apathy to suffering, cruelty to those around him, and arrogant misapplication of his fame, fortune, and magical talent," Harry continued his rant, losing himself in the disgust that he had kept inside of him all through the dinner. "And when you compare him to Ted from yesterday, it's not even close. Ted was warm and kind, and even if he didn't like me or you, you would never know it because he was too nice of a person to state any of our flaws or deficiencies. He tried to get to know me, to get to know us, and made pleasant conversation to make us feel comfortable. Meanwhile, one of the first things that Lucius said to me was to comment on my blood purity." "I know," Bellatrix whispered, fully aware that Harry would never be able to be himself around Lucius. She saw how much he had to swallow just to get through one dinner, let alone a less relaxed event where Lucius would have felt more open to voice his opinions. "I love my sister, though, and I won't stop seeing her." "I know that," Harry sighed once more, not wanting to come off as selfish and uncompromising. "I'm not asking you to do that, obviously, but I just had to go through the most awful, awkward dinner that I will ever have to go through in my life. And I would do it 1,000 times over again if it meant being with you, which terrifies me because I know I'll never survive having to be around that guy. Not now, not in the future, maybe not ever, but I would never survive without having you around." Bellatrix gave a small smile at what Harry had said, her heart flittering in happiness for a few short moments. "We'll figure it out, I promise," Bellatrix suggested, taking his hand into her own and giving it a gentle squeeze. Harry gave a smile, but then furrowed his brow in thought, thinking back to a conversation they had had months ago and pondering the information he had learned from Canute Neen just a few days prior. "You remember at the beginning of the year when you mentioned the Malfoys and William the Conqueror?" Vaguely, Bellatrix nodded, thinking back and remembering the conversation. "What did the Malfoys do for William the Conqueror specifically?" he questioned, wanting to know what else the Malfoys did for the man, other than what he had learned from Dumbledore and Neen. Bellatrix cocked an eyebrow at the question, not really understanding the relevance, but thought of the answer nonetheless. "Rumor has it that Armand Malfoy was the court mage, and in exchange for the estate we just left, he brewed potions, performed spells, and roused a wizard army for William during the invasion. Wouldn't that go against the Malfoy arrogance, though?" Harry questioned, curious as to how the Malfoys could hate Muggles when they owed their extensive wealth to a Muggle. "They hate Muggles, while they helped and willingly worked for one. They play it off as that Armand was actually in control of William the entire time." Bellatrix shrugged, not all that concerned with the factuality of it. As if the Muggle only thought he was being helped, but in truth was actually being played by Armand. "Right," Harry nodded, as they reached the pub. They entered through the door, before deciding to take a seat at one of the unoccupied tables for a drink. "And what about the Lestranges?" Harry questioned, also recalling Rosalgal Lestrange being on the list of names given to him by Canute Neen. "Same," Bellatrix replied disinterestedly. "And they got a humongous estate on the island of Jersey as a result of it. They're mostly French, so the British families don't really know about it." "But you do?" Harry inquired with a smirk, wondering how she knew when not many other people did. "Rodolphus likes to talk," Bellatrix said with a chuckle, knowing how loose Rodolphus' lips were when it came to gloating. "And I'm good at remembering things. Why are you so interested in any of this anyway? Hey, if I'm going to have to be around some of these people, I want to know the dirt." Harry grinned, though he knew that it had more to do with his continuing fascination with the story surrounding Merlin and the Norman conquest than any desire to acquire the less illuminated facts of the various pure-blooded families' histories. "If they're French, why don't they go to Beauxbatons? Hogwarts is a better school," Bellatrix muttered quickly, knowing that Hogwarts had much greater professors and a richer history than the French school. "And they have some property in Britain stemming from when their family came over again in the 1400s. And you know, if you think Lucius is terrible, just talk to Rodel Lestrange. He's the worst." "Why?" Harry asked, disbelieving that there could be anyone, outside of Voldemort himself, worse than Malfoy. "I mean, outside of being a Death Eater, and one of the first ones at that. Rodel Orin Lestrange has one of the largest egos I've ever seen," Bellatrix replied, letting Harry know about her personal opinion of the man that Harry knew to be her father-in-law in his future, a future Harry hoped would be avoided. "Beyond Lucius, he truly is an arrogant Burke, with Rodolphus and Rabaston inheriting simply a morsel of his ego." "Coming from you, that's surprising," Harry snorted, earning a stare from Bellatrix. Okay, what makes his ego so much larger than every other pure-blooded supremacist I've ever met? You know what Rodolphus' full name is?" she questioned, though she did not expect Harry to be able to answer. "Rodolphus Rodel Lestrange. So what?" Harry replied confusedly, perplexed on what was wrong with it. He knew many of people, both good and evil, who named their son or daughter after themselves or their partner, Voldemort himself having been one of children on the opposite end, having been named after his Muggle father. "You know what Rabaston's full name is?" she asked once more, this time questioning about the younger Lestrange brother. "Rabaston Orin Lestrange." Harry bit his lip, not really understanding what Bellatrix was trying to say. "So he named his children after himself," he said, finding it rich that Bellatrix was seemingly affronted by that fact when she came from a family that had many people named after ancestors 4 or 5 deep. "Yeah, but tweak the name so that they aren't exactly the same," Bellatrix answered, getting to what she wanted to tell Harry all along. Why did he tweak them? Because he didn't want his children to have his name in case they were disappointments. Harry gave out a laugh at that pronouncement, seeing what Bellatrix meant. "Sounds like he loves his children," Harry said sarcastically, disgusted at the idea that a father would think of his sons as potential disappointments at the time of their birth. It was an absurd idea to him, even questioning whether a child would be a disappointment, let alone one that had yet to show his or her talents such as a baby who was just born. Shaking their heads, they went quiet after that as they each ordered a drink, enjoying their time together. Eventually, Harry returned to his room and quickly fell asleep. In time, the Thursday before Edgar's wedding found Harry and Bellatrix buying new robes for the event. While Bellatrix had watched Harry being fitted for his new dress robes, Bellatrix had decided to hide her purchase from his eyes, preventing him from getting a peek at how she would appear at the wedding in an attempt to surprise him. Though he had tried to protest, he knew by the look on her face that it was an argument he would not win, so with that in mind, he stayed silent on the issue, inwardly anxious to see her in her robes. As the day turned into night and their fittings were completed, they exited Gladrags, and headed towards the Leaky Cauldron, again walking through the deserted Diagon Alley. Unlike the bustling place that Harry knew it to be in the future, this version of the alley was empty and depressing, the fear of Voldemort overcoming the people and scaring them from indulging in the many shops that the alley had to offer. "I'll see you tomorrow," Harry said, as he and Bellatrix slowly made their way down Diagon Alley and neared the Leaky Cauldron, both carrying bags in their hands from their robes shopping. "Is my cousin coming or is it just you and Aubrey?" Bellatrix inquired, wondering if Sirius had been invited as Harry said he was planning on doing. Don't know, I guess I'll find out, Harry grinned, watching as she winked at him and disapparated with a small pop, leaving him to his night with his friends. With his bags still in hand, Harry walked into the leaky cauldron and went up to his room, placing the bags down onto the floor next to his bed and walking back out. He headed down into the pub and joined the table that housed Bertram and Xenophilius, happy that his friends had made it safely, knowing that it was a risk just to leave the house due to Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Unfortunately, Sirius never did arrive, which disappointed Harry a bit, but he understood in the end. After a pleasant dinner, he went back to his room and fell asleep while doing an assignment for Defense Against the Dark Arts. At 6 o'clock the next day, Harry arrived in the alley to the side of Alfred Black's house with a quiet pop. Walking down the street and up to the door, he gave it a few swift knocks and waited for it to be opened, hearing footsteps on the other side. Within moments, the door was pulled open to reveal a man that appeared to be in his early 50s, with a tiny stomach and graying hair. Alfred, it's nice to see you, Harry smiled, shaking the hand of the older wizard that had appeared at the door. Harry. Welcome, welcome, Alfred said, taking a step to the side and allowing Harry entrance into his home. I'm so glad you could make it. Harry entered, and noticed that it was just as he remembered, having spent Christmas Day there just a few months prior. As he was scanning the home, Bellatrix came walking down the hallway and gave him a smile as she walked up and hugged him, greeting him affectionately. Hi, she whispered as she pulled away from their embrace, happy to see him. Shall we? Alfred suggested as he gestured to the dining room, where dinner was already prepared, waiting for them to enjoy. How have you been, sir? Harry asked as they made the short walk over to the table, with Harry taking the seat to the left of Alfred, while Bellatrix sat on his right. I've been great, I've gotten to see a lot of my grandniece, which always manages to bring a smile to my face, replied Alfred, referencing the young Nymphadora, whom he adored considerably. I didn't get a chance to see her when we had dinner with them the other night, Harry replied in a disappointed tone, having wanted to see Nymphadora when he had met Ted and Andromeda. It was something that he had been looking forward to for quite a while, the opportunity to see Nymphadora alive and well, since his last memories of her in his own time were of her death. Alfred stayed silent for a moment, using the time to plate his food. How did that go? Alfred finally questioned interestedly, wanting to hear the couple's perspective on the night. Surprisingly well, Harry smiled, looking over to Bellatrix, who looked at him with a neutral expression on her face, allowing him to judge how the night had went. No arguments then, Alfred said, raising an eyebrow, having been told what had happened by Ted and Andromeda. He knew that there had been a small tiff between the witches early on in the night, but according to what he had learned from the Tonks couple, the night ended with promise. Oh, no, there was, a big one at that, too, Bellatrix replied, shaking her head as she took a bite out of her chicken leg. And I expect there to be more, but, Alfred prodded, pushing for Bellatrix to go on, hoping that Bellatrix was willing to work on her relationship. Those will stop eventually, Bellatrix said quietly, earning a smile from both Harry and Alfred. From his spot at the head of the table, Alfred silently agreed with that assessment, having spoken to Andromeda herself about the ordeal. Like Bellatrix, Andromeda also felt that the arguments would eventually cease with time, however she also knew that there would be some pushing and pulling both ways for the time being and that it would be a rocky relationship until it settled, but it would settle eventually. Additionally, unbeknownst to Bellatrix, Andromeda had relayed to Alfred how excited she was to finally reconnect with her youngest sister, whom she had always hoped would find her way in life and not become similar to the other blacks that held onto their blood purity ideals more tightly than they did the bonds between family members. Shaking those thoughts away, Alfred dug into the dinner that he had made, happy to finally have Harry and Bellatrix visiting him again. After dinner, Harry, Alfred, and Bellatrix made their way to the back porch to enjoy the night air, looking out at the garden and the trees as birds chirped above them. This is warm, isn't it? Alfred said, noticing that the lemonade was not as cold as it should have been. Alfred watched as Harry tapped his wand on the top of the bottle, cooling the butterbeer off. Is yours warm? A bit, yeah, Harry nodded, having not wanted Alfred to concern himself with it. A warm butterbeer was just as delicious as a cool one, but he just preferred to enjoy it cold since the weather was starting to warm up itself. No big deal, though. No, the cooling charm on my icebox is faulty. I need to get it fixed, Alfred said, knowing that he would have to call a charms repairman sooner or later in order to get the icebox repaired. I can take a look at it for you, Bellatrix said, getting to her feet, wanting the practice. She knew that, if she were to make a living, it would be through charms, so she wanted to be able to perform whatever charm work that may come up in everyday life. Cooling charms are easy. Thank you, my dear, Alfred smiled at his niece as she walked back into the house, leaving Harry and Alfred on the patio. Harry watched as Bellatrix entered the house, before turning his attention back to the yard. There was a small garden pond in the corner of the yard, opposite from the large wooden shed in the back of the property, filled with fish that turned different colors, seemingly either red, yellow, or blue, except much more vibrant than any colored fish Harry had ever seen before. In body, they looked very similar to discus fish with a small hint of surgeonfish, but a tad larger, seemingly about a foot to a foot and a half in length. They were quite stunning in Harry's opinion, making the pond pop with color that meshed well with the colors of the garden surrounding it. Alfred traced Harry's gaze, and saw that he was looking at the fish. Those are colored fish, he said, educating Harry on the type of fish that were in the pond, presuming Harry was curious about them. They change colors depending on the temperature of the water. In warmer water, they're red; in temperate water, they're yellow; in cold water, they're blue. You take them out of the water, even for just a moment, they'll turn white. I've never heard of them, Harry said, craning his neck to get a better view of the fish inside their pond. They remind me of Dr. Seuss. They were bred after the ban on experimental breeding, that's why you've probably never heard of them, Alfred replied in an amused tone, referencing the fact that the fish were illegal for the most part. They call them the metamorphs of the water. They are some of the most powerfully magical fish in the world. Did you do the breeding? Harry inquired, curious as to if Alfred had a talent with animals. Oh, no, Alfred shook his head in the negative, finding the idea quite amusing. I was on holiday one time a few years ago, nearly a decade or so, and I mentioned them to Andromeda afterwards, and when she and Ted went on their honeymoon, they picked me up a small school of them and smuggled them into the country. That was, nice of them. Harry laughed, not really knowing how to respond to Alfred's proclamation. What's the point of living if you don't break the rules from time to time? Alfred inquired with a raised eyebrow as he took a sip of his lemonade. Touché, grinned Harry, appreciating the idea behind what the wizard had said. I've been known to do that, some say a bit too much. They were originally known as red-blue-yellow fish, but they didn't want anyone to think they were connected to red-blue-yellow fever, which would obviously make them less profitable. Alfred informed him, returning to the fish, recalling that the red-blue-yellow fever had caused a great panic decades prior in the late 1910s, years before even he was born. Red-blue-yellow fever? Harry questioned, not recognizing the term. He had heard about the Muggle sicknesses that sounded similar to it, like yellow fever or scarlet fever, but never red-blue-yellow fever. What's that? It's a magical sickness, Alfred replied, flicking his gaze over to Harry as he explained to the younger wizard what the sickness was exactly. Muggles are immune to it. If you have it, you're stricken with a fever that turns your skin red, then it makes your body temperature drop to deathly levels that turn you blue, and then it turns you yellow, which signifies your imminent death. Harry turned his head from the fish to Alfred, a strange look in his eyes. How do you catch it? By going to the tropics or by catching it from someone who has it, Alfred smiled, amused by Harry's seeming fear. It only affects children and old people, never someone as lively as yourself. Is there a cure? Harry asked, earning a shrug from Alfred. That sounds awful. Both went silent after that, each enjoying the cool spring air and the quietness of the night. You were raised in a Muggle household growing up, weren't you? Alfred questioned, keeping his gaze on the bristling trees that circled his yard. Not that it matters, of course, I'm just asking. You don't have to keep defending yourself, Alfred. I know you don't hate Muggles and don't believe in blood superiority, Harry replied softly, not wanting the man to feel as if he had to justify everything that he said. He knew that Alfred was not a blood purist, even if he did not enter the Muggle world all too often. But yes I was. How did you know? Your ancillary knowledge of the magical world is quite poor, Alfred answered with an understanding smile, knowing that it was one of the negatives of being a Muggle-born. You entered the magical world with a deficient knowledge of the magic within it. You probably know more magic than I could ever know, most likely could perform spells I've never even heard about, but the little things about the world and wizard kind. You're lacking in comparison to someone like me. And, while not always the case, it is usually a symptom of a muggle upbringing, where you are told stories about Cinderella and Snow White, rather than Babbity Rabbity, the warlock with a hairy heart or another wizarding tale. Harry looked over to Alfred with a raised eyebrow, wondering how the older wizard had figured it out. After all, it was a quite perceptive understanding of Harry's situation. How did you realize that? Your doctor. Seuss comment, Alfred answered simply, having put it all together once he had heard Harry make that reference. While he knew that Harry was a half-blood, he knew that wasn't the entire story in regards to Harry's early life because of some things that the boy had said over the course of their time together. I've never met a wizard that actually knew who that wasn't from a muggle upbringing or spent years living in the muggle world to better understand them. And you know who Drive Seuss is? Harry questioned, surprised that a pure-blooded wizard such as Alfred would take the time to read a muggle author. I need something to occupy my time, don't I? Alfred expressed with a laugh, making light of his lonely existence. I'm quite fond of reading, whether it's muggle or wizarding. Alfred paused and took a sip of his drink, smacking his lips as he placed his glass back down onto the porch table next to him. I've since evolved from my days of reading Beetle the Bard. Evolved to what? Like Bellatrix Bloxam books. Harry joked, fully aware that many in the wizarding world found Bellatrix Bloxam's stories vomit-inducing at worst and nauseating at best. As if, Alfred sighed, disgusted by the name, having known quite a few people in his life that had UP chucked due to the witch's writings. More like Charles Dickens, A Christmas Carol, or Eccentric of Frizzle's Romps Around the World. But funny thing about Beetle the Bard, he started, before being interrupted by the door opening and Bellatrix coming out onto the porch again. Harry, do you see what time it is? Bellatrix said as she retook her seat next to Alfred, having been successful in her attempt to fix the cooling charm on the ice box. Yeah, I should get going, Harry said after realizing the time as he rose to his feet, preparing himself to leave. He placed his bottle back down on the table next to his chair, not really knowing what to do with it. Where are you going? Alfred questioned from his seat, looking up at the younger wizard. His best friend's bachelor party, Bellatrix answered dully, as if not finding that fact amusing. What are you guys doing? All I know is that I was told to meet at the Three Broomsticks at 8 o'clock, Harry shrugged, truly having no information beyond that. Edgar's brother is the one handling it. I'm only attending. Edgar, Alfred said questioningly, seemingly knowing exactly who Harry meant by that. Edgar Bones is your best friend? Alfred inquired, wondering if that was the Edgar that Harry was speaking about. Kind of, yeah, Harry nodded, though he knew that he and Edgar had been slowly growing apart simply due to Edgar not being in Hogwarts anymore and being busy with his Order of the Phoenix duties. He knew, however, that would swiftly change in the coming months, when Harry was out of Hogwarts and a member of the Order of the Phoenix himself, where they would be working together closely to end Voldemort's reign of terror. Strong wizard Edgar is, Alfred replied, seemingly approving of Harry's friend selections. He knew that Edgar was the most prodigious member of the Bones family, who themselves were an ancient and honorable wizarding clan that dated back countless of centuries and lived by the many beliefs that Harry himself carried, that everyone was equal and that goodness was unconquerable. He comes from a powerful family, too. Harry bent down and gave Bellatrix a hug goodbye, who whispered something in his ear that made Harry shake his head in amusement as they pulled apart. Hey, Alfred, there is a Hogsmeade weekend in 2 weeks from now, why don't you come? We'll meet up for a drink, perhaps get some lunch, it'll be fun. Harry asked, looking over to the older wizard in an effort to gauge his reaction. You want me to come? Alfred said, raising an eyebrow, surprised that Harry would make an offer like that. He was touched that Harry would want him around him, something that not many people would take the opportunity to offer. Of course, Harry said in a chipper tone, happy to have Alfred join his friends and him in Hogsmeade. After all, if that wasn't the case, he would not have asked him and would not have made mention of it. Maybe you'll even get a chance to meet some of my friends. Then I will be there, Alfred smiled, inwardly thrilled that Harry seemingly wanted him in his life. While he did have a few friends, he was a rather lonely soul, not out of any disinterest, but rather because of the lack of opportunities that were presented to him, as his entire family had disowned him and made no efforts to communicate with him except for Andromeda, Sirius, and Bellatrix. "I'm looking forward to it, bye," Harry said, before walking into the house, intending on using the flow to travel to the three broomsticks. After throwing the powder down at the flames and traveling to his destination, Harry stepped out of the fireplace in the three broomsticks and walked further into the pub, his gaze moving around the area, searching for Edgar or Xenophilius, having no idea who else would be there. He saw the group in the corner, which included a few people Harry did not know, along with Xenophilius, Frank Longbottom, and of course, Edgar. He made his way over to them with a large smile on his face, excited for the night. Once the introductions were made, which allowed Harry to meet Edgar's older brother for the first time, they all ordered drinks that would start the night in full, allowing Edgar's brother to explain what the night would entail in celebration of Edgar's final night as a single man. Once he heard what was planned, Harry couldn't help but smile, knowing that it would be a night to remember. A few hours later, Harry made his way up to his room in the leaky cauldron, filled with memories of the night's events. It was fun and revealing, and he knew that Edgar would enjoy the memories that they had created for a long time after he was married. They had done a lot in only a couple hours, with everyone enjoying their time throughout the various activities. In fact, the night made him so tired that as soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell asleep, dreaming about what was to come the next day. The next day did indeed find Harry waiting in his room for Bellatrix to arrive, where they would leave together to go to Edgar's wedding. He had awoken a little before noontime, ate a small breakfast, read the paper, and then entered in the bathroom to ready himself for the wedding. He took a shower and put on the robes that he and Bellatrix had purchased 2 days before, and then combed his hair, happy that Dumbledore had made his hair straighter than what it normally was, allowing him to control it somewhat. There was a knock on the door 10 minutes before the wedding was to start as Harry was coming out of the bathroom. Harry swiftly crossed the room and opened the door to reveal Bellatrix, who was looked a certain way that made Harry stare for a few moments. She was wearing tight-fitting robes, which hugged her figure and accentuated her curves. The robes were of a purple color, which brought out the violet color of her eyes. Nicely. Her black hair had a few curly locks, which cascaded over her shoulders, and framed her pretty, pointed face. Overall, to the amusement of Bellatrix, who looked on with delight, Harry was unable to move his eyes off of her for what seemed like an eternity, and if it wasn't for the fact that she was cognizant that they were running a little late, she would have allowed him to continue on with his staring. "I take it I look nice," Bellatrix whispered, earning a dumb nod from Harry, whose mouth was too agape to give a verbal response. "I'm glad," she murmured, and entering the room, taking Harry's reaction as a compliment. "You do look great," Harry said with a smile as he closed the door behind her, before he grabbed the cream-colored piece of paper that served as Edgar's wedding invitation off of the desk in the corner. With a large smile still on his face, Harry held out the invitation for her to touch, and upon her hand making contact with the invitation, Harry took his wand, pointed it down at the parchment and said, "Sprung." With a pull behind their navels, they were transported to the location of the wedding via portkey, arriving at what seemed to be an open meadow with a beautiful pond off to the side that had a small wooden walkway that overlooked it. To their right, there was a large white tent, where many were gathering to enter, all talking animatedly to one another, clearly excited for the coming event. Walking towards the entrance, they headed into the tent, where they saw dozens of round tables with yellow linens and golden chairs scattered around. There was a purple carpet that went from the entrance of the tent to the head of it, where there was a wooden altar that overlooked the pond in the distance. "Put your invitation right in here," a pleasant voice said to Harry, earning his attention. The witch pointed down to a large jug that had 2 openings, one rectangular opening that was just large enough to fit the invitation and another circular opening on the side of it. "Okay," Harry grinned, placing the invitation in the jug, not really knowing what to expect. As soon as the invitation entered it, a pink fairy flew out of the hole on the side, buzzing around Harry and Bellatrix's heads. "It'll show you to your table," the witch smiled, gesturing for Harry and Bellatrix to start walking. Harry nodded his thanks, before taking a step forward onto the purple carpet, not really knowing what to expect. Led by the fairy, Harry and Bellatrix maneuvered through the throng of people, searching for their table on the far side of the tent. As they neared a table in the right side in the middle of the tent, they saw a small group already seated at it, and Harry grinned when he noticed that it was his group of friends, at least those that had arrived already. "Hey guys," Harry said, as he and Bellatrix came up to the table, allowing the fairy to return to the tent entrance. "Hey Harry," Greta chimed, getting to her feet and hugging him when he came over to greet her. She was wearing a pretty green robe, emerald of color, which hung loosely off of her figure. Her owned hair was pulled back into an intricate bun, a rare style that Harry had never seen from her before. "Bellatrix, you look pretty." "Thanks, you do too," Bellatrix politely replied, making Greta's smile grow wider, having never expected Bellatrix to return the compliment. "Good to see you, Milton," Harry said to Greta's date, shaking the Hufflepuff's hand. He was wearing a set of robes that were brown in color and were not ones that Harry could describe as handsome, though Milton did not seem to notice or, more likely, care. "Oh yeah, it's been such a long time, Harry," Milton grinned playfully, referencing the fact that the break between seeing one another had been relatively short. "Have you had a good break so far?" "I'm surprised it's over so quickly," Harry muttered with a chuckle, disappointed that his last break had passed by as swiftly as it had. To him, it had felt more like a weekend, rather than a week-long holiday. "Down the homestretch, Milton silently nodded at that, inwardly dreading the thought of his NEWTs. "Hi Bellatrix," Milton said, turning his attention to the witch with a smile, hoping that she was beginning to warm to his presence. "Hi," Bellatrix returned, coming over to the pair to stand next to Harry. With her heels, she was just a tad taller than Harry, though because that made her the tallest one at the table, he did not seem to mind. "I'm glad to see you two actually out together in public for once," Milton said honestly, which made Bellatrix nod her head, though Harry didn't know whether she did it because she didn't have an answer or because she actually agreed with what he had said. "Do you guys want to sit next to us?" Greta questioned, gesturing to the two seats at the table that were next to their own. "Xenophilius and his date should be getting here very soon, so if you guys want, you should probably grab the seats before they're gone." "Sure," Harry agreed, taking Bellatrix's hand and leading her to the other side of the table, where Milton and Greta were sitting. They were in seats that were facing the wooden altar that stood at the front of the tent, opposite to the entrance, making it easy to watch the ceremony without having to turn around or uncomfortably twist their neck. "Harry." A male voice came from behind Harry, making the wizard turn to see who it was. Walking up towards the table was a tall wizard and a pretty witch, each wearing fancy robes accentuated with silver pins. "Frank," Harry called out in a happy voice as he got to his feet, shaking the wizard's outstretched hand as the memories of the night prior came flooding into his mind. "Hello, Alice, how are you?" He smiled at the witch next to Frank, giving her a polite nod of her head. Alice smiled back and gave a wave, before walking over to the table and placing her bag that she was carrying onto an empty chair. "Bellatrix." Frank raised an eyebrow, looking between Harry and Bellatrix, though he did not seem as surprised as he sounded. "It's good to see you outside of duty." "Yes, we are together," Bellatrix said evenly, answering the question he was not going to ask. "That's fun, I had no idea," Frank smiled, winking at Harry, earning a laugh from the other wizard. While Harry had never outright said that the two were together, Frank had discussed Bellatrix with Harry a few times while they were at the Three Broomsticks, so he knew that the two were close and had an idea that they were indeed more than just friends. Just then, there was a burst of light at the head of the tent, signaling the start of the ceremony. They all took their seats just as Xenophilius and his date arrived, and turned their attention to the entrance of the tent, where Edgar had appeared for the first time, wearing handsome black robes. Along with his brother and his father, Edgar made his way to the head of the tent that held the altar, smiling and waving to everyone as he walked, clearly happy at the day finally coming. His brother stood next to him on the altar, while his father took his seat at the family table that was 10 feet in front and to the left of the altar. Harry followed the man with his gaze, noticing that he had sat between his wife and his daughter, Amelia, who looked just as powerful in this time as Harry remembered. Suddenly, the band in the corner began playing soft music and Charlotte appeared at the back of the tent, wearing a beautiful and expensive set of white robes, or so Bellatrix opined. She was flanked by two women that were wearing red robes, but it was Charlotte that had everyone's attention, their eyes entirely on her, everyone wanting to see her every move. With her friends a few steps behind her, She walked down the aisle with a bouquet of purple roses in hand. 2 cherubs flew in front of her, dropping red and white rose petals onto the purple carpet, lining her footsteps with every step. Seeing the cherubs, Harry instinctively thought back to the cherubs in Madame Puddifoot's, and he briefly wondered whether they were live beings or they were some form of conjurations that he did not know. After a few moments, she arrived at the altar, and the cherubs flew off to the back of the tent, disappearing outside, their job seemingly finished. Edgar reached down and took her hands in his own, the couple facing each other with large smiles on their faces, seemingly consumed in each other's eyes. The 2 friends, meanwhile, took their place next to the altar, across from Edgar's brother. As the music died down, the wizard presiding over the ceremony stepped forward on the altar, standing a few feet in front of the couple with a large smile on his face and a scroll of parchment in his hands. He wore elegant white robes with gold trim and silver buttons, topped off with a white wizard hat that held a purple feather on it. "We are gathered here today to celebrate the union of 2 beautiful souls," the wizard started, just as a woman at a table at the front of the tent began to sob quietly. The older man next to her reached over and wrapped his arm around her shoulders comfortingly as the official started to tell a parable. Harry imagined that the woman and the man were Charlotte's parents as the table they were at was opposite of Edgar's family table, where he supposed Charlotte's family would be sitting. "Do you, Edgar Bones, take Charlotte to be your..." The official eventually went on, after he relayed a few parables and stories about love, dedication, and faithfulness. He then asked the same question to Charlotte, who agreed passionately. The couple then exchanged rings, as the official took out his wand for the first time. "Here before witnesses, Edgar and Charlotte have sworn their vows to each other. With this cord, I bind them to those vows," he said, as a rope jetted out of his wand and wrapped itself loosely around Edgar and Charlotte's entwined hands, linking them together forevermore. "Heart to thee, body to thee, always and forever, so let it be. Let it be." The attendants erupted, standing up and starting to applaud the couple. Edgar and Charlotte embraced each other in a passionate key, only pulling away so they could start the celebration in full. Holding hands, they walked down the aisle as they were serenaded with cheers and congratulations, while the cherubs from before threw rice as they made their way to the tent's exit. They waved to the attendees before walking out of the tent, leaving the wedding for the time being, presumably to take pictures. Drinks will be going around in a few minutes, while dinner will be served soon, but until then, the dance floor is now open. Edgar's brother said with a magically amplified voice, as the altar disappeared and in its place was a small table, with 2 gold plates and 2 sets of silverware on it, apparently where Edgar and Charlotte would be having their dinner. Hors d'oeuvres appeared on the golden plates in the center of the tables, making many of the guests sit back down in their seats to enjoy the food. Harry's table made light conversation, with Harry and Xenophilius discussing something, while Alice chatted with Greta and Milton. After a few minutes, Frank got up from his seat and grabbed a few drinks for the table, allowing Harry to gaze around the tent, looking at everything that he could see. There seemed to be about 70 or so people there, all dressed up in robes, not a single Muggle outfit to be seen. Harry recognized some of them as members of the Order of the Phoenix, but for the most part, they were relatively unknown to him. All around the tent, bottles of champagne hovered in the air, as well as something called giggle water that Harry couldn't help but try. It tasted similarly to champagne, but made him smile and laugh with each sip. As Harry had never been to a wedding before, he had no idea how long they usually lasted, nor any idea on whether Edgar's wedding was normal or not. Was every wedding like Edgar's, give or take some things? Or was this one above average in its elegance? Did people normally have their wedding under a tent? What about everyone being dressed in robes, was that usual? Those are things that made him realize that Alfred had been correct in his assessment of Harry's knowledge. It was limited to only things he could learn in a school book, rather than things that he had to learn through experience. Those things, the ones where he could only experience, were items that his knowledge on were grossly inadequate in comparison to his knowledge of magic, which was something he knew he would have to change in the near future. A roar of the crowd behind him drew Harry's attention away from his thoughts, and he looked over to what had made them roar and saw that Charlotte and Edgar had reappeared. With a smile, Harry clapped his hands in congratulations, as Edgar and Charlotte greeted everyone with handshakes and hugs as they weaved their way to their own table at the front of the tent. They stopped at every table in the meantime, saying hello and personally saying their thanks to all those that had attended. They each wore large smiles on their faces as they spoke to their guests, clearly happy to finally be married to the person they loved most in the world. "Congratulations," Harry said when the couple had eventually made it to their table. Harry hugged both Charlotte and Edgar, before taking a step back and allowing Greta and the rest to do the same. "You look beautiful," he commented to Charlotte, who grinned in appreciation, her throat already hoarse from all the talking. "Thanks for coming, guys," Edgar smiled once he was finished greeting everyone, thrilled to have his friends there to celebrate his marriage. "I hope you all have a good time. I'll be back later to chat," he said, before heading over to the next table, leaving Harry and the rest for the time being. Harry took his seat once more and grabbed a deviled egg off of the gold plate in the center of the table, taking a bite of it and enjoying the taste. "It's good to see you all," a female voice said, coming up to the table just as Harry finished swallowing. Harry looked up and saw Professor Moonshine standing a few feet away, a happy smile on her pretty face. "Professor, fancy seeing you here," he said, rising to his feet to talk to her. She was wearing nicely tailored floral pattern robes, pink in color with red and white accents. Her hair was curled and cascaded over her shoulders, reaching to the center of her back. For the next 10 minutes or so, Harry and Moonshine made idle conversation, Bellatrix coming to join in halfway through, before returning to their respective tables, wanting to enjoy the various foods that were being dished out. "So, last night was fun, wasn't it?" Frank questioned Harry as he sat back down, giving the wizard a small, mysterious smile. "Don't remind me," Harry laughed, unable to bring himself to talk about the previous night's events. To him, they were memories for those that had attended, not stories to tell, though even he had to admit to himself the likelihood that he would be telling them far in the future. "You won't tell me, either," Alice said exasperatedly, entering the conversation in the hopes that Harry would relay the story to her. "All day he's kept mum on what you all did. Was it really that bad?" "I doubt I'll be forgetting it anytime soon," Frank replied easily, earning another laugh from Harry. "Trust me, you don't want to know," he said, leaning over and giving Alice a key on the cheek, as Bellatrix raised a questioning eyebrow at Harry, who made a motion on his lips as if it was a zipper. Eventually, the dinner was served. It was a simple quail dish, but it was delicious to Harry's palate nonetheless. They enjoyed the meal for nearly a half an hour, and once the table was completed, Harry, Bellatrix, and the rest all exited the tent and walked down the grassy knoll outside of the tent in order to view the pond, eventually being joined by Alice and Frank, who had also left to enjoy the pond below the tent. Greta, Milton, and Xenophilius and his date were a few yards away, before they turned and walked back to the tent to grab a drink, leaving Harry and the rest. "What are you guys talking about?" A voice came from behind them as Edgar walked up to join them in the conversation. "The war," Harry shrugged, turning his attention to the wizard, inwardly wondering why he wasn't back in the tent with all of the other guests. Edgar nodded in understanding as he took his place in between Harry and Alice as they all leaned over the rail that guarded against anyone falling into the lake. "I'm just happy that this went uninterrupted," he said, taking a sip of his drink as the five looked out across the lake. "So you did fear that it would?" Frank questioned, having assumed that Edgar had prevented it in some way. He knew that the Death Eaters liked attacking places that were busy, mostly Diagon Alley and Quidditch stadiums, so it was not a surprise to him to learn that Edgar was worried about such actions. "It's the reason why we paid a bundle of galleons to have the invitations turned into portkeys, to make sure that the location stayed a secret," Edgar agreed, giving out a loud sigh, though Harry didn't know whether it was of relief or a sign of mounting tension. "The next few months can't come soon enough. Our side needs the caliber of wizards and witches that you four represent. You'll be a big boon." "Soon enough," Harry said, knowing that it was almost time to take his spot in the war against Voldemort, something he probably should have done months prior but instead had stayed true to Dumbledore's wishes. He still wasn't completely sure why Dumbledore was hesitant to use him, to use the information that he had carried from the future, but he was willing to give the aged wizard the benefit of the doubt for the time being. "Save for perhaps Dolohov, I'm not sure Voldemort has anybody in his service that could match you guys," said Edgar, unsurprised that no one in the group flinched at the mention of the name. "Some of the best duelists I've ever seen, each of you, and you all would have probably been the finalists in that dueling tournament last year if Alice had been in Hufflepuff. I still can't believe Otto Bagman was their representative. I don't get that, there are so many great witches and wizards on our side, yet the Death Eaters still stand, Alice replied, shaking her head in confusion, not understanding that notion. To her, the idea that a select few dark wizards could sow so much terror and discord was absurd, since there were countless of wizards and witches that were better than the Death Eaters, each of whom were fighting against them with all of their abilities. Because Voldemort is nearly the best wizard in existence, Edgar answered, taking another sip of his champagne from the flute that he was holding in his hand. There's a reason why Dumbledore has not captured Voldemort yet, because he can't. Or, if he could, he probably would have done it by now. And, honestly, people's skills at magic rot after they leave Hogwarts, become mediocre, which leaves them open for attack by the more battle-hardened Death Eaters, making it tougher for our side. I just want to leave Hogwarts already so I can start protecting all of my friends, so I can make sure that everyone I care about back in that tent don't have to fight, Harry whispered, not necessarily agreeing with Edgar's assessment that Dumbledore couldn't capture Voldemort, but he wasn't about to argue against it on Edgar's wedding day. These next few months are going to be the slowest moving of them all. Edgar. Charlotte's voice suddenly called out from the entrance to the tent, a little less than 30 yards away. She stood just a few steps away from the tent, looking down at the entire group, knowing that they would have to come back up in order to continue on with the wedding festivities. They're bringing out the cake. I guess it's time to return, Edgar murmured, turning around and starting the walk to the tent with a smile on his face. His concerns about the war retreated to the back of his mind at the sight of his new bride, as the happiness that the day brought to him welled up inside of his chest, making him forget about the world's troubles for the time being. Alice, Frank, and Harry all turned to return to the tent as well, but Bellatrix was the last to react. You coming? Harry asked, tapping her on the arm in an effort to gain her attention. He noticed that she had a strange look on her face, a pensive expression, as if she was deep in thought, though Harry did not know what plagued her mind. Bellatrix kept her gaze on the lake for a few more lingering seconds, before giving a nod and smiling at Harry. Yeah, she said, holding her arm out for him to take. Shall we? She questioned, entwining her arm with his and leading him back to the tent. After the cake was served and enjoyed by all, the rest of the night was spent dancing, laughing, and having a good time. Edgar and Charlotte had spent much of their time at Harry's table, apparently wanting to enjoy their time with Harry and the rest before they disappeared for the night, which they inevitably did about an hour before the wedding was scheduled to end. While Bellatrix was quiet at the table, apparently still uncomfortable with being around Harry's friends, she had done well in interacting with the people around her, clearly making the effort to follow through with her promise, which made Harry especially happy. Overall, as Harry looked back on the wedding a few days later while on the train ride back to Hogwarts, it was a great night, one that he would remember for a very long time. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.